Chapter 1. The Future Self? Hello. Can you hear me? At precisely 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a voice suddenly resonated in Chen Xuan's ear, causing him to startle and pause his work. He glanced around, observing that everyone was enduring the scorching sun, engrossed in their tasks, and no one appeared to be speaking to him. Damn! Could it be that I'm hallucinating? Chen Xuan muttered, quickly erecting a steel pipe and securing it with tools. He worked on a construction site as a scaffold worker, a profession fraught with peril, currently positioned on the 13th floor, precariously balancing on suspended steel. Beams of fall would be certain death. The sun blazed mercilessly, and the heat rose like that of furnace. Chen Xuan was already drenched in perspiration, which streamed down his cheeks incessantly. You are not hallucinating, I am speaking to you. I am your future self. At that moment, the voice echoed once more. This time, Chen Xuan heard it distinctly. He surveyed his surroundings again, confirming that no one was conversing with him, and the voice seemed to resonate within his mind. Good grief. Could be heat stroke? I've heard that heat stroke can cause hallucinations. My future self? Huh. Why not claim to be the Jade Emperor instead? With such thoughts racing through his mind, Chen Xuan shook his head, realizing that he felt perfectly lucid, showing no signs of heat exhaustion. I understand that you are perplexed, but please allow me to finish. This matter is of utmost importance. At approximately 3:30, the beast next door, Wang Quanghua, will sneak into our home while Mino, our wife, takes a nap, and he will commit unspeakable acts. You must return home before that time to prevent this tragedy, otherwise I shall haunt you as a ghost. The voice was tinged with urgency and unmistakable anger, clearly suppressing an inner fury. At this moment, Chen Xuan gradually regained his composure. Firstly, he was certain he had not suffered from heat stroke, nor was he hallucinating. Secondly, the voice claimed to be from his future self. Lastly, the implication that his wife would be. Chen Xuan immediately recalled that the single man living next door was indeed surnamed Wang. Holy crap, could it be, are you really my future self? Chen Xuan asked in astonishment. This entire scenario felt utterly surreal, as if he were caught in a dream. Have you not recognized my voice yet? Allow me to share a few secrets. 1. When you were young, you secretly watched The Widow Next Door bathe. Point 2. Your favorite adult film is hidden in the folder labeled FJHFHJF. 3. Before marrying, you frequently indulged to the point of injury. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan's mouth gradually fell open in disbelief, for these secrets were known only to him. Even his wife was unaware. Enough. You need not say more. You must indeed be my future self. Chen Xuan interrupted immediately. His face reddening, he felt increasingly embarrassed the more the voice revealed. Oh no. If you're truly my future self, then my wife. Chen Xuan suddenly recognized the gravity of the situation and hurriedly glanced at the time. It was now 3:10 p.m. In just 20 minutes. I must hurry back, Chen Xuan thought to himself, abandoning all else as he rushed towards the elevator. Hey, Xiao Xian, where are you going? An experienced worker called out in a concerned tone. Around him, numerous laborers toiled under the scorching sun, sweat dripping down their backs, parched and weary, yet they steadfastly remained at their posts. The onlookers, taken aback by Chen Xuan's frantic dash towards the elevator, exchanged bewildered glances. However, he abruptly turned back, addressing the foreman who had called him. Master Liu, please, quickly hand me the car keys, it's urgent. Master Liu, aware of their mentor-student bond and sensing the urgency in Chen Xuan's demeanor, nodded in understanding. All right, here are the keys. He retrieved the keys, and Chen Xuan snatched them eagerly before sprinting back towards the elevator. Xiao Xian, slow down and be careful, Master Liu shouted, concern etched on his face. Got it, Chen Xuan replied without looking back. In no time, he boarded the elevator and swiftly descended to the ground floor. He dashed towards the parking area with remarkable speed. Soon, his eyes caught sight of an old-fashioned motorcycle. Without a moment's hesitation, he mounted it and inserted the key. With a roar, the motorcycle surged forth like a wild bull, speeding away, disregarding countless traffic lights along the way. Hushi community. This was an aging residential building where Xia Xinru, due to a work schedule adjustment, decided to rest at home. After having lunch, she mindlessly scrolled through Douyin until she unknowingly drifted off to sleep. In a daze, she lost track of time. Unbeknownst to her, a suspicious man stood outside her door, Glancing around to ensure no one was watching, that he swiftly pulled a wire from his pocket and carefully inserted it into the keyhole. Like a character from a television drama, he deftly twisted the wire, and with a click, the door swung open. He, the man, Wang Quangu, in his 40s and still single, had recently developed an infatuation for the young and beautiful Xia Xinru after their brief encounter. Determined to possess her, he seized the opportunity upon discovering she was home alone. With a gentle push, he opened the door, tiptoeing inside and shutting it quietly behind him. His gaze immediately darted towards the bedroom. "Hello, beautiful. I've arrived," Wang Quangu leered, his smile growing more lascivious as he approached the bedroom door, pushing it open softly. There he beheld a graceful figure lying on the bed, clad in a sheer nightgown due to the summer heat, her long, fair legs fully exposed. Her lustrous black hair framed a delicate waist and an immaculate neck, though her face remained hidden. Her flawless silhouette ignited a fire within Wang Quangu, compelling him to step closer, breath quickening with desire. Bang! Due to overwhelming nervousness, perhaps exacerbated by his fixation, Wang Quangu inadvertently collided with a chair, producing a jarring sound that echoed in the otherwise silent atmosphere. Xia Xinru, who was not in a deep slumber, was instantly awakened. As she turned over and opened her eyes, she was met with the sight of an unfamiliar man standing at the doorway. Chapter 2. A brutal beating for Wang Quangu. "Who are you?" Xia Xinru exclaimed in shock. Wang Quangu, feeling an overwhelming sense of anxiety, was captivated by Xia Xinru's stunning beauty and her slightly flustered demeanor. He swallowed hard and lunged forward. "Little beauty, you belong to me today," he leered. Xia Xinru quickly rolled away, seeking refuge on the other side of the bed. With Wang Xuan's grasp falling short, he extended his arms and inched closer to her. "Do not come any closer. Help! Help!" Cornered against the wall, Xia Xinru, in her terror, cried out for assistance while seizing a cup and hurling it at Wang Quangu. With a resounding crash, the cup shattered upon hitting the floor. "Scream all you want. No one will come to your aid. The moment I laid eyes on you, I was smitten. I want to be with you." Wang Quangu chuckled sinisterly, preparing to pounce once more. Just then, the door was kicked open with a forceful bang, and an enraged figure stormed in. Upon hearing the commotion, Wang Quangu turned to see an infuriated presence, his face paling in fear. "Husband, save me!" Xia Xinru cried out, her anxiety instantly transforming into relief upon seeing the man who had rushed back in haste, Chen Xuan. Upon witnessing the scene before him, a wave of fury surged through him. With reddened eyes, he seized a chair from the ground and charged forward. "Damn it! I'll beat you to death!" Chen Xuan bellowed as he swung the chair at Wang Quangu. The latter, terrified, attempted to flee, but the narrow space hindered his escape, and he was struck fiercely on the back by the chair. "Ah!" Wang Quangu screamed in agony as he collapsed to the ground, the chair splintering upon impact. Yet, Chen Xuan showed no signs of restraint, continuing to rain down punches and kicks upon Wang Quangu, unleashing his pent-up rage. "Please, spare me, brother. Have mercy." Wang Quangu could hardly muster any resistance under Chen Xuan's relentless assault. Soon, he curled up on the ground, clutching his head and pleading for mercy. "Spare you? Dream on. I'm going to beat you to a pulp." Chen Xuan, consumed by fury, thought of how his wife might have suffered had he not returned in time. This thought only fueled his anger further, prompting him to unleash another flurry of blows upon Wang Quangu, who cried out in pain and desperation. Xia Xinru, equally enraged, silently cheered for her husband as he pummeled Wang Quangu. However, upon seeing the latter bloodied and battered, her heart skipped a beat. She hurriedly approached Chen Xuan, grasping his arm. "Husband, stop. Please stop. You might kill him," she urged anxiously. At her words, Chen Xuan gradually regained his composure, delivering one last forceful kick to Wang Quangu. "If it weren't for the consequences of murder, I would have killed you," he spat angrily before turning to Xia Xinru, his concern evident. "Wife, are you all right? Are you hurt?" "I am well, my dear husband. I am grateful for your timely return. Otherwise, Xia Xinru shuddered at the thought of what might have transpired had you not arrived. The mere recollection made my body tremble uncontrollably, and tears streamed down my cheeks." Chen Xuan, witnessing this, felt an overwhelming surge of compassion and swiftly embraced her. "Do not fear, my love. Everything is behind us now. We shall report this to the authorities, and such nefarious individuals must be apprehended." With a nod, Xia Xinru clutched her husband tightly, for in his embrace, she found her greatest solace. For a woman, her husband's arms serve as the ultimate sanctuary. Subsequently, the couple contacted the police, and it wasn't long before they arrived at the scene. Upon learning the details, the officers wasted no time and took Wang Kuangwa into custody. "My dear, what prompted your sudden return? You usually arrive home at 5:30, Xia Xinru inquired, perplexed after the police had departed. Typically, her husband adhered to his routine, making today's occurrence seem rather fortuitous. Chen Xuan then recalled his conversation with his future self. Having been married for 5 years, their bond was unbreakable, and they had never quarreled, sharing an openness devoid of secrets. Thus, without hesitation, he divulged everything. As Xia Xinru listened, her eyes widened in disbelief. "Husband, are you certain you're not jesting? How could this possibly be true?" she exclaimed, struggling to accept the fantastical notion that her future self could converse with her. She preferred to believe that Chen Xuan had returned due to unforeseen circumstances, rather than entertain such surreal possibilities. "Is it so hard to believe, my love? Do you doubt my words?" Chen Xuan countered. Their relationship had blossomed through mutual support and unwavering trust, rendering any deception improbable, especially one so implausible. Gradually, Xia Xinru began to accept his revelation. Yet the absurdity lingered in her mind. Suddenly, she gazed at Chen Xuan with an odd expression. "Why are you looking at me like that?" He felt an uncomfortable unease wash over him, akin to being caught with a hidden stash of money. If that's the case, could it be true that the secrets shared are indeed real? "My dear husband, it seems you have been secretly watching widows bathe and indulging in adult films. How had I never noticed this before?" Xia Xinru teased. Hearing her words, Chen Xuan's face flushed crimson. When she had previously inquired how he discerned the identity of the other party, he had carelessly revealed those secrets. Now, faced with his wife's playful jabs, embarrassment enveloped him. He wished he could vanish into the floor. "Ah, well, my love, those are matters of the past. Let us not dwell on them," he replied, attempting to maintain his composure amidst the awkwardness. Xia Xinru rolled her eyes in response. "Do you think this could be my golden opportunity? Perhaps like the systems in novels. I could rely on it to become a billionaire, only to be discarded for a wealthy beauty?" Xia Xinru gazed at Chen Xuan with a smile, remarking, "This is how novels portray it." Chen Xuan quickly shook his head, stepping forward to embrace Xia Xinru, chuckling. "My dear, what are you thinking? Am I really that kind of person? What I meant was, in the future, our family will live together joyously and happily." Xia Xinru was clearly jesting, but suddenly recalled something and said, "Honey, I feel there might be something amiss. I once watched a science fiction film where a parasite could inhabit a host, not only conversing with them, but even acquiring their memories." Do you think she appeared quite concerned, fearing such a scenario might unfold, as in the film? The parasite ultimately killed the host and took over their body. I have seen that film too, but dear, while it's true that a parasite can access a host's memories, it cannot foresee the future. That notion is utterly nonsensical, Chen Xuan countered. Nevertheless, Xia Xinru remained apprehensive. "All right, my love, let us leave this matter as it is and not disclose it to anyone. After some time, I wonder if I will still be able to hear that voice?" Chen Xuan proposed. Upon hearing this, Xia Xinru nodded reluctantly, but suddenly she remembered something, glanced at her phone, and her expression changed. "Oh no, Xian Xian has already finished school. I must hurry to pick her up. Let us go together." Chen Xuan immediately stood up. Although his wife appeared unfazed, he understood that she likely harbored some lingering fear. During the ensuing days, he resolved to remain by her side as much as possible. Chapter 3. Star Kindergarten, Star Kindergarten. With the sounds of dismissal echoing, the children joyfully rushed out. As parents gathered eagerly at the school gates. "Grandpa, I'm over here." "Goodbye, teacher." Daddy, I'm here, come quickly." "Sweet son, why don't you say goodbye to the teacher?" One by one, the little ones, accompanied by their parents, left amidst laughter and chatter. As time passed, the number of remaining children dwindled. Xian Xian, Haven't your mom and dad arrived yet? A female teacher inquired, noticing the little girl standing in a corner. This was a 4 or 5-year-old girl, her skin as fair as snow, her cheeks rosy, seemingly so delicate that one could almost squeeze water from them. She wore a white polka-dot dress, her lustrous black hair cascading over her shoulders, adorned with 2 sparkling butterfly hair clips, and she carried a Donald Duck backpack. This ensemble made the already charming little girl appear even more adorably naive, evoking an irresistible urge to pinch her rosy cheeks. Chen Xuan shook her head and replied in a sweet, childish voice, "Teacher Sue, my daddy and mommy are very busy. They work so hard, they must be overwhelmed." Taken aback, Teacher Sue was surprised by the little girl's maturity and understanding. "Well, Chen Xuan, don't worry, your parents will surely be here soon," she reassured with a smile. Chen Xuan nodded and obediently gazed outside, though her face still bore a hint of anxiety. Typically, her parents would arrive punctually to pick her up from school, but at this moment, she felt a twinge of helplessness. After a brief wait, unexpectedly, a taxi halted at the school entrance, and 2 figures hurriedly disembarked, rushing towards her. Upon seeing them, Xuanyuan's eyes sparkled with delight as she waved her small hands and called out, "Daddy, Mommy, I'm over here. Teacher Sue, please let me out. My parents have come to get me." Teacher Sue had already spotted them and promptly smiled as she opened the school gate. Xuanyuan, with her backpack slung over her shoulders, immediately skipped out joyfully. "Xuanyuan," Xia Xinru exclaimed, crouching down to embrace her daughter tightly. Having endured a distressing experience earlier, she harbored a lingering shadow of concern. Now, holding her daughter close, her heart swelled with mixed emotions, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Observing this tender moment, Chen Xuan refrained from interrupting the mother-daughter reunion and instead turned his attention to Teacher Sue at the school entrance, saying, "Teacher Sue, I apologize for the delay. We had some pressing matters at home." "Not at all. Just be mindful next time. Xuanyuan is such a good girl. She mentioned that you both are busy with work." Teacher Sue replied with a smile. Chen Xuan nodded. "Well then, Teacher Sue, we shall take our leave." At this moment, Xia Xinru had managed to compose herself and turned to her daughter with a smile, saying, "Xuanyuan, why don't you say goodbye to Teacher Sue?" Xuanyuan, ever obedient, waved her little hand and chirped, "Goodbye, Teacher Sue." "Goodbye, Xuanyuan. Remember to listen to your parents at home," Teacher Sue said with a warm smile, genuinely fond of the charming little girl. After a brief farewell, Xuanyuan took her father's hand with her left and her mother's hand with her right, bouncing along cheerfully while chatting and laughing. Teacher Sue watched the happy family depart, a smile gracing her lips until they disappeared from view, at which point she turned to leave. Upon returning home, Xia Xinru headed straight for the kitchen, but Chen Xuan intercepted her, chuckling, "Dear, you and our daughter should rest. Let me handle dinner." "Really, I should do it. You've had a tiring day at work," Xia Xinru insisted, shaking her head. Ultimately, unable to prevail against his wife, Chen Xuan conceded, allowing her to assist him as they both entered the kitchen. Meanwhile, Xuanyuan, noticing her parents busy in the kitchen, abandoned her cartoon and scampered over, exclaiming, "Daddy, I want to help too." Chen Xuan smiled at her and pointed to the water spinach on the cutting board, saying, "Then you can help by picking some water spinach." "Okay." Xuanyuan, accustomed to lending a hand, swiftly fetched a small stool and perched herself on it, diligently picking the vegetables with the earnestness of a little adult. Chen Xuan and Xia Xinru exchanged amused glances at their daughter's maturity. Soon, the kitchen was filled with the sounds of sizzling and the cheerful banter of the family. They prepared stir-fried pork, tomato and egg soup, sought ed water spinach, and a small bowl of pickled vegetables. Though not a feast of exquisite delicacies, the family relished their meal with great joy. After dining and bathing, Xia Xinru took Xuanyuan into the bedroom, where soon the air was filled with the gentle sounds of her reading aloud in a sweet, childlike voice. "Goose, goose, goose," with its curved neck singing towards the sky, white feathers floating atop green waters, red-webbed feet stirring the clear waves. When the sun is high at noon, sweat drips into the soil beneath the crops. Who knows the meal on the plate? Every grain is born of toil. Regarding the education of their daughter, Xia Xinru has never faltered. Each night before bed, she diligently accompanies Xuanyuan in reading ancient poetry, song lyrics, and the multiplication tables. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan settled into the living room to watch the news. After some time, Xia Xinru suddenly pushed open the door, emerging with a smile, and said, "Darling, our daughter wishes for you to say good night to her. It's nearly time for sleep." "All right." Chen Xuan chuckled, pocketing his phone and making his way to Xuan Yuan's room. At that moment, Xian Yuan lay in bed, her sleepy eyes gazing up at Chen Xuan. "Daddy, good night." "Xian Yuan is going to sleep now," she said with a beaming smile. Chen Xuan leaned closer, bending down to plant a kiss on her rosy little face, and said, "Good night, my little princess. Sweet dreams." With a giggle, Xian Yuan closed her eyes slowly. Every night, she insisted on bidding good night to her parents before she could drift off to sleep. Observing her adorable demeanor, Chen Xuan felt his heart melting, silently vowing to ensure a good life for both his daughter and wife in the future. He gently covered Xuan Yuan's small belly with a blanket, turned off the light, and quietly left the room. At that moment, Xia Xinru was already nestled in bed, one long, snow-white leg reflecting a faint sheen under the light. With a creak, Chen Xuan opened the door and stepped inside. "Is Xian Yuan asleep?" Xia Xinru inquired, lifting her gaze. "Yes." "She's asleep." Chen Xuan nodded, climbing onto the bed and pulling Xia Xinru into his embrace. Chuckling, "Dear wife, it's getting late. We should sleep as well." "Look at you." Xia Xinru shot him a playful glare, then asked, "By the way, have you spoken to your future self lately?" Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan shook his head helplessly. "I haven't heard that voice in a long time." Uncertain how to address the matter, Xia Xinru could only offer comfort. "Then don't worry about it. It's too mysterious. I find it rather eerie." "Indeed, let's forget about it." He turned off the light, and soon the room was enveloped in darkness, with only two silhouettes embracing each other. A while later, a series of blush-inducing sounds echoed through the air. Chapter 4. A cozy morning awakening to the dawn. Sunbeams streamed through the window, illuminating scattered clothes and undergarments across the floor. Knock, knock. Just then, a voice rang out from outside the door. "Daddy, Mommy, you two lazy pigs, wake up. The sun is shining on your bottoms." It was Xuan Yuan's sweet voice calling from beyond the door. Chen Xuan immediately sat up, rubbing his eyes in a daze. Stifling a yawn. He had perhaps indulged a bit too much the previous night, hence his late rise. "Xian Yuan, we will get up shortly. Please go wash your face and brush your teeth," Chen Xuan called out. "Okay," Xian Yuan replied obediently before leaving. Chen Xuan glanced at the lingerie scattered on the floor, and then at his wife, whose disheveled hair framed her rosy face, unable to suppress a chuckle. "What are you laughing at, dear?" Xia Xinru opened her eyes, noticing Chen Xuan's silly grin, and promptly covered her face with the blanket. "Why hide? We are an old married couple now. You should be past such shyness." Chen Xuan teased, laughing heartily. Xia Xinru playfully kicked him with her long, fair legs and shyly retorted, "Oof. Mind your own business. Get up quickly." "All right, I shall rise," Chen Xuan replied with a hint of resignation, throwing off the covers and climbing out of bed. He then picked up the clothes from the floor, dressed swiftly, and approached Xia Xinru. "Sweetheart, you can sleep a little longer. I'll prepare breakfast," he said, bending down to plant a gentle kiss on her cheek before turning to leave. As Xia Xinru watched her husband's retreating figure, she touched her cheek, a blissful smile spreading across her face. Her gaze fell on the nearby lingerie, and recalling the wildness of the previous night, she shyly buried her face in the blanket. Upon stepping outside, Chen Xuan encountered Xian Xuan, her hair tousled and wearing cartoon slippers, her delicate little feet peeking out as she wobbled towards him with a basin of warm water. "Daddy, I've prepared face-washing water. Come wash your face," Xian Xuan said with a cheerful smile, revealing her adorable dimples. The sight of her sweet and innocent demeanor melted Chen Xuan's heart. "Yes, Xian Xuan is such a good girl. Daddy's little angel," he praised. After a quick wash, Chen Xuan headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Meanwhile, Xia Xinru had risen and was helping Xian Xuan with her hair. Each morning, the three of them shared this routine, and though it was a bit hectic, their lives were filled with warmth, and they relished the simplicity of it all. "All right, today Xian Xuan looks just like a beautiful little princess," Xia Xinru exclaimed. Xian Xuan gazed at her reflection, admiring her lovely side-swept bangs styled in two ponytails. complemented by a white dress and black shoes, resembling a true princess. Yes, it looks wonderful. I love it. Chen Xuan nodded in satisfaction and dashed outside, her twin ponytails swaying like joyful little sprites, exuding liveliness and charm. Honey, come out for noodles. Chen Xian's voice called from outside. Coming, Xia Xinru responded, her heart brimming with happiness. She and Chen Xuan had met in college, where they began their romantic journey. At that time, Xia Xinru was renowned as the campus beauty, while Chen Xuan was merely a struggling student. A serendipitous encounter brought these two young souls together, unaware of the love that would blossom between them. Despite various challenges stemming from their backgrounds and circumstances, Xia Xinru had unwavering faith in Chen Xuan. Though he was not affluent, his love for her was profound and sincere. For her, that was more than enough. Xia Xinru preferred being cherished like a princess by the man who adored her rather than crying alone in a luxury car. Mother, hurry here. The noodles that Dad made are simply delicious. Stepping out of the bedroom, I saw Chen Xuan already slurping up the noodles, smiling at her. All right, if it's tasty, make sure to eat a lot and finish it all, understood? Xia Xinru approached with a grin. Okay. Chen Xuan nodded enthusiastically. Chen Xuan presented a steaming bowl of egg noodles, and an enticing aroma immediately filled the air. Dear, eat up quickly. It won't taste as good once it cools down, Chen Xuan urged with a smile. Xia Xinru nodded and began to eat. After just one bite, she instantly gave a thumbs up. Honey, your noodle cooking skills have improved tremendously. With this talent, you could easily start a breakfast shop and be incredibly successful. Not a chance. This skill is reserved solely for you too, Chen Xuan replied. Such a charmer. Both Xia Xinru and Chen Xuan chuckled. Thus, a heartwarming breakfast concluded. Xia Xinru took Chen Xuan on the electric bike to kindergarten before heading straight to the company. After washing the dishes, Chen Xuan boarded the bus heading to the construction site for work. On a summer morning, the sun rises early, and it was only around 7:40. The peak time for commuting. Bicycles zipped back and forth, while some rushed along with buns in hand, fearing they would be late. Leaning back in a seat, Chen Xuan observed the bustling crowd outside, reflecting on life's relentless demands. Life is like a vampire, draining one's vitality until only a shell remains. Yet one continues to hustle for survival. A thought struck him, but he quickly realized he too was part of this relentless grind, prompting a self-deprecating smile. Just then, a voice echoed in his mind. Hey, can you hear me, past self? Chen Xuan jolted, glancing around and confirming it was indeed his future self speaking. Yes, I can hear you, he quickly replied. A nearby elderly woman stared in astonishment, puzzled by the young man seemingly conversing with himself. Is he all right? Noticing her gaze, Chen Xuan felt a bit embarrassed. You don't need to speak aloud. You can communicate with me through your thoughts. Time is limited. I can only connect with you for 2 minutes each day, his future self explained. All right, continue. I'm listening, Chen Xuan responded mentally. The future Chen Xuan inquired. Where are you right now? Did you pass the theater station? On the bus to work. The next stop is the theater. Excellent. When you reach the theater station, you must get off immediately. Why? At around 8 o'clock, a bus number 215 will pass by the theater station, carrying a dangerous fugitive wanted for murder with a bounty of 300,000. This individual is extremely perilous and armed with a knife. An hour later, he will be recognized by a middle-aged man and will end up getting stabbed. I learned about this through Douyin and conducted an immediate investigation. I understand your financial struggles may lead you to take desperate measures, yet I urge you to prepare thoroughly before acting. For if you perish, I too shall cease to exist. Chapter 5. The uniformed murderer. Upon hearing the words of his future self, Chen Xuan's expression darkened slightly. The implications embedded within those words were profoundly significant. Firstly, his future self could only converse with him for 2 minutes each day. Secondly, the murderer would board the 215 bus with a staggering bounty of 300,000. Chen Xuan's attention was immediately captivated by the prospect of 300,000. His face momentarily reflected hesitation, but gradually he clenched his fists, resolute in his decision. If I could secure that reward, I would be able to repay my debts, liberating myself from financial burdens. Without debt, life would undoubtedly improve. Chen Xuan mused, recognizing that he was indeed his own best ally. He was in dire need of money and would resort to risky endeavors for it. Since graduating from university, both he and his partner had faced numerous setbacks in their careers. Eventually, Chen Xuan, with determination, borrowed a substantial sum from his parents, relatives, and classmates, pouring his passion into entrepreneurship. However, in the midst of an economically bleak environment, he inevitably faced devastating losses and crippling debts. During that period, thoughts of ending his life had crossed his mind. Fortunately, his wife tirelessly offered him comfort and encouragement, steadfastly supporting him despite the numerous suggestions from others to divorce. Her unwavering loyalty rekindled Chen Xuan's courage to persevere. Later, when she became pregnant and they welcomed a daughter, Chen Xuan found himself even more motivated. Nevertheless, their family's existence remained fraught with hardship. Chen Xuan opted for labor on construction sites, though it was arduous and exhausting. The daily income of over 500 was far superior to what he could earn a corporate job. Yet, to elevate their standard of living, such earnings were insufficient. If he could obtain that 300,000 bounty, their future would surely be bright. By the way, what does the perpetrator look like? Chen Xuan suddenly realized and inquired. For how could he pursue a murderer without knowing their appearance? However, this time, his future self remained silent. Yet, a photograph unexpectedly emerged in Chen Xuan's mind. To his astonishment, he could actually see a picture. Chen Xuan was taken aback. The future Chen Xuan stated, "I can send you a photo or a 10-second video. Beyond that, I cannot assist you further. You must focus on memorizing the image quickly. Time is of the essence." "Oh, understood," Chen Xuan replied, his concentration fixated on the photograph. It depicted a man in his 40s, with short hair, a pronounced jawline, and slanted eyes, dressed in a black jacket that exuded an air of coldness. The man was not particularly tall, and Chen Xuan, having developed considerable strength from his labor, felt confident he could overpower him, though he would need to be cautious of the knife. Just then, the photograph vanished unexpectedly. "Hey, why did it disappear? Are you still there?" "Future self?" Chen Xuan exclaimed in surprise. However, no answer came. It seemed a minute had elapsed, Chen Xuan thought. The bus approached the theater, and passengers wishing to disembark were requested to prepare themselves to exit through the rear door. At that moment, the announcement of the bus nearing its stop resonated through the air. Upon hearing theater, Chen Xuan immediately jolted to attention and rose from his seat. Previously, it had been mentioned that the 215 bus would pass by the theater around 8 o'clock, and the murderer was aboard this very bus. If Chen Xuan intended to apprehend him, he must first board this bus. With this thought in mind, Chen Xuan hurriedly made his way to the rear as the bus came to a halt and the doors swung open. Upon stepping off, he quickly glanced at his phone. There were still 3 minutes until 8 o'clock. To be candid, facing such a situation for the first time left Chen Xuan somewhat anxious. He surveyed his surroundings. Due to the morning rush hour, the bus was quite crowded, and there were no readily available weapons like bricks or sticks, prompting him to abandon that line of thinking. At that instant, a bus appeared in the distance. Indeed, it was the 215. This had to be the one. Taking a deep breath, Chen Xuan mentally recalled the murderer's appearance. Focusing his mind, shortly thereafter, the bus came to a stop. "Disembark from the front, board from the rear. Please do not rush. Slow down, everyone." With many people clamoring to board, Chen Xuan followed closely behind, observing the formidable presence of the elderly passengers ahead and mused that many younger individuals might struggle to get through. At last, he managed to board the bus, only to find that there were no available seats. His gaze swept across the faces of the occupants, scrutinizing each one carefully. "Excuse me, could you make way? I need to get to the back," he politely requested as he navigated through the throng in the aisle. Upon reaching the rear of the bus, his attention was suddenly captured by a figure. It was him. Chen Xuan instantly recognized the man, his focus sharpening. The individual was in his 40s, bearing an uncanny resemblance to the photograph Chen Xuan had seen, though he now wore a cap and leaned against the window, gazing outside, seemingly lost in thought. Now was not the time to act. The crowd was too dense, and any rash move could harm innocence. With this in mind, Chen Xuan restrained his impulse, adopting a casual demeanor as he leaned back in his seat. As time passed, the passengers gradually disembarked, and the bus became less congested. Approaching stop, Hongqi Street. Passengers wishing to disembark here, please prepare to exit. The bus announcement echoed suddenly. The murderer turned his head, addressing the elderly woman seated beside him. "Excuse me, I need to get off." Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan immediately stiffened. He understood that action was imperative. If the man exited the bus, capturing him would be impossible. "All right." The woman nodded and rose to make way. The murderer then moved past Chen Xuan, heading toward the bus door. This was the moment. Suddenly, Chen Xuan surged forward like a tiger pouncing upon a pack of wolves, launching himself from behind. The murderer was utterly unprepared for Chen Xuan's abrupt assault. By the time he realized what was happening, he had already been brought down to the ground. Chen Xuan firmly seized his right hand, his entire weight pressing down upon him, binding him to the earth with all his strength. This scene unfolded so unexpectedly that the onlookers shrieked in terror, hastily retreating from Chen Xuan and the assailant. Nearby, a young woman clad in fashionable attire let out a piercing scream and quickly stepped back. What was happening? The driver, startled by the commotion behind him, slammed on the brakes and turned to look. "Quick, call the police. He is a murderer," Chen Xuan shouted. Just then, the assailant, somehow summoning strength from within, freed his left hand and brandished a gleaming spring knife, aiming a vicious stab toward Chen Xuan's thigh. Anticipating the attack, Chen Xuan swiftly caught his wrist with his left hand. Nonetheless, he still felt the knife pierce his thigh, blood gushing forth. Regardless, the murderer remained pinned beneath Chen Xuan, unable to unleash his full strength. With a powerful twist, Chen Xuan subdued the assailant's left hand, causing the knife to clatter to the ground. "He has killed someone. Run." At that moment, the passengers in the vehicle screamed and scattered in all directions. Initially, 2 or 3 burly young men considered intervening, but upon seeing the knife, they too fled in fear. Chen Xuan found the scene somewhat amusing. A car full of people was frightened by a murderer he had pinned down. However, the driver soon rushed over to assist Chen Xuan in restraining the assailant. "Young man, I've called the police," the driver announced. Chen Xuan nodded, smiling. "That's good. Do you have any rope? We need to tie him up." Yes. The driver replied eagerly. Outside the vehicle, numerous individuals were filming the incident, posting it to social media platforms like Douyin or WeChat Moments. After a brief wait, the police arrived. Upon learning the details of the situation, they promptly apprehended the murderer and confirmed through comparison that he was indeed a wanted fugitive. Chen Xuan was subsequently taken to the police station to assist with the investigation. Soon after, news reporters and social media personalities rushed to the scene, conducting interviews with bystanders, while some followed the police to the station for further coverage. Chapter 6. The Anxious Xia Xinru Starry Sky Cultural Media Company. In the office. "Xiaoru, please review this document. I need it shortly." "All right, sisterly." At this moment, Xia Xinru sat before her computer, diligently typing away at the keyboard. Dressed in professional attire, she exuded elegance, her long legs accentuated by her poised figure. Her lustrous black hair was elegantly styled at the back, and she wore a pair of fashionable Korean glasses, radiating both beauty and sophistication. Suddenly, a plump young woman hurriedly approached. "Xiaoru, you must see this. Isn't that your husband?" A plump girl rushed up to Xia Xinru, exclaiming in astonishment. Her words immediately drew the attention of everyone present. Xia Xinru was not only exceptionally beautiful, but also possessed an extraordinary grace. When she first joined the company, countless young men discreetly pursued her. Alas, she was already married. Upon hearing this news, these young men lamented, expressing their dismay with heavy hearts. Thus, when the topic of Xia Xinru's husband arose, curiosity piqued among them, prompting a collective gathering, their expressions rife with gossip. Xia Xinru paused for a moment, glancing at the plump girl as she inquired, "Xiaomei, what are you talking about?" "You can see for yourself. It's gone viral on Douyin," the girl said, promptly handing over her phone. With a sense of bewilderment, Xia Xinru took the phone and began to watch. Almost instantly, she recognized her husband in a Douyin video. The content depicted Chen Xuan battling a wanted criminal on a bus, captured in its entirety, likely recorded surreptitiously by a fellow passenger and uploaded online. When she saw her husband's leg being stabbed, Her face turned pale with fright. With a sudden gasp, Xia Xinru leapt up from her seat, her expression frantic as she hurriedly dialed Chen Xuan's number, overwhelmed with concern and fear of dire consequences. Soon, the call connected. "Hello, husband, are you all right?" Xia Xinru's voice trembled with urgency. "I'm Fine. What is wrong, dear?" Chen Xuan replied, surprised by her distress. "What do you mean, what is wrong? I saw the video. You were fighting with a thug on the bus. Are you hurt? Where are you?" Xia Xinru pressed anxiously. Chen Xuan, taken aback by her quick awareness, silently marveled at the rapidity of the internet. "I'm all right. It's just a minor injury to my leg. I'm at the police station." Upon hearing this, Xia Xinru finally exhaled in relief. Yet her heart remained lodged in her throat as she recalled the footage of her husband grappling with the assailant. "Which police station?" "I'll come right over," she immediately inquired. "Hongqi Police Station." "Okay, I'll be there shortly." After hanging up, Xia Xinru raised her head to find everyone staring at her. She forced a shy smile before hastily turning and dashing out. Once Xia Xinru departed, the others quickly retrieved their phones, refreshing Douyin for updates. Soon, a barrage of videos depicting Chen Xuan's confrontation with the criminal flooded their screens. Moreover, the incident swiftly made headlines. News anchor reporting. This morning around 8 o'clock, Mr. Chen, while riding the bus, encountered a wanted criminal. Upon recognizing the individual, the valiant Mr. Chen wasted no time and charged forward. As we can see, Mr. Chen, with his righteous fists, valiantly subdued the fugitive. Let's applaud Mr. Chen for his courageous and just actions. After watching the news, the office buzzed with hushed discussions. "I always thought Xiaoru's husband was unworthy of her, but after seeing today's video, I now believe he is truly remarkable. Indeed, he is incredibly handsome. Watching it made my blood boil with excitement. Had I been there, I would have been the first to rush in and assist. No wonder Xiaoru is so fond of him. A man of responsibility and integrity is indeed worthy of trust." Initially, when people learned that Xia Xinru's husband was a migrant worker, they refrained from expressing their disdain openly, yet they often ridiculed him behind his back. It was akin to a toad aspiring to court swan. Everyone felt that Xia Xinru, a woman of such beauty and grace, could easily attract a wealthy heir or a promising young entrepreneur. To their surprise, she had chosen a struggling laborer. However, after watching a series of videos, public sentiment shifted dramatically, and they began to comprehend Xia Xinru's choice. Unbeknownst to her, Xia Xinru remained indifferent to their opinions, her heart solely set on reuniting with her husband. She hopped on her electric bike and sped along, finally catching sight of a familiar figure standing at the police station entrance. "Wife," Chen Xuan exclaimed, waving cheerfully as he limped towards her, having just cooperated with the police for an investigation. After Xia Xinru parked the bike, she rushed towards him, playfully punching his chest twice in a mock display of annoyance. "Do you know how scared I was? Ouch. Wife, I'm injured and you still hit me?" Chen Xuan feigned pain, eliciting a concerned response from her. "What does it hurt? Let me see if there are any other injuries," she insisted, her expression shifting to worry. "Right here, it aches for you." Chen Xuan chuckled, covering his chest with a mischievous grin. Realizing she had been tricked, Xia Xinru glared at him, her expression adorably indignant. Unable to contain his laughter at her cute demeanor, Chen Xuan gently ruffled her hair. "All right, it was just a joke. I'm fine. Let's head home. By the way, what exactly happened? And how did you recognize the fugitive?" Xia Xinru inquired, a flurry of questions swirling in her mind. "Why did you end up on the 215 bus?" "We'll discuss it at home," Chen Xuan replied, mounting the electric bike. Xia Xinru nodded, wrapping her arms around his waist as they rode towards their abode. As they passed through a traffic light, a Ferrari pulled up beside them, driven by a young, affluent heir. Unfortunately, the passenger seat was devoid of a stunning companion. Upon noticing the beautiful Xia Xinru on the electric bike, the heir's eyes widened in awe. So exquisite, so graceful, he marveled inwardly. Glancing back at Chen Xuan, he felt a pang of envy. Could it be that riding an electric bike was now the secret to attracting women? Here he was, driving a Ferrari, yet he had never encountered such a captivating woman. As he watched Chen Xuan and Xia Xinru ride off into the distance, a thought crossed his mind. Upon returning home, He immediately instructed his butler to purchase an electric bike, determined to pursue romance in this newfound manner. After all, the loved one finds this way must be genuine. Before long, Chen Xuan arrived at their apartment complex and came to a sudden halt. Xia Xinru was taken aback by the sudden stop, her body leaning forward as if made of water, and she promptly fell against Chen Xian's back, their forms pressed closely together. A jolt of electricity surged through her heart. "How delightful!" Chen Xian exclaimed with a grin. Noticing his playful expression, Xia Xinru pinched him sharply at the waist and retorted, "Look at you. No wonder you always slam the brakes during our dates. I thought there was something wrong with the car." "Ouch. My dear, it was merely joking. Back when we were dating, I didn't think that way. I was just a naive young man," Chen Xian replied, feigning innocence. "I can't believe you, you old rascal." Chapter 7. Chen Xian becomes a hero upon returning home. Xia Xinru eagerly sought answers. Chen Xian wasted no time and recounted his future exchanges with her. After listening, Xia Xinru shot him an incredulous glare and exclaimed, "Darling, are you trying to get yourself killed? That person is a murderer. If anything were to happen to you, what would become of me and Xian Xian?" Despite her fierce words, her heart swelled with gratitude. She understood that her husband risked everything for the sake of a better life for her and their daughter, motivated by a reward of 300,000. "All right, dear. Please don't be angry. Look, I'm fine," Chen Xian reassured her, wrapping her in his arms. "But what if something had happened? Are you foolish? You risked your life for 30,000. Promise me that in the future, you won't take such risks, understood?" Xia Xinru insisted, though her words might seem selfish. They reflected a normal person's sentiment, who would wish for their beloved to face danger. "Yes, I understand," Chen Xian nodded solemnly. Now that he had a wife and child, he knew he must act with caution. Reflecting on his earlier impulsiveness, he recognized that he could have discreetly called the police in that situation and waited for their intervention. Just then, Chen Xian's phone rang. Checking the screen, he saw it was his younger sister calling. Chen Fong, currently in her final year of high school, was preparing for her impending graduation and college entrance examination. "Hello, Xiao Fong," Chen Xian greeted with a smile. "Brother, are you hurt? We all saw the video of you battling the thug on the bus in our dormitory," came Chen Fong's bright voice from the other end. "Don't worry, I'm fine. Since I was little, I've always been the king of the kids. I've never lost a fight," Chen Xian boasted. Xia Xinru rolled her eyes and moved aside to call her office. She had run off without requesting leave earlier due to worry for her husband, and now she needed to make a call to explain. "Wow, that's impressive. Now everyone in our dormitory is your little fan." Chen Fong laughed, her voice mingling with the giggles of her friends. "Cough, cough." Chen Xian cleared his throat, standing a little taller. "Let us keep it low-key. It's really nothing special. Don't idolize me too much." "Ugh." Chen Fong feigned a gagging sound. "Brother, your shamelessness is growing. I was just joking, and you're acting like this." The bond between the siblings has always been exceptionally strong. After sharing a few light-hearted jokes, they ended the call. "Darling, the company has granted me 2 days off, and it's paid." Xia Xinyu approached with a cheerful smile. "Why is that?" Chen Xian asked, taken aback. "Because you are a hero now. Everyone in the company knows about your injury, and the boss's wife specifically gave me 2 days off so I can take care of you." Xia Xinyu replied with a grin. "That's quite commendable. Your company seems remarkably considerate." Indeed, as their conversation continued, several relatives and friends began to call, evidently having seen the news, expressing their concern and sympathy. Chen Xian and Xia Xinyu responded to each call, reassuring everyone that he was fine and to not worry. "Darling, you are now a great hero, having appeared on television, and reporters are eager to interview you." After ending a call, Xia Xinyu turned to her husband, who was lying in bed, smiling. "Please, spare me the sarcasm. I am no hero. I merely sought that 30,000 yuan reward. It seems I will be confined to the house for a while until the fuss dies down," Chen Xian remarked thoughtfully. "Wife, please decline any interview requests from those reporters. I have no time for such things." "All right, I understand." Thus, for the next few days, Chen Xian remained at home, venturing nowhere. Naturally, he also communicated with his future self. The conversation roughly went as follows. "Hi, past self, good evening. You finally spoke to me. I have so many questions. Why can you communicate with me?" Chen Xian immediately inquired, as it was his greatest curiosity. Because I acquired a system called time-space dialogue, through which I can communicate with you. The future Chen Xuan replied. A system? Chen Xuan's eyes lit up. Having read novels, he understood what this implied. But then he pondered and asked, wait, since you are me, and you have the system, then I should have it too. Why do I have no memory of it? I cannot say. Perhaps it is the power of the system. Such abilities are inherently beyond comprehension, so do not dwell on it too much. All right then. One last question. What are the winning lottery numbers for the next draw? What will the stock market do? Where should I buy a house? Chen Xuan rattled off a series of questions. It is only natural that someone with such abilities would first think to inquire about lottery numbers. Hold on. I cannot answer any of those questions because I am merely you from an hour later. By the time I learn the lottery numbers, that round will have already sold out, and you won't be able to buy a ticket. As for stocks and housing, I am even less helpful. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan was rendered speechless. This encapsulates the essence of life. It is impossible to be in a constant state of crisis or excitement. Most of the time, life is simply mundane and filled with routine. Thus, there is nothing of great significance. The future self did not engage in any discourse with Chen Xuan. This evening, after dinner, Chen Xuan merrily approached carrying a small wooden basin, while Xia Xinru followed with a foot bath filled with warm water. What you two up to? Chen Xuan inquired, reclining on the bed, puzzled by the scene. Daddy, come here for a foot wash. I'll help you. Chen Xuan chimed in with a sweet voice. Xia Xinru chuckled helplessly. The school assigned homework, asking the children to assist their parents with foot washing. Hee, that's great. I used to help Chen Xuan with her bottom. Now it's time to help Daddy with his feet, Chen Xuan responded, instantly sitting up with a smile upon hearing this. Chen Xuan placed the basin beside the bed, and Xia Xinru poured the warm water into it. Daddy, extend your foot. Chen Xuan will help you wash, she declared, rolling up her sleeves like a little adult. Daddy's feet are a bit stinky, Chen Xuan remarked. Really? Chen Xuan curiously squatted by Chen Xuan's feet, and the silly girl even leaned in to take a whiff, immediately making a face of disgust and covering her nose, exclaiming, so stinky, even worse than poop. Witnessing her expression, Chen Xuan felt a flush of embarrassment. His feet were indeed prone to odor, especially in such sweltering weather, where even sitting still would emit a sour scent. I want to help Daddy wash anymore. Mommy, I'll wash your feet, Chen Xuan said with a look of distaste, then promptly grabbed Xia Xinru's hand, urging her to sit on the bed while she knelt down to wash her mother's feet with her tiny hands. Observing this, Chen Xuan could only smile wryly, realizing that even at such a tender age, he was already being dismissed. What would happen when she grew older? Nonetheless, Chen Xuan eventually completed her assignment by washing her father's feet. Chen Xuan, you should join us. Let us all wash feet together, Xia Xinru suggested with a smile. Okay, Chen Xuan exclaimed joyfully, scampering to fetch a small stool and dipping her own little feet into the water. Oh no, Daddy, don't step on me. Hee, I will step. Let us see where you run. Chen Xuan, don't be afraid. We'll step on Daddy's feet together. Hee, Daddy, don't run. Soon, the family was immersed in playful antics, splashing water and filling the room with laughter, creating a scene of warmth and happiness. Chapter 8. 300,000 received. Candlelight dinner. Hello. Is this Mr. Chen Xuan? Yes, it is. I am from the Hongqi police station. Because you assisted in capturing an online fugitive, you will be rewarded with 300,000 yuan. When can you come by to sign and collect your prize? Oh, I'm free right now. I'll come over immediately. The following morning, Chen Xuan received a call from the police station, bringing him immense joy. After sharing the news with his wife, he headed to the station. Following the staff's arrangements, he signed the necessary documents and had his photo taken. By around 3 in the afternoon, he received a notification that the funds had been deposited into his bank account. Exactly 300,000. Not a penny more, not a penny less. The reward for aiding in the capture of fugitive was not akin to winning the lottery, thus exempt from taxation. Laughter erupted as the long-awaited funds were finally deposited. This money, earned through immense sacrifice, was a lifeline. After settling debts of 250,000, a mere 50,000 remained. While not substantial, it was a timely blessing. Upon receiving the notification, Chen Xuan leapt joyfully from his bed. Money, though not omnipotent, is indispensable. Without it, one finds oneself utterly powerless. This cannot be construed as mere greed on Chen Xuan's part, for the family's financial plight is dire. To ensure a better life for his wife and daughter, financial resources are imperative. With newfound wealth, he resolved not to live in such a state of subjugation any longer. He envisioned a future self who would continue guiding him. And with this golden opportunity, earning money would surely become an effortless endeavor. With these thoughts, Chen Xuan sprang into action, freshened up, donned a clean outfit, and stepped outside. Of course, he was not venturing out for frivolous indulgences. He had a family, and his departure was for more significant matters. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was time for Xia Xinru to finish her work. She mounted her trusty bicycle and hurried to the school. "Mama, oh, my dear daughter, come here and give me a kiss," Xia Xinru exclaimed as she embraced her daughter, Chen Xuan, who adorably planted a loving peck on her cheek, eliciting envy from those around them. What a delightful little girl. Upon returning home, she vowed to work diligently with her husband to welcome a precious daughter into their lives. With a charming daughter and a beautiful mother, surely her husband must be a successful, handsome man, deserving of such a family. Envy filled her heart as she recalled her own son, a chubby little fellow who seemed to do little more than eat and whine. She often felt an overwhelming urge to chastise him. The striking beauty of the mother and daughter duo left onlookers in awe. Xia Xinru radiated elegance and beauty, while Chen Xuan exuded an endearing charm. The sight of such a pair elicited admiration from all directions. "Goodbye, Teacher Su." "Goodbye, Chen Xuan." After exchanging farewells, Xia Xinru and Chen Xuan returned home. "Bang, bang. Daddy, open the door, we're back," Chen Xuan called out in her sweet voice while knocking on the door. However, after several moments of knocking, silence greeted them. Xia Xinru felt puzzled. Her husband was usually home at this hour. Had he perhaps stepped out for a moment? "Chen Xuan, let Mama open the door. Daddy must be busy," Xia Xinru reassured her daughter as she approached and placed her thumb on the fingerprint keypad. Following the incident that had occurred previously, they had installed a fingerprint lock for enhanced security, even if it had cost a bit more. With a chime, the door swung open, and Xia Xinru, without a second thought, pushed it wide. Chen Xuan was the first to dart inside, but as soon as she entered, she froze, her mouth agape in astonishment. Xia Xinru followed her in, equally taken aback. In the living room, an array of red candles adorned the space, while the curtains were drawn tight, casting a dim glow throughout the room. However, the flickering candlelight created a mesmerizing ambience, encircling a delightful and oversized snow-white doll, alongside a luxurious cosmetic set. Xia Xinru instantly recognized the makeup kit as one she had long coveted but refrained from purchasing due to its steep price. It contained lipstick, facial cleanser, moisturizer, essence, and more. Meanwhile, Xuan's gaze was immediately captivated by the snow-white doll, her little eyes sparkling with delight. She adored the doll, and its size promised an exceptionally comforting embrace. At that moment, a gentle melody began to play softly in the background. The bedroom door swung open, revealing Chen Xuan, impeccably dressed in formal attire, exuding charm and sophistication as he emerged, each hand cradling a bouquet of flowers, his face radiant with a beaming smile. "Darling," Xia Xinru gasped, covering her mouth in awe, her heart brimming with emotion. What girl does not yearn for romance? What girl does not cherish roses? What girl does not adore gifts? Approaching the mother and daughter, Chen Xuan presented the flowers with a warm smile, saying, "Wife, Xuan, you are the two women I cherish most in this life. May you both find eternal happiness and joy." Xia Xinru and Chen Xuan gazed at Chen Xuan, both profoundly touched. "Husband," Xia Xinru exclaimed, leaping into his embrace, nearly moved to tears. "Daddy," Chen Xuan echoed, though her embrace was around his leg, her expression equally filled with emotion. The sensation of being enveloped by his wife and daughter filled Chen Xuan with immense joy. "My beloved wife, my dear daughter, I vow to ensure you both live a wonderful life from this day forth," Chen Xuan silently promised. "All right, today is a day of celebration. Let us all be happy. Shall we?" He chuckled. The mother and daughter finally released their hold, with Chen Xuan darting to the snow-white doll, enveloping it in her arms with sheer adoration. Chen Xuan, do you like your gift? Chen Xuan inquired with a smile. Yes, yes. Thank you, Daddy. Chen Xuan nodded enthusiastically. If you like it so much, come give me a kiss. Chen Xuan teased. With a giggle, Chen Xuan rushed over, wrapping her arms around his neck and planting a kiss on his cheek. To capture this beautiful moment, Xia Xinru took out her phone, snapping a photo of the tender father-daughter kiss, preserving it as a cherished memory for a lifetime. The surprises were not yet over. With a smile, Chen Xuan headed into the kitchen, emerging with an array of delectable dishes, spicy crayfish, braised fish, and stir-fried intestines, filling the air with an enticing aroma that wafted throughout the home. Wow, it smells amazing. Husband, you are wonderful. I'm already salivating. Xia Xinru and Chen Xuan exclaimed, their eyes lighting up as they succumbed to their culinary cravings. Under the gentle glow of candlelight, the family gathered to partake in their evening meal, their laughter resonating throughout the room. This was a candlelit dinner, a moment of sheer joy for the family, the happiest they had experienced since the failure of their entrepreneurial venture that left them in substantial debt. It was a memory they would cherish for a lifetime. Chapter 9. The hardworking migrant worker, my dear, I have transferred the entirety of the $30,000 rewarded by the police department to your bank account. Aside from the expenses we have already incurred, he announced. These funds are earned through your toil and sacrifice, my husband. Perhaps it would be better to keep them with you? She suggested. Never mind. It is best that you manage the finances. I shall focus on earning, he replied. Besides, a man with money may become reckless. Do you not fear that? I am untroubled, for I trust you, she reassured him. As the night deepened, Chen Yuan had retreated to her own room for sleep. In their chamber, Chen Xuan lay on the bed, while Xia Xinru nestled her small head upon his chest. They chatted amiably while enjoying a film together. We should settle our debts. The burden of owing others is rather uncomfortable, Xia Xinru remarked. Chen Xuan, gently stroking his wife's silky hair, nodded in agreement. Indeed, I feel the same. In the future, I will consistently communicate with you about our finances. If we desire to earn, it will be remarkably easy. Therefore, do not be so frugal. Spend when necessary, and do not overexert yourself. All right, husband, I understand, Xia Xinru replied, her face radiating happiness as she embraced her beloved. They were watching a foreign film that began innocuously enough, but soon took a rather unexpected turn. The protagonists in a cave engaged in intimate activities, producing sounds that made both feel exceedingly awkward. How embarrassing! Why do films nowadays include such scenes? What if it misleads the children? Xia Xinru exclaimed, glancing at Chen Xuan, only to find him engrossed in the screen. In a playful fit of annoyance, she quickly covered his eyes with her hand, scolding, Are you still watching? Do you dare test me? As she playfully pinched his waist, it was not painful, but rather ticklish, eliciting hearty laughter from Chen Xuan. You dare tickle me? Just wait and see how I handle you, Chen Xuan declared, shutting off his phone and immediately beginning to tickle her in return. Their laughter filled the room as they playfully wrestled like children, soon entangled in each other's arms. In a playful twist, Xia Xinru wrapped her long, fair leg around Chen Xuan's waist, prompting him to roll over and pin her gently onto the bed. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to stand still. Xia Xinru's hair was slightly tousled, beads of sweat glistened on her forehead, and her exquisite features were breathtaking, particularly her enticing cherry lips. Chen Xuan, captivated by her beauty, swallowed hard and leaned in for a kiss. As their lips met, an electric sensation coursed through their bodies. Initially shy, Xia Xinru gradually surrendered to the moment, wrapping her arms around her husband's neck and responding passionately to his kiss. Chen Xuan's hands began to wander restlessly, gliding over his wife's tender form, ultimately ascending to a pair of exquisite peaks. The bed creaked softly, accompanied by a series of sounds that would leave anyone blushing. A night of unbounded springtime. The following day, as was customary, the family enjoyed breakfast before heading off to their respective workplaces. Chen Xuan had taken a few days off, and his leg injury had nearly healed. Upon his return to the construction site, the attitude of his colleagues had undergone a complete transformation. Xiao Xian, you're quite the lad. A real man, and you Haven Tea brought shame upon us migrant workers, they exclaimed. Xiao Xian is now a hero. I watched that video, subduing a criminal with bare hands. Not everyone possesses such courage. The accolades poured in, and Chen Xuan felt a touch of embarrassment as he walked by. Even the foreman came over to offer his compliments. Most of the workers here were farmers in their 40s and 50s, with simple and unpretentious natures. They genuinely admired Chen Xuan and felt proud of his heroic deeds. That said, work must continue. Chen Xuan was a scaffolder, a profession fraught with danger, responsible for erecting operational platforms, safety railings, well frames, hanging baskets, and support frames. While the technical skill might not rival that of carpenters, the risks were considerably higher. Consequently, daily wages could reach over 400, even 600. Xiao Xian, come here. A dark-skinned uncle waved at Chen Xuan from a distance. Chen Xuan immediately smiled and rushed over. Master Lu, this middle-aged man, in his 40s, was Chen Xian's mentor on the site. Without his guidance, Chen Xuan would not have mastered the scaffolding trade so swiftly. Chen Xuan held deep respect and admiration for Master Lu. Speaking of him, he also had a tragic story. His father passed away unexpectedly when he was very young, and his mother had been paralyzed by a mysterious illness 15 years ago. At 35, he finally married, but after the birth of their child, his wife could not bear the hardships and left with another man. Left to care for his son and his paralyzed mother, Master Lu faced unimaginable difficulties. Now in his 40s, his face was etched with wrinkles, and his hair was completely white. Yet, he maintained an optimistic and resilient spirit, a quality that deeply inspired Chen Xuan. In comparison, those young individuals who failed to gain admission to university or who resorted to drastic measures after breakups seemed insignificant. Good lad, you're doing well. My son saw your video the other day and said he wants to take you as a role model, to become a great hero who protects the people, Master Lu remarked, patting Chen Xuan on the shoulder with a broad smile. Please, don't consider me a role model. If you must look up to scientists, border guards, or doctors, I am merely an ordinary person, Chen Xuan responded, waving his hands in modesty. Master Lu chuckled. Do not be so humble. I saw the video too. If it were anyone else, even if they recognized the fugitive, they might not have dared to act. Chen Xuan chuckled helplessly. Had it not been for the 30,000, he likely would not have possessed such courage. The two exchanged a few brief words before commencing their task for the day. Donning safety helmets, securing safety ropes, and gathering their tools, they ascended in the crane. They were to perform high-altitude work on the 10th floor. For others, merely glancing down would induce a dizzying sensation and trembling legs. Yet, Chen Xuan had to precariously balance on steel beams, erecting pipes as thick as his wrist, a task that was not only arduous but also fraught with peril. A misstep could result in a disastrous fall. Time inexorably passed. The sun blazed higher in the sky, and sweat had thoroughly drenched Chen Xuan, stinging his eyes and causing him discomfort. Yet he persevered. He was a man with parents above and a wife and children below. He had to support his family. Chapter 10. Xiao Dong's truant swim. Xiao Xian. Are you hungry? Come over and eat something, take a break. At that moment, Master Lu walked slowly along the steel beams, carrying 2 large buns and 2 bottles of water. Yes, a bit, Chen Xuan replied, not hesitating to cease his work and approach. They found a place to sit, and without any disdain, Chen Xuan accepted the long cold bun and began to eat heartily. Eat slowly. There's water here, Master Lu chuckled, his gaze towards Chen Xuan reminiscent of an elder observing a younger relative. Thank you, Uncle Lu, you should eat too. Don't just watch me, Chen Xuan smiled, taking the mineral water and gulping it down. Master Lu observed Chen Xuan with satisfaction, nodding as he spoke. Xiao Xian, nowadays, young people who come to work at construction sites and can endure such hardships like you are becoming increasingly rare. What's wrong with that? Back in my hometown, I harvested grain, carried corn, and cut pigweed. I've done it all. In fact, I think working on the site is quite good. Earning over 10,000 a month is better than being a white-collar worker, Chen Xuan replied. Your perspective is misguided, Master Lu interjected promptly. Look at me, filthy and disdained wherever I go. Every time I attend Xiao Dong's parent-teacher meeting, I dread others discovering I am a migrant worker. It would cause Xiao Dong to look down on me. Therefore, Xiao Xian, if there is a path forward, I advise you not to continue down this road. It is not only dangerous. Listening to Master Lu, Chen Xuan felt an inexplicable pang in his heart, yet he could not muster a single retort. What was wrong with being a migrant worker? Without them, could these towering edifices be constructed? They earned their living through honest labor, without theft or deceit. Why should they be looked down upon? Yet, this was the harsh reality of society, and Chen Xuan found himself at a loss for words. Just as he was halfway through his meal, Master Lu's old mobile phone suddenly rang. "You're the most beautiful cloud in my heart. Why not stay?" After placing his items down, Master Lu retrieved his phone from his belt pouch, glanced at it in surprise, and hurriedly answered the call. "Hello? Teacher He, did you call for me? Is this Lu Xiaodong's father? It appears that Xiaodong and a few classmates may have sneaked out to play, and they have yet to arrive for class. Do you have any idea where he might be? Or could you assist in contacting them? The school is quite concerned about their safety." A woman's voice resonated on the other end of the line. Due to the antiquated phone, the sound was quite loud, and Chen Xuan could hear it distinctly, his expression darkening. "This rascal has taken a skipping class," he thought. "When I find him, I shall certainly give him a good thrashing." Upon hearing this, Master Lu grew increasingly agitated, his voice filled with ire. "Do not be angry. The immediate priority is to locate the children. With the weather being so hot, I fear they may have gone swimming in the river. Lu Xiaodong's father. Please think carefully. Where might he have gone?" "Teacher," he inquired. Master Lu calmed down somewhat, as his son was typically obedient and had never gone swimming or played truant before. He genuinely could not fathom where the children might be. "Teacher He, I truly do not know." "Understood. I will reach out to other parents." Lu Xiaodong's father. "If you receive any news, please contact me immediately," Teacher He instructed. "All right." After hanging up, Master Lu found himself at a loss, unsure of what to do next. Chen Xuan, remaining relatively composed, said, "Uncle Lu, do not panic. Think carefully about where Xiaodong might have gone to play." No sooner had he spoken than a voice echoed in his mind. "Hello, can you hear me, past self?" Future Chen Xuan spoke, his tone laden with urgency. "Yes. What is it? Has something happened?" Chen Xuan replied hastily. To make a long story short, in an hour and a half, the police will receive a report that 5 elementary school students are swimming in the river beneath the Yinzi River Dam, with 3 of them likely to drown, one of whom is Xiaodong. Uncle Lu will faint from grief upon receiving this news. "You must find a way to avert this tragedy," Future Chen Xuan urged. Panic surged within Chen Xuan at the warning. "Understood. Rest assured, I will find Xiaodong and the others as swiftly as possible to prevent this disaster." At that moment, Master Lu was on the phone with a friend, inquiring whether Xiaodong had been to their place. "Uncle Lu, quickly hand me the motorcycle keys. I believe I know where they might have gone." Chen Xuan exclaimed. "Where?" Master Lu asked, taken aback, but he quickly retrieved the keys. "It's exceedingly hot. They may have gone swimming in secret. I will ride over to the Yinzi River to check. You stay here at work. Xiaodong is in my care," Chen Xuan declared, already sprinting toward the lift. He moved swiftly, and by the time Master Lu attempted to follow, Chen Xuan was already several meters ahead. Upon reaching the ground, Chen Xuan mounted the motorcycle. With a roar, the engine came to life, the motorcycle darting away like a wild stallion, moving with remarkable speed. The Yinzi River, located outside the city, is a river with numerous tributaries, its waters crystal clear, frequented by many for swimming. However, incidents of drowning frequently occur, especially during this scorching weather, when children sneak down to the river for a swim. Although patrols have been arranged, there are inevitably moments when vigilance falters. They must be in the tributary below the Swallows River Dam. "I often played there when I was a student," Chen Xuan mused. The motorcycle sped swiftly, and soon he exited the city. Suddenly altering his course, he raced down a stone-paved road. Before long, a river appeared before him, and after a brief stretch, a dam came into view. Chen Xuan immediately slammed on the brakes and came to a halt, then dashed down a small path beside the dam. Soon, he heard the sounds of laughter and splashing coming from ahead. Passing through a small bamboo grove, he immediately spotted 5 elementary school students swimming naked in the river, the water flowing tumultuously. Among them was Xiaodong. "Xiaodong, get over here this instant," Chen Xuan shouted, realizing that in the future he would drown. and Uncle Lu would be so furious he might faint. Anger surged within him as he bellowed. The loud shouts startled the 5 small children, who were filled with fear. Upon seeing Chen Xuan, Xiao Dong hurriedly swam toward the shore. And you 4, come here immediately. The school has already notified your parents, and they will be here soon. Chen Xuan yelled at the other 4, brandishing a bamboo stick. Hearing this, the other 4 turned pale with fear and quickly swam back to the shore. Chapter 11. Teaching them a lesson. Lu Xiaodong was a 10-year-old boy, slender in build and naked, his skin almost clinging to his bones. He sported a buzz cut and had bright little eyes that gave him an intelligent appearance. After clambering out of the river, he spotted Chen Xuan and was clearly frightened, standing there awkwardly. Come here, Chen Xuan called out, holding the bamboo stick. During the time he apprenticed, Chen Xuan had visited Master Lu's home, bringing fruits and milk, and had met Lu Xiaodong a few times. Brother Xuan, should I put on my underwear first? Lu Xiaodong hesitated, feeling a bit embarrassed. At that moment, he was still bare, dripping wet, with a cool breeze brushing against him. Now you feel shy? When you stripped down to wash, I didn't see any modesty then. Hurry up and get dressed. Chen Xuan glared at him. Lu Xiaodong quickly ran to the nearby bushes, grabbed a pair of shorts, and put them on. The other 4 boys hurried over as well, disregarding their wet bodies, and swiftly dressed. All done. Come here, Chen Xuan shouted. Who are you? What gives you the right to boss us around? One of the little rascals, clearly a troublemaker, shouted back at Chen Xuan. Oh, come on. Chen Xuan stood up and walked towards him. The boy immediately took off running, but after just a few steps, Chen Xuan caught him by the collar and lifted him effortlessly off the ground. Trying to run away? Do you want a beating? Chen Xuan had no intention of indulging the mischievous child. With one hand gripping him and the other wielding a bamboo stick, he struck the boy's legs. Ouch! How dare you hit me? I'll tell my dad, and he'll deal with you. The boy exclaimed defiantly. You think I'm afraid of you? Chen Xuan retorted, unfazed, and delivered several more swats to the boy's backside. In their childhood, they had endured similar discipline from their parents when they misbehaved by the river. If pain could instill wisdom, he would surely refrain from such antics next time. It hurts, brother. I'm sorry. The previously arrogant child was now subdued. Stand over there quietly, or I'll continue, Chen Xuan commanded. Yes. The boy complied immediately, standing obediently aside. Observing the 5 of them lined up, Chen Xuan promptly called Uncle Lu to inform him that he had located the children, prompting a sigh of relief from the latter. Lu then hastily contacted teacher Su to relay the situation. The school had dispatched personnel to search along the riverbank, and upon receiving the precise location, they rushed over. Hey, do you have any idea how worried your teacher is? How anxious your parents are? They've been calling nonstop looking for you. Chen Xuan approached the group, bamboo stick in hand, and coldly addressed them. Do you know your behavior is illegal? I could call the police right now and have you all arrested, locked away for life. He deliberately sought to intimidate them, clearly aware that these children harbored a deep fear of law enforcement. Upon hearing his words, their faces paled significantly. Wah, I'm sorry. I won't swim again. Please, don't let the police catch me. A chubby boy began to wail. The others, though silent, appeared equally shaken. Chen Xuan suppressed a laugh at the sight, recognizing that such children needed to be frightened. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly repeat their reckless behavior. Had it not been for the foresight he received, 3 of them might have already drowned, leaving their parents in profound sorrow. Xiaodong, weren't you always the obedient one? Why have you taken to skipping classes? Do you realize how hard your father works at the construction site, enduring the sweltering heat atop a building? Chen Xuan turned his gaze to Lu Xiaodong, disappointment etched on his face. The thought of Uncle Lu collapsing from grief over his son's drowning weighed heavily on his heart. Lu Xiaodong was at a loss for words. His head bowed as tears streamed down his cheeks. Observing this, Chen Xuan refrained from saying more. Who among us isn't teared in their youth? Acknowledging one's mistakes and striving to improve is of utmost importance. Enough of the tears. It's quite hot. You all should take refuge in that bamboo grove over there. The school staff will be here shortly, Chen Xuan said, giving Lu Xiaodong a reassuring pat on the shoulder. The 5 children, heads hung low, retreated to the bamboo grove to rest. After a brief wait, The school's teachers hurriedly arrived, with their homeroom teacher, a recent graduate, looking particularly pale, knowing that any mishap involving her students would haunt her for a lifetime. Upon seeing that the five were unharmed, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. "What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and apologize to the teacher," Chen Xuan admonished them. The five lowered their heads and approached their homeroom teacher, saying, "Teacher Su, we are sorry, we won't do it again." Initially, Teacher Su was quite angry at the five, but witnessing their sincere apology diminished her ire significantly. "It's all right, let's return to school now. Your parents are already waiting for you," Teacher Su stated. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the five changed instantly, for they anticipated a stern reprimand of stir-fried bamboo shoots and meat upon returning home. Suddenly, Teacher Su's gaze fell upon Chen Xuan, and, recognizing him, she exclaimed in astonishment, You are Mr. Chen, the hero who single-handedly subdued the criminals?" Chen Xuan felt a bit shy at the remark, scratching his head and responding, "That was in the past. It's behind us now. Mr. Chen, I cannot thank you enough. These children are so disobedient. They even skip class to go swimming. Had you not discovered them in time, who knows what could have happened?" Teacher Su expressed her gratitude profusely. Other teachers also came forth to extend their thanks. "It's nothing. I happened to know this place was suitable for games, so I came to take a look, and I was surprised to find them here. You needn't be too formal. The most important thing is that the children are safe," Chen Xuan replied with a smile. After a few pleasantries, Chen Xuan did not linger and departed on his motorcycle. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the construction site. Master Lu immediately approached him, inquiring about the details. Chen Xuan did not withhold any information and relayed everything to him. "That rascal actually skipped class to go swimming. Once he gets home, I will surely teach him a lesson," Master Lu exclaimed in anger, wishing he could rush to the school right away to discipline his son. "Uncle Lu, please calm down. Children make mistakes. Who doesn't? When Xiao Dong returns home, please don't scold him. Have a good talk with him. He is quite obedient. Reasoning with him will be far more effective than punishment," Chen Xuan urged. In matters of educating children, mere punishment resolves nothing. It may even incite more rebellion. Master Lu nodded in understanding. Subsequently, the two resumed their work, their clothes soaked in sweat. Chapter 12. The winning lottery numbers in the next 2 hours Thursday. After dinner, a cool breeze swept through outside, providing a delightful respite from the sweltering summer heat. "Daddy, Mommy, can we go out to play? It feels so nice outside," Chen Xuan chirped, her voice sweet and innocent. Summer Shinru was washing the dishes in the kitchen, while Chen Xuan tidied up the living space, both diligently working without slacking off. "You may go out to play, but you must help Daddy clean up first," Chen Xuan replied with a smile, pausing his task. Okay, Chen Yuan eagerly agreed, scampering over to snatch the broom from Chen Xuan's hands and began sweeping. The broom was rather long for her. As she swung it, she appeared unsteady, staggering comically. Chen Xuan couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. "You, bullying even the little ones." In the kitchen, Xia Xinru cast a glance outside and sighed. "What do you know? I'm merely nurturing Xuanyan's practical skills. When she grows older, she can take care of laundry, shoes, and cooking all by herself." Chen Xuan laughed, though he was only jesting. His affection for Xuanyan surpassed that of anyone else. "I'll report you for child abuse and have you thrown in jail," Xia Xinru teased. Upon hearing this, Xuanyan immediately halted her actions, hands on her hips, glaring at Xia Xinru. "Oomph, Mama, you mustn't arrest Daddy. He's the best person in the world." "Foolish girl, I'm helping you," Xia Xinru replied, exasperated. "I love doing laundry, cleaning shoes, and cooking. I don't want to help," Xuanyan declared innocently. Chen Xuan was amused, bursting into laughter, while Xia Xinru sighed, thinking that this girl was hopeless. Perhaps it was time to consider having a second child. Of course, this was merely a small episode in their daily life. Children, by nature, love to play. They find great joy in sweeping the floor, washing clothes, and cleaning shoes. After finishing the dishes, the family of 3 closed the door behind them and left home hand in hand. Along the way, they encountered several familiar faces. "Hello, Uncle." "Hello, Grandma." "Ah, Xuanyan is so well-behaved and understanding. Grandma has some candy for you. Would you like some?" Thank you, Grandma, but I don't want any. You have it. Xinyan, adorned in a princess dress with her hair styled in a cute double ponytail, had a face not only beautiful but also delightfully rosy, attracting the admiring gazes of many uncles and aunts whenever she stepped outside. Not long after leaving home, they were halted by an elderly lady from the neighborhood, eager to offer Xinyan some candy. After bidding farewell, the family strolled along a tree-lined path in the community. Chen Xuan and Xia Xinru walked hand in hand, taking slow, leisurely steps as a gentle breeze brushed against them, bringing a refreshing coolness. They both relished this tranquil moment. Meanwhile, Xinyan, once downstairs, let loose, bounding ahead with exuberance. Honey, I wish we could hold hands like this forever and just keep walking, Xia Xinru said, linking her arms with Chen Xian's right arm, resting her head gently on his shoulder, radiating happiness. Yes, we will be together forever, never depart, Chen Xian assured her with conviction. A gust of wind swept by, lifting Xia Xinru's hair. Chen Xian paused, reaching out to delicately smooth her locks. In that instant, they resembled the protagonists of a romantic Korean drama, a perfect match in both talent and beauty. Unfortunately, this idyllic moment was soon interrupted by a voice. Daddy, Mommy, why are you so slow? Can you hurry up? Xinyan called back impatiently from up ahead. All right, we're coming, the couple replied, hastening their pace. Thus, the family of three continued their stroll, filled with laughter and conversation. At that moment, a voice from his future self suddenly echoed in Chen Xian's mind. Past self, you should be taking a stroll with my wife right now. How delightful that must be, the future Chen Xian remarked. The statement sounded peculiar, and Chen Xian was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, She is my wife, not yours. I am you, and you are me. Our wife is the same person. Why are you so upset? If you are here just to say this, you can keep quiet. I do not wish to hear it, Chen Yuan retorted, experiencing a rare moment of self-doubt. Honey, what is wrong? Xia Xinru asked, noticing Chen Xian standing still. Lost in thought. I am conversing with my future self. Chen Xian replied with a smile. Xia Xinru nodded, her curiosity piqued by this unusual scenario of talking to oneself. Enough of the jesting. Due to a system upgrade, I am now you from 2 hours into the future. This means I can inform you about events that transpire in 2 hours, the future Chen Xian explained. Chen Xian was momentarily stunned, not realizing that the system could indeed upgrade, extending the time frame to 2 hours. If that is the case, could this time potentially be extended to 3 hours? 4 hours? Even a week? He exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, but the system upgrades very slowly. It is unlikely to enhance further in the short term, the future self replied. Chen Xian nodded, suddenly realizing something crucial. Lottery tickets are sold out in the final hour. Now that he could foresee events occurring 2 hours later, could he not discern the winning lottery numbers? Excited by this thought, he hurriedly inquired, What are the winning lottery numbers? Haha, as expected of me, your reaction is swift. I have come to inform you of the winning numbers. The future Chen Xian replied, self-satisfied. Chen Xian felt a wave of annoyance at this self-praise, even if it was directed by his own future self. Mommy, what is Daddy doing? Why is he grinning like that? It's a bit scary. Xian, holding Xia Xinru's hand, looked up at the smiling Chen Xian with confusion. Is Daddy being silly? Be good, Xian. Daddy is just pondering something. We mustn't disturb him. Xia Xinru gently patted her little head, though she too was perplexed, unaware of what conversation had brought her husband such joy. Xian obediently quieted down. Today is Thursday, and the winning numbers for the double color ball will be announced tonight. You still have time to buy a ticket. The winning numbers are 0, 5, 12, 18. The future Chen Xian declared. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian was filled with exhilaration. These were the winning lottery numbers. If they purchased this combination, they could win millions, perhaps even tens of millions. For both Chen Xians, this represented an extraordinary fortune. With such wealth, they could buy a home, a car, exquisite jewelry, indulge in fine dining and clothing, and never again have to toil for a living. Life would suddenly reach its pinnacle. Let's go. Hurry and buy the lottery ticket, Chen Xian exclaimed, snapping back to reality and turning to Xia Xinru. The lottery station is located not far from their residential community. Checking the time, They realized there was still ample time before the tickets sold out, and they could easily make it. Dear, what's the matter? Why the sudden urge to buy a lottery ticket? Xia Xinru inquired, puzzled. Let us talk while we walk. Chen Xuan responded, swiftly lifting Chen Xuan into his arms and jogging towards the lottery station. Upon learning the backstory, Xia Xinru became immediately exhilarated, her face illuminated with joy. Chen Xuan, unable to comprehend the excitement, looked bewildered at her suddenly animated parents, her mind filled with questions. Could it be that Mommy and Daddy had taken some strange medicine? She pondered. If Chen Xuan and Xia Xinru were to hear this thought, they would undoubtedly scold her for such an ungrateful remark. Chapter 13. Purchasing lottery tickets before long. They arrived at the lottery station. Madam, we would like to purchase the double chromosphere, Chen Xuan promptly declared. The proprietor, a woman, paused in surprise as she observed the family rushing in, and chuckled. You must have sprinted over. Indeed, my wife had a dream in which we won the first prize in the lottery, so we hurried here to buy a ticket. If we delayed, we might miss out. Chen Xuan explained. Xia Xinru nodded, smiling. What a fortuitous dream. If you truly win the lottery, I shall extend my heartfelt congratulations. The shopkeeper said, settling down to inquire. What numbers would you like? Random selection, or... Without further ado, Chen Xuan chose 10 sets of numbers, of which he specifically selected 3 for the winning combination of 0, 5, 12, and 18. Xia Xinru, observing from the side, opened her mouth, clearly wanting to voice her thoughts, but ultimately refrained. All right, here are your lottery tickets. Please keep them safe. The proprietress handed them over. Chen Xuan accepted them solemnly, feeling their weight in his hands. The first prize for the double chromosphere would be at least 5 million. With 3 selections, that could mean a staggering 15 million or more. Such a vast fortune would surely evoke excitement and exhilaration in anyone, which is why the tickets felt so heavy in his grasp. After purchasing the tickets, the family turned to leave, and not far from the lottery shop, Xia Xinru promptly voiced her curiosity. Dear, why didn't we buy more? Just 3 tickets? We should have at least gone for 10. Now that we know the winning numbers, wouldn't it make sense to secure a few more? 1 extra ticket could mean at least 5 million more. She questioned, incredulously. Chen Xuan shook his head, responding earnestly, it's not as straightforward as you think, especially in the lottery industry, which is fraught with complexities. While it claims to be fair and just, there are many hidden intricacies. If we buy too many, the winning numbers might change. Upon hearing this, Xia Xinru nodded thoughtfully. Chen Xuan understood the concept of human greed, and he was already quite satisfied with the prospect of winning over 15 million. Besides, possessing the ability to communicate with his future self, he found the prospect of earning money exceedingly accessible. They retraced their steps. 20 minutes later, Chen Xuan and his family returned home. The draw for the double color ball takes place on Tuesday, Thursday, and Sunday evenings at 9:15. It was only 8 o'clock, so there was no need for haste. Dear, why don't you take a shower first? I will teach Chen Xuan to sing a little, said Xia Xinru with a smile. Whenever they had spare time, in addition to teaching Chen Xuan to read and write, she would also instruct her in singing. Chen Xuan had developed a keen interest in this art. Whenever she had a moment, she would beg her mother to sing together, her small voice remarkably melodious. Yay, let us sing, Mama. What song are we singing today? Chen Xuan exclaimed joyfully. Today we will sing Auspicious Triplets, replied Xia Xinru, observing the mother and daughter happily entering the bedroom. Chen Xuan nodded with a smile and then took his clothes into the bathroom. After thoroughly washing himself from head to toe, he exited the bathroom, intending to dry his hair. Just then, an agitated voice drifted in from the balcony, prompting Chen Xuan's curiosity to investigate. Mom, didn't I tell you? You need to stop interfering in my relationship with Xiao Xian. We are living our own lives, not yours. I think Xiao Xian is wonderful. So what if he is a migrant worker? As long as he treats me well, that is all that matters. The voice belonged to Xia Xinru, who was currently on the phone on the balcony, her expression dark and her tone sharp, as if a quarrel was imminent. Chen Xuan listened and immediately realized it was undoubtedly a call from his mother-in-law. His mother-in-law was quite the snob. Ever since Chen Xuan and Xia Xinru began dating, she had consistently opposed their union. Even now that they were married, she frequently called Xia Xinru, urging her to divorce. The reason was simple. She believed her daughter, being so exceptional, should not marry someone like Chen Xuan, a poor man, she thought at the very least. Her daughter should wed a wealthy heir or a bureaucrat's offspring. In short, she looked down on Chen Xuan for his lack of wealth. Were it not for Xia Xinru's unwavering commitment to building a life with Chen Xuan, they might have been torn apart long ago. Mom, how can you think like this? Always wishing for your daughter to divorce? I swear I will never get divorced. Xia Xinru shouted angrily before hanging up the phone, her face flushed with rage. Turning around, she was startled to see Chen Xuan. You finished showering so quickly? Well, men are not like you women. A shower takes at least half an hour, Chen Xuan replied, his expression turning serious. Dear, please don't be upset. It's not good for your health to get angry. Sigh. You know my mother all too well. Even after all these years of marriage, she is still urging us to divorce. To put it plainly, she wants me to marry someone wealthy so she can gain substantial benefits and find a good daughter-in-law for her son, Xia Xinru sighed. Her family had a tendency to favor sons over daughters. Xia Xinru had a younger brother, 5 years her junior, who had been spoiled since childhood, and now, having dropped out of school, neither worked nor contributed, merely wandering aimlessly through life. Recently, it has come to my attention that a young lady has captured someone's heart, albeit with rather lofty expectations. In addition to possessing a car and a house, she demands a substantial bride price of 300,000 yuan. This considerable sum is beyond the financial reach of Xia Xinru's parents, which has led them to contemplate leveraging their daughter's situation. Xia Xinru, possessing striking beauty that belies her status as a mother, appears as youthful as a woman in her early 20s, having attracted countless admirers since childhood. Among her suitors is Fong Tianhao, a now successful entrepreneur worth millions, who remains unmarried. By a stroke of fate, he encountered Xia Xinru's mother and candidly expressed his enduring affection for Xia Xinru, indicating that he harbors no reservations about her past as long as they could be together. He even proposed a bride price of 500,000 yuan, showcasing a rather audacious spirit. Xia Xinru's mother, being somewhat materialistic and currently overwhelmed by her son's predicament, has begun to entertain the idea of persuading her daughter to divorce and marry Fong Tianhao instead. Enough of this talk. Dear, please take Chen Xuan for a bath, Chen Xuan suggested, noticing Xia Xinru's melancholic demeanor. All right, Xia Xinru nodded, suppressing her emotions and replacing her frown with a smile as she went to call Chen Xuan for a bath. Regardless of her circumstances, she was determined to maintain a cheerful facade for her child. After their bath, the clock struck 9 in the evening, and Chen Xuan hurriedly called his wife over as the live broadcast of the Double Colorball Lottery commenced on television. Chapter 14. A Stroke of Luck. Hello everyone. Today is June 9th, 2023, and welcome to this lottery draw, announced the host on television, as Xia Xinru, upon hearing her husband's voice, quickly brought Chen Xuan over to sit on a stool and watch. The male and female hosts were engaged in a brief introduction, while behind them stood a lottery draw container, clearly visible on the large screen. Mommy, what is happening? Chen Xuan asked curiously, her eyes wide as she noticed the multitude of red balls. This is the live draw for the double color ball, Xia Xinru replied, her voice tinged with anxiety. Chen Xuan shared her tension. Although he had been provided with the accurate winning numbers from the future, he understood that the future is malleable. In the unpredictable realm of lotteries, even the slightest alteration could dramatically shift outcomes. Thus, they were not entirely confident in their chances of winning the grand prize. The double color ball? Chen Xuan echoed, clearly not grasping the concept. Chen Xuan smiled and said, Chen Xuan, if we win, we will have money. We could take you to the amusement park every day, buy whatever you want to eat, live in a big house, and even drive a car. Upon hearing her father's words, Xuan's eyes sparkled with excitement, particularly at the prospect of daily visits to the amusement park. Really? She exclaimed. Absolutely. Hooray. Let's win soon, so we can go to the amusement park every day. Chen Xuan replied with immense joy. Chen Xuan and Xia Xinru exchanged glances, their expressions betraying a sense of disbelief. Winning such a prize was no simple feat. The probability of securing the first prize in the double color ball is approximately 0.000000056, an astoundingly low figure. Even if one were to buy tickets every day of their life, the chances of winning would still be negligible. At that moment, the first red ball began to roll on the television, the spheres whirling rapidly within the container. Chen Xuan and Xia Xinru felt their hearts leap into their throats. Fixated on the screen, observing her parents' palpable anxiety, little Xian joined in their fervor, her eyes glued to the television as well. Finally, the first red ball was revealed. The number of the first red ball is 12, announced the male host. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan and Xia Xinru trembled with excitement, their faces alight with joy. For the number 12 was among the ones Chen Xuan had predicted. We won. The first red ball is a match. Xia Xinru exclaimed enthusiastically. Calm down, calm down. This is just the beginning. Chen Xuan reassured her, though he too was brimming with tension. The number of the second red ball is 05. The third red ball is 18. As the host called out the numbers, all 6 red balls were revealed, and Chen Xuan and Xia Xinru embraced each other in sheer exhilaration. How could one not be thrilled by matching all 6 red balls? As for Xian, despite her myriad of questions and confusion, she could not help but smile at her parents' elation. Only the final blue ball remains. It must be a match. Chen Xuan silently clenched his fists. At this juncture, the host began to draw the blue ball, the blue spheres swirling rapidly in the container. Chen Xuan and Xia Xinru's hearts raced. This moment was even more nerve-wracking than their first date, as they dared not breathe. For it must be 4. Xia Xinru chanted repeatedly. Indeed, the last blue ball number that Chen Xuan had predicted was 4. Finally, the blue ball number was unveiled. Today's blue ball number is 4, announced the male host. At this revelation, Chen Xuan and Xia Xinru erupted in joyous exclamations, overwhelmed with excitement as they embraced tightly, jumping in delight. In their exuberance, they lost their balance and tumbled to the ground, but they paid no heed to the fall, lying there and laughing heartily. Amidst their laughter, Xia Xinru could not suppress her tears, and Chen Xuan's eyes glistened with emotion. After graduating from university, the couple faced relentless obstacles in their careers. In this era where graduates are as plentiful as dogs, securing a satisfactory job proved exceedingly difficult. Initially, their salaries barely surpassed those of factory workers. Later, Chen Xuan ventured into entrepreneurship, only to suffer significant losses and accumulate debts. Those days were shrouded in darkness. Each passing day felt like an eternity. How they persevered through such hardships, they could scarcely fathom. Yet now, they had won the first prize in the lottery, heralding a future filled with promise. It was for this reason that their tears flowed in joy. Oh my! Father, mother, what is the matter? Why are you in tears? Please do not cry, exclaimed Xian, unable to discern that these were tears of joy. Witnessing this scene, she felt an immediate sense of urgency and hurriedly knelt down to wipe their tears. Her tender gesture warmed their hearts, filling them with delight. Xian, mother is not crying. These are tears of happiness, Summer Xinru laughed, playfully pinching her daughter's cheek. In an instant, Chen Xuan sprang to his feet and scooped Xian into his arms, exclaiming, My beloved daughter, I am so happy right now. Gulme, give me a kiss. He planted a hearty kiss on her cheek, and as if that were not enough, he twirled her around. Ha ha ha! Xian burst into joyous laughter. Summer Xinru joined in the merriment, and the room resonated with laughter and cheer. After a lengthy bout of playful antics, tranquility gradually returned, and Xian, feeling weary, retreated to her own room. Good night, Mom and Dad, she called out. Good night, Xian. Sweet dreams, they replied. Before long, Xian drifted into slumber, while Chen Xuan and Summer Xinru found themselves too exhilarated to sleep. Imagine winning a multi-million-dollar prize. Could one truly sleep? Darling, I will go to claim our winnings tomorrow. Would you like to accompany me? Chen Xuan inquired, leaning against the bedside table while holding Summer Xinru close. No, I still have to go to work. She replied. Work? We are now millionaires. Do we still need to work? Besides, with my abilities, if we ever run low on funds, I can always win the lottery again or invest in stocks. Earning money will be a breeze, Chen Xuan asserted. Upon hearing this, Summer Shinru found his reasoning quite persuasive. So, once we collect our winnings tomorrow, you should resign. I do not wish to see you toil so hard, she suggested. Chen Xuan nodded in agreement, and then turned to her. My dear, how do you propose we spend this fortune? What should we buy? Let us buy a house and a car. Anything you desire. Luxury bags, designer lipsticks, gold and silver jewelry. Everything is on the table, she proposed. No. I feel as if we are about to become nouveau riche. But we already are. They continued to converse, unaware that the night had deepened, and before they knew it, they had succumbed to sleep. Chapter 15. The lottery ticket was switched. The following day dawned. The sun rose, casting fiery rays that filtered through the curtains, scattering countless spots of light across Chen Xuan's face. Morning had arrived. Rubbing his bleary eyes, a sudden thought struck him, and he sat up with a jolt. Today was the day to redeem the lottery ticket. Over 10 million. His heart raced with excitement, eager to set off immediately. Darling, take Xian out for breakfast this morning. I'm going to claim the lottery winnings. I will return shortly, Chen Xuan said, leaning down to look at Summer Shinru. They had discussed their plans the previous night. Chen Xuan would collect the lottery winnings while Summer Shinru would resign from her job. She had already made up her mind. Rather than working, she would prefer to spend quality time at home with her husband and daughter. Then go ahead, but please drive safely, she replied. Xia Shinru opened her bleary eyes, rubbing them as she murmured, I understand. Chen Xuan nodded, leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on his wife's pristine forehead, and then turned to wash up. After a quick tidying, he donned a casual outfit and made his way out of the community, hailing a taxi that whisked him directly to the provincial lottery center. Prior to this, he had meticulously researched online. The grand prize of the double color ball must be claimed at the provincial lottery center, while the second prize could be redeemed at the municipal center, and the third to sixth prizes at local lottery retailers. Currently, he found himself in a small county called Hongtian, and to claim the grand prize, he would need to travel to the province. 2.5 hours later, upon arriving at the provincial lottery center, just as he was about to step inside, a sudden surge of furious exclamations echoed in his mind. Damn it, I'm absolutely livid right now. Can you hear me, past self? It was unmistakably the voice of his future self, brimming with anger. What on earth happened? Why are you so upset? Chen Xuan inquired, astonished. He was well aware of his temperament. He rarely resorted to curses unless provoked by something truly infuriating. Don't even get me started. I've been arrested by the police, came the reply from his future self. Chen Xuan was taken aback. He was merely there to redeem a lottery ticket. How could he be apprehended? Confusion coursed through him. I was following the rules, collecting my winnings, but then the staff informed me that the ticket was counterfeit. How could that be? We purchased the ticket from a reputable lottery shop. It couldn't possibly be fake. Future Chen Xuan explained, in my fury, I caused quite a scene, and the police were called. However, the verification confirmed that the ticket was indeed fraudulent, and now I'm still at the station. That's impossible. That lottery shop has been in business for over a decade. They wouldn't sell counterfeit tickets. Is there something more to this? Chen Xuan furrowed his brow. You're absolutely right. Upon further reflection, I realized that a staff member named Lu Lei raised some suspicions. When I entered the provincial lottery center to claim my ticket, instead of immediately assisting me, they delayed. Then, Lu Lei approached with a cup of tea. At the time, I thought nothing of it and drank it. Shortly thereafter, I felt ill and went to the restroom, where I inadvertently collided with Lu Lei. I suspect the ticket was swapped at that moment. He must be a highly skilled thief, capable of switching the ticket with astonishing speed. Moreover, the restroom lacked surveillance cameras, making it impossible for the police to trace it. Chen Xuan's expression grew increasingly grave. Time is of the essence. Past self, you must find a way to prevent this from happening. It would be best to apprehend Lu Lei. I am so furious right now that I wish to unleash my wrath upon him. Future Chen Xuan declared. After uttering those words, it was evident that time had run out. No matter what Chen Xuan said thereafter, there was no response. Damn it! In this world, there truly exists every kind of person, including those audacious enough to swap lottery tickets. Chen Xuan angrily uttered a curse. But he soon regained his composure and began to think deeply. From previous exchanges, it seemed highly probable that Lu Lei was responsible for the ticket swap, and he was quite an adept thief, exploiting the absence of surveillance in the restroom to execute his scheme. As Chen Xuan continued to organize his thoughts, a plan gradually took shape in his mind. Such individuals are societal parasites. It is imperative to devise a means to apprehend him. With this thought, Chen Xuan chose not to enter the provincial lottery center, but instead turned away. When he returned, he possessed a small camera, which he had purchased from a digital store, capable of directly connecting to his phone. Moreover, he had concealed the genuine lottery ticket and placed a copy of it in his pocket. With his camera in hand, as long as I capture the process of you swapping the lottery ticket, I wonder how you will wriggle out of it, Chen Xuan sneered, before proceeding directly into the provincial lottery center. Aside from the staff, the provincial lottery center appeared rather desolate, with few people present, yet every corner was equipped with cameras. Aside from the restroom, there seemed to be no blind spots. Chen Xuan quickly located the prize redemption hall, but he merely glanced at it without entering. "Hello, could you please direct me to the restroom?" Chen Xuan inquired cheerfully of a staff member. "It's over there. Just walk straight and take a right." The staff member replied with a smile. "Thank you." Chen Xuan nodded and made his way to the restroom, which was completely empty. He then placed the camera in a discreet location, reasoning that he would likely encounter Lu Lei in the restroom, providing the perfect opportunity to capture the ticket swap. Thus, he positioned the camera at the entrance of the restroom. All set, Chen Xuan opened his phone to check the feed, pleased to see a clear view of the surveillance footage. Satisfied, he exited and proceeded into the prize redemption hall, approaching a staff member who was typing away at a computer. "Good day. I would like to redeem my lottery ticket," Chen Xuan stated. The staff member, a woman, looked up at him and, with an apologetic tone, replied, "I'm sorry, sir. I'm a bit busy at the moment. Would you mind sitting over there for a moment?" "Sure, no problem." Chen Xuan nodded and took a seat on a nearby bench. Little did he know, this scene was being observed by a man seated in another office, peering through the window. In his 30s, dressed in work attire, he appeared somewhat gaunt, with gold-rimmed glasses and sunken eyes that cast a shadowy impression. As Chen Xuan settled in, the man's gaze remained fixed upon him, and through his body language, he quickly deduced that the lottery ticket was undoubtedly tucked away in Chen Xuan's left pants pocket. Chapter 16. The master thief Lu Lei. The man was indeed Lu Lei, a staff member at the provincial lottery center, known for his diligent work ethic and seemingly unremarkable demeanor. However, in private, he was a skilled thief, employing remarkably sophisticated methods. In his youth, Lu Lei apprenticed under a master thief, learning the art of theft for merely 6 months, yet he absorbed its essence thoroughly. In crowded areas, such as train stations, he could deftly relieve passers-by of their wallets without them ever noticing. Even while others were engrossed in music through their headphones, he could swiftly extract a phone from their pockets, vanishing into the throng before they realized what had transpired. Relying on this skill, Lu Lei pilfered countless items without ever being caught. However, with the proliferation of surveillance cameras covering every corner of train stations, high-speed rail terminals, and shopping malls, his craft gradually faded into obscurity. Nevertheless, Lu Lei resolved to re-enter the fray and execute a grand scheme. With this determination, he exited the office, not immediately seeking out Chen Xuan, but instead approaching the staff member responsible for processing winnings. "Xiao, is that individual here to claim a prize?" Lu Lei inquired with a smile. "Yes, indeed," the woman replied, her eyes fixed on her keyboard, seemingly engrossed in her work. In reality, she was in cahoots with Lu Lei, both feigning busyness to delay Chen Xuan's transaction and create an opportunity for Lu Lei. Having confirmed his target's identity, Lu Lei observed closely and ascertained that the lottery ticket was nestled in the left pocket of the individual. Anyone coming to redeem a ticket would invariably possess a sum in the hundreds of thousands, if not millions. Should this heist succeed, it would ensure a lifetime of comfort. A cold smile flickered across Lu Lei's lips at the thought. It wouldn't be courteous to leave him waiting. "I'll fetch a cup of tea," he remarked with a grin. "Thank you. This document needs to be printed immediately." "Time is of the essence," Xiao replied, her performance impeccable, leaving no trace of suspicion. As Lu Lei left to fetch the tea, he discreetly retrieved a capsule, pouring its contents, a harmless laxative that could induce rapid bowel movements, into the cup. If he intended to act, It was imperative to choose a location devoid of surveillance, and the restroom presented the perfect venue. Completing this task, Lu Lei carried the tea back. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan, upon sitting down, deliberately placed his left hand in his pocket, grasping the copy of the lottery ticket. This was a calculated gesture, a challenge to any would-be thief. My ticket is in my left pocket. If you have the skill, come and take it. Not only that, but while appearing to relax, Chen Xuan's keen gaze scrutinized everyone around him. Lu Lei's presence immediately captured his attention. That must be Lu Lei, he mused. Recognizing the man's furtive observations and discerning the dubious intentions behind his watchful eyes. At that moment, Lu Lei approached with the tea, further solidifying Chen Xuan's suspicions. Sir, I apologize for the wait. I have some tasks to attend to, but I will promptly assist you with your lottery redemption once I am finished. Lu Lei chuckled as he handed over a cup of tea, saying, the weather is quite warm. Have some tea to quench your thirst. Indeed, I feel a bit parched. Thank you. Chen Xuan casually accepted the tea, showing no sign of suspicion. You're welcome. Lu Lei replied with a smile, before turning to leave. This tea must be laced with something. Chen Xuan thought, I'll play along for now. He stared at the tea, a sardonic smile creeping onto his face. Before lifting the cup and taking a sip. From a distance, Lu Lei watched intently, a cold smirk appearing on his face upon witnessing Chen Xuan's actions. Moments later, Chen Xuan feigned sudden abdominal discomfort, clutching his stomach. Oh no, why do I suddenly feel unwell? He then stood up and rushed outside. Observing this, Lu Lei exchanged a glance with Xiaoli, both sharing a conspiratorial grin, and Lu Lei followed suit. Feigning a bout of diarrhea, Chen Xuan dashed into the restroom, immediately assuming a squatting position, and promptly expelled the tea from his mouth. Oomph, you think you can drug me? Dream on. Chen Xuan scoffed inwardly, deliberately lingering in the restroom for a while before flushing the toilet and pulling up his pants as he stepped outside. However, just as he reached the restroom door, a figure rushed in at breakneck speed, colliding with him, due to the focus of his senses being on his pockets. Chen Xuan barely registered a quick brush against his pocket, too swift for him to react. Had he been less attentive, he might not have sensed a thing. Oh, excuse me. The figure, Lu Lei, quickly steadied himself, feigning urgency as if he too suffered from stomach troubles. Chen Xuan steadied himself and replied, It's nothing. Lu Lei nodded and entered the restroom, while Chen Xuan exited. Inside the restroom, a cold smile crept across Lu Lei's lips as he raised his right hand, revealing a lottery ticket in his palm. Haha, it's a jackpot. I've hit the first prize, and 3 times over 10 million. I'm rich, truly rich. Lu Lei beamed as he gazed at the winning numbers. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan had returned to his seat and retrieved his phone, accessing the surveillance footage to review the moment he collided with Lu Lei. The clarity was impeccable, yet after watching the entire sequence, he found himself at a loss. The other party had moved far too quickly. Thus, he clipped the segment and utilized the slow-motion feature to scrutinize it again, and there it was, Lu Lei, at lightning speed, inserting 2 fingers into his own pocket and swapping the lottery ticket. Incredible. It was only in slow motion that the act became discernible. This fellow is undoubtedly a master thief, Chen Xuan mused, promptly saving the video as evidence. Just then, Lu Lei approached, signaling Xiaoli, who immediately called out to Chen Xuan. Sir, I apologize for the delay. You may now proceed with the lottery redemption. All right, here I come. Chen Xuan promptly responded. He swiftly produced the tampered lottery ticket and his identification card. Kindly inscribe your identification number and name on the reverse side of the ticket, Xiaoli instructed. Chen Xuan took the pen without hesitation, adhering to the protocol by inscribing his identification number and name. As this was one of the fundamental steps in the lottery redemption process, designed to prevent any potential tampering by the staff. All of this transpired under the vigilant gaze of comprehensive surveillance. Subsequently, Xiaoli made a photocopy in Chen Xuan's presence, returned the ticket and identification card to him, and then proceeded with the photocopy for technical verification, leaving Chen Xuan to wait in his seat. Chapter 17. The lottery ticket swap. Chen Xuan scrolled through Douyin, patiently anticipating. Before long, Xiaoli and 3 staff members emerged briskly, among them a man who appeared to be their supervisor, who promptly approached Chen Xuan. Sir, this lottery ticket is counterfeit, the man stated bluntly. Chen Xuan had anticipated this outcome and feigned a look of shock. No, that cannot be. How could it possibly be fake? I purchased this ticket from a legitimate lottery shop. It cannot be fraudulent. He was visibly agitated, playing the part of an actor. It is indeed counterfeit. After our technical verification, we have determined that the ticket you hold is a forgery. It may resemble a genuine ticket, but our instruments have made a clear distinction, the man explained. No, that is impossible. You must have swapped it. I will call the police. I will report this. Chen Xuan pretended to lose control of his emotions, clenching his fists and raising his voice. His intention was to escalate the situation, knowing that once the police arrived, he could present his evidence, which would inevitably lead to Lu Lei being apprehended for theft. Furthermore, the value of the stolen lottery ticket exceeded 15 million. Given the gravity of the situation, he could face a decade-long prison sentence or even life imprisonment. Chen Xuan felt no sympathy for such individuals. Had it not been for his timely self-reminder about the potential loss of over 10 million, he would have been utterly infuriated. What nonsense are you spouting? We have conducted your transaction in strict accordance with the regulations. With all the surveillance in place, you should refrain from making baseless accusations. Besides, the original ticket is still in your possession. Its authenticity can be verified, Shaoli retorted angrily. Chen Xuan regarded her with suspicion. Initially, he had sensed something amiss. Why was it that upon coming to redeem his ticket, he fortuitously encountered her in the midst of her duties? Was this not an obvious opportunity for Lu Lei? Moreover, her current agitation led him to believe with 80% certainty that they were colluding in the ticket swap. What nonsense am I speaking? How could I possibly be mistaken? I purchased this ticket from a reputable lottery store that has been in operation for many years. There can be no issue. Yet upon arriving here, I am informed that it is fake. If it is not a case of being swapped, then what else could it be? Chen Xuan glared at Shaoli, filled with indignation. Sir, I urge you to remain calm. I sincerely regret to inform you that the lottery ticket in your possession is indeed counterfeit. Allow me to call the authorities. I kindly ask for your cooperation during their investigation. Whether it is a case of substitution or an outright forgery, we shall provide you with a satisfactory resolution, the leader articulated, his words clear and undeniably persuasive. Upon hearing that the police would be involved, Chen Xuan chose not to elaborate further. The unfolding scene had drawn the attention of all present, and soon a considerable crowd had gathered, buzzing with speculation. Lu Lei was among them, maintaining an air of nonchalance throughout the ordeal. Observing this, Chen Xuan smirked inwardly, anticipating Lu's imminent distress. The revelation of a fraudulent ticket was truly disheartening, especially considering the potential winnings exceeding 10 million. It was imperative to trace the source and apprehend those responsible for peddling counterfeit tickets. The ignorance displayed was alarming. The notion of a ticket being swapped was ludicrous, especially given the abundance of surveillance cameras. Despite the murmurs of the onlookers, the leader promptly commanded everyone to return to their respective duties. Chen Xuan resumed his original seat, waiting in silence. Before long, 5 police officers arrived on the scene. What seems to be the issue? Inquired the leading officer, Li Hemming, who had rushed over upon receiving reports of an individual attempting to claim a prize with a fraudulent ticket. Officer, this gentleman approached us to redeem his ticket, but it is counterfeit, the leader quickly briefed him. Li Hemming turned his gaze towards Chen Xuan. Understanding the situation involved a claim, he discreetly adjusted his mask and hat. Officer, please do not heed their baseless accusations. My ticket is undoubtedly authentic and has been swapped by someone else, Chen Xuan asserted, rising to his feet. Li Hemming had encountered similar cases before, and in his experience, they invariably resulted from lottery fraud. The idea of a ticket being swapped was virtually impossible, especially with the extensive surveillance and the professional training of the staff. Nevertheless, as a diligent officer, he refrained from dismissing Chen Xuan's claim outright and opted to inquire further. You allege that your ticket was swapped. Do you have any evidence? Who is the alleged perpetrator? With the police now present, Chen Xuan felt compelled to abandon his pretense. Responding with a smile, I certainly know who orchestrated the swap. This declaration caught the attention of everyone present, leaving them momentarily stunned. Shaoli, who had been observing, felt her complexion pale and her heart race. She was acutely aware that Lu Lei had been the one to substitute the tickets. and she had unwittingly participated in the scheme. Who? Li Heming's gaze sharpened, intrigued by the confidence emanating from Chen Xuan, despite the mask obscuring his face. The certainty in Chen's eyes hinted that the situation was perhaps more complex than it initially appeared. Chen Xuan did not rush to respond. Instead, he surveyed the staff members, each of whom felt a tightening in their chests under his scrutiny. Ultimately, Chen Xuan's gaze fell upon Xiao Li, whose complexion immediately turned ashen, her heart racing uncontrollably. In the distance, Lu Lei stood in an office, observing alongside 3 colleagues by the window. Had it not been for their superior's admonition against approaching, they would have joined the commotion long ago. Upon noticing Chen Xuan's sudden focus on Xiao Li, Lu Lei felt a jolt of alarm. No, it's impossible. My plan is flawless. He cannot possibly discern any issue with Xiao Li, Lu Lei fervently reassured himself. Xiao Li, gritting her teeth, glared at Chen Xuan and exclaimed, "What are you staring at? You wouldn't be insinuating that I swapped your lottery ticket, would you? I replicated it right in front of you, and there's surveillance footage to prove it. Don't make baseless accusations." She appeared exceedingly agitated. In contrast, Chen Xuan maintained a calm demeanor, grinning as he replied, "I never claimed that about you. Why are you so anxious? What I meant was..." He paused momentarily, then pointed toward the distant office, declaring, "The person who swapped the lottery ticket is him." In an instant, everyone followed the direction of Chen Xuan's finger, quickly identifying the 4 individuals standing by the window. It was soon confirmed that the individual Chen Xuan indicated was indeed Lu Lei. "It's him. He swapped the lottery ticket from my pocket," Chen Xuan asserted with conviction. A gasp rippled through the crowd, yet disbelief permeated the air. They clearly found Chen Xuan's assertion implausible. Impossible. Lu Lei never left. How could he have swapped the ticket? This is sheer nonsense. He merely stepped out to use the restroom before returning to the office. How could he possibly have swapped the ticket? One must at least adhere to some logic when lying. The murmurs of dissent echoed around, with no one willing to accept Chen Xuan's claim. At that moment, Lu Lei feigned indignation, storming over and pointing at Chen Xuan, vociferously chastising, "Kid, what nonsense are you spouting? If you continue to babble, do you believe I won't beat you senseless?" Chapter 18. Lu Lei spits blood in anger outwardly. Lu Lei appeared to be seething with rage, but inwardly, he was in turmoil. It cannot be. Absolutely impossible. My sleight of hand has been perfected to an art. He cannot possibly know that I swapped the lottery ticket. Why? He must be attempting to deceive me. If I remain composed, he cannot produce evidence against me. Lu Lei thought to himself, soon regaining his composure. He held unwavering confidence in his thieving techniques, firmly believing that Chen Xuan could not have deduced his involvement in the ticket swap. Moreover, there were no cameras in the restroom, making it impossible for the authorities to investigate effectively. "Stay calm," Li Heming admonished Lu Lei, then turned to Chen Xuan, inquiring, "Young man, everything must be substantiated by evidence. You claim he swapped the lottery ticket. Do not speak recklessly, but rather present your proof." "Evidence, you say?" "I certainly have that," Chen Xuan replied with an air of nonchalance, meeting the gazes of the onlookers. Upon hearing this, the crowd wore expressions of incredulity. Yet they remained convinced that Chen Xuan was merely engaging in theatrics, unable to produce any evidence. Lu Lei shared this skepticism, unwilling to accept that the other party could genuinely possess proof. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd, Chen Xuan extracted his mobile phone and opened a slowed-down video, presenting it to Li Heming. "Officer, please take a look at this video. Earlier, while I was in the restroom, he bumped into me, and in that very moment, he switched the lottery ticket from my pocket. It is all captured clearly on the video." Li Heming's expression turned to one of astonishment. He had not anticipated that Chen Xuan would produce such evidence. He immediately took the phone to examine it. Lu Lei, curious, leaned in as well, initially skeptical about the existence of the video, given that there were no surveillance cameras in the restroom. Yet, the next moment left him utterly astonished. The video vividly depicted the restroom scene, from Chen Xuan's entrance to his swift exit, culminating in the collision with Lu Lei, all meticulously recorded. Due to the slow-motion effect, the precise moment Lu Lei collided with Chen Xuan, with 2 fingers slipping into his pocket to swap the lottery ticket, was unmistakably showcased. No, it cannot be. This video is fabricated, surely a product of editing. Lu Lei's face drained of color as he frantically shouted and lunged for the phone. Li Hemming, already on high alert, dodged aside while two other officers swiftly apprehended Lu Lei. Could it be that Lu Lei truly executed the switch? It must be real. The video corroborates it. But how did he obtain such footage? Surely, there cannot be surveillance in the restroom. That would be absurd. After viewing the video, an uproar erupted among the onlookers. Their disbelief palpable, yet the video compelled them to accept its authenticity. What do you have to say for yourself now? Li Hemming inquired sternly, fixing his gaze on Lu Lei. I am innocent. I did nothing of the sort, Lu Lei retorted defiantly, clenching his teeth in denial. Oomph. There is video evidence clearly showing your actions. Do you still refuse to acknowledge it? Li Hemming's icy stare bore into him. At a loss for words, Lu Lei turned his furious gaze towards Chen Xuan, struggling to comprehend how the latter possessed such incriminating footage. There are no surveillance cameras in the restroom. Chen Xuan chose to ignore him, instead directing his attention toward Xiao Li, who, pale and trembling, was attempting to retreat. He smiled and called out, Miss, please do not leave. If my assumptions are correct, you must be an accomplice, correct? At this revelation, all eyes turned to Xiao Li, whose face had already turned ghostly with fear. Hearing Chen Xuan's words made her legs quiver, nearly causing her to collapse. Why, you mustn't say such things. Lu Lei and I are merely colleagues. We have no such connection, she stammered, trying to maintain her composure. Chen Xuan swiftly interrupted. When I first arrived, you mentioned being busy with work and asked me to wait. It was during that time Lu Lei served me a cup of tea laced with laxatives, prompting my urgent need to use the restroom. Had you not deliberately delayed, he would not have had the opportunity to act. Upon hearing this, both Lu Lei and Xiao Li's expressions shifted dramatically, unable to fathom how their meticulously crafted scheme had been unraveled. Li Hemming had been a police officer for over a decade. The subtle shift in Xiao Li's expression immediately aroused his suspicion, prompting him to exert pressure. Madam, I kindly ask for your cooperation in our investigation. It is a known fact that Lu Lei has swapped the lottery ticket. By the way, how much is this ticket worth? He suddenly turned to Chen Xuan for an answer. Over 10 million, Chen Xuan replied. A collective gasp echoed among the crowd. This was no insignificant sum. Li Hemming paused, then continued addressing Xiao Li. The theft involves a considerable amount, in the realm of several million to tens of millions. Such serious offenses could lead to a sentence of 10 years or even life imprisonment. Should we discover your involvement, you too will face dire consequences. However, if you choose to confess everything now, you may only be considered an accomplice. Given your willingness to cooperate, we will take that into account during your processing. Otherwise, prepare yourself for the worst. Xiao Li was already on the brink of collapse. With Li Hemming's coercion and enticement, her psychological defenses shattered. I will tell you everything, she hurriedly exclaimed. Silenza, Xiao Li. Lu Lei's face paled as he realized the situation, but before he could utter another word, a police officer silenced him. I will confess. It was him. He instructed me to do this. He is a highly skilled thief who had me deliberately delay time to swap the lottery ticket. Xiao Li revealed without reservation, recounting the events in detail. The listeners were left in utter shock. Xiao Li, how could you do such a thing? You are truly foolish. They murmured in disbelief. I can't believe they would stoop so low for over 10 million. They could end up in prison for life. As the crowd whispered, tears streamed down Xiao Li's face. Lu Lei, on the other hand, appeared as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant, his spirit entirely deflated. Take them both away. Liamin Kumanda. The officers complied, promptly placing handcuffs on both individuals. How do you know all this? How do you have the video? There shouldn't be any surveillance in the restroom. Lu Lei suddenly directed his gaze at Chen Xuan, questioning him. Apologies, but I must decline to answer. By the way, may I have the lottery ticket now? Chen Xuan replied with a smile. Even if Lu Lei were to disclose the truth, it would only be a narrative for his future self, one that few would believe. Fine, I'll give it to you. Lu Lei nodded, reaching into his pocket. Indeed, he pulled out a lottery ticket. Just as he was about to hand it over to Chen Xuan, he unexpectedly shoved the ticket into his mouth and began to chew vigorously. Quick, stop him. Li Hemming's expression changed dramatically. However, it was too late. Lu Lei had swallowed the ticket and turned to Chen Xuan, laughing maniacally. Why cannot possess? You shall not have either. The faces of the onlookers turned grim. Over 10 million had vanished in an instant. All eyes turned to Chen Xuan, expecting him to be furious and distraught. Yet, he wore a composed expression, as if the ticket worth over 10 million was merely a scrap of paper. I apologize for any disappointment caused. What you have consumed is merely a replica. The original lottery ticket remains securely in my possession. Chen Xuan spoke with a calm demeanor and promptly retrieved a lottery ticket from a jacket pocket. Upon witnessing this, Lu Lei was momentarily taken aback, only to be overtaken by a surge of rage, resulting in a violent spurt of blood from his mouth. Li Hemming, observing this scene, marveled inwardly, pondering whether this young man possessed the ability to foresee the future. Chapter 19. Over 10 million in hand subsequently. The police escorted Lu Lei and Xiao Li away, while Chen Xuan, under the guidance of the staff, proceeded to redeem his lottery ticket once more. This time, the process was remarkably smooth, and Chen Xuan successfully acquired the check. Congratulations, sir. You've won over 17 million. Would you care to make a donation? A cheerful official inquired. I shall not donate. Chen Xuan replied nonchalantly. Winning a lottery entails a mandatory tax of 20%, which had already been automatically remitted during the withdrawal process at the bank. As for charitable contributions, there are no stringent regulations necessitating donations. It is entirely voluntary. Moreover, even if you were to donate, Chen Xuan would not choose to do so here, as he suspected that a significant portion of the funds would be misappropriated, leaving very little to reach those truly in need. Why then should he contribute? Very well, sir. Here is your check. Please do keep it safe, the official said. Chen Xuan nodded, accepting the check before turning to leave, leaving behind a group of envious staff members. As he exited the hall, a strikingly attractive woman with a captivating figure hurried after him. Sir, here is my WeChat. Do remember to reach out if you get the chance. I shall await your message, she said, slipping a note into Chen Xuan's hand, casting a flirtatious glance back as she swayed her hips and departed. Observing her retreating figure and glancing at the note in his hand, Chen Xuan chuckled helplessly before tossing it into the trash. It was evident that she was a gold digger. Merely adding her on WeChat would likely lead to her readily accepting an invitation for a more intimate encounter that very night. However, Chen Xuan cherished his wife dearly and would never engage in such indiscretions. It is no wonder that it is said that wealth can corrupt men. The temptations are indeed abundant, and faced with such overt advances, few could resist. Chen Xuan murmured to himself before turning to leave. He then hopped into a taxi, making a beeline for the bank. Honey, have you redeemed the lottery yet? At that moment, his phone chimed with a message from his wife. Upon checking, he saw that it was a message from her. I have exchanged the ticket for a check and am currently en route to the bank to cash it. He quickly typed back, omitting any mention of the ticket switch. Yay, that's wonderful. Everything has gone smoothly on my end as well. The company has granted my request for resignation. However, if I leave immediately, they might withhold some pay, Xia Xinru replied. No worries, we have money now, so let them deduct it. I will take a taxi back to pick you up, and we can go shopping. Chen Xuan responded. All right, dear, I will wait for you. I want a kiss. Two individuals were engaged in a conversation via WeChat when they soon arrived at the bank. Upon entering, under the guidance of the staff, Chen Xuan swiftly withdrew the funds and transferred them into his bank account. Shortly after exiting the bank, he received a notification of the deposit, and upon glancing at it, he was overwhelmed with joy, dancing with exuberance. Ha! I am now a millionaire indeed, he exclaimed with immense excitement. The lottery prize had initially been over 17 million, but after the deduction of a 20% tax, he was left with just over 14 million. Gazing at the message, Chen Xuan was filled with elation, his emotions in turmoil, and he immediately dialed his wife's number. Hello, dear, the money has arrived, over 14 million. We are now millionaires, he exclaimed. Haha, that's wonderful, truly wonderful. This could be considered our hard-earned reward, right? Replied Xia Xinru, equally ecstatic. Indeed, from this day forth, I can provide you and Xian with a good life. No longer will we have to struggle for our daily existence, Chen Xuan declared. Hearing these words, Xia Xinru was deeply moved. This man was incredibly kind to her, and Xian, constantly surrounded by affection. "You are so wonderful, dear," she said. "Of course. You are my wife. If I don't cherish you, who else will?" Chen replied, exchanging a few more words before ending the call. He then thought of his parents and prepared to call them to share the good news. However, he decided against it, thinking it would be better to surprise them upon returning home. With that thought, he refrained from making the call and instead opened WeChat to transfer 5,000 yuan to his sister, Chen Xuan. "Xiaofang, didn't you say your phone was broken? Use this money to buy a new one, and with the remainder, get some clothes or pants." He sent in a message. She was likely still in class, so he opted not to call. Although she was in her final year of high school, she was very sensible and thrifty, allowing Chen Xuan to feel at ease about sending her the 5,000 yuan. After completing these tasks, Chen Xuan finally made his way to the bus station and boarded a vehicle heading back to Panlong County. "Hey, brother, are you crazy? Why did you send me so much money? Did you accidentally add an extra zero?" Chen Fang called back, astonished. She had been startled by the transfer notification, thinking Chen Xuan had made a mistake. "No, Xiaofang, the 5,000 yuan is indeed for you. Use it to buy a phone, clothes, or some delicious food," Chen Xuan assured her. "But brother, what is going on? I know you care for me, but 500 yuan would be sufficient. 5,000? Have you had a quarrel with sister-in-law? Let me tell you, she is so wonderful. If you dare to mistreat her, I'll 1T let it slide. I'll send this 5,000 back. Earning money isn't easy," Chen Fang said, rambling on. Listening to her long-winded response, Chen Xuan was momentarily speechless, then promptly hung up the call and replied with a text. "At present, I find myself in transit, and making a phone call proves to be rather inconvenient. Please hold on to this money. My brother, I have come into a fortune, having won over 10 million in the lottery." A series of astonished expressions. "Brother, you truly are not deceiving me? To deceive you would be akin to fooling a puppy. My heavens, over 10 million. Brother, am I truly not dreaming? Indeed not. Xiaofang, I must insist that this matter remains confidential. Do you understand? Furthermore, our parents are still unaware, and I plan to return home to surprise them. You must keep this secret from me." Yes, I understand, my dear brother. From now on, I shall cling to your side, firmly grasping your leg. Ahem. I care not for the money. Rather, you should hold tightly to your sister-in-law's leg." After conversing for a while, Chen Xuan concluded the call as he had to attend class. He pocketed his phone and gazed out at the ceaseless stream of vehicles and the fleeting scenery, feeling deeply moved. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that he would one day become a millionaire. Chapter 20. A visit to the mall 2 hours later. Chen Xuan arrived in Panlong County and took a vehicle directly back home. At this moment, Xia Xinru had returned from her workplace and was engaged in tidying up the house. With a creak, the door swung open, and Chen Xuan strode inside, making his way to the bedroom, where he found Xia Xinru organizing her clothes. "Wife!" Chen Xuan exclaimed with excitement. As Xia Xinru turned around, powerful hands encircled her slender waist, lifting her as he twirled her around. Recognizing Chen Xuan immediately, her face blossomed into an extraordinarily radiant smile. Those who have never been married can scarcely comprehend the delight of being swept up and spun around by one's husband. "Wife, I'm exceedingly happy right now." Chen Xuan laughed heartily. Xia Xinru joined in the laughter, and soon enough, they spun a few more times before tumbling onto the bed. "Look at your joy. You resemble a child," Xia Xinru remarked as she turned to face him. Chen Xuan took out his phone and opened the bank notification. "Wife, take a look." Xia Xinru accepted the phone and, upon seeing the amount of over 14 million, could not contain her silly grin, her excitement palpable. Dear readers, I pose this question. When you suddenly discover that your bank account has received over 14 million, would you not feel equally exhilarated? 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. Xia Xinru fixated on the notification, counting over and over until, after confirming the figure 3 times, she let out a shriek and embraced Chen Xuan tightly. "Husband, we are now wealthy." The couple reveled in their excitement for some time before gradually calming down. "Come, my dear wife, let us go out and indulge in some shopping. It has been far too long since you purchased new clothes. Today, we shall buy to our heart's content, and as for jewelry, Choose whatever your heart desires. Chen Xuan declared grandly as he stood up. Xia Xinru, well-mannered and accustomed to thriftiness, responded, Husband, while we may now be affluent, we should not squander our wealth. If you continue to nag, I shall simply go alone. Do you dare? The two shared a light-hearted jest, changed their attire, and then exited the taxi, hailing another ride that took them directly to the most bustling shopping mall in Panlong County, Dragonwell Mall. This establishment stands as the largest mall in the entire county, divided into two distinct areas. One section predominantly features affordable street market goods, economically priced and accessible. In their usual visits, Chen Xuan and Xia Xinru would meander through the aisles, purchasing clothing and accessories, typically spending only a couple of hundred yuan. The other section, however, is dedicated to high-end luxury brands, showcasing renowned names such as Gucci, Chanel, and Hermes, with exorbitant prices to match. Dear, what are we doing over there? Chen Xuan inquired as he observed Xia Xinru heading toward the area of street goods. Now that we have money, we ought to visit those brand-name boutiques. He noted her inclination towards the less expensive items and promptly took her hand. Indeed, we are now affluent, Xia Xinru remarked, still coming to terms with her sudden transformation from debt-ridden individuals to millionaires, her realization dawning slowly. With a chuckle, Chen Xuan teased, You really are adorably na-vi. How dare you call me na-vi? Xia Xinru retorted, her cheeks puffed in playful indignation as she glared at him. It was merely a jest. Let us go, he replied, taking her small hand, and they proceeded towards the upscale section. Soon, they entered the opulent mall, resplendent with shining decorations, comprising 6 floors filled with an array of offerings, gourmet food, fashion, electronics, and medical supplies. Let us head straight to the 3rd floor, suggested Xia Xinru. All right, Chen Xuan nodded in agreement, knowing that the 3rd and 4th floors were brimming with clothing stores of every brand imaginable. Upon arriving at the 3rd floor, Xia Xinru was immediately captivated by an exquisite dress displayed in a shop window. The garments, crafted from the finest fabrics and designed by skilled artisans, not only embodied contemporary trends, but also exuded elegance, transforming anyone who donned them from a mere Cinderella into a regal princess. Who among women does not cherish beautiful dresses? Xia Xinru couldn't help but glance a few more times. However, upon seeing the price tag of 5,000 yuan, her gaze quickly shifted away. How exorbitant! Over 5,000 yuan. I could buy 20 or 30 dresses for that amount, changing daily. How delightful that would be, she mused silently, still grappling with her previous mindset of being financially constrained. Chen Xuan, noticing her reluctance, but also her intrigue for the dresses, promptly halted and said with a smile, This store seems lovely, dear. Let's explore inside. Oh, no, that is too expensive. Xia Xinru shook her head vigorously in response. Unyielding, Chen Xuan took her hand and led her inside. Welcome, sir and madam. Please come in, greeted a cheerful sales associate, her smile radiant. Contrary to the cliché scenarios often depicted in novels, the salesperson did not display disdain upon noticing Chen Xuan and Xia Xinru dressed in modest attire. Rather, she welcomed them warmly. In truth, they have all undergone professional training, treating customers as esteemed guests. Even if someone merely wanders in and cannot afford to make a purchase, they are greeted with warm smiles. Chen Xuan nodded toward the sales assistant and inquired, Do you have any beautiful dresses here? I wish to select a few for my wife. Certainly. Please follow me. The dresses over there are the latest styles released this year, chosen for both their exquisite design and fine fabric, the sales assistant replied, leading the way. Her gaze landed on Xia Xinru, and she added with a smile, Your wife is so beautiful. If she were to wear one of these dresses, it would surely enhance her charm and elegance. The sales assistant's sweet words made Xia Xinru blush with modesty. Haha, you speak the truth. My wife was the belle of her school. Chen Xuan laughed heartily. Any man would feel elated and proud to hear his wife praised for her beauty. I can see that, the sales assistant chuckled, genuinely acknowledging Xia Xinru's stunning appearance. Blushing, Xia Xinru playfully pinched Chen Xuan's waist, causing him to wince in mock pain. Their flirtatious antics elicited laughter from onlookers. Mr. and Mrs. These dresses are all the latest styles of the year. Would you care to take a look? Yes, certainly. Chen Xuan and Xia Xin nodded, turning their attention to the array of lovely dresses. Each piece was undeniably exquisite, boasting outstanding designs and comfortable fabrics. Dear, this dress is quite lovely and has a fresh vibe. I think it would suit you perfectly. Why not try it on? Chen Xuan suggested with a smile. Selecting a dress, Xia Xinru glanced at it and had to admit that her husband's taste was truly commendable. She found herself quite taken with the dress as well. Yes, it's indeed beautiful, she agreed, but when she saw the price, she gasped in disbelief. The dress cost over 8,000, which was rather exorbitant. It equated to her salary for 2 months. Excuse me, may I try it on? Chen Xuan asked the sales assistant. Of course, she replied with a smile. Dear, maybe we should reconsider, Xia Xinru ventured, still reluctant despite now being a millionaire. Go try it on. As long as it looks good, that's all that matters. Why overthink it? Chen Xuan retorted, shooting her a pointed look. With no other choice, Xia Xinru, accompanied by the sales assistant, took the dress into the fitting room to try it on. With time to spare, Chen Xuan began to wander around, soon captivated by the delightful array of clothing for young girls. Each outfit was stunning, and he thought of buying some for Xian. She would undoubtedly be thrilled to see them when she returned from school. With this thought in mind, he eagerly began selecting pieces. Meanwhile, a couple walked closely together down the aisle, drawing numerous glances, not for the man's looks or the woman's beauty, but rather for their striking attire, which was undeniably eye-catching. The woman possessed an admirable figure and a pleasant visage. However, in comparison to Xia Xinru, she fell significantly short. Dressed provocatively in a low-cut outfit that revealed a striking décolletage, her ample curves seemed on the verge of escaping her attire. Her slender waist, adorned with an alluring rose tattoo, was accentuated by form-fitting yoga pants that showcased her curvaceous posterior. Furthermore, her face bore the marks of numerous cosmetic enhancements, giving her an unsettling, serpentine countenance, further exaggerated by heavy makeup. The man, noticeably plump, wore a designer shirt that failed to conceal his bulging belly, adorned with ostentatious jewelry, including a prominent gold chain around his neck. He exuded the air of a nouveau riche. Together, this couple, entwined in each other's embrace, could hardly fail to attract the gaze of onlookers. Brother Hao, I wish to purchase a dress. Let's step inside and take a look. The woman suddenly halted before a women's clothing store, her voice dripping with feigned sweetness. The surrounding crowd couldn't help but shudder at her tone. Perhaps it's best to refrain from buying. Didn't I just purchase you clothes a few days ago? The man, Fong Tianhao, retorted. Having recently befriended a business tycoon, he had swiftly transitioned from a mere pauper to a millionaire, his fortunes changing overnight. The woman, Lu Yuanyuan, was his kept mistress, and he had lavished considerable sums upon her, leading to his current irritation. Come on, you have the means now, earning a fortune monthly. This trivial expense is nothing to you. You wouldn't want to lose my affection, would you? She pleaded, entwining her arms around his, her tone imbued with a childlike charm. The onlookers cast curious glances at this spectacle. Fine, I shall buy it for you, Fong Tianhao conceded, albeit reluctantly. Thus, the couple entered the store, their intimacy palpable, with his hands wandering over Lu Yuanyuan's abdomen. Welcome, sir and madam. Please step inside. The saleswoman greeted them with a radiant smile. The couple, dismissive of her presence, strode confidently into the store, where Lu Yuanyuan immediately began to select dresses, occasionally seeking Fong Tianhao's opinion. He, however, appeared increasingly impatient, surveying the surroundings until his gaze landed upon someone, causing him to pause in surprise. Isn't that Chen Xuan? I heard he has been working at a construction site lately. What brings him here to buy clothes? Fong Tianhao exclaimed in astonishment. Back in their university days, Xia Xinru had been universally acknowledged as the campus belle, pursued by countless admirers, Fong Tianhao among them. Yet, in an unexpected turn of events, Xia Xinru had chosen to date the impoverished Chen Xuan, a development that had sent shockwaves through their school, transforming him from an obscure figure into a well-known personality. Fong Tianhao not only recognized Chen Xuan, but also harbored a deep disdain for him, for it was he who had stolen away the goddess of his heart. With this thought, a smirk of derision crept upon Fong Tianhao's lips as he sauntered over. "Old classmate, it's been quite a while," Fong Tianhao suddenly exclaimed, his voice resonating loudly and drawing the attention of numerous onlookers. At that moment, Chen Xuan was busy selecting a dress for his daughter when he heard the remark. Turning around, he was greeted by the sight of Fong Tianhao. "Old classmate, do you still remember me?" Fong Tianhao said with a playful grin. "Of course I remember you," Chen Xuan replied, chuckling loudly. "You were my wife's suitor back in the day, weren't you? If I recall correctly, she turned you down over 10 times. So how could I forget?" Upon seeing Fong Tianhao for the first time, Chen Xuan instantly recognized him as a shameless individual. Despite being in a relationship with his wife at that time, Fong Tianhao had relentlessly pursued her, causing much annoyance to the couple. Now, both Chen Xuan and his wife were married with a daughter in kindergarten, yet Fong Tianhao had not relinquished his pursuit. It was unclear how he had managed to strike up conversations with Xia Xinru's mother, but it seemed he had cast some sort of spell on her, for she frequently urged their daughter to consider divorce. Thus, upon encountering him, Chen Xuan felt a surge of anger, his tone turning decidedly unfriendly. Goodness, what major scoop? Could be true? Rejected over 10 times, and this man still has the audacity to show his face. The crowd around them buzzed with gossip, their eyes darting toward Fong Tianhao with a mixture of curiosity and incredulity. Fong Tianhao, incensed, clenched his fists in anger but quickly relaxed, donning a fade of nonchalance. "Let bygones be bygones," he said, forcing a smile. "Are you here to shop for clothes, Chen Xuan?" "Indeed. Do you have a problem with that?" Chen Xuan retorted. "Not at all, but do you have the means? I heard you faced a failed venture, leaving you in significant debt and now laboring at a construction site. Exhausted like a dog. Considering the prices here, are you sure you can afford it?" Fong Tianhao remarked casually, clearly aiming to humiliate Chen Xuan by exposing his financial struggles. Hearing Fong Tianhao's words, the crowd turned their gaze toward Chen Xuan, their expressions hinting at the conclusion that he might indeed be a mere impoverished wretch. Most patrons here were affluent, and someone like him could only gaze longingly at the merchandise. "Indeed, I'm a migrant worker, and I take pride in my labor. Do you have an issue with that? Furthermore, whether I can afford to buy or not is none of your concern." Chen Xuan shot back, his gaze fixed coldly on Fong Tianhao. "Ah, quite the temper you have." Just then, a voice dripping with sarcasm pierced the air as Lu Yunyun sashayed over. A dress in hand. "Brother Hao, how is it that you associate with such a destitute individual? It's quite audacious of you to even converse with him." Her intent was clear. She had come to bolster Fong Tianhao, her eyes glinting with provocation as she regarded Chen Xuan. Upon witnessing this, Fong Tianhao felt an overwhelming sense of joy, reveling in the prospect of trampling Chen Xuan beneath his feet and subjecting him to a barrage of humiliation. After all, he was merely an old classmate, a graduate of a prestigious university, yet here he was wallowing in debt and laboring on a construction site. Embracing Lu Yunyun at the waist, Fong Tianhao wore a scornful smile, dismissing Chen Xuan entirely. "Huh, a pauper aspiring to shop here? Look at this dress in my hand, worth over 20,000. Can you afford it?" Lu Yunyun continued to mock him mercilessly. As the two engaged in their taunts, each remark deliberately aimed at belittling him, Chen Xuan remained unfazed, resembling a spectator at a circus. "Have you two finished?" Chen Xuan retorted. Taken aback, they struggled to comprehend his sudden interjection. "So what if we have?" Fong Tianhao queried. "If you're done, then kindly step aside. Do not impede my shopping," Chen Xuan replied, turning to the sales clerk. "Miss, I'll take these 2 dresses, though one is slightly large. Do you have it in a smaller size?" The sales clerk hesitated momentarily, having been somewhat convinced by Fong Tianhao's earlier words, believing Chen Xuan to be a mere impoverished wretch merely indulging in a fleeting whim. Such customers were not uncommon, and while they often caused her some annoyance, she maintained her professional demeanor. Thus, when she heard Chen Xuan express his desire to purchase both dresses, her expression shifted to one of astonishment. "Yes, of course," she quickly responded. Another sales clerk interjected, "Sir, although these 2 dresses are children's sizes, they are still quite pricey. Together, they total over 30,000. Chen Xuan shot her an irritated glance. What do you mean by that? Do you doubt my ability to afford them? No, sir. I'm merely, enough, just wrap them up. My daughter will surely adore them. Since I'm here, I might as well buy a few more, Chen Xuan declared generously. This unexpected display left everyone in shock. Wasn't he supposed to be a penniless fool? How could he exhibit such extravagance? Fang Tianhao was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by Chen Xian's antics, before a thought struck him. He chuckled, Chen Xuan, keep pretending. Just don't find yourself unable to pay, or that will be quite the embarrassment. Rest assured, my husband is certainly wealthier than you. Any shame will be yours to bear, Lu Yuanyuan interjected, not allowing Chen Xuan a chance to respond. Suddenly, a sweet voice chimed in nearby, causing everyone to pause and turn toward the source. Upon looking, they were all instantly captivated. Xia Xinru emerged in a white polka-dot dress, her tall figure accentuated by the exquisite garment, which highlighted her elegance. With her long, fair legs, a slender waist, and breathtaking beauty, she effortlessly drew the attention of all present. Absolutely stunning, like a celestial being descended from the heavens. This sentiment resonates with nearly everyone. After donning this exquisite dress, Xia Xinru's sweet and pure aura was magnificently accentuated. In her presence, Lu Yuanyuan, adorned in heavy makeup and cosmetic enhancements, was rendered utterly lackluster. Darling, what do you think of this dress? Is it beautiful? Xia Xinru inquired with a smile, approaching Chen Xuan. As for her old classmate Fang Tianhao, she was certainly aware of his presence, yet she chose to disregard him entirely, not casting a glance in his direction. Conversely, Fang Tianhao was fixated on Xia Xinru, nearly drooling in admiration. Yes, it looks splendid, my dear. I mentioned that this dress suits you perfectly. You appear even more enchanting than those glamorous celebrities, Chen Xuan affirmed, nodding in approval before turning his gaze towards Fang Tianhao. Hey, haven't you ever seen a beauty before? Wipe that foolish expression off your face. Upon hearing this, Fang Tianhao snapped back to reality, his face flushing with embarrassment. The surrounding crowd could not help but erupt in laughter. Lu Yuanyuan, incensed, pinched Fang Tianhao a few times in irritation. Indeed, I adore it. Xia Xinru responded with a satisfied smile, revealing her delightful dimples, clearly pleased with the dress. By the way, I have selected 2 dresses for Xianxian as well. I wonder if she will like them. Also, since we're returning to our hometown, we should buy something for Mom, and for Xiaofang too. Let's just get them all at once, Chen Xuan proposed. They had long since agreed to take a trip back home and knew that it was essential to bring gifts along. Xia Xinru, displaying her keen intelligence, understood that her husband intended to use this opportunity to humiliate Fang Tianhao, and she felt no regret in purchasing clothes for her mother and Xiaofang, promptly nodding in agreement. Yes, that dress seems perfect for Mom. Following her indication, everyone immediately spotted a dress suitable for middle-aged women. While the colors were subtle, it was undeniably beautiful, crafted from luxurious silk and quite costly. I concur. It looks wonderful. Salesperson, could you please retrieve it for us to examine? Chen Xuan requested. Oh, certainly. The salesperson, momentarily taken aback, hastily brought down the dress. The price tag read 23,000, prominently displayed for all to see. Is this for real? Are we really going to purchase this dress? 23,000 is no small sum, murmured the crowd. Could it be that he is merely pretending to be affluent without the means? Imagine the embarrassment if he cannot settle the bill. I believe that young man is not a destitute fool at all, but rather a remarkably low-key scion of wealth. Just look at those gentlemen in Guangdong sporting flip-flops. Some of them might own dozens of properties. Witnessing this scene, the crowd began to murmur among themselves, clearly shifting their perception of Chen Xuan from that of a poor loser to an invisible wealthy individual. Fang Tianhao, observing this turn of events, wore an exceedingly grim expression. Brother Hao, what is happening? Didn't you say he was a poor loser? Lu Yuanyuan could not contain her curiosity. Fang Tianhao huffed in response. He is undoubtedly just putting on a fade. When it comes time to pay, we shall see how he handles that. And thus, time marched on. Chen Xuan and Xia Xinru were both selecting clothing, purchasing a dress, a pair of trousers, and a t-shirt for their mother, and acquiring 2 dresses and a pair of trousers for Xiaofang, as well as 2 dresses and a t-shirt for Xianxian. Before long, The table was piled high with items bought by the two, and it was estimated that their expenditure had reached at least 100,000. Fang Tianhao and Lu Yuan did not leave. He was determined to witness Chen Xuan's embarrassment. Well, that should be enough. Chen Xuan nodded in satisfaction and then turned to the sales clerk, asking, "How much is it? Let's charge it." With that, he took out his bank card and cast a challenging glance toward Fang Tianhao, his eyes brimming with provocation. Fang Tianhao was momentarily taken aback by Chen Xuan's actions. He had conducted a private investigation and discovered that Chen Xuan and his companions not only lacked funds, but were also burdened with debt due to failed entrepreneurial ventures. It seemed implausible that he could muster even a few thousand, let alone the 13,000 required. Why was he so composed? "Chen Xuan, don't tell me you're using a credit card," Fang Tianhao suddenly exclaimed, recalling something. There were indeed individuals who, in a bid to maintain appearances, resorted to credit cards. He assumed Chen Xuan was merely trying to flaunt his status, thus using a credit card. For where else could he have procured such funds? "This is a debit card." Unexpectedly, the sales clerk replied after taking the card. Fang Tianhao instantly felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, akin to receiving a sharp slap. "Sir, your total expenditure amounts to 135,600. Please confirm if there are any discrepancies," the sales clerk inquired. No issues." Chen Xuan nodded and promptly entered his password. Soon, the sound of a successful transaction echoed. Fang Tianhao was left in a state of shock. How could this be possible? Wasn't he just a poor loser? Chapter 23. The madness of shopping addiction. After completing the payment, Chen Xuan turned and smiled at Fang Tianhao, saying, "Fang Tianhao, didn't you say I couldn't afford this? I'm just a penniless wretch." Fang Tianhao found himself at a loss for words. The audacity he had previously displayed was now replaced by utter humiliation. In the face of reality, he felt as if he had been soundly slapped. His face flushed with shame. "Darling, shall we leave? If there's anything else you wish to buy, I will gladly get it for you. Money is no object, as long as you like it," Chen Xuan said, looking at Xia Xinru with a smile. "Thank you, my dear husband. You are so wonderful," Xia Xinru replied sweetly, linking her arm with Chen Xuan's, revealing her adorable dimples. This display of affection felt like a mouthful of dog food forced down Fang Tianhao's throat. Even if he wished to reject it, he had no choice but to swallow it whole. Immediately, he noticed the way those around him regarded him had shifted. Previously, he was vociferously declaring the other to be a poor loser, unable to pay. Now, he has been thoroughly proven wrong. Some individuals, dressed ostentatiously in gold chains and designer labels, believed themselves superior simply due to their wealth, yet their manners were deplorable. They looked down on others, including migrant workers. What is wrong with migrant workers? My parents and grandparents were all farmers. Were it not for their hard work and perseverance, could we enjoy the good life we have today? In this era, the truly wealthy tend to be particularly discreet, their affluence often concealed. In contrast, some individuals adorn themselves with ostentatious jewelry and designer brands, even cruising in luxury cars, only to reveal that these possessions are merely rented. A facade crafted to attract romantic interests. The recent actions of Fang Tianhao and Lu Yuan have drawn considerable disdain, and at this moment, as they faced a humiliating defeat at the hands of Chen Xuan, their inhibitions dissipated, leading them to engage in loud discussions. Upon hearing the crowd's remarks, both Fang Tianhao and Lu Yuan were engulfed by a profound sense of shame. Their faces flushed crimson. If a fissure had appeared in the ground, they would have eagerly burrowed into it. "Take your time shopping. We are leaving. Goodbye." Just then, Chen Xuan and Xia Xinru emerged, burdened with numerous bags. And as they passed by, Chen Xuan greeted them with a smile. However, this salutation only deepened Fang Tianhao's humiliation, akin to receiving two stinging slaps from Chen Xuan, leaving him seething with anger. "Chen Xuan, I will not forget this grudge. You shall pay dearly for it," he thought, his ire directed at Chen Xuan's retreating figure. Ultimately, unable to endure the biting ridicule any longer, the pair hastily retreated without making any purchases. "Haha, darling, that was absolutely delightful. Did you notice Fang Tianhao's expression? He looked as if he had swallowed a fly. It was utterly hilarious." Once outside the store, Xia Xinru could not contain her laughter. Her disdain for Fang Tianhao had persisted since their university days, particularly after he had the audacity to approach her mother, inciting discord in an attempt to orchestrate a divorce between her and Chen Xuan. Such behavior infuriated her beyond measure. That kind of person deserves all that comes to him. Dear, let us not allow him to affect our mood, Chen Xuan replied with a grin. Indeed, let's continue our shopping. Xia Xinru agreed eagerly. In the past, their financial constraints had limited their shopping excursions, but now transformed into millionaires, they had a plethora of items to acquire. Darling, this men's clothing store looks splendid. You can't just buy for us. You must treat yourself as well. Xia Xinru insisted, pulling Chen Xuan toward the boutique. I think I'll pass. My current attire is quite satisfactory. Even if it totals less than 200 yuan, it's comfortable, Chen Xuan chuckled. He held no particular regard for brand names. His priority was comfort in clothing. That's simply one do. You've bought us such exquisite items, yet you're still dressed like this. What if others think I'm mistreating you? Xia Xinru countered, firmly guiding Chen Xuan inside. When they finally emerged, Chen Xuan had transformed his entire outfit. Previously handsome, he now donned an elegant ensemble that dramatically elevated his aura. Darling, you look incredibly dashing in that outfit, Xia Xinru exclaimed. Her gaze filled with admiration as she linked her arm with his. It's all thanks to your discerning taste, Chen Xuan replied, acknowledging that the outfit was indeed selected by Xia Xinru. As they strolled hand in hand through the shopping mall, the striking couple drew the attention of many onlookers. Wow, the young man and woman are incredibly attractive. Are they celebrities? I adore them. They seem so in love, truly a match made in heaven. Oh, how I wish I could have such a handsome boyfriend. Alas, I feel unworthy. His girlfriend is too beautiful. Sigh, darling, look again. Do you believe I could pluck your eyes out? Prepare to kneel on the washboard when we get home. Oomph. As they walked along, they instantly became the focal point of the entire venue. What can one do? We live in an era that values appearances. Individuals of striking beauty are a mesmerizing sight wherever they go. Chen Xuan and Xia Xinru have become accustomed to this attention. During their university romance, wherever they went, they were always met with envious glances. Dear, there's a ladies' shoe store over there. If you paired that lovely dress with a beautiful pair of shoes, it would be perfect. Perhaps we shouldn't buy any more. We've already purchased so much. Of course we should buy. Life is but a fleeting century, now that we have a means. Should we wait until we're lying in a coffin to spend it? Ugh, that essay jinx. Soon, they transformed into shopping enthusiasts, acquiring shoes, bags, rings, necklaces, cosmetics, and phones, items they once longed for but couldn't afford. Before long, they had amassed a considerable collection. Fortunately, there were dedicated storage lockers. Otherwise, they would have struggled to carry everything. Indeed, when one suddenly acquires wealth, they often develop a condition known as the shopping frenzy. At that moment, Chen Xuan and Xia Xinru were experiencing just that, continuing until they could hardly walk, their backs and waists aching. Darling, how much have we spent now? Xia Xinru inquired, unable to contain her curiosity as she sat in a resting chair. Over 500,000, I believe, Chen Xuan replied after glancing at his phone. That much? Xia Xinru exclaimed in astonishment. 500,000. In the past, he could never have imagined spending such an amount in just 30 hours of extravagant shopping. How extravagant this was! Noticing a hint of concern on Xia Xinru's face, Chen Xuan leaned in closer and whispered, We still have over 14 million. Upon hearing this, the worry on Xia Xinru's face vanished. Compared to over 1,500,000 felt like a mere drop in the bucket. My dear, don't fret about such amounts in the future. If we ever run out, I'll simply have my future self in the lottery again, Chen Xuan chuckled. All right, I understand. I just need to adjust. We used to work tirelessly for a monthly salary of 4,000 to 5,000. And now we've spent over 500,000 in an instant, Xia Xinru replied, feeling a bit overwhelmed. After chatting for a while, they decided against further shopping and instead hired a car to take all their purchases home. Chapter 24. Ecstatic Xianxian. Nothing compares to the comfort of my own bed. Em utterly exhausted. Upon returning home, Xia Xinru flopped onto the bed, sprawled out like a lazy kitten, clutching a teddy bear. Chen Xuan entered with a smile. equally fatigued as he stretched, causing a symphony of cracking sound from his joints. At that moment, he truly understood the exhaustion of a long day of shopping, vowing never to embark on such an endeavor again. With that, he collapsed onto the bed. The two exchanged glances and couldn't help but chuckle. "Darling, when shall we return to our hometown?" Xia Xinru suddenly inquired, now that they had acquired wealth and were free from the burdens of work. They contemplated a trip back home. "In a few days, I plan to purchase a car for our return. We've accumulated so many items. Taking the bus would be quite cumbersome. Moreover, we promised Xian that we would take her to the amusement park. We can go back home after we take her out for some fun this weekend." Chen Xuan replied without hesitation. He had already thought this through. "All right, let it be so." Xia Xinru agreed with a nod, then sat up and began to rub her sore feet. "My feet hurt so much. No need to worry. My dear, allow me to massage them for you," Chen Xuan insisted. "Oh, but they might smell," she protested. "Who says that? My wife is a celestial being. How could her feet possibly smell?" Uft. Xia Xinru burst into laughter, unable to contain herself. "You certainly know how to speak charmingly." After coaxing her to lie down, Chen Xuan cradled her long, delicate legs in his arms. Her legs were devoid of any excess flesh, appearing so tender they seemed ready to drip with dew. Her petite feet were exceptionally beautiful, each toe resembling a flawless carving of jade. For someone with a foot fetish, such legs could be cherished for a lifetime. Chen Xuan then began to massage her feet. "Yes, just there. So comfortable. Ah, be gentle, darling, yes, just like that. It feels wonderful." After finishing with her feet, he had Xia Xinru lie on her stomach while he positioned himself atop her soft, fragrant form and began to massage down from her shoulders. "Dear, those sounds you're making could lead me astray, you know?" Chen Xuan remarked, feeling a stirring response within him at the sound that resembled a moan. "It feels so good. I'm sorry, I couldn't help it." Xia Xinru's cheeks flushed as she felt overwhelmed by the pleasure of his massage. Fortunately, they were alone. Otherwise, anyone overhearing might misinterpret their sounds. "It's rather late now," Chen Xuan stated, suddenly flipping her over and pinning her beneath him. Xia Xinru immediately felt something hard pressing against her, her face growing even redder. Moments later, their bodies intertwined, filling the room with sounds inappropriate for children. Later that evening, after dinner, Xian was preparing to watch some cartoons when Chen Xuan called from the bedroom. "Xian, come here for a moment. Daddy needs to speak with you." "Oh, coming." Without a second thought, Xian, clad in cartoon-themed slippers, scampered toward the bedroom. "Daddy, what do you need?" she asked curiously. As soon as Yuan entered the bedroom, an exquisitely beautiful dress suddenly appeared before her. For a moment, she was taken aback, but her eyes soon sparkled with delight. The dress was truly stunning, adorned with butterflies gracefully dancing. Each butterfly was unique, together forming a breathtaking tapestry. The fabric was silk, smooth to the touch, and incredibly comfortable against her skin. "Oh, what a beautiful dress!" Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. Chen Xuan smiled and said, "Yuan, this dress is for you. Do you like it?" "Yes, I absolutely love it." Yuan exclaimed joyfully, embracing the dress tightly, its silky texture making her reluctant to let go. "But wait, there's more," chimed in Xia Xinru, holding not only a lovely dress, but also a t-shirt, shorts, and a pair of beautiful sandals. Xuanyuan's mouth fell agape in disbelief. She was aware of her family's financial struggles and their debts, and her parents rarely bought new clothes. To see them suddenly acquire so much was beyond her imagination. "Mom, are all these for me?" Yuan asked, puzzled. "Of course." Xia Xinru replied with a smile. "These are all for you. Do you like them?" "Yes, I really do." Yuan nodded enthusiastically, but suddenly a thought struck her. But we are very poor. Dad and Mom work so hard. I can't accept this." Upon hearing her words, Chen Xuan and Xia Xinru felt a wave of emotion. This little girl had always been so well-behaved and considerate, understanding her parents' hardships at such a young age. It filled their hearts with immense pride. Xia Xinru stepped forward and embraced Yuan tightly, her voice slightly choked with emotion. "My dear daughter, our family is doing well now. What do you want to wear? What do you want to eat? Just tell Mommy, okay?" Yuan looked bewildered, a flurry of question marks swirling in her mind. "Are we really doing well? How come I didn't know?" "All right, Today is a joyous occasion. There's no need for tears, Chen Xuan said, quickly changing the subject. Honey, why don't you take Chen Yuan to try on the clothes and see if they fit? If they don't, we can exchange them tomorrow. All right, Xia Xinru agreed enthusiastically. She then assisted Chen Yuan in trying on the clothes. It was undeniable that their taste was impeccable. Once dressed, the already beautiful and adorable Chen Yuan became even more charming. Chen Yuan was overjoyed, running around the room in her lovely dress and shoes, bursting with laughter. Chen Xuan and Xia Xinru were thoroughly amused by her exuberance, sharing in her joy with hearty laughter. That night, Chen Yuan was particularly excited, playing until 11 o'clock before finally settling down to sleep. Chen Xuan and Xia Xinru, exhausted, collapsed on the bed together and quickly drifted into slumber. Chapter 25. The Future I Faced Friday. My dear, are you sure you don't want to come along with me? No, I do not enjoy driving. Which model do you prefer? You could just buy it for yourself. I would rather stay at home and scroll through Douyin. It is much more comfortable. All right then, you little lazy pig, be careful not to gain weight. Not a chance. Around 9 in the morning, Chen Xuan departed from his home and headed straight for the largest car dealership in Panlong County, clearly intending to purchase a vehicle. For any man, once wealth is attained, the desire to acquire a beloved car is almost universal, and Chen Xuan was no exception. Owning a car would undoubtedly enhance his convenience for future travels. Although he now possessed over 10 million, which would easily cover the cost of a Lamborghini, he had no intention of purchasing a sports car. On one hand, such a flashy choice did not suit someone like him, who was focused on establishing a family and a career. On the other hand, driving a sports car back to his hometown would be impractical. The only road leading home was a dirt path, and with the low clearance of a sports car, it would likely sustain damage long before reaching its destination. Welcome, sir. Are you here to purchase a car? Upon entering the dealership, a woman dressed in professional attire greeted him with a bright smile. Yes, I would like a look at a BMW, Chen Xuan replied. Among the various models, he particularly favored BMW for its exceptional handling. Upon hearing his words, the salesperson's eyes lit up. Customers interested in BMWs were typically affluent, and securing this sale would yield her a handsome commission. Thus, her smile became even more radiant, and her tone softened considerably. Under the guidance of the salesperson, it wasn't long before Chen Xuan purchased a BMW 7 Series, which boasted impressive features and was valued at over 1.8 million. He did not even flinch as he made the payment. Sir, we will expedite the processing of your license plates and other formalities. By next Tuesday at the latest, you will be able to drive your car home, the salesperson said respectfully. Chen Xuan nodded. All right, please contact me then. Shall I give you a ride? No, thank you. I will just take a taxi back. With the salesperson's warm send-off, Chen Xuan boarded a taxi and departed. The three salespeople watched as he disappeared from view, their expressions revealing a mix of astonishment. Now I understand. Those who are truly wealthy tend to be remarkably low-key. Over 1.8 million. He didn't even bat an eye while paying, and yet he left in a taxi. Indeed, he dressed quite ordinarily. His clothes weren't designer brands. I expected him to buy a car worth a few thousand, but he came in and chose a BMW with top-tier features. Exactly. We should never underestimate those who dress modestly, especially those elderly gentlemen in flip-flops. They might very well own dozens of rental properties. As the three conversed, they made their way back into the dealership. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan was en route home in the taxi, the sun blazing fiercely overhead, making the streets nearly deserted. At that moment, an echo of his future self resonated in his mind. Damn it, past self, you better avenge me. Upon hearing those words, Chen Xuan was momentarily taken aback, but then his demeanor instantly invigorated. What is going on? What vendetta? He was astonished, hurriedly questioning in his mind. First, let me show you a video. The future Chen Xuan stated. As soon as he uttered these words, a brief video materialized in Chen Xuan's mind. Reminiscent of scrolling through Douyin, the footage depicted a narrow alleyway, which Chen Xuan immediately recognized as a small lane not far from his home. When he traversed daily on his way back, hit him hard, echoed a voice. Who are you really? I have no grievances with you. Why are you taking money from others to settle scores? My friend, forgive me, keep hitting. A chorus of curses soon filled the air. And Chen Xuan felt a chill run down his spine as he recognized his own voice among them. In the next instant, he saw himself sprinting from the opposite end of the alley, pursued by 6 or 7 masked figures wielding steel pipes and machetes. Once they caught up to him, they unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks, accompanied by cries of agony. The video was a mere 15 seconds long, yet it left Chen Xuan's expression grave. If his conjecture was correct, this video must have originated from the future. This implied he was destined to endure a brutal beating. The video has concluded. You must be able to deduce the situation now, ugh. It hurts terribly, the future, Chen Xuan remarked, suddenly gasping, evidently in excruciating pain. He continued, I am currently lying in a hospital bed. When my wife and daughter saw me, they wept uncontrollably. You must be cautious. Once you purchase a car and return home, you will encounter this group. They have already laid in wait. Chen Xuan furrowed his brow and inquired, Who are they? I do not know. The police are still investigating. However, they mentioned taking money to settle debts, which indicates someone must be orchestrating this. The future Chen Xuan replied. Chen Xuan's temperament was inherently composed. He was not one to easily offend others. Suddenly, a face invaded his thoughts. Could it be that scoundrel Fong Tianhao? Just as I suspected. He was thoroughly humiliated yesterday and must be seething with resentment. Hence he likely hired someone to assault me. The future, Chen Xuan conveyed. Time is of the essence. I urge you to either devise a way to evade this crisis or find a means to retaliate against them. The choice is yours. But do not allow yourself to be beaten. With that, their conversation was abruptly cut off as the time ran out. Evade? That was impossible. They had already come knocking at his door. How could he possibly flee? Chen Xuan had no intention of retreating. One might escape the first encounter, but not the 15th. Instead, he contemplated a strategy to confront them decisively. They were numerous and armed with clubs and blades. A direct confrontation was out of the question. Yet, there is a saying, when in trouble, seek the assistance of the police. With this thought in mind, Chen Xuan quickly seized his phone and dialed the emergency services. He is not a member of the underworld. When confronted with such a situation, it is foolish to engage them head-on. We live in a society governed by law, and it is imperative to leverage the power of the law and the police. Before long, the call was connected. Hello, this is 110. Is this the police? I need to report an emergency. A group of thugs is lying in wait for me. They're armed with steel pipes and knives. Please send someone quickly. All right, sir. Please provide your exact location. We will dispatch assistance immediately. The driver, upon hearing Chen Xuan's words, widened his eyes in disbelief, his grip on the steering wheel trembling. Good heavens! We're being ambushed by gangsters. This is thrilling. Chapter 26. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow bird awaits meanwhile in a narrow alley. A small group of 4 or 5 individuals lay concealed in a secluded corner. At the forefront stood a bald man, portly in stature, his prominent beard belly drawing attention. Upon his right arm was an imposing tattoo of a Chilan, its fierce claws depicted in a menacing manner. The others bore tattoos or sported garishly dyed hair, unmistakably members of the criminal underbelly. Brother Hong, once we deal with him, and you hand over the 200,000, you must take us to the Old Street for some fun, chuckled a man with green hair. Any local would know the Old Street was notorious for its brothels, a frequent haunt for these individuals. Xiao Li, you might be small in stature, but you're quite adept in that area, aren't you? Are you thinking of Aju again? Remarked a burly, muscular man beside him. Xiao Li responded with a lewd grin. Of course. I excel in that apartment. Shall we have a double date tonight? Get lost. Who'll want to go with you? The sweltering heat left the area deserted, and they took refuge beneath a large tree, exchanging vulgar banter. Before long, a disheveled man dashed toward them, exclaiming, Brother Hong, he is coming. Upon hearing this, the bald man, Sun Hong, sprang to his feet and inquired, Is it just him? Yes. Excellent. Brothers, put on your masks. After we handle him, we leave the scene immediately. Remember, we can use force, but do not kill him. Understood? Sun Hong commanded. Understood. The group responded, hastily donning black masks that obscure their faces. With a wave of his hand, Sun Hong led them, armed with steel pipes and knives, stealthily toward a fork in the alley. After a brief wait, they spotted a figure approaching from a distance. "Brother Hong, it's him, he's coming." I see him." Z, take two brothers and circle around behind him for a pincer attack. "Let us see where he thinks he can escape." "Got it," replied a man, promptly leading two companions down an alternate route. The approaching figure was none other than Chen Xuan, who, as per his usual routine, was making his way home step by step. On the surface, tranquility prevailed, yet Chen Yuan's body was taut with tension, her keen eyes vigilantly surveying the surroundings. Ahead lay the very spot where I had been brutally assaulted in the video. They were undoubtedly lying in wait there, Chen Xuan murmured. Despite this, he exhibited no trace of fear, striding boldly forward, for he was acutely aware that he had the protection of the police at his back, rendering these ruffians inconsequential. Before long, Chen Xuan stepped into the ambush zone. "Attack!" Sun Hong commanded, raising his hand and charging forward with a steel pipe, his two companions immediately trailing behind him. According to his plan, at this moment, the second-in-command was supposed to lead a group from another entrance to encircle Chen Xuan in the center, leaving him no escape unless he sprouted wings. However, halfway through their advance, they were startled to discover that it was not the second-in-command and his crew emerging, but rather a contingent of police officers. "Freeze! Hands on your heads, or we will open fire," came a thunderous shout. Sun Hong and his associates were taken aback. Confronted by the ominous barrels of guns, they halted abruptly, only to find that police were also positioned behind them, effectively trapping them in a vice. As for Chen Xuan, he had long since retreated behind the officers, a mocking expression directed at the would-be assailants. What is happening? How could there be police?" Sun Hong stammered, his face a mask of disbelief. Their meticulously crafted plan had seemed infallible, with no leaks, so how had the police arrived? Moreover, it was evident that they had been lying in wait for quite some time. In truth, after learning of the situation from his own sources, Chen Xuan had promptly alerted the authorities. En route, he had met with the police beforehand, informing them of the threats he faced from a group of nefarious individuals who intended to ambush him on his way home. The police, though initially skeptical of Chen Xuan's claims, were sworn to protect the safety and interests of the public. Thus, they swiftly devised a plan, utilizing Chen Xuan as bait to orchestrate a classic scenario of predator and prey. "Lay down your weapons, do you hear? Or we will fire," bellowed a stern officer. Faced with the ominous gun barrels, the steel pipes and knives held by Sun Hong and his crew were rendered utterly useless. Upon reaching the count of 3, they promptly discarded their weapons and crouched down in surrender. Immediately, officers surged forth to apprehend them. "Bring everyone over here," commanded the lead officer. The second-in-command, who had intended to flank Chen Xuan, was likewise rounded up, having been subdued without a whisper of awareness, his hands now shackled. "Mr. Chen, you are indeed correct. These individuals are part of a criminal organization. We must take them back for questioning, and you will likely need to accompany us to assist with the investigation," the lead officer informed Chen Xuan. "Officer, my home is just ahead, and my wife is still there. Would it be permissible for me to return briefly to inform her, after which I will gladly accompany you to the station?" Chen Xuan hesitated before speaking. The police officer chuckled. "Do not be anxious. They are the criminals, and you are merely assisting us in our investigation. Here, that's the plan. Return home for lunch, and then come back. To ensure your safety from any potential threats, I will assign someone to protect you around the clock." "Thank you very much," Chen Xuan replied. "Not at all." After bidding farewell, Chen Xuan returned home accompanied by the two officers. Upon opening the door, Xia Xinru was startled to find the two policemen standing at the entrance. "Honey, what is going on?" she exclaimed, utterly astonished. One of the officers quickly reassured her. "Madam, please do not be afraid. We are here solely to protect Mr. Chen. He will explain the situation to you. Officers, please come in and have a seat," Chen Xuan urged. "No, we will remain at the door," the officers replied, promptly turning to stand rigidly at the entrance. Their duty was to ensure Chen Xuan's safety. With no other option, Chen Xuan led Xia Xinru back inside. "What on earth is happening?" she inquired, anxiously, like an ant on a hot stove. Chen Xuan, not wanting to conceal anything, recounted the events. Upon hearing the details, Xia Xinru was filled with fury. "That scoundrel Fong Tianhao has gone too far. He must be apprehended. Rest assured, my dear. I merely came to inform you that I will assist in the investigation at the police station shortly. If this indeed involves Fong Tianhao, he will not escape justice. Oof. Who else could it be? Thankfully, you can communicate with your future self. Otherwise, I dread to think of you being hospitalized. The mere thought of her husband's suffering made Xia Xinru clench her fists in anger. If Fong Tianhao were present at that moment, she would undoubtedly rush forward and deliver a couple of resounding slaps. Chapter 27. Fong Tianhao is captured. Once everything was settled, Chen Xuan accompanied the police to the precinct, while some officers remained behind to ensure Xia Xinru's safety. From Sun Hong and others, they learned that they had taken on the task of sending Chen Xuan to the hospital through a friend's introduction, with a reward of 500,000. The police swiftly followed the leads and apprehended this friend. Mr. Chen, you mentioned that you offended someone. These individuals are hired thugs. Who is the person responsible? Without hesitation, Chen Xuan revealed Fong Tianhao's name. He briefly explained the conflict that had arisen. Based on the information provided by Sun Hong and Chen Xuan, the police conducted a rapid investigation and, by that evening, had identified Fong Tianhao as the mastermind. At 8 o'clock, he was apprehended at a bathing center. At that moment, Chen Xuan had returned home, enjoying time with his wife and daughter while watching television. Suddenly, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from the police, and he answered immediately. Hello, is this Mr. Chen? Yes, it is I. Greetings, officer. Chen Xuan responded respectfully. He held a deep-seated admiration for the law enforcement officers. Without their steadfast dedication, tirelessly battling against crime, society would not enjoy such tranquility. Upon receiving a call from the police, Xia Xinru immediately gestured for Chen Xuan to lower her voice and promptly reduced the volume of the television. Indeed, Mr. Chen, the criminal Fong Tianhao has been apprehended, and he has confessed to his crimes, admitting to hiring someone to assault you, the officer informed. That is splendid news, officer. I am truly grateful, Chen Xuan replied, astonished that they had managed to capture him in just one afternoon. However, Fong Tianhao wishes to speak with you. May I proceed? The police inquired. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan's lips curled into a slight smile as he responded, Of course, that will be fine. After a moment, it was evident that the phone had been passed to Fong Tianhao, whose cold voice resonated through the line. Chen Xuan, I never anticipated falling into your hands. This is your own doing. The moment you hired someone to harm me, you became a criminal, Chen Xuan replied calmly. I truly wish to kill you, Fong Tianhao seethed, his heart brimming with fury. After enduring humiliation from Chen Xuan the previous day, he had returned home unable to sleep, consumed by thoughts of exacting severe retribution. He could not rest until he avenged this slight. Fueled by anger and intoxicated by excessive drinking, he had impulsively decided to hire someone to teach Chen Xuan a lesson, fortuitously contacting an acquaintance from the underworld. However, to his astonishment, not only had he failed to achieve his aim, but he also found himself incarcerated. He could not accept this fate. Now a man of considerable wealth, with a promising future ahead, he feared that this misstep would confine him to a life behind bars. You wish to kill me? Perhaps you should first find your way out of prison, Chen Xuan retorted with a mocking laugh. Fong Tianhao seethed with rage, feeling utterly powerless. Then, a thought struck him, and he inquired, Chen Xuan, how did you know I had hired someone to attack you? Moreover, how did you manage to alert the police in advance? This perplexity plagued him. Logically, everything should have been executed flawlessly, with no leaks. Yet it seemed as if Chen Xuan had foreseen the future, meticulously orchestrating everything in anticipation of Fong Tianhao's misstep. Man acts, and heaven observes. 3 feet above one's head are divine beings. Fong Tianhao, all your misdeeds have not gone unnoticed, Chen Xuan stated before abruptly terminating the call. He could not disclose the secret of his communication with the future to anyone. In this era that venerates science, any inexplicable mystical occurrence would undoubtedly attract a swarm of experts, professors, and scholars. Chen Xuan had no desire to be a mere subject of study. He had already made a pact with his wife that this secret would remain solely between them, even from their parents, as the fewer who knew, the better. How wonderful! Fong Tianhao has been captured. Husband, how long do you think you'll be sentenced? Xia Xinru, having heard the conversation clearly due to the speakerphone, immediately asked after the call ended. Chen Xuan shook his head in resignation. I'm not certain. It depends on how the police proceed with the charges. Regardless, he will undoubtedly spend some time in prison. Xia Xinru nodded and remarked, such a person should be confined for a lifetime, never to emerge. Mommy, Daddy, what are you talking about? Who has been captured? Xian could not contain her curiosity, having understood nothing since the phone call began. Chen Xuan gently pinched her tender little face and smiled. We are discussing how the police apprehend bad people. From now on, Xian must strive to be a law-abiding young lady and must never engage in any unlawful activities. Do you understand? Xian understands. I won't be a bad person, she replied, nodding her little head eagerly. Xia Xinru glanced at the time and said, It's getting late. You should go to bed early, Xian. Tomorrow we're going to the amusement park, so you need to wake up early. Do you hear me? Tomorrow is Saturday, and with kindergarten closed, Chen Xuan and Xia Xinru planned to take Xian to the amusement park. Upon hearing about the amusement park, Xuan's face lit up with joy. Let us go. Time for bed, so we can go to the amusement park tomorrow. She bounced happily into her bedroom, seeing her innocent and lively demeanor. Both Chen Xuan and Xia Xinru couldn't help but chuckle. A night swiftly passed. Due to the sweltering weather, they decided to take Xian to the amusement park early in the morning, aiming to return home before the sun fully rose. Mommy, I want to wear my butterfly dress, Xian said sleepily while rubbing her eyes. Not today. We are going to the amusement park, and wearing a dress would be impractical, Xia Xinru replied, selecting a pair of shorts for her. Oh, all right, Xian said with a sigh, already aware of the importance of looking pretty, believing she should dress beautifully for her favorite outings. Are you two ready? It's time to set off. Chen Xuan entered with a smile, dressed in simple athletic wear. Just a moment. I'm finishing up Xuan's hair, Xia Xinru laughed. Soon, they were ready, hand in hand, leaving the house with radiant smiles. They encountered several neighbors jogging on the way, who greeted the family warmly. Xian, where are you all headed? Oh, isn't there no kindergarten today? We plan to take Xian to the amusement park. Look at this lovely family of 3. How sweet they are, unlike my household, where the couple constantly quarrels and neglects their child. Indeed, many young couples today are preoccupied with gaming and partying, neglecting their families. Just look at Xian and his wife. That is what true love looks like. Chapter 28. The Joyful Amusement Park Starfish Amusement Park. This is the largest amusement park in Panlong County, featuring various attractions such as carousels, pirate ships, bumper cars, roller coasters, and giant windmills. Given that it was Saturday, a plethora of children were drawn to the park, and even at 6 in the morning, it was already bustling with visitors. Adjacent to it, there was also a water park which attracted a considerable crowd. So many people. Mommy, Daddy, hurry up. As soon as they alighted from the vehicle, Xian burst forth with exuberance, dashing towards the amusement park. Xian, slow down. Xia Xinru hurriedly chased after her, grasping her tightly. There are so many people, you mustn't run about. Do you hear? Xian nodded, though her little eyes continued to roam excitedly around her surroundings. In a few years, you might not be able to catch up, Chen Xuan chuckled. By then, when she grows up, I doubt I'll care. The family of 3 exchanged jovial banter as they entered the amusement park. Soon, they encountered their first attraction, the carousel. Let us go. Xian, Daddy will take you to ride the carousel. Chen Xuan exclaimed with a smile. Yay! Xian squealed with delight, leaping into Chen Xuan's arms, who effortlessly lifted her up and made their way over. After paying the fare, Chen Xuan opted for the tallest and most magnificent horse. He first seated Xian atop it, then maneuvered himself to sit behind her, enveloping her protectively in his embrace. Dear, which one will you ride? Chen Xuan inquired with a grin. I'll sit on the one beside you, and I'll take pictures for you, Xia Xinru replied, settling on a little wooden horse adjacent to them. The park was filled with children and families like Chen Xuan's, each face adorned with smiles. After a brief wait, the carousel began to whirl, accompanied by familiar melodies. With its splendid exterior and vibrant lights, the carousel sang, I am a carousel, in this paradise, to fulfill the dreams of children. Climb upon my back, and I shall take you soaring. Yay, we're riding, Mommy and Daddy, look. The horses are moving. How fun! The children chimed in unison, singing along. I am a carousel in this paradise. As the carousel spun, the children erupted with joyous laughter, many joining in song, including Chen Xuan. Her voice was melodious, and her adorable appearance made her shine like a radiant little princess. Darling, Chen Xuan, look over here. Xia Xinru called out. The pair turned to see her capturing the moment with a digital camera. Chen Xuan leaned close to his daughter, embracing her as they posed with silly expressions. And Chen Xuan mirrored him. With a click, a cherished photograph was captured, showcasing the blissful smiles of father and daughter. However, before long, the carousel came to a gentle halt. Chen Xuan lifted Chen Xuan, who was still yearning for more. Come on, let us move on to the next adventure. We're going to have a splendid time today. Xia Xinru encouraged. Elated, Chen Xuan bounced around her parents like a delightful little sprite, carefree and burdened by no worries at this tender age. Observing their daughter's joy brought happiness to the parents as well. Their next destination, bumper cars. After purchasing tickets, the family entered the arena, where this time, Xia Xinru and Chen Xuan climbed into a bumper car, while Chen Xuan took on the role of photographer. In the venue, numerous children were engaged in playful antics, maneuvering bumper cars and colliding joyously, accompanied by the laughter of a few young couples. Soon, everyone fastened their seatbelts, ready to indulge in the thrilling experience. After all, the essence of bumper car fun lies in the constant collisions. Wife Chen Xuan, hold on tight, Chen Xuan chuckled as he steered his bumper car towards the others. With a resounding crash, both cars were propelled away, spinning in circles. Hooray! Ha! Chen Xuan was utterly unafraid, her laughter ringing out. In contrast, Xia Xinru let out a terrified scream, only to breathe a sigh of relief once they came to a stop. Relax, you won't fall. Chen Xuan reassured her as he approached. Mommy, hurry and bump Daddy, Chen Xuan urged. Although a bit frightened, Xia Xinru was not one to be overly delicate. She pressed the accelerator and spun the steering wheel, charging towards Chen Xuan, who quickly attempted to evade her. Daddy, don't run. Haha, I'm coming for you, Chen Xuan exclaimed joyfully. Catch me if you can. Soon, she collided with Chen Xuan's bumper car, sending her flying and crashing into another car, causing Chen Xuan to bounce back. They exchanged several playful bumps in the midst of laughter. All right, you two dare to laugh? Just watch how I handle you, Chen Xuan declared as he maneuvered his bumper car towards them. Oh my, run, mommy, run. Daddy's coming, Chen Xuan shouted excitedly. Thus began a thrilling chase, initially a family affair, but soon devolving into a chaotic free-for-all, with everyone careening around in bumper cars. The faces of children and adults alike were adorned with radiant smiles. There's a saying that amusement parks are the best remedy for melancholy, and indeed, every child here radiated an innocent joy capable of healing all sorrows. After a good half-hour of play, the family disembarked from the bumper cars, drenched in sweat and feeling quite fatigued. Let's head to the milk tea shop to relax for a bit and enjoy the air conditioning, Chen Xuan suggested. Both Xia Xinru and Chen Xuan nodded in agreement without hesitation. They entered a milk tea shop, ordered their drinks, and settled down to enjoy the cool air while sipping their beverages. Life was indeed delightful. From their seats, they could observe the exhilarating scenes of roller coaster rides, with piercing screams echoing as people soared ahead, their spirits trailing behind. Dear, do you remember our first roller coaster ride? You seemed so scared you might throw up, Chen Xuan teased with a mischievous grin. At this remark, Xia Xinru's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. That wasn't fear-induced nausea. I was just dizzy and couldn't help but throw up afterward, she retorted. All right, whatever you say, Chen Xuan replied with a chuckle, not wanting to press further. Ever since that day, I've never dared to ride a roller coaster again, Xia Xinru admitted. Mom and Dad, is it a roller coaster? I want to ride it, Chen Yuan pointed outside. Aren't you afraid? Xia Xinru immediately inquired. With Dad here, I'm not afraid of anything, Chen Yuan replied. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan involuntarily straightened his chest, realizing how much security he provided in his daughter's eyes. This made Chen Xuan swell with immense pride. However, he still gently refused, saying, Chen Yuan, we cannot ride that yet. You're still too small, and it's quite dangerous. When you grow up, I will take you to ride it. All right? I'm okay, Chen Yuan replied obediently. Chen Xuan affectionately tousled Xuan Yuan's little head. Chapter 29. The missing little girl after enjoying some milk tea. The three of them took a moment to cool off before stepping out of the tea shop. They then took Chen Yuan to play on the slide. A group of children eagerly slid down, erupting in joyous laughter. Chen Yuan was no exception. "Dear, look how happy the children are," Xia Xinru remarked, standing by the railing, observing the scene with a smile. Chen Xuan nodded, exclaiming, "I truly envy today's children. We didn't have slides when I was young. Each day after school, I helped with chores at home, and even on weekends, I had to cut grass for the pigs, feed the ducks, and carry corn." Xia Xinru had never experienced such hardships. Her family was relatively well off, and although her parents favored boys over girls, she never had to do much farm work. "One must endure hardships to rise above," Xia Xinru chuckled. "Indeed," Chen Xuan agreed with a nod. At that moment, a little boy slid down the slide and accidentally bumped into Chen Yuan, causing him to fall. "Ouch! Chen Yuan, did you get hurt?" Seeing this, Xia Xinru rushed in to pick her daughter up. Chen Yuan shook her head and smiled, saying, "I'm fine." Yang Yang apologized to her. The little boy's mother promptly instructed. The young boy, showing understanding, immediately turned to Chen Yuan and said, "I'm sorry." "It's all right, big brother. Let's keep playing," Chen Yuan replied with a smile. Okay." The two little ones, having made amends, held hands and continued sliding down. Their parents exchanged glances and could not help but chuckle. "Your daughter is quite sensible," commented the little boy's mother. "Your Yang Yang is as well. He'll surely grow up to be a warm-hearted man," Xia Xinru replied with a smile. This incident was merely a small interlude. Children will inevitably have their playful scuffles, and the adults did not dwell on it. After playing on the slide, they took Chen Yuan to enjoy the trampoline, ball pit, rock climbing, and more. Time flowed steadily. The sun rose higher, yet the amusement park remained lively, with even more visitors than before. Just as Chen Xuan and his wife were chatting, suddenly, a voice from his future echoed in his mind. Past self. "Were you currently in the amusement park?" Upon suddenly hearing these words, Chen Xuan was momentarily taken aback, yet he promptly responded. "What is it regarding the children's climbing area? You need to hurry to the trampoline section. A little girl will go missing there in the future, and her grandmother will be utterly distraught. Could you please check it out and lend a hand if possible? After all, they are a family," future Chen Xuan explained. "Of course, I have no objections," Chen Xuan replied. He certainly would not decline such a positive endeavor. Being a parent himself, he could only imagine the panic he would feel if his daughter, Chen Xuan, were to suddenly go missing. "All right, I'll send you a photo that I obtained from her grandmother. The little girl's name is Ji Xue," future Chen Xuan added. As the words left his lips, a vivid image appeared in Chen Xuan's mind. The photo depicted a young girl, her age akin to that of Chen Xuan, yet with slightly darker skin and a petite frame, dressed in exceedingly simple attire, exuding an aura of innocence and sincerity. "I entrust this matter to you. You must find her," future Chen Xuan urged. "Why are you being so courteous?" "We are all in this together," Chen Xuan replied, a hint of exasperation in his tone. He then turned to his wife, Xia Xinru, and said, "Dear, I need to head over to the trampoline area." "What's going on?" Xia Xinru asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. Chen Xuan succinctly recounted the unfolding events. "Why are you still standing there? You need to hurry. The child is missing. Her grandmother must be frantic," Xia Xinru immediately urged. "Yes, right away." Chen Xuan nodded, swiftly making his way towards the trampoline area. Xia Xinru called for their daughter, Chen Xuan, who was climbing, and hurriedly followed after him. The amusement park was vast and crowded. Finding a single person amidst the throng was no small feat upon reaching the trampoline area. Chen Xuan scanned the surrounding children. Yet after a prolonged search, he found no sign of her. Could she not be here? Chen Xuan gasped, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. "Dear, have you found her?" Xia Xinru approached, accompanied by Chen Xuan. "Not yet. The crowd is overwhelming. Places I just searched are already filled with new arrivals," Chen Xuan lamented. Xia Xinru shared his concern, and suddenly she spotted a staff member nearby, wielding a large megaphone, calling out to the children to ensure their safety. "Wait, dear. Don't you know the little girl's name? If you use that megaphone, it might prove more effective," Xia Xinru suggested. Chen Xuan's eyes lit up at her insight. You're brilliant. Why didn't I think of that? Without hesitation, he dashed towards the staff member, explained the situation, and she readily handed him the megaphone. The staff member even contacted the broadcasting room to assist in the search. Yishua, where are you? Your grandmother is searching everywhere for you, Chen Xuan proclaimed into the megaphone, casting aside any embarrassment. Yishua, where are you? His voice boomed, instantly capturing the attention of all around him as he ran, megaphone in hand, calling out for the missing child. If the little girl were to hear it, she would undoubtedly respond. Not far away, a woman was holding the hand of a little girl, walking towards the entrance of the amusement park. Auntie, aren't you taking me to find Grandma? The little girl asked, puzzled. Yes, Auntie is indeed taking you to find Grandma. She is quite anxious and fears you might get lost. She is just over there, and I will take you to meet her right away, the woman replied. Hurry up, I miss Grandma, the little girl said, her eyes reddening, clearly on the verge of tears. Don't cry, dear. Annie will take you to Grandma in no time, the woman said with a smile. However, in truth, she was not taking the little girl to find her grandmother. She was a trafficker intending to lure the child away from the amusement park, planning to drive her to a remote area and sell her without anyone being the wiser. Thus, the woman quickened her pace. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed from behind. Yishua, where are you? Your grandmother is looking for you. The announcement blared through the loudspeaker. Upon hearing this, the little girl abruptly halted. It's Grandma. Grandma is looking for me. I'm here, she exclaimed. Yet, her mouth was immediately covered. Many people nearby quickly noticed the woman's suspicious behavior, forcing her to reluctantly release her grip. At that instant, Chen Xuan, holding the loudspeaker, rushed over. The moment he laid eyes on the little girl, he recognized her immediately. She is indeed He Yishua. Chapter 30. Capturing the trafficker little sister. Are you He Yishua? Chen Xuan asked, his face lighting up with joy as he approached the little girl. Yes, uncle, who are you? The little girl inquired, puzzled. I am. However, before Chen Xuan could finish, the woman holding the little girl's hand swiftly yanked her behind her, glaring coldly at Chen Xuan. Who are you? We don't know you. What nonsense are you spouting here? Chen Xuan then focused his attention on the woman, who appeared plain in her modest attire and unremarkable in looks, seemingly inconspicuous. However, during his previous conversation with himself from the future, there had been no mention of the woman, only that the little girl had a grandmother. With this thought, Chen Xuan's suspicion regarding the woman's identity was instantly piqued. Who are you? What is your relationship to her? Chen Xuan retorted, asserting his stance as he coldly questioned the woman. The woman was visibly taken aback by Chen Xuan's inquiry, momentarily at a loss for words. I am her, she managed to utter, but before she could finish, Chen Xuan interrupted. I will ask you again, what is her name? He gestured towards a little girl behind her. The woman faltered, recalling that Chen Xuan had previously called the little girl's name, yet she had paid no heed at the time, now struggling to articulate a response. By now, a growing crowd had gathered, and they too discerned that the woman seemed suspicious, beginning to murmur among themselves. Don't tell me you're her relative, but don't even know her name. To me, it seems you are indeed a child trafficker, Chen Xuan continued. At this proclamation, the crowd erupted in a wave of disbelief, and the woman's face turned ashen. Yes. She undoubtedly has issues, even struggling to recall the child's name. Regardless of the situation, it is prudent to alert the authorities. Once the police arrive, everything will be clarified. Damn it, if she truly is a human trafficker, I will be the first to deliver her a couple of resounding slaps. In no time, a crowd began to gather, murmuring their opinions as they approached. What nonsense are you spouting? You are the real trafficker. The woman's heart raced with terror as she hurled insults at Chen Xuan. Who is the trafficker? Only the guilty know, Chen Xuan retorted, then turned his gaze to the little girl, smiling as he said, He Yishua, come here to uncle. She is a bad person. You must not follow her to find your grandmother. Though the little girl was quite young, she could discern good from evil. This uncle even knew her name, so he must know her grandmother. Okay, she nodded, attempting to walk towards Chen Xuan. However, the woman suddenly exerted her strength, shoving the little girl forcefully, and with tremendous force, the child was sent crashing toward a nearby stone pillar. Chen Xuan's expression shifted dramatically. He quickly leaped forward, catching the girl in his arms. Yet due to his momentum, he lost his balance and collided with the stone pillar, feeling a sharp pain in his back. Quickly, catch her. She is a trafficker. Ignoring his pain, Chen Xuan shouted to the crowd. After pushing the little girl, the woman seized the chaos to escape. Where do you think you're going? Several men charged forward, pursuing her. After running about 100 meters, they tackled the woman to the ground. The crowd, witnessing the trafficker being apprehended, surged forward to surround her. Damn, she truly is a trafficker. If it weren't for that young man's quick reaction, that little sister would have crashed into the stone. Kill her. I despise traffickers the most. Oh, spare me, please don't hit me. Soon, the woman's cries of despair echoed from the crowd, while Chen Xuan observed with indifference. Such people deserve their fate. It is due to the existence of traffickers that countless families are shattered. Many children are deprived of seeing their biological parents, and many parents are left with gray hair overnight. For such individuals, they ought to be taken out and executed. Honey, are you all right? Are you hurt? Xia Xinru rushed over, supporting Chen Xuan. It's just a minor issue. I bumped my back, but a bit of ointment will suffice. Chen Xuan waved his hand dismissively. At that moment, an elderly woman burst through the crowd, her face alight with joy as she spotted the little girl. Xiaoxue, my little Xiaoxue, Grandma has finally found you. The little girl, seeing her, threw herself into the grandmother's embrace, and they held each other tightly. Witnessing this scene, Chen Xuan couldn't help but smile. Suddenly, he pulled his wife aside and exchanged a knowing glance. She understood immediately and quietly led Chen Xuan away from the scene. Shortly thereafter, the police arrived and apprehended the trafficker. The grandmother learned from the crowd that it was a young man who had saved her granddaughter, but by the time they sought to express their gratitude, he had vanished. Thus, Chen Xuan quietly departed from the scene. Notwithstanding, this incident was captured on video by numerous individuals, and Chen Xuan's visage once again ascended to the trending section of the local Douyin and news channels. Of course, these are merely subsequent developments. Chen Xuan, the sun is quite intense now. Shall we refrain from playing? We can return to the amusement park when it cools down, suggested Xia Xinru with a smile. Given the scorching sun, continuing to play would likely lead to heat stroke. All right. Chen Xuan nodded eagerly. Chen Xuan felt a twinge of hunger, glanced at the time, and chuckled. It's nearly 11 o'clock. Let us dine out for lunch. How about hot pot, dear? Chen Xuan? Yes. It's been ages since we've had hot pot. Xia Xinru readily agreed. And Chen Xuan, of course, concurred as well. Thus, the family of three ventured to an old alley hot pot restaurant. Although this establishment lacked a prime location and did not boast the fame of trendy Douyin hot pot spots, the flavor was undoubtedly superior to those establishments. Moreover, the prices were reasonable, offering exceptional value. The table was laden with delectable dishes: tripe chicken wings, pork belly, beef balls, duck intestines, and beef rolls. This is truly delicious. The taste here is exceptional, remarked Chen Xuan. Our family hasn't dined out together in a long time. Let us toast to that. Oh, this is delightful, Daddy. I want more of that. That's tripe. Waiter, please bring us 2 more portions. As the family savored the hot pot, they engaged in cheerful conversation, radiating warmth and joy. Chapter 31. Preparing to return to hometown in the following 2 days. Chen Xuan eagerly awaited the arrival of a license plate for the BMW. Once it arrived, the family could drive directly back to their hometown. These 2 days passed rather uneventfully, devoid of noteworthy incidents. However, the future Chen Xuan brought forth delightful news. Hey, it's me from the past. Can you hear me? The future Chen Xuan suddenly inquired. Yes, I can. What's up? I'm currently indisposed, replied Chen Xuan. Come on, could you be a bit more civilized? Must you be so crude? Retorted the future Chen Xuan. Well, you or me. Why should I bother with civility? Speak quickly, don't ramble. Chen Xuan expressed his annoyance, feeling a surreal sense of dialogue with himself, akin to a dream. Forget it. After all, we're the same person. I have good news. The system has been upgraded. I am you from 5 hours into the future, which means you can inquire about events occurring in the next 5 hours. Furthermore, our communication time has been extended to 5 minutes, the future Chen Xuan announced. Excellent. That is indeed good news, Chen Xuan replied, elated. He naturally wished for the foresight of future events to extend even further, enabling him to glean more insights, such as which stocks would rise consistently, or would property prices soar? Would his family remain healthy? Which university would his sister attend? In essence, there were countless future inquiries to be made. The longer the time extended, the more he could anticipate. On Tuesday afternoon, Chen Xuan received a call from the dealership, informing him that all the paperwork for the BMW was completed and it was ready for him to pick up. "Darling, Chen Yuan, let us go pick up the new car," Chen Xuan announced as he emerged from the bedroom, glancing at his wife and daughter engrossed in their game. Summer Shinru immediately chimed in, "Honey, is the car paperwork all set?" "Yes, it's all done. We can go pick it up now," Chen Xuan confirmed. "How about we head back to the hometown today?" he suggested. "Sound good. There's nothing to do at home anyway. I've already arranged for Chen Yuan to take a leave from kindergarten." Summer Shinru nodded in agreement. They had long discussed their trip back to their hometown, hence the leave had been secured in advance. After all, children learn little at kindergarten, and taking a day off would not adversely affect them. "What are we waiting for? Let us pack up and get going," Chen Xuan urged, turning to his daughter, Chen Yuan. "Why haven't you put on your lovely little dress yet? We'll get to see Grandpa and Grandma tonight." "Yay! I really miss Grandpa and Grandma," Chen Yuan exclaimed, jumping up with joy. "Darling, you go pick up the car. I'll tidy up at home, and you can drive it back here," Summer Shinru suggested. Chen Xuan nodded. "All right, don't worry about the heavy things. I'll handle them." "Got it." After confirming their plans, Chen Xuan promptly left the house, hailed a taxi, and headed straight to the dealership. Under the staff's arrangement, he soon found himself behind the wheel of his BMW. Having obtained his driver's license while in college, he often practiced driving friends' cars during his free time, so he felt completely at ease as he settled into the driver's seat. "Sir, please drive safely, and we look forward to your next visit for a car purchase." The sales manager personally escorted Chen Xuan to the road, bowing deeply with a beaming smile. Indeed, when one has wealth, the level of service is exceptional. Had he been purchasing a used car worth just a few thousand, the sales manager would likely not have shown himself. "Next time I need a car, I'll definitely come back here," Chen Xuan said with a smile, pressing the accelerator as the BMW surged forward. The car was truly remarkable, with powerful acceleration and an absence of noise, making the driving experience incredibly pleasant. Chen Xuan's smile widened as he reveled in the comfort of driving the BMW. For a man, owning a BMW or a Mercedes is undoubtedly a source of immense pride. In truth, if Chen Xuan wished, he could easily acquire luxury brands such as Lamborghini, Ferrari, or Porsche. If funds were short, he could simply have his future self reveal the winning lottery numbers, effortlessly securing millions. The BMW roared down the highway like a wild bull, but instead of heading straight home, Chen Xuan took a few detours to familiarize himself with the vehicle's handling before finally parking by the roadside outside the community. "First, let us unload the things," he decided. Chen Xuan alighted from the vehicle and hurried towards the rented apartment. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of his wife busily organizing their belongings, which were piled together in a chaotic manner. 2 large suitcases were crammed with clothes, cosmetics, plush toys, and gifts for their parents. A veritable jumble of items. "How could there be so much?" Chen Xuan exclaimed in surprise. Xia Xinru emerged from the bedroom carrying a bag, smiling as she said, "This is actually quite minimal. There are many things I wish to take, but alas, there's simply too much to carry." With a sense of resignation, Chen Xuan replied, "For items that are of no use, we should simply discard them. We can always purchase new ones later. With your tendency, no matter how large the house, you would deplete it entirely. Frugality is a cherished virtue among our Chinese heritage." Xia Xinru shot him a glance. "Mother is right. We should practice thriftiness, just as our teacher has taught us." Xian Xian chimed in eagerly. "All right, both of you are correct. Let's now move the items out," Chen Xuan said with a resigned smile. Consequently, the family busily transported their belongings outside, attracting the attention of several neighbors. "Xiao Xian, are you preparing to move?" one neighbor inquired. "Not at the moment. We plan to return to our hometown for a while," he responded. "You're leaving so suddenly. I truly will miss you all." "Xian Xian, remember to visit your grandfather often," the neighbor said. "Is this your car?" "Xiao Xian, I can't believe you've done so well for yourselves. Even driving a BMW now. This car must be quite expensive. It likely costs around 2 to 300,000, another neighbor remarked. The neighbors, evidently reluctant to see the family depart, engaged in light conversation, and soon noticed the BMW displaying expressions of astonishment. In their perception, the living conditions of Chen Xuan's family had not been affluent. Otherwise, they would not have worked at a construction site. Now, witnessing the sudden acquisition of a luxury vehicle, they were left in shock, unable to fathom how the family had become so prosperous seemingly overnight. Chen Xuan, however, had no intention of elaborating on the matter. Once all their belongings were stowed in the trunk, he drove away with his wife and daughter, heading swiftly towards their hometown. Chapter 32. A deluge approaches Hongtian town. Habao village. This was the location of their ancestral home, roughly a 3-hour journey from the city. As the vehicle exited the urban area and merged onto the highway, they sped along at a brisk pace. "Mom, how much longer until we see Grandpa and Grandma?" Chen Xuan, feeling rather bored in the back seat, could not help but inquire. "It's still early. We have just gotten onto the highway, and it will take us 3 hours," Xia Xinru replied with a smile over her shoulder. Chen Xuan, lacking a true sense of time, sighed, realizing that if her mother said it was still early, they would be waiting quite a while. "What s with the sighing, little one?" Chen Xuan said, bemused as he drove. "Shall I play some music for you? It might alleviate your boredom." "Yes, please," Chen Xuan exclaimed eagerly. At this moment, she was evidently very excited. The notion of sleeping was far from her mind. Thus, Chen Xuan began to play some music. "The vast horizon is my love. Beneath the endless green mountains, flowers are in full bloom. What rhythm is most captivating? What melodies bring the greatest joy? The winding river flows from the heavens, cascading towards an ocean of vibrant colors." As the music swelled, Xia Xinru and Chen Xuan joined in song, their harmonious voices resonating within the car, illuminating the faces of the family with radiant smiles. For the working class, life necessitates returning home only during the new year, and for many, it has been 3 to 5 years since their last visit. Do they not long for home? No. They yearn to return more than anyone else. It is merely the weight of circumstance that binds them. They strive to earn more, to provide better for their children, which is why even during the festive season, they find it difficult to make the journey. Furthermore, returning home inevitably incurs additional expenses. As the BMW sped along, navigating the highways, they were greeted by picturesque landscapes. Upon crossing a grand bridge spanning the sea, Chen Xuan leapt up in excitement. "Wow, how beautiful! Mommy, Daddy, look at that enormous ship." "Chen Xuan, we will take you to play by the sea and ride on a big ship, all right?" Her father replied. "You must keep your promise. A gentleman's word is as binding as a team of horses." They vowed to visit the seaside together in the future. As time flowed gently by, the exhilarated Chen Xuan unknowingly drifted off to sleep, while Xia Xinru reclined at her seat, her eyes fluttering shut. At that moment, a voice from the future echoed in Chen Xuan's mind. "Hey, past self, you should call your parents right away." "Why?" Chen Xuan paused, puzzled. This trip home was intended to surprise his parents, and they had not notified them in advance. Why suddenly call them? "Here's the thing, when I returned, a torrential downpour struck unexpectedly, soaking the corn that was drying at home. Call to remind them to bring it in," the future Chen Xuan instructed. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan was incredulous, for the sun blazed brightly outside, making rain seem impossible. "Are you sure you're not fooling me? It's so sunny out. You are me, and I am you. What purpose would there be in deceiving you? You know about summer rains. Sunshine and rain can occur simultaneously," the future Chen Xuan replied. "All right, I understand. I was just joking," Chen Xuan said, fully believing his future self. After all, who would deceive their own self? Thus, he dialed his mother's number. Beep, beep, beep. After a brief moment, the call connected, and Xia Xinru, half asleep, opened her eyes in surprise, wondering why he was calling his mother. Though curious, she refrained from asking further. "Hello, Mom, have you missed me?" Chen Xuan asked with a smile. "What do you think? Of course I miss you. What mother doesn't dream of her son?" Came the warm voice of a loving mother from the other end of the line. At this moment, outside a modest bungalow, a woman nearing her 50s, slender in stature, is engaged in a phone conversation. Dressed simply, her forehead and the corners of her eyes are etched with wrinkles, yet her face radiates a warm, benevolent smile. Beside her, a man of similar age is weaving a basket, deftly slicing bamboo into strips with a machete. Upon hearing a call from his son, he immediately halts his task. Listening intently, Xiao Xian, Xiao Ru, and Xian Xian, what are they up to? The woman, Lu Su, inquires, identifying herself as Chen Xian's mother, smiling as she asks, "Mom, I'm right here. Xian Xian is asleep. Should I wake her?" The clear voice of Xia Xin Ru chimes in. No, don't wake her. Let Xian Xian sleep." Lu Su quickly interjects, then asks, "Xiao Ru, how have you been lately?" "We're doing well. Don't worry about us." Xia Xinru replies with a smile. "That's good to hear. Just don't overexert yourselves at work. Make sure to eat well and don't skimp," Lu Su advises. "All right, we understand." Then, Chen Xian's voice emerges, bypassing pleasantries and getting straight to the point. "Mom, has a lot of corn been dried at home?" "Yes, indeed. Just a couple more sunny days, and we'll be able to harvest it." "Wait, how did you know?" Liu Su asks. "Pasiv. I guess, Mom. Listen to me. You need to harvest the corn right away. A heavy rain is about to come." Chen Xian insists. Due to the speakerphone, Chen Xian's father, Chen Haihua, hears this clearly and looks up at the sky, which is blazing with sunlight, showing no signs of impending rain. "What are you talking about, Xiao Xian? It's blazing sun outside. How could it suddenly rain?" Chen Haihua approaches, questioning in his booming voice. "Dad, I'm serious. You need to trust me. One of my classmates specializes in meteorological research and is more accurate than weather forecasts. A storm is imminent, so please hurry and gather the corn," Chen Xian asserts with gravity. Both parents are well aware of their son's character. Calm and reliable, he would not deceive them with frivolous claims. Acknowledging this, they exchange glances, and ultimately, Lu Su unhesitatingly places her faith in her son's words. "Son, I trust you. I will go gather the corn right away." "Yes. Make sure to collect it, Mom and Dad. You must believe me. It will be troublesome if it gets wet," Chen Xian urges. "All right, don't worry. I believe you." Shen Aiwa Concurs. Shortly after, they hang up. "Come on, let us go gather the corn," Lu Su says as she stows her phone. "My dear, with such a strong son, it shouldn't rain, right?" Shen Haiwa questions. "Regardless, I trust Xiao Xian's words. Are you doubting our son?" Lu Su retorts. "I believe. Of course. Xiao Xian has always been obedient. His words are trustworthy," Chen Haihua promptly affirms. Thus, the couple grabs their shovels and brooms and heads towards the drying yard. Chapter 33. The Astonished Villagers, the Drying Yard. This is a vast expanse of cement that has been preserved in their village since the 1970s and 1980s. Every year, the harvested crops, rice, corn, wheat, sorghum, and soybeans, are brought to this drying ground. At this moment, the ground is awash in a golden hue, covered entirely by drying ears of corn, resembling a shimmering sea of gold. "Haihua, gather them from over there." Lu Su pointed in a direction. "All right," Chen Haihua replied. Thus, the two began to collect the corn under the blazing sun. At that moment, many others were present at the drying ground, and soon they noticed the unusual actions of the two. "Hey, look, what are Haihua and his wife doing? Why are they gathering corn in such scorching sunlight? How should I know? It's quite strange. Their corn isn't even dry yet, and with the sun so intense. Come on, let us go ask them." Quickly, a group of men and women, donned in straw hats, approached, casting curious glances at the pair. "Haihua, what are you up to in this blazing sun?" An elderly man called out. Chen Haihua paused, wiping the sweat from his brow, and replied, "It's about to rain. You all should hurry and gather yours too." Upon hearing the mention of rain, the crowd fell silent for a moment, looking up at the sky. Although it was already past 4 o'clock, the summer sun remained fierce, scorching the land. Not a single cloud was visible. Am I hearing things? With the sun blazing like this, you say it's going to rain? Haihua, you must be daydreaming. Exactly. There hasn't even been a peal of thunder. How could it possibly rain? Laughter erupted among them, deriding the couple's actions. "Let me tell you, my son informed me of this. He said one of his classmates is a weather expert. Yes, a weather expert, more accurate than the forecasts. He claims a torrential downpour is imminent." Lu Su, seeing the disbelief in their faces, raised her voice and addressed them. She fully trusted her son's words. Yet the crowd remained skeptical. "Sister-in-law, You're too naive. Xiao Xian is working in the city. Just because he says it LL rain doesn't mean it will. He is not the rain god. Indeed, none of these young people speak with any reliability. With the sun so fierce, if it truly rains, I, Lu Laoan, will eat my words. Seeing the others doubt her son's words, Lu Su felt exasperated and was about to argue with them when Chen Haihua quickly intervened. Forget them. Let us trust Xiao Xian. Whether they gather or not is their own business. If they end up soaked, they can't blame us for not warning them. Chen Haihua said. Lu Su nodded in agreement and returned to her work without further engaging with them. The sun was particularly intense, and after a brief discussion, everyone moved towards the shade of a few large trees nearby. Truly foolish, believing such nonsense. Sigh. Xiao Xian has gone astray. He is the only student from our village attending a prestigious university. Yet look at the outcome. Not only is he in debt, but he has also squandered his parents' retirement savings. Reading has made one foolish, hasn't it? Just look at the younger son of the old Wu family. He didn't even finish middle school, having skipped classes and engaged in fights without a second thought. Yet, look at him now. He is a successful businessman, driving an Audi upon his last return. Indeed, who claims that education is the sole path to success. My child shall not be burdened with excessive schooling. Rather, it will be more prudent to work for a few more years. A house has already been purchased. As the villagers gathered beneath the shade, observing the industrious couple, Chen Haihua and Lu Su, they began to chatter among themselves, casting scornful glances at Chen Xian. When Chen Xian gained admission to a prestigious university, the village buzzed with excitement, and everyone greeted him with smiles, eager to curry favor. However, after graduating, his entrepreneurial endeavors fell flat, leaving him in debt. Suddenly, their expressions shifted to one of derision when they regarded him. The rural landscape today is no longer the simple, unpretentious setting of the 70s and 80s. Lu Su and Chen Haihua worked swiftly, stacking the dried corn cobs and covering them with plastic sheeting. Alongside the cobs, they accumulated corn kernels, also covered with plastic. Haihua, didn't you say it was going to rain? Why hasn't it started yet? A man approached with a mocking tone. His name was Guiyang, and he had some long-standing grievances with Chen Haihua's family, often engaging in verbal sparring when they crossed paths. What are you in such a hurry for? If it's said to rain, it will certainly rain, Chen Haihua retorted, casting him an irritated glance. Yet, doubt crept into his mind. The sun blazed overhead, with no sign of impending rain. If it did not rain, he feared he would suffer great embarrassment, and word of this would undoubtedly spread throughout the village. Huh, I shall wait and see. Just wait for your son, Guiyang chuckled. But as he spoke, he suddenly felt a coolness on his face. Curious, he touched his skin and was astonished to find it was water. In this blazing sun, how could there be water? His expression turned to one of shock and confusion as he looked up. Then, a drop fell on his face. One drop. 2 drops. Sudden torrents of rain began to fall from the sky without warning. It's raining. It's truly raining. A chorus of exclamations erupted from the crowd. Only then did Guiyang fully comprehend the situation. No way. Is it really raining? Chen Haihua and Lu Su also paused, gazing upwards as the rain intensified, cascading down from the heavens. Ha ha, good a pow. Didn't I tell you my son was right? Look, it's really raining, and you didn't believe it. Chen Haihua erupted into laughter. Aye. Guiyang was momentarily at a loss for words and finally turned to flee, shouting as he ran towards home. Mom, Dad, Aijin, come out quickly, it's raining. This rain arrived unexpectedly, all while the sun shone brightly, stirring the entire village into a frenzy. What are you laughing at? Hurry and help. Do you want to see everyone's corn get soaked? Lu Su suddenly nudged Chen Haihua. Though the earlier remarks had been rather uncomfortable to hear, they were neighbors after all, and it was unthinkable to stand idly by while the grains were soaked by the rain. Lu Su and Chen Haihua, both kind-hearted individuals, immediately took up shovels and brooms to lend a hand. The earlier mockers, witnessing this scene, hung their heads in shame, unable to face the two. Suddenly, a rumble of thunder echoed. The previously bright and sunny weather was abruptly transformed as thunder roared, fierce winds howled, and dark clouds rapidly enveloped the sky. In no time, torrential rain began to pour down, with only a small fraction of the corn salvaged, while the majority was mercilessly submerged by the deluge. The villagers, drenched to the bone, seemed indifferent to their plight, their hearts heavy for the corn. Alas, this cruel fate inflicted by the heavens. Had they known, they would have heeded Haihua and his wife's warnings. Their son's predictions were eerily accurate. He foretold of the rain, and indeed it came, as if summoned from skies. Chapter 34. The luxury car belongs to Chen Xuan as the torrential rain fell, accompanied by flashes of lightning and peals of thunder. A curtain of water quickly formed, rendering everything a blur beyond 100 meters. With no choice, the villagers abandoned their attempts to salvage the corn and sought refuge beneath a shed beside the grain-drying yard. This cursed weather. Just when I planned to bring the corn home after drying it this afternoon, it's all soaked. Sigh. Now I must dry it all over again. They lamented. Fortunately, Haihua and his wife had acted swiftly, having anticipated the rain. Indeed, it was remarkable. It was young Xian who informed them. This boy, working away from home, could somehow predict the impending rain more accurately than the weather forecast itself. As the villagers observed the relentless downpour, they engaged in lively discussions, expressing their astonishment at Chen Xian's uncanny ability to foresee the rain. Not only were the villagers surprised, but even Chen Haihua and Lu Su shared their disbelief. Look, a vehicle is approaching, someone suddenly exclaimed. Everyone turned their gaze, and amidst the pouring rain, they indeed spotted a small car slowly making its way along a dirt road toward the village. Though nestled in the mountains and remote, the development of new rural policies had ensured connectivity, with roads linking every village. Not only small cars, but even large trucks could traverse this path. The road extended right up to the grain-drying yard, and as the car drew closer, several young men grew visibly excited. I recognize that car. It's a BMW 7 Series, and it's exceptionally well equipped. Wow, that car must cost around 600,000 or 700,000. Goodness gracious, what kind of car is this? So expensive. Soon, two young men identified the vehicle, having frequently browsed luxury cars online. However, they had underestimated its value. This BMW was worth over 1,700,000. The crowd around them displayed expressions of astonishment upon hearing this revelation. For those villagers, 600,000 to 700,000 is indeed a staggering sum. Who is behind the wheel? It appears he has come to our village. Could it be that Wu Yu has returned? Aside from him, it is unlikely anyone else could afford such an extravagant vehicle. The crowd began to murmur. Their curiosity piqued about the identity of the driver, their gazes fixed intently on the car window. The BMW glided into the drying yard, maneuvering through the cornless areas, and headed straight into the shed. The shed was quite spacious, capable of accommodating a car within, and everyone made way. Hey, look, that person seems to be Xiao Xian. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, their keen eyesight discerning the figure in the driver's seat through the pouring rain. No way. Could you be mistaken? No, it's definitely Xiao Xian. He just waved at me. A young man replied. Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback, utterly astonished that the owner of such a luxurious car, worth 600,000 to 700,000, was none other than the indebted Chen Xian. Chen Haihua and Lu Su, upon hearing the commotion, wore expressions of disbelief and hurried towards the BMW. At that moment, Chen Xian had parked the car, and as he opened the door, he was met with the astonished faces of his parents standing at the threshold. Lu Su, thinking she was seeing things, rubbed her eyes repeatedly. Dad, Mom, Chen Xian called out, his voice trembling with emotion. Though it had only been half a year since they last met, his father had more gray hair, and his mother's wrinkles had deepened. This sight filled Chen Xian with immense guilt. His parents had toiled endlessly to raise him, and after finally graduating from university, he had hoped they could enjoy a comfortable life together. But instead, he faced the failure of his entrepreneurial endeavors and a mountain of debt. The past 2 years had clearly aged his parents more rapidly. Chen Xian felt an overwhelming sense of remorse for them. Had he not been so headstrong, they would not have been burdened with such financial woes. But now, he had become a millionaire. Xiao Xian, is it really you? How have you returned? Chen Haihua stammered in astonishment, feeling as if he were in a dream. Lu Su, regaining her composure, rushed forward and enveloped Chen Xian in her embrace. My son, my dear son, Mom, Chen Xian cried, his heart swelling with emotion as he reciprocated her embrace. "Dad, Mom, we are back." At that moment, Xiaoxin Ru emerged from the passenger seat. Upon hearing her voice, Lu Su released Chen Xuan and turned to Xiaoxin Ru, momentarily stunned before embracing her as well. "Daughter-in-law, you've returned too." "Yes, Mom, it's been a while. How have you been lately?" Xiaoxin Ru smiled and nodded. "I'm well, very well. Rest assured." Lu Su beamed, clasping her daughter-in-law's hand, their bond resembling that of a mother and daughter. "Grandpa and Grandma, and me too." At that juncture, Xian opened the car door, looking at Chen Haihua and Lu Su, her sweet voice ringing out. Upon seeing their precious granddaughter, the elderly couple's eyes lit up, and they rushed towards her. "Oh, my darling granddaughter, Grandpa has missed you dearly." Chen Haihua lifted Xian into his arms, a broad smile illuminating his face. "I miss Grandpa too," Xian exclaimed, gazing at Chen Haihua, then turned her attention to Lu Su. "And Grandma, hurry, let me have a hug." Lu Su chuckled and opened her arms wide. "Oh no, that won't do. I just got her," Chen Haihua retorted, turning away while still holding Xian. "Hey, have you gone mad? Be quick and let me hold Xian." Watching the playful dispute between the two, Chen Xuan and Xiaoxin Ru could not suppress their laughter. The onlookers, witnessing this delightful scene, joined in the merriment. "Xiangu, it's been ages." Two young men approached with smiles, greeting Chen Xuan. Upon noticing Xiaoxin Ru, they quickly exclaimed, "Sister-in-law." Hello. We're all brothers here. No need for such formality," Chen Xuan replied with a grin. The young men were just 2 or 3 years his junior, having played together in childhood. However, after Chen Xuan enrolled in university and started a family, their interactions diminished. "Xiangu, you've struck it rich. Haven't you? Driving a BMW now, impressive," one young man remarked, giving a thumbs up. "Oh, it's nothing much. I've been doing business with a big boss in the city and earned a bit of money. This car was a gift from him," Chen Xuan fibbed. He was aware that his return in a car would attract attention, and he certainly would not admit to winning the lottery, opting instead to say he was working with a prominent businessman. Soon, the elders gathered around. "Xiaoxian, you've made quite a name for yourself. What are you doing out there?" "Just a small business venture, not much profit," he replied. "I told you, you're no ordinary person. Clearly you've struck gold. Don't forget Uncle Lu when you're successful." Lu Uncle chimed in. "I would never forget. You took good care of me back then," Chen Xuan replied, though he found the flattery insincere. During his earlier struggles, when he had debts looming over him, these same individuals had avoided him, fearful he might ask for loans. Now, with newfound wealth, they approached him with feigned joviality, which he found utterly hypocritical. "Xiaoxian, the rain has lightened. Let us head home." Chen Haihua observed his son as discomfort and quickly attempted to smooth things over. "All right," Chen Xuan nodded, seizing the opportunity to extricate himself from the crowd. Upon returning home, Chen Haihua and Lu Su eagerly bombarded them with questions, their minds brimming with curiosity. "Xiaoxian, Xiaoru, why did you return so suddenly? In that car, was it truly a gift from someone else?" Chen Haihua quickly inquired. Knowing his son well, he sensed something amiss, as if Chen Xuan were evading the truth. Chen Xuan hesitated before responding, glancing outside to ensure no one was listening. Lowering his voice, he finally confessed, "Dad, Mom, we actually won the lottery." Upon hearing the news of a lottery win, both parents displayed expressions of astonishment. The thought had never crossed their minds. "How much did you win?" Chen Haihua asked immediately. "Over 17 million. After taxes, I received just over 14 million, Chen Xuan replied. As soon as these words were uttered, it resonated like a thunderclap in the minds of the two elderly individuals, leaving them astonished with mouths agape, capable of accommodating a duck egg. 14 million, indeed. This is not merely hundreds of thousands, or even millions. For these two elders, this sum represents an astronomical figure, even if they labored until their last breath. They could never amass such wealth. Xiaoxian, what did you say? Please say it again. Lu Su, believing she had misheard, hurriedly inquired. Mom, you heard correctly. It is indeed 14 million, Xiaoxin replied. My heavens, 14 million, Lu Su exclaimed in disbelief. Ha ha, may our ancestors bless us. May our ancestors bless us. Xiaoxian, Xiaoru, Your fortune is truly remarkable. Chen Haihua laughed heartily, embracing his son with overwhelming joy. Yet, amidst the laughter, tears began to flow. These were tears of joy. Their family had endured countless trials over the years, but now they had transformed into millionaires. Grandfather, don't cry. Today is a joyous occasion. Tears are not permitted, Chen Xuan remarked anxiously upon seeing Chen Haihua weep. Chen Haihua quickly wiped away his tears, chuckling, "Grandfather is not crying. Just a bit of sand has entered my eyes. Grandfather, crouch down, and I will blow it away for you." Watching Xian gently blowing into Chen Haihua's eyes, everyone felt a swell of emotion. The little girl had become so thoughtful, so compassionate. "You returned home so early. You must be starving," Lu Su suddenly recalled and said, Xian, would you like to eat chicken? Grandmother will go and slaughter one for you, preparing your favorite braised chicken. All right? Yes. Xian's eyes lit up, licking her lips. Her favorite dish was indeed her grandmother's braised chicken. "We also have a large goose at home. We shall slaughter it tomorrow and prepare a cast-iron pot goose stew for you," Lu Su continued. Galugulu. Xian's stomach could no longer contain itself. After such a long journey, she was indeed famished. And there are crayfish plentiful in the fields now. Do you not enjoy spicy crayfish? After the rain, they are abundant, Chen Haihua added. Summer Shinru, standing nearby, could not help but swallow her saliva. She too was a food lover, particularly fond of shrimp. "Mom, let me help you," Summer Shinru immediately offered. "No need. You have traveled a long distance and must be tired. I will handle dinner. You all can chat and rest," Lu Su replied. "Mom, we are not tired. Let's work together." Thus, the family busied themselves, chopping vegetables, tending the fire, and gathering greens, all in high spirits. Lu Su truly took out a knife and slaughtered a rooster. "Daddy, the chicken is so pitiful," Xian said with a pained expression as she watched the rooster, struggling after having its throat cut. Chen Xuan shot her a resigned glance, reminding her not to exclaim how fragrant it smelled when they dined. Perhaps recalling the deliciousness of braised chicken, Xian could not help but swallow again, glancing at the struggling rooster, torn in her thoughts. Before long, the kitchen was filled with a rich and enticing aroma. Stir-fried pork belly, braised chicken, dry-fried green beans, and century egg tofu soup. Though these dishes are few in number and consist of simple home-cooked fare, they are undeniably delectable, especially when prepared over an open flame, which imparts an irresistible aroma. Today, Xiao Xian is in high spirits and invites me to share a few drinks. Chen Haihua has brought out his treasured aged liquor, revealing just how jubilant he feels. "All right, but don't overindulge," Chen Xuan cautions. He is aware of his father's health concerns. A little is acceptable, but excess could be detrimental. Without hesitation, the family gathers around a large, elegant table, engaging in lively conversation as they begin their meal. "Come, Xian, try the braised chicken made by your grandmother," he encourages. It's truly fragrant. I want to eat Grandma's braised chicken every day," Xian exclaims between mouthfuls. Witnessing her granddaughter's delight in her cooking brings immense joy to Lu Su's heart. "Xian, weren't you saying that roosters are quite pitiable? Why does it smell so good now?" Chen Xuan teases with a mischievous grin. Xian stammers, momentarily at a loss for words, her little face flushing red. The others cannot help but burst into laughter at this charming scene. "Xiaoru, you should eat too. Don't be shy," Lu Su encourages. "I know, Mom, I'm eating," she replies, mindful of her diet. "Nonsense. At this slim figure, what do you have to lose? Xiaoru should eat more. Good health is paramount." Since Xia Xinru married into the family, they have treated her exceptionally well, with Chen Haihua and Lu Su cherishing her like their own daughter, reserving the best food and clothing for her. This warmth and affection provide Xia Xinru, who grew up in a family that favored sons, with an overwhelming sense of comfort and happiness. Outside, the relentless rain continues to pour, the sound of rain harmonizing beautifully with the family's cheerful laughter. After the meal, Chen Xuan and Xia Xinru present the gifts they brought for their parents. "Mom, this is a gift for you. Do you like it?" Xia Xinru reveals a lovely dress. Lu Su's eyes light up instantly. The dress is exquisite, with a subtle color palette that suits her age perfectly. "Xiaoru, This dress must be quite expensive. Lu Su remarks, appreciating its quality. It's not expensive, Mom. Just a few hundred yuan. You can wear it with peace of mind, Chen Xuan replies, cautious not to disclose its actual value, fearing a reprimand and that his mother might refuse to wear it altogether. A few hundred, and you still consider it inexpensive? Lu Su responds, clearly still perceiving it as costly. Chen Xuan is left speechless. Dad, don't just stand there. Here is your gift as well. You should try it on and see if it fits, he prompts. They unveil all the gifts they purchased, and Chen Haihua and Lu Su are filled with joy. Wow, Grandpa looks so handsome. And Grandma is beautiful too. Yes, it fits perfectly. Xiao Xian, Xiao Ru, your taste is impeccable. Mom, Dad, do you like them? Of course we do. But please refrain from buying more in the future. We have plenty of clothes at home. Save your money. There will be more opportunities to spend later. Chapter 36. Catching Lobsters, Part 1. After the meal, they took a bath. In the living room, the family engaged in conversation until nearly 11 o'clock, at which point they yawned and retreated to their respective rooms for slumber. That night, the weather was refreshingly cool, allowing everyone to sleep soundly. The following morning, Chen Xuan was deep in slumber when he suddenly felt an itch in his nose. He instinctively reached up to rub it, but soon the itch returned, accompanied by a muffled giggle. Startled, Chen Xuan opened his eyes to find Xian Xian standing before him, wielding a feather duster and playfully sweeping it across his nose while stifling her laughter with her left hand. "Ah, Daddy's awake," she exclaimed, their eyes locking in surprise before she dashed away. "How dare you tease your father, little rascal? Just wait until I catch you." Chen Xuan feigned irritation, relieved that she was his daughter. Had she been a son, he might have resorted to more severe reprimands. Watching Xian Xian scurry away, he shook his head in resignation and turned to see his wife already awake, seated at her vanity and regarding him with a bemused expression. "When did you wake up? You didn't even call for me," he inquired, shaking off the remnants of sleep. "I've only just risen. You had quite a bit to drink last night with your father, so I thought it best to let you rest a little longer," Xia Xinru replied with a smile. At that moment, Xian Xian re-entered the room, adorned in a lovely princess dress, and approached Chen Xuan with an apologetic demeanor. "Daddy," Xian Xian knows she was wrong to disturb her sleep. Seeing her pitiful expression, any lingering annoyance dissipated instantly. "It's all right. Daddy isn't angry," he reassured her with a smile. With a radiant grin, Xian Xian leapt in her father's arms, lifting her little head to say, "Daddy, please get up quickly. Grandma said that after the rain, there will be lots of big lobsters, eels, and loaches. Can we go catch some?" "All right. Daddy promises. As soon as I get up, we'll go catch lobsters." Chen Xian affectionately ruffled her hair with a grin. "Yay!" Xian Xian cheered, her joy palpable as she danced around. After getting out of bed and completing a quick wash, Chen Xian found that his mother had prepared egg noodles. The family gathered around, each with a bowl, slurping their noodles while engaging in light-hearted conversation. In the direction of the threshing ground, many were busily working. The corn cobs and kernels had been thoroughly soaked, and although the sun was absent that day, they needed to be laid out to dry and air out, lest they sprout. "Xiao Xian, thank goodness we listened to your advice. Otherwise, our corn would have been soaked too," Lu Su remarked. "Indeed, your classmate is quite remarkable. When they said it would rain, it did, as if they had a direct line to the heavens. In the future, you must inform us promptly of such happenings." Chen Haihua added. Understood." Chen Xian nodded, knowing full well that he did not possess such extraordinary classmates. He was merely aware of these events due to his own conversations with the future. Regarding his ability to communicate with the future, Chen Xian had no intention of divulging this secret to his parents. It was an extraordinary capacity that, if revealed, could attract national, if not global, attention. He certainly did not wish to become a subject of experimentation. "Hello, Daddy, you're so slow." "I've already finished eating," Xian Xian remarked, glancing at Chen Xian. She was eager to catch some lobsters. Chen Xian shot her a disapproving look. "Are you really going to catch lobsters in that outfit? If you get it dirty, your mother will definitely have a word with you." "What should I do then?" Xian Xian replied, her expression innocent. Lu Su chuckled. "Don't worry, I've prepared something special. Come along." Xian Xian. "Okay." Xian Xian nodded enthusiastically, following her without a second thought. When she emerged, She was clad in a floral dress typically worn by the elderly. The sleeves were excessively long, prompting Lu Su to trim them, while the pant legs were overly lengthy, requiring her to roll them up. She also donned a pair of oversized boots, which made her gait quite cumbersome and amusingly awkward. Ha ha ha! As soon as she stepped out, Xia Xinru couldn't help but burst into laughter. There's no doubt she looks just like her mother. Grandma, I told you I didn't want to wear this. It looks so ugly. Xian pouted, shooting an annoyed glance at Lu Su as everyone else laughed. Who said it looks bad? It's absolutely lovely, Lu Su quickly retorted, winking at Chen Xuan and the others. Indeed, Xian, Grandma is right. It looks fantastic. Chen Xuan agreed, nodding. Xia Xinru immediately pulled out her phone, looking at Xian. Come on, Xian, let us take a picture. Xian was momentarily taken aback, genuinely believing she looked quite charming, and said nothing more. Let us go, Chen Xuan declared with a wave of his hand, leading his wife and daughter towards the field paths. Xian walked in the middle, and due to the recent rain, the mud was not only dirty but also slippery, prompting Xia Xinru to hold her hand. As for Chen Xuan, he walked barefoot, carrying a small wooden bucket, maintaining perfect balance even on the soft, muddy ground. The fields were now filled with water, flowing briskly. Soon, Chen Xuan spotted his target. Xian, look over there. That's a lobster hole. If you reach in, you can pull out a lobster. He indicated at a hole by the edge of the field. Dear, is there a chance there might be snakes in there? Xia Xinru inquired. There are typically no snakes, though there are rare instances of pulling one out, Chen Xuan explained as he rolled up his pant legs and waded into the water. Hearing this, Xia Xinru's face showed a hint of fear, as she had a strong aversion to snakes. In contrast, Xian, blissfully unaware of the danger, cheered for Chen Xuan. Daddy, go for it. I want to see a big lobster. All right, I'll get one for you right away, Chen Xuan replied, bending down to reach into the hole. This hole is quite deep, he noted while carefully excavating the mud. Before long, 2/3 of his arm was submerged. He soon felt the familiar sensation of lobster claws against his fingers, and his heart leaped with joy. He had caught one. With a firm grip, he yanked it out completely. Wow, it's a lobster. Mommy, look, Xian exclaimed in delight. Chen Xuan rinsed the lobster in the water and was immediately struck by its vivid purple-red hue, its size far exceeding that of those sold in markets. It's enormous, Xia Xinru exclaimed. Chen Xuan approached with a smile, saying, the ones from the market are mostly farmed. They're not only smaller in size, but also lack the exquisite taste of the wild ones. Suddenly, he presented a lobster to Xian, teasingly asking, are you scared? Yes, I'm scared. Quickly take it away, Xian exclaimed, immediately clinging to Xia Xinru's leg, hiding behind her. Oh dear, Chen Xuan chuckled and tossed the lobster into a wooden bucket. There are more in this hole. Let us continue our search. As he spoke, he reached back into the lobster hole, successfully catching 4 more, bringing out an entire family of lobsters before he decided to stop. Chapter 37. Catching Lobsters, Part 2. After the rain, the fields not only harbored lobsters, but also fish. After a while of catching lobsters, Chen Haihua approached with 3 bamboo baskets. Xiao Xian, set this up well. Once the water level rises, we are sure to catch fish, he said with a smile. All right, Chen Xuan nodded, accepting the bamboo basket. Both Xia Xinru and Xian were filled with curiosity and gathered around. The bamboo basket resembled a gourd, with an opening the size of a fist, yet the back was quite large, and bamboo strips were slanted into the opening. Daddy, what is this? Xian asked in confusion. This is used for catching fish. We place it in areas where the current is strong. Once the fish are swept into the opening by the water, they cannot escape, Chen Xuan explained as he moved forward with the basket. He soon arrived at a gap where the water flowed continuously from one field to another, producing a gushing sound. Chen Xuan crouched down and secured the bamboo basket in the gap, positioning the opening upstream, allowing water to rush into the basket immediately. To stabilize it, he inserted a bamboo strip into the mud. All right, all set. Chen Xuan clapped his hands and smiled. However, when he looked up, he found Xia Xinru and Xian unable to contain their laughter. What are you laughing at? Chen Xuan asked, puzzled. Daddy has turned into a big spotted cat. Xian giggled. Xia Xinru pointed at his face, saying, you are covered in mud. Realizing this, Chen Xuan attempted to wipe his face with his hands, only to find them muddy as well. Xia Xinru quickly intervened, using a tissue to clean the mud off Chen Xian's face bit by bit. Subsequently, Chen Xian set up the other 2 bamboo baskets as well. "Daddy, when can we catch fish?" Xian Xian asked curiously. "In about half an hour," Chen Xian replied with a smile. The family's antics quickly attracted many village children who gathered around, with 2 of them even removing their shoes and rolling up their pants to help Chen Xian catch lobsters. Xian Xian soon joined the other children in play, their joyous laughter echoing in the air. As time passed, the number of lobsters in the bucket grew. "Xian Xian, come over. Let's see if we've caught any fish." Chen Xian called out to Xian Xian, who was playing with her friends. "Coming," Xian Xian cheerfully replied, hurrying over, followed closely by her little companions. Due to the slippery nature of the path and the fact that Xian Yuan was running a bit too swiftly, she suddenly lost her footing and fell to the ground, splattering mud all over her face. Overwhelmed, she began to cry. Upon witnessing this, Xia Xinru's expression changed dramatically, and she hurried over to embrace Xian Yuan, asking, "How are you? Did you hurt yourself?" As she spoke, she gently wiped the mud from Xuan Yuan's face. "Mommy, my hand hurts," Xian Yuan sobbed. "Come here, let Daddy take a look." Chen Xian quickly approached, taking Xuan Yuan's small hand to examine it. He noticed a slight redness on her skin, but found no cuts, which brought him a sense of relief. "It's all right. Just rest for a moment, dear. Don't cry. Be brave. Your brother and sister are watching." Chen Xian consoled her while blowing softly on her little hand. Xian Yuan turned to her siblings, who immediately smiled and encouraged. "Little sister Xian Yuan, don't cry. We must be brave warriors. We cannot weep." As they sang the song of the lone warrior, Xuan Yuan's tears gradually ceased, and she stopped crying. Children, after all, inevitably face bumps and bruises. That is the essence of childhood. Who among us has not stumbled during their youth? Who has not shed tears? Seeing that Xian Yuan had calmed down, Chen Xian and Xia Xinru felt reassured. They then approached a gap nearby. "Let's see if there are any fish in there," Chen Xian exclaimed with a smile. All eyes turned toward him as he lifted the bamboo basket, which immediately produced a delightful splashing sound. "There are fish. I can hear them. There must be plenty," Xian Yuan exclaimed eagerly. Chen Xian, smiling, handed the basket over, and everyone leaned in closer to find 6 or 7 fish swimming within, along with several loaches and 3 or 4 crayfish. "So many!" The children gasped in unison. Chen Xian poured the basket, and a handful of fish, about the size of 4 fingers, tumbled into the water bucket. Just then, a meow echoed from a distance. An orange tabby cat, which had been patiently waiting nearby, perked up at the sight of the fish, its eyes gleaming with excitement as it meowed incessantly, hesitating to approach. "Darling, toss a fish over for that little one. It's been waiting here for quite a while," Xia Xinru, who adored cats, prompted eagerly. Chen Xian nodded and threw a fish toward the cat. Upon seeing it, the tabby sprang forward, catching the fish midair before landing gracefully and darting away. This spectacle elicited gasps of astonishment. Following this, Chen Xian carefully set the bamboo basket back in place and retrieved 2 more baskets, yielding another impressive catch. Looking at the large bucket brimming with crayfish and fish, he nodded in satisfaction. "How much longer will you all be fishing? It's time to come back for dinner," a voice called from the entrance. "Mom, we're coming right now," Chen Xian replied. Unbeknownst to them, the clock had already passed 11. Wisps of smoke wafted from the chimney, and the children were called home by their respective parents. "Let's go. We have gathered a bountiful harvest, and tonight we shall feast on spicy crayfish and fried small fish." Chen Xian exclaimed with a smile. "I can hardly contain my saliva," Xia Xinru chuckled. "Me too. I'm drooling," Xian Yin quickly agreed. 2 little foodies. Chen Xian shot them a playful glare. Upon returning home, Xia Xinru and Xian Yin proceeded to wash up, while Chen Xian soaked the crayfish in water, preparing the small fish for frying later in the afternoon. The morning, filled with delightful experiences, passed in a heartbeat, leaving everyone in high spirits. This brought Chen Xian a nostalgic sense of rediscovering his childhood, brimming with cherished memories. That evening, they indulged in the spicy crayfish and fried fish, the flavor surpassing even that of the finest restaurants. They devoured over 5 pounds of crayfish in a single sitting. Chapter 38. System Upgrade and Mission the following day. As the sun rose and the skies brightened, the cheerful chirping of birds outside formed a melodious symphony. Chen Xuan was in the midst of a blissful slumber when a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Do not linger and sleep. Rise quickly. There is something of great importance I must share with you. Startled, Chen Xuan sat up abruptly, realizing that it was the voice of his future self. Important matters? Surely nothing ominous could be afoot. A sense of foreboding washed over him as he anxiously inquired, "What is this important matter? Speak quickly." Do not fret. What I wish to convey is, in fact, good news." The future Chen Xuan detected the urgency in his tone and couldn't help but chuckle. Chen Xuan felt a vain throb on his forehead. "It's early in the morning. Could you refrain from scaring me? Just tell me the good news already." "All right, I shall reveal it. The system underwent an upgrade last night. Although our time remains unchanged, and we still have a mere 5 minutes for communication. A new feature has emerged." "What feature?" Chen Xuan asked, curiosity piqued. "The task feature. By completing tasks, you can earn rewards. And this task is solely for you to fulfill." Future Chen Xuan explained. Chen Xuan furrowed his brow, feeling both puzzled and enlightened. "Why must it be me? Isn't the task meant for you?" he queried, sensing something amiss. "I inquired about this with the system, but it merely stated that the secrets of fate cannot be revealed. In due time, we shall understand." That enigmatic system certainly had its mysteries, Chen Xuan mused, before swiftly steering the conversation back on track. "Now, tell me, what is the task?" "The task is quite straightforward. A murderer, namely Haitao, has fled to the village, living in hiding for over a decade. Your mission is to find a way to capture him. Oh, and you're not allowed to call the police or enlist their help. You must rely solely on yourself. The time frame for this task is 7 days." Future Chen Xuan slowly articulated the details of the mission. Moreover, in Chen Xuan's mind emerged a photograph depicting the likeness of Li Haitao. He was a slender man with an elongated face, a pointed chin, and small, beady eyes that imparted a furtive impression. His appearance was indeed peculiar. A single glance left a profound impression. Yet Chen Xuan was entirely certain he had never encountered this individual before. Beneath the photograph was a brief textual introduction. Name: Li Haitao, place of origin: Longquan City, Lit County, Guangtian Province. Age: born in 1987. However, the introduction was exceedingly simplistic, just a name, place of origin, and age, which held no significance for Chen Xuan. Is that all? With so many people in our village, this scant information is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, Chen Xuan inquired. "I do not wish for this either. But this is the information provided by the system, and I have relayed all that I know to you," the future Chen Xuan replied. He certainly desired the past Chen Xuan to fulfill the task, as they were, after all, the same person. "Very well then," Chen Xuan conceded, albeit reluctantly. "By the way, if the task cannot be completed, there will be a punishment. Your manhood shall never rise again," the future Chen Xuan declared. "What the heck?" Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan gasped in shock. The nearby sleeping Xia Xinru was awakened, her eyes wide with astonishment as she looked at Chen Xuan. "Darling, what is wrong?" Xia Xinru asked in confusion. Chen Xuan did not respond, utterly astonished that failure to complete the task could lead to such a dire consequence, a punishment quite severe for any man. "Of course, should the task be accomplished, you will also receive a reward. As for what the reward entails, although I am unaware, it is certainly something splendid." The future Chen Xuan paused, so past self. "Do your utmost. The happiness of my future depends entirely on you." Chen Xuan felt a wave of frustration. Were it not for the fact that this person was himself, he would have been tempted to unleash a torrent of curses. By then, 5 minutes had elapsed, and communication with his future self was no longer possible. He turned to Xia Xinru, his expression one of bitterness. Observing her husband as countenance, Xia Xinru instinctively sensed trouble. She had surmised that he had been communicating with his future self. Something must have gone awry. "Darling, what on earth is happening? Please tell me," Xia Xinru implored anxiously. Thus, Chen Xuan recounted the entire sequence of events. "This is hardly a joyous occasion. It is evidently a torment. If I cannot complete the task, then what?" he lamented. Witnessing her husband's downtrodden demeanor, Xia Xinru could not help but chuckle. "Why are you laughing?" Chen Xuan glared at her. Xia Xinru quickly covered her mouth, took a deep breath, and cleared her throat, regaining her seriousness as she said, "Darling, do not lose heart. We must devise a plan to complete the task swiftly. Did you not mention there would be a reward upon its completion? Such matters are not so easily resolved. Since Li Haitao is a murderer, he would surely no longer use that name, and having evaded capture for over a decade, locating him now would be an arduous task." The two were contemplating how to uncover the whereabouts of Li Haitao, yet after much deliberation, they found themselves devoid of any viable strategies. At that moment, a sudden knock echoed at the door. The sun was already high in the sky, and yet the lazy little pig had yet to rise. A sweet voice chimed from outside. "Xian Xian is here." Chen Xuan shook his head in exasperation, muttering to himself, "This little girl is quite the nuisance." He then stood up and opened the door. Xian Xian, freshly bathed and adorned in a lovely princess dress with cartoon slippers, displayed her adorable little feet, hands on her hips, glaring at Chen Xuan with indignation. "Grandpa and Grandma have gone out to dry corn, and you still have the audacity to sleep in," she complained. Chen Xuan felt a twinge of embarrassment, as if his own daughter were scolding him. All right, Daddy was wrong. I'll wash my face and come help right away." He quickly acknowledged his mistake and proceeded to freshen up. The sun was shining splendidly that day, and the villagers had risen early to spread out the soaked corn for drying. By the time Chen Xuan arrived at the drying field, a third of the corn was already sun-dried. "Xian, what brings you here? Just leave this to us. You should spend more time at home with Xiao Ru and Xian Xian." Lu Su insisted upon seeing him. "Mom, I've done farm work before. There will be plenty of time to spend with my wife and children later, but I can't just stand by and watch you and Dad toil so hard," Chen Xuan stated, and without further ado, he grabbed a shovel and began to assist. Seeing this, Lu Su's face lit up with a joyful smile. Her son was becoming increasingly considerate, which filled her with pride. Before long, Xia Xinru and Xian Xian also came over to lend a hand. But Chen Haihua and Lu Su immediately urged them to return, fearing they might tire themselves. "Mom, it's fine. We haven't labored in a while. It's a good opportunity for us to experience it. Right, Xian Xian?" "Yes, Grandma and Grandpa. I'm here to help," Xian Xian exclaimed as she went to carry corn. The elderly couple beamed with delight at the sight. Chapter 39. The Demon of the Human World. Once the corn was adequately dried and the sun continued to blaze, everyone returned home. Chen Xian, troubled by his thoughts, lay on the bed, contemplating solutions. "Daddy!" Xian Xian burst into the room, eager to play. "Shoo!" Summer Xinru quickly pulled her back, making a gesture for silence. "Xian Xian, don't disturb Daddy. He has deep in thought. Why don't you go play with Ergo and the others?" Xian Xian glanced at her father, who wore a furrowed brow, and nodded obediently before turning to leave. Summer Xinru cast a glance at her husband and sat down in a chair, pondering strategies. Half an hour later, Summer Xinru seemed to have an epiphany. She hurriedly took out her phone and searched for the name Li Haitao on Baidu. Instantly, a plethora of information appeared, the most prominent being a report about a certain Li Haitao serving as the vice-governor of a province. However, it was evident that this individual was not the person Xia Xinru was searching for. She continued to scroll down, still failing to uncover any pertinent information. It shouldn't be the case. If this Li Haitao were indeed a murderer, it would have certainly caused quite a stir, even over a decade ago. There must be some information available online, Xia Xinru murmured. In an instant, she appended the characters Li County after Li Haitao's name, denoting the individual's hometown. As the network refreshed, a plethora of new information immediately emerged. The first entry captured Xia Xinru's attention instantly. The headline read, "Demon of Humanity, Murderer of Wife and Child." "Husband, come quickly and take a look," Xia Xinru exclaimed, her eyes alight with excitement. Hearing this, Chen Xuan sprang into action, rushing over and glancing at the content on the phone. "Why didn't I think of that approach?" he remarked, smacking his forehead. He had been solely focused on finding out who Li Haitao was. Yet hadn't he considered utilizing Baidu to investigate the reasons behind his heinous acts or to delve into his life history? Only by understanding both the adversary and oneself could they devise a plan to apprehend this man. Darling, you are brilliant, Chen Xuan declared, overwhelmed with enthusiasm as he kissed Xia Xinru on the cheek. Of course, I am your capable assistant, she responded, equally delighted, before opening a piece of information. Look at this, dear. Besides the textual content, there was a blurred photograph of Li Haitao from 10 years prior. Despite its lack of clarity, Chen Xuan recognized him at once as the person he was searching for. The two of them began to read intently, but their smiles gradually faded, replaced by a profound fury. The gist of the content was as follows. The demon of humanity, Li Haitao, suspected his wife of infidelity and doubted that his daughter was his biological child. In a brutal act, he murdered his wife and even spared not his daughter, callously killing her and disposing of her body in the wilderness. A beast. He is nothing short of a beast. How could he commit such inhumane acts? After reading, Xia Xinru erupted in furious condemnation. He is simply not human. He deserves to be executed 100 times over. Chen Xuan echoed her anger. We must find a way to bring him to justice. This monster must face the consequences of his actions, Xia Xinru declared through gritted teeth. Chen Xuan nodded in agreement, deeply incensed by Li Haitao's actions. Even if his wife had been unfaithful, it was inexcusable to harm their daughter, who was still in the bloom of youth, enduring such suffering. This man must be apprehended and subjected to the law as retribution. Subsequently, the couple continued to browse through their phones, eager to uncover useful clues. Half an hour later, Chen Xuan suddenly spotted an intriguing piece of information that made his eyes light up. Darling, look here. It states that Li Haitao is exceptionally fond of playing chess to the point of obsession and has repeatedly triumphed in chess tournaments held in the county. Xia Xinru immediately joined the conversation, and as he had stated, Li Haitao was indeed deeply enamored with chess to the point of obsession, dedicating countless hours to its study. Darling, what use is it for us to know this? Xia Xinru inquired, somewhat perplexed. Chen Xuan gently ruffled her hair and replied with a smile. It is indeed useful. Just think about it. This man loves chess so much that if we set up a chess stall at the market, word will surely spread, and he will inevitably come to see it. Once he arrives, I will recognize him immediately. Upon hearing this, Xia Xinru's eyes lit up, but she then pondered, however. Neither of us is particularly skilled at chess, so we might not attract many people. Hey, worry not. I have already devised a plan. Remember my college roommate, Guo Feng? He is a chess master, having represented our university in the city's chess tournament and secured the runner-up position. We can invite him to assist us. At this point, Chen Xuan paused and added, furthermore, to draw in even more participants, we could announce that anyone who defeats Guo Feng will receive a reward of 10,000 yuan. This news will undoubtedly spread throughout the village, and if Li Haitao is hiding here, he will certainly hear of it. Xia Xinru's eyes brightened at the suggestion, and she nodded. Yes, that is a good plan. We can only proceed in this manner. Let's give it a try. If we fail, I fear I may become a eunuch. Will you abandon me then, my dear wife? Chen Xuan looked at her with a pitiful expression. Of course I would. Xia Xinru replied, nodding. Wow, so heartless. Just kidding. Regardless, you are my husband, and we shall never part ways. With the plan set, Chen Xuan wasted no time and immediately called Guo Feng via video. Soon, a short young man with neatly cropped hair and gold-rimmed glasses appeared on the screen, exuding an air of refinement. Brother Xian, it's been a while. What brings you to call me suddenly? Guo Feng greeted with a smile. The two had been roommates for 4 years in college and had developed a strong bond, although as life unfolded with families and careers, their contact had diminished. Nonetheless, they still exchanged greetings and read envelopes during holidays. Emergency help. Xiao Feng, I need you to assist me with something, Chen Xuan said. What kind of help? Guo Feng asked, taken aback. I need you to play chess, Chen Xuan replied. Guo Feng was momentarily bewildered by the request. Brother Xian, what is going on? I'm currently preparing to open a children's chess training class, and I'm overwhelmed with insufficient funds and personnel. If it weren't for something truly important, I fear I wouldn't be able to break away. There is no need for pretense between them, given their 4 years of brotherhood. Chen Xuan stated, if you can come help me for a week, I will offer you 500,000. Do we have a deal? Upon hearing those words, Guo Feng was taken aback, his mouth agape in disbelief. He had previously heard that Chen Xuan had incurred significant debts due to a failed entrepreneurial endeavor. At this moment, he seemed to be in dire straits, so how could he possibly produce 50,000? The reason for Chen Xuan's extravagant generosity was twofold. He wished to assist an old classmate, and on the other hand, he was also considering his own interests. Brother Xian, today is not April Fool's Day. Please do not jest with me, Guofeng said. Why would I deceive you? Just send me your bank card details, and I will transfer the money to you immediately. After all these years of brotherhood, do you not trust me? As the two conversed, Guofeng's skepticism lingered until he suddenly noticed the 50,000 had indeed been deposited into his account. At that moment, he realized Chen Xuan had not been lying. He promptly honored his word, securing a vehicle and hastening over with all speed. Chapter 40. The chess tournament around 4 in the afternoon. Guofeng rushed over in a state of urgency, while Chen Xuan and his family had been waiting by the roadside. Brother Xian, sister-in-law, it has been far too long, Guofeng exclaimed as he exited the vehicle, wheeling a suitcase towards them with a smile. Chen Xuan immediately stepped forward, and after so many years apart, they embraced warmly. Xian, do not forget to greet your uncle, urged Xia Xinru. Hello, uncle, Xian replied sweetly, her face lighting up with 2 adorable dimples. How delightful. This must be your daughter, Xian, Guofeng remarked, his eyes sparkling as he beheld the charming little girl. Hello, Xian. It is a pleasure to meet you. Your uncle has a gift for you, Guofeng announced, retrieving an exquisitely crafted wooden box from his suitcase and offering it to her. Xian hesitated for a moment, glancing towards her parents. Just accept the gift from your uncle, Chen Xuan encouraged with a smile. Their bond was strong enough that there was no need for pretense. Thank you, uncle, Xian said gratefully, taking the wooden box. Upon opening it, a delightful music box emerged, gracefully dancing to the tune it played. Is this an exquisite music box? Do you like it? Guofeng inquired with a smile. I love it. Xian nodded enthusiastically, her smile growing more radiant. Guofeng nodded in approval, then turned his attention to Chen Xuan, asking, Brother Xian, what is truly going on here? I have so many questions. Firstly, how have you come into such wealth? 50,000 at your fingertips is astonishing. Secondly, why have you summoned me to engage in a game of chess? Let us return home first. I will explain everything slowly along the way, Chen Xuan replied, patting his shoulder. As they traveled, Chen Xuan provided a brief explanation. Naturally, when asked about his newfound wealth, he mentioned that he was now working alongside a prominent businessman and had earned a substantial income. Regarding the chess game, he candidly revealed to Guofeng that they were in pursuit of a murderer. After hearing this, while Guofeng still had many lingering questions, he sensed that Chen Xuan was reluctant to elaborate further, understanding that he had received the money and was merely fulfilling a professional obligation. He refrained from pressing for more details. Upon returning home, Guofeng was warmly welcomed by Chen Haihua and Lu Su. After spending a night, he was summoned by Chen Xuan. The two drove directly to the local market. Although the village was small, it boasted a market that came alive every 3 days, bustling with villagers purchasing daily necessities. Today was indeed a market day. Freshly ground tofu for sale. Come and buy. Eating whole grains helps regulate blood sugar, prevents hypertension, promotes good health, reduces illnesses, and enhances longevity. Don't miss out. Farm fresh vegetables, affordable and healthy, naturally grown with no pollution. Young man, come take a look. You can purchase with confidence and eat with peace of mind. As they arrived at the market, the cacophony of vendors' calls enveloped them like a tidal wave. Both sides of the road were lined with various stalls selling vegetables, fruits, kitchenware, and more. The throng of people was overwhelming and lively. So many people. That's fantastic. The larger the crowd, the quicker we can promote our venture, Chen Xuan remarked with a smile. He then parked the car in an unobtrusive yet conspicuous spot. After stopping, Chen Xuan and Guofeng opened the trunk to reveal their supplies. A table, a chair, a chess set, and a signboard. Xiaofeng, just sit and play chess from now on, Chen Xuan instructed. Their actions soon attracted a considerable audience, primarily local uncles and aunties. Faced with this unexpected gathering, Guofeng felt a twinge of apprehension. Although he had participated in countless chess competitions with thousands of spectators, Never had he faced a group of village seniors in such a setting, making him surprisingly nervous. Don't be anxious. They're not going to eat you. Just focus on your game. Chen Xuan reassured him, giving his shoulder a comforting pat. Calmed by his words, Guofeng nodded and took a seat, setting up the chessboard. What are these two doing? It appears they are preparing for a chess match. Wow, that car is a BMW. It must cost a fortune. Have rural areas become this affluent? Look, what does that sign say? As the crowd swelled, various murmurs filled the air. Chen Xuan, not one to hide his intentions, pulled out a sign and planted it in the ground nearby. It read, Title, Chess Tournament Registration Fee, 100. If you lose, the fee goes to us. If you win, the reward is 10,000. Is this for real? Did I read that correctly? A reward of 10,000. Could it be a scam? What they don't pay when you lose. This young man is quite confident in his chess skills to openly challenge so many with a 10,000 reward. The onlookers exchanged astonished glances. For these villagers, 10,000 was no small sum. Everyone, you all understand, right? Indeed, with just 100 yuan registration fee, you can step up to challenge. If you win against him, you will effortlessly take home 10,000 yuan, Chen Xuan proclaimed loudly to the crowd. His words immediately incited a wave of commotion. Young man, do you mean what you say? If I win, will you hand over the 10,000 yuan immediately? A middle-aged man suddenly approached and inquired loudly. Of course. Chen Xuan nodded, promptly retrieving a briefcase from his vehicle. Upon opening it, a stack of 100 yuan bills appeared, captivating the eyes of the onlookers. Now do you believe? Chen Xuan asked. Indeed. The middle-aged man nodded, declaring, I shall take a turn. It's merely 100 yuan. Once I win, my bicycle will transform into a motorcycle. As he spoke, he made the payment via WeChat and sat across from Guofeng, initiating a game of chess. More and more people gathered around, the news spreading like wildfire throughout the market. Soon, the scene was packed to the brim. Chen Xuan, however, remained focused on his task, scanning the crowd, yet he did not spot Li Haitao. I concede. 10 minutes later, the middle-aged man admitted defeat, having been thoroughly outplayed by Guofeng. Young man, your chess skills are lacking. He was going easy on you. Otherwise, you would have been defeated in 5 minutes. Let me take a turn. An elderly gentleman stepped forward. Reluctantly, the middle-aged man stepped aside, and Guofeng began playing against the old man. Chapter 41. Winning a reward of 30,000 yuan, it became evident that Guofeng was exceptionally skilled at chess, defeating 5 consecutive challengers with ease. The onlookers soon began to rethink their willingness to challenge him, realizing that despite the modest registration fee, they were no match for his prowess. Losing money was trivial, but the humiliation of being utterly defeated was something they wished to avoid. It appeared that a little more encouragement was needed. They must seize this opportunity to bolster their reputation. Observing the scene, Chen Xuan murmured to himself before leaning close to Guofeng's ear, Xiaofeng, we are here to apprehend criminals, not to win money. You should intentionally lose a game or two to allow them to win some money. This will attract even more challengers. Upon hearing this, Guofeng nodded in agreement. I'll give it a try. Just then, a bespectacled man in his 30s approached, exuding an air of cultured refinement. After making his payment, the two began their game. This individual's chess skills were indeed superior to those of the previous challengers. Yet he still fell short in the face of Guofeng's talent. However, recalling Chen Xuan's instructions, Guofeng decided to deliberately underestimate his abilities. Checkmate, haha, I won. The man soon burst into excited laughter. This is unexpected. This young man was so formidable before. How could he suddenly falter? Murmured the crowd. Perhaps he is fatigued from facing so many opponents. Indeed, many observers noticed Guofeng's intentional missteps, yet he chose not to offer any explanations. Upon witnessing the scene, Chen Xuan immediately turned to the man and exclaimed, Congratulations! You have become the first individual to achieve victory in this challenge. As he spoke, he opened his briefcase and retrieved a stack of cash, presenting it to the man. Please, verify if it is genuine. Is it indeed 10,000 yuan? The reason Chen Xuan opted for such a substantial amount of cash, rather than transferring via WeChat or bank transfer, was to create a powerful visual impact. This would not only astonish the onlookers, but also ensure that the news spread rapidly. The man, upon receiving the money, eagerly began to count it, his face lighting up with excitement. Everything seems to be in order. It is indeed 10,000 yuan. He was utterly exhilarated, astonished that he had won such a sum from merely one round of chess, equivalent to 2 months' worth of his salary. Incredible! A reward of 10,000 yuan. Winning a game for such a sum is far too easy. Hurry! I must return home and bring my uncle, who is quite skilled at chess. He too can win 10,000 yuan. This was madness. One doesn't simply spend money in this fashion. The crowd erupted in astonishment, many rushing home to summon their chess-savvy relatives to challenge. Observing this, Chen Xuan nodded in satisfaction. This was precisely the effect he desired. It wouldn't be long before the news spread throughout the entire village. Li Haitao, being so obsessed with chess, would surely be unable to resist coming to witness the event. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, anyone who could defeat us in chess will receive a reward of 10,000 yuan, and I assure you, I will hand it over in full. If anyone here is skilled at chess, or knows someone who is, please invite them to come challenge us. Chen Xuan proclaimed loudly. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere surged with excitement, and several individuals stepped forward to challenge. 10,000 yuan was no trivial sum. However, as the event progressed, Guofeng emerged victorious in every match, leaving no room for defeat. Soon, midday arrived, and Chen Xuan's phone rang. It was a call from his wife. He squeezed through the crowd and answered in a nearby alley. "Hello, husband. How is everything progressing? Have you found Li Haitao?" Xia Xinru inquired directly. "Progress is quite promising. At this rate, the news will soon permeate the village. However, I have yet to locate Li Haitao," Chen Xuan responded. "Patience, dear. This is only the first morning. We must remain calm." After a brief pause, Xia Xinru continued. "By the way, it's almost noon. Should I bring them some food?" "No need. Let's return home to eat and come back later when it's cooler," Chen Xuan replied. After ending the call, Chen Xuan made his way back. Typically, the market would be deserted by this time, yet it was still bustling with spectators watching Guofeng play chess. Ladies and gentlemen, the chess competition concludes for this morning. We shall resume at 3:30 in the afternoon. Please bring along true chess masters to compete with us, Chen Xuan announced to the crowd. "Is it over so soon? I was just about to challenge. A young man, I know a chess master. I will invite him over this afternoon. Everyone, it's time to disperse. Let's reconvene later. It's time to go home for dinner." Upon hearing Chen Xuan's words, the crowd reluctantly departed. Chen Xuan had a premonition that in the afternoon, even more people would come, and among them would be true chess experts. "Xingo, what do you think? Any discoveries?" Once the crowd had left, Guofeng lowered his voice to inquire. Chen Xuan replied with a wry smile. "Not yet, but this is just the beginning. I'm sure we will attract a larger crowd in the afternoon." "Indeed, I share the same sentiment." Guofeng nodded in agreement. Chen Xuan patted him on the shoulder and said, "You worked hard this morning. Go home and rest well." "What hardship is this? If you give me 500,000, I could play chess for a lifetime," Guofeng jested. The two exchanged smiles, unable to suppress their laughter. Upon returning home, Chen Xuan heard his father, Chen Haihua, suddenly call out, "Xuan, come here for a moment." "Oh, coming." Chen Xuan closed the car door and approached Chen Haihua, asking, "Dad, what do you need?" "I heard you set up a stall at the market, promising a reward of 10,000 for anyone who can defeat you in chess," Chen Haihua inquired. Chen Xuan had anticipated this question. He nodded and said, "Dad, I know you're puzzled and think I'm being reckless, but I truly have my reasons, so please don't worry. Rest assured, I will not engage in any illegal activities." "I certainly believe you." "Well, since you have your own reasons, I won't pry further. Come inside for dinner," Chen Haihua replied. "Thank you, Dad." Chen Xuan smiled, aware that he withheld the truth to spare his father's concern, especially since he was pursuing a dangerous serial killer. In the following days, Chen Xuan and his companions set up their stall every morning and afternoon. To attract a larger crowd, the reward had been raised to 30,000, and Guofeng purposely lost many matches. When the rewards were claimed, each winner was overjoyed, unable to contain their delight. This event spread like wildfire throughout the village, even reaching the ears of the reclusive mountain dwellers. Chapter 42. Aji at the foot of the mountain, nestled among the bamboo groves. stood a dilapidated house constructed of mud and stone, its condition so poor that one side had partially collapsed. Yet, despite its state, there were still inhabitants. As wisps of smoke rose from the chimney, "Aji, are you home? Come out quickly. I have something to tell you." At that moment, an elderly man herding cattle came running towards the house, shouting loudly before even entering. "What is it?" A hoarse voice responded from within. After a moment, a disheveled man emerged, barefoot and clad in tattered clothing, his unkempt hair and bushy beard suggesting he had not bathed in quite some time, emanating a pungent odor. This individual is a wanderer who has roamed for over a decade before arriving at this place. The old gentleman, feeling pity for him, brought him to reside here and affectionately named him Aji. 12 years have swiftly passed. The old man did not disdain his odor. Rather, he immediately remarked, "I must tell you, at the market nearby, there is someone setting up a stall who claims that if you defeat him in chess, you can win a reward of 30,000. Many have already succeeded, and I couldn't resist playing a game myself, but alas, I lost." He paused for a moment before continuing, "Aji, you possess remarkable chess skills. Why not try your hand at a match?" He knew of Aji's prowess from years ago when he could find no one to play with, and thus approached Aji with a chessboard. To his astonishment, the seemingly lazy and taciturn Aji's eyes sparkled with excitement upon seeing the chess pieces. After just one game, the old man realized Aji's exceptional talent, as within 10 minutes, he was utterly defeated. From that day forth, whenever they had the time, the two engaged in chess matches, resulting in the old man never winning a single game. "No." Aji's response was curt as he turned to walk back inside. "Hey, why won't you play? That's 30,000. With your skill, you could easily win this match." The old man was momentarily taken aback and hurried after him. Upon entering the room, he discovered it was exceedingly simple, with a musty odor lingering in the air. Yet, in the living room, an image of the Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara was enshrined, with wisps of incense smoke rising, indicating regular worship. Aji returned to his bedroom and lay down on a bed resembling a dog's den, closing his eyes. "Aji, I'm speaking to you, at least respond." The old man implored. 30,000 is not to be taken lightly. With that money, you wouldn't have to endure such hardship in life. However, Aji paid him no heed, continuing to keep his eyes shut. Witnessing this scene, the old man felt a surge of anger and began to scold him. "You ungrateful wretch! I took you in out of kindness, providing you with food and shelter, and yet you find it so difficult to do something in return? I must have been blind to take you in." The old man vented his frustration, but Aji remained unresponsive, prompting the old man to storm out in anger. However, just as he reached the door, the old man abruptly halted, a hint of pleading in his voice as he said, "You know my little granddaughter, right? She is about to enter middle school, but we lack the funds. Her parents are considering pulling her out of school, and it breaks my heart to see her cry and plead to continue her education. Aji, I beg of you, if we could have that 30,000, she could go to school." With that, the old man held back his tears and departed. Inside the room, Aji suddenly opened his eyes. He hurriedly got up, panic-stricken, his hands trembling as he rushed to retrieve a photograph from a cabinet. It was a black-and-white photo depicting a family of 3, with a couple holding a little girl between them. As he gazed, tears streamed down Aji's cheeks uncontrollably. Suddenly, a series of ghastly images surged into his mind like a relentless nightmare. Clutching his head, he emitted a sound of agony and then dashed outside, kneeling before the portrait of Guanyin, repeatedly bowing in fervent supplication. At 3:30 in the afternoon, Chen Xuan and Guofeng arrived punctually at the vegetable market, where a throng of people had already gathered, as usual, setting up stalls for the chess tournament. Chen Xuan sat nearby, casting his eyes over the faces of the crowd, his demeanor noticeably despondent, his heart heavy with gloom. Alas, it marked the 6th day, and if Li Haitao did not appear soon, their mission would fail. Chen Xuan let out a deep sigh, his gaze falling to his lap, filled with sorrow. The thought of being impotent for life weighed heavily upon him, an unbearable frustration gnawing at his heart. The tournament continued, time relentlessly slipping away. "Darling," a voice suddenly rang in his ears. Chen Xuan turned to find Xia Xinru approaching, hand in hand with Xian Xian. "Daddy!" Xian Xian exclaimed joyfully, leaping into Chen Xuan's embrace. The frown that had marred Chen Xuan's face melted away upon seeing his wife and daughter, replaced by a radiant smile. "Oh," Chen Xuan replied, lifting his daughter high in his arms. Xia Xinru watched the father-daughter duo with a smile, though beneath it lay a deep-seated worry. Should the mission fail, what would become of her husband? It would be a grave blow to any man, and Xia Xinru feared such a fate. Sighing inwardly, she pondered, where on earth is Li Haitao? As time trickled by, the sun dipped below the horizon, and nightfall approached. The chess tournament was nearing its conclusion. What a foul stench! Who has defecated? A voice cried out in disgust. Ugh, who on earth is it? Did someone fall into a latrine? At that moment, a wave of gasps rippled through the crowd, accompanied by a nauseating odor that surpassed even that of an elderly person's armpit. Everyone turned to see a disheveled man with unkempt hair, barefoot, shambling toward them. Filthy beggar. This is not your place. Get lost. It stinks. The stench suggested he had not bathed in years. Get out of here. The crowd, pinching their noses, could not help but hurl insults, and many were ready to confront him. Yet as he drew nearer, the unbearable odor drove them to flee. Chen Xuan's gaze fell upon the man, initially failing to recognize him, but upon a closer look, a shiver ran down his spine. It was him, Li Haitao. Chen Xuan gasped inwardly. Although the man's appearance had changed drastically, with a keen eye, one could still discern that he was the infamous demon of Li County from over a decade ago, the beast who had murdered his wife and abused his daughter. Suddenly, Xia Xinru, filled with excitement, tugged at Chen Xuan, clearly having recognized him as well. Let us not act rashly, Chen Xuan whispered. Xia Xinru nodded in agreement. Aside from the identity of Li Haitao, the disheveled man is now known as Aji. In the face of the crowd's scornful jeers, Aji remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Guofeng as he declared, I have come to play chess. Upon hearing these words, everyone present, with the exception of Chen Xuan and Xia Xinru, was taken aback, followed by a chorus of laughter. Huh, a filthy beggar thinks he can play chess? He should clean himself up before coming here. Hey, smelly beggar, do you have money to register? Hurry and throw him out, he stinks too much. Chapter 43. Capturing the demon of the human world unfazed by the crowd's mockery, Aji calmly approached, slowly pulling a crumpled 100 yuan bill from his pocket and offering it to Guofeng, saying, I challenge you. Guofeng, however, did not accept the money but turned to Chen Xuan, his face etched with distaste. Clearly, he could not endure the wretched odor emanating from Aji. All right, registration successful. You may proceed with the game, Chen Xuan said cheerfully, disregarding Guofeng's expression as he snatched the 100 yuan bill. Brother Xuan, I feel like crying, Guofeng lamented. The scent was so unbearable that he could hardly suppress his urge to vomit, let alone play chess. Chen Xuan patted him on the shoulder, encouragingly saying, believe in yourself. You can do it. You old man. Guofeng cursed inwardly, yet he acquiesced to Chen Xuan's arrangement, turning to Aji and urging, let us get on with it. Swift resolution. Without further ado, Aji took a seat and began the game of chess with Guofeng. The onlookers were bewildered, unable to comprehend why Chen Xuan would allow a beggar to participate in such a game. They unanimously believed it wouldn't be long before this foul-smelling beggar would be utterly defeated. Guofeng shared this sentiment as well. However, after just 10 moves, Guofeng's expression grew increasingly serious. In a duel of skilled players, one can often discern the caliber of an opponent within just 3 moves. Wait, something is amiss. This individual is actually a master. I must give my all. Realizing this, Guofeng's previous grimace of disgust faded, replaced by a demeanor of seriousness and focus. Darling, what should we do now? Xia Xinru whispered to Chen Xuan. Now that he is here, there is no escape for him. After this game, we can apprehend him. Chen Xuan replied softly. Xia Xinru expressed her concerns, saying, he is a murderer. His methods are so ruthless. Shouldn't we call the police to apprehend him? No, absolutely not. If we call the police, I will violate the mission's rules. I must personally take him to the precinct. Don't worry, he is already so emaciated. I can handle him alone, Chen Xuan assured confidently. Though still apprehensive, Xia Xinru felt reassured by her husband's confidence and refrained from further protest. Could it be? This beggar is indeed formidable. After all this time, he is not yet lost. A master. He is undoubtedly a master. We have all misjudged him. Not only did he not lose, but he also maintained a significant advantage. If this continues, it seems this young man may indeed face defeat. After more than 10 minutes of play, Aji not only held his ground, but aggressively attacked Guofeng, much to the astonishment of the onlookers, who realized they had underestimated him. Initially, they had kept their distance, repelled by Aji's foul odor, but now they gathered closer, pinching their noses to witness the unfolding match. Guofeng's expression was particularly grave. Previously, he had deliberately held back, but this time, he was giving his all. Even so, he found himself being led around like a puppet, ultimately succumbing to a breach in his defenses. After enduring for another 10 minutes, Guofeng extended his hand, only to withdraw it slowly, ultimately letting out a long sigh and conceding, "Alas, I have lost." This time, he accepted his defeat with complete humility. The spectators were left dumbfounded, their faces a portrait of disbelief. They could hardly fathom that this disheveled, foul-smelling beggar possessed such remarkable chess skills. 30,000 yuan. Aji lifted his head and stated with nonchalance. "All right." Chen Xuan nodded. Without further ado, he produced a stack of cash and handed it over. Aji reached for the money. But at that moment, Chen Xuan suddenly lunged forward, swiftly restraining Aji's hands and using his body weight to pin him to the ground. Confronted with a man capable of violence, Chen Xuan acted with caution, his movements decisive. Aji attempted to resist. But after years of hardship, cold and hunger had rendered him physically drained. He had little strength left. "What is happening?" The onlookers gasped, startled by the sudden turn of events, and instinctively recoiled. "Li Haitao, surrender peacefully. The sins you have committed must be repaid in kind," Chen Xuan declared coldly as he held Aji down, then gestured to Xia Xinru, who promptly handed him a length of rope. "Why, you're a policeman?" Aji questioned. "I'm not a policeman. But soon you will find yourself at the police station," Chen Xuan replied as he took the rope, intending to bind Aji. Much to his surprise, Aji suddenly erupted into laughter, offering no resistance as Chen Xuan secured him. "What are you laughing at?" Chen Xuan asked, taken aback. "I am delighted. Do you understand? How have I endured these past 10 years? Every day filled with anxiety, every night plagued by nightmares." Aji laughed heartily, as if experiencing a moment of liberation. Xia Xinru approached him and coldly remarked, "So even a monster like you experiences nightmares. Did you ever consider your actions when you killed your wife and daughter?" Faced with this accusation, Aji fell silent, at a loss for words. The crowd, upon hearing this, widened their eyes in shock, rendered speechless. He killed his wife. He killed his daughter. The revelation detonated in their minds like underwater explosives. "No way. This beggar is a murderer. I know him. His name is Aji. He wandered into our town over a decade ago." The notion that one could harm their own wife and daughter is utterly repugnant. Such a person is less than a beast and deserves to be executed without hesitation. The crowd erupted in indignation, their glances towards Aji filled with fury, unable to forgive the monster who had committed such heinous acts. After binding Aji with rope, Chen Xuan stated, "Rise, accompany me to the police station." Aji, having long succumbed to despair, had been ensnared in a nightmare for over a decade, tormented day and night, yearning to confess his crimes. Yet, he was paralyzed by fear, fear of execution, fear of death, which had prevented him from coming forward. At that moment, being captured by Chen Xuan offered him a sense of liberation. He would no longer have to endure the torment of his dreams. Chen Xuan proceeded alone, leading Aji towards the police station, while Xia Xinru, Guofeng, and Chen Xuan chose to return home in their vehicle. Suddenly, Aji spoke up. "Young man, there is something I wish to request." Chen Xuan furrowed his brow, feeling the urge to strike Aji, a scoundrel unworthy of consideration. "What is it?" he inquired, curiosity piquing despite his disdain. Aji continued, "I won 30,000 yuan from a chess match. Could you perhaps get it to Lu Laotu? His granddaughter wishes to pursue her studies, but they lack the funds." Chen Xuan fell silent, struggling to grasp the sincerity of Aji's words, gazing at him in astonishment before slowly nodding. "I agree to your request." Aji smiled upon hearing this and willingly walked towards the police station, recognizing this as his sole opportunity for redemption. Upon exiting the police station, Chen Xuan found himself alone. Aji had been taken into custody. Given his heinous acts of murdering his wife and daughter, coupled with over a decade of evasion, it was likely he would face either the death penalty or life imprisonment. Although the task was complete, Chen Xuan felt no joy. He had incarcerated a vile murderer. Yet the man's final plea for assistance for Lu Laoda's granddaughter weighed heavily on his heart, revealing that not all evil is absolute. Murmuring to himself, Chen Xuan quickened his pace towards home. Congratulations, past self. You have successfully completed your mission, preserving our future of happiness, a voice echoed in his mind, reminiscent of his future self's laughter. Indeed, it had been a challenging journey, but thanks to Li Haitao's timely appearance on the last day, Chen Xuan could not help but express his gratitude. Suddenly, a thought struck him. By the way, what about the reward? Fear not. I am here to present your reward. The voice responded. Then do not dawdle. Hurry. Chen Xuan retorted, feeling no need for politeness with his own future self. All right, close your eyes and concentrate. I shall summon the system to grant you your reward immediately. Very well. Chen Xuan nodded and promptly shut his eyes. In the next moment, a vast torrent of information surged into his mind, akin to a tidal wave. This knowledge was profound and entirely rooted in traditional Chinese medicine, transforming Chen Xuan from a novice into a master healer. The essence of this knowledge lay in the heritage of Chinese medicine, which employs the principles of yin and yang and the five elements. It perceives the human body as an intricate unity of qi, form, and spirit. Through the methodologies of observation, listening, inquiry, and pulse diagnosis, it seeks to uncover the causes, nature, and location of ailments. Analyzing the mechanisms of disease, along with the transformations within the vital organs, meridians, and the flow of qi, blood, and bodily fluids. Ultimately, discerning the balance of pathogenic and righteous forces to arrive at a diagnosis. Although it might sound exceedingly complex and esoteric for the current Chen Xuan, this knowledge felt innately familiar, easily comprehensible, and applicable. Wow, I can hardly believe it. This is the inheritance of traditional Chinese medicine. Such knowledge is truly vast and unfathomable. Chen Xuan marveled as he absorbed the entirety of the wisdom. As a modern individual, he had harbored skepticism towards traditional Chinese medicine, especially since contemporary medical practice predominantly leaned towards Western medicine, relegating traditional Chinese medicine to a precarious existence. Are you satisfied with this reward from your past self? Resonated the voice of future Chen Xuan in his ears. Well, I am satisfied, but can this knowledge truly be relied upon? It feels rather unsettling. Chen Xuan couldn't help but express his doubt. The profundity of the knowledge in his mind was daunting. Take, for instance, the treatment of epilepsy. Current medical standards struggle to eradicate the condition entirely. Yet within the inheritance of traditional Chinese medicine he had received, there were over 100 methods for treatment. This left Chen Xuan feeling incredulous. The rewards provided by the system are undoubtedly authentic. In time, as you treat others, your faith will gradually solidify. Future Chen Xuan reassured him. Very well. Chen Xuan nodded, gathering his thoughts as he made his way home. Honey, how did everything go? Upon his return, Xia Xinru was the first to greet him. Chen Haihua and Lu Su quickly followed, evidently aware of the events that had transpired. After all, in such a small village, news of Chen Xuan apprehending a murderer had spread like wildfire. I've handled it. The individual has already been captured by the police, Chen Xuan affirmed. Xuan, what exactly happened? You must be hiding something from us. Lu Su inquired with urgency. Understanding that evasion was no longer an option, Chen Xuan explained, Mom, here's the situation. I stumbled upon information about a murderer hiding in our village who enjoys playing chess, so we devised a plan to lure him out. Chen Haihua and Lu Su remained skeptical of this explanation, eager to probe further. I'm so hungry. Let's hurry home for dinner. Xian, are you hungry? Chen Xuan swiftly redirected the conversation. Yes, I'm hungry, Xian nodded. Then let us go home for a meal. Chen Xuan smiled, taking his daughter's small hand as they walked homeward. Chen Haihua and Lu Su exchanged knowing glances, sharing a resigned smile. ultimately deciding not to press further. The dinner consisted of tender meat, braised chicken, minced eggplant, string beans with egg soup, and pickled fish, with an abundance of chicken, fish, and meat. It certainly constituted a sumptuous feast. Xiaofeng, you've worked hard during this time. Make sure to eat plenty. Xian, please refrain from such remarks. I feel as though I have not been of any assistance. Oh dear, it's quite hot, too hot. Chen Xuan, take your time. The water is scalding. Let it cool a bit before you indulge. Now let's raise our glasses. Everyone lifted their cups, clinking them together, their faces radiant with joy. Yet, Chen Xian's gaze occasionally drifted to his father's visage. Ever since he received the award for inheriting traditional Chinese medicine, he had become a skilled healer. By observing his father's complexion, lips, and demeanor through the 4 diagnostic methods, he discerned that his father was in poor health. The dampness within his body was excessive. It was no wonder he suffered from severe rheumatism. He resolved to provide him with treatment when time permitted. Chen Xian mused silently. Dampness is the root of all evils, exacerbating and triggering numerous health issues, harming the body's vital organs. Thus, it is imperative to address it promptly. Chapter 45. Lu Zian after the meal. Xia Xinru and Chen Xian withdrew to the bedroom. Darling, after completing your task, did you not mention that rewards would be bestowed? What you gained? Xia Xinru inquired with curiosity. Chen Xian, without concealment, recounted his acquisition of traditional Chinese medicine. From this day forth, I shall be a skilled healer, he said, smiling at Xia Xinru. My dear, within the inheritance of traditional Chinese medicine, I have discovered a remarkable weight loss tea. Fear not to indulge in your favorite foods. Simply drink a cup of my brew each evening, and not only will you avoid gaining weight, but your health will also flourish. Upon hearing this, Xia Xinru's eyes sparkled with excitement. For any woman, such a proposition is undeniably alluring. Is that truly the case? She exclaimed with enthusiasm. Indeed, I shall prepare a cup of weight loss tea for you tomorrow, and I assure you of its efficacy, Chen Xian replied, confident in the traditional knowledge that had entered his mind. Xia Xinru was elated, unable to fathom that her husband had transformed into a skilled healer. How astonishing! My dear, I now possess numerous recipes for aphrodisiacs as well. After consuming them, I guarantee I shall be even more formidable, ensuring your utmost satisfaction. Chen Xian whispered playfully in her ear, a hint of mischief in his tone. Xia Xinru's cheeks flushed at his words, and she playfully pinched the flesh at his waist, exclaiming, "You lecherous rogue! Ouch, dear, that hurts." The following day, after breakfast, Guofeng, concerned for his wife and children as well as the chess club, expressed his intent to take his leave. Chen Xian did not insist on a stay, but instead drove Guofeng personally to the station. "Xian, this is far enough. No need to see me off further," Guofeng said with a smile. "Very well, do keep in touch after you return. If you find yourself in need of funds, do not hesitate to call. Brothers should not stand on ceremony," Chen Xian replied. "That's enough, Xian. Once I have established the chess club, I shall certainly treat you and your wife to a meal," Guofeng added, glancing at Chen Xuan and waving, "Goodbye, Chen Xuan. When you come to the city, do visit your uncle. I will introduce you to your brother and sister. He has a son and a daughter. His son is 2 years older than Chen Xuan, while his daughter is just over 3 years of age. All right, goodbye, uncle. Xiangu, sister-in-law, farewell." They bid farewell as they watched Guofeng enter the station, disappearing from sight. Only then did Chen Xian and his family of 3 return to their vehicle, retracing their route. "Dear, I plan to visit Lu Wenbao's home to give him 30,000 yuan. Would you like to accompany me?" Chen Xian inquired while driving. Having promised Li Haitao, Chen Xian certainly kept it in mind and had gleaned some information about Lu Wenbao's family through informal channels. Indeed, they were facing significant hardships, without financial assistance. His little granddaughter might have to drop out of school and cease her education altogether. "All right, let's go take a look. There's nothing pressing at home anyway." Xia Xinru nodded in agreement. Chen Xian then chose not to head directly home, but instead turned into a side road, continuing forward for a while. "Excuse me, sir. Could you direct me to Lu Wenbao's house?" On the way, Chen Xian encountered a man in his 40s and inquired with a smile. "Just follow this road straight ahead, and after the second intersection, Take a right, the man replied. Thank you very much. You're welcome. After a series of inquiries, Chen Xuan and his family finally located Lu Wenba's residence. It was a rudimentary house made of mud and stones, surrounded by a fence enclosing a yard where chickens, ducks, and geese were kept. As soon as the family reached the outer courtyard, a sudden chorus of barking erupted. Daddy, there's a dog. Chen Yuan was startled and hid behind Chen Xian. Don't be afraid. The dog is tied up, Chen Xian reassured her. Following his gaze, they spotted a large yellow dog tied under a big tree in the yard, barking incessantly at the three of them. Dahuang, stop barking. Suddenly, a little girl's voice rang out. Remarkably, the dog ceased its barking, and they then saw an 11 or 12-year-old girl peering curiously from the yard. She was barefoot, dressed in patched clothing, with two ponytails, appearing quite small and frail, her dark skin contrasted by a somewhat pale complexion, giving her a rather unhealthy appearance. The little girl seemed to be washing clothes, her hands covered in suds. Are you looking for someone? She asked, scrutinizing Chen Xian's family. Little sister, is your name Lu Zian? Chen Xian asked with a smile. He had already learned that Lu Wenba's granddaughter was called Lu Zian and that she had been absent from school for nearly half a month, remaining at home. Yes. Who are you? Lu Zian responded, puzzled by the handsome uncle and beautiful aunt before her, whom she had never seen before. Don't be afraid, little sister. We are friends of your grandfather, here to visit your family. May I ask if the adults are home? Xiaoxin Ru inquired with a smile. They are not here. They went to work on the hill. Lu Zian hesitated before saying, Uncle, Auntie, please come in. I'll go fetch my grandfather. All right. Chen Xian nodded and, along with his wife and daughter, entered the yard. Upon entering, they noticed a basin filled with clothes and several pairs of shoes, already halfway through the washing process. Evidently, all of this was Lu Zian's handiwork. Witnessing this scene, both Chen Xian and Xiaoxin Ru felt a pang of bitterness in their hearts. Such a young child already engaged in washing clothes, while the children in the city are still lounging in air-conditioned rooms, engrossed in video games. Uncle, Auntie, little sister, please have a seat. Lu Zian, displaying remarkable maturity for her age, hurriedly moved a stool to offer to them. Thank you. Xiaoxin Ru replied with a smile, her gaze towards Lu Zian brimming with affection. You're welcome. Now, I shall go call Grandpa, Lu Zian said before darting out, her twin ponytails bouncing joyfully behind her. Xian, did you see how diligent your sister is? She's already learned to wash clothes and shoes. You must learn from her and become a hard-working child. Do you understand? Xiaoxin Ru imparted her wisdom to Xian. Yes, Mama. I will learn from my sister. Xian nodded obediently. Chapter 46. A family in poverty. The Chun family of three waited in the courtyard, while a large yellow dog kept a vigilant watch over them, though it did not bark. Yin, are you there? Yin. Just then, a faint and frail voice echoed from within the house. Upon inquiry, Chen Xian learned that Lu Zian's father had gone into the mountains to gather medicinal herbs a year prior and had been bitten by a venomous snake. By the time he was discovered, he had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Although he was saved, he was left disabled, confined to his bed each day. This unfortunate incident was the catalyst for their family's sudden descent into poverty. The initial medical expenses had plunged them into debt, and now they could not even afford to send their youngest daughter to school. It must be Lu Hao. Let us go in and check, Chen Xian remarked, aware that Lu Zian's father's name was Lu Hao. Isn't it inappropriate to enter without permission? Xiaoxin Ru hesitated. However, at that moment, a loud crash emanated from within. Chen Xian's expression changed drastically, and without a second thought, he rushed inside. Upon entering the bedroom, he was met with the sight of a gaunt man crawling painfully towards the table, where he retrieved a fruit knife from the drawer with the intent of slashing his own throat. Hey, brother, what are you doing? Chen Xian exclaimed, sprinting forward to wrest the knife away from him. Had he been even a moment slower, the knife might have already pierced the man's throat. Let me die. Leave me be. What meaning does my existence hold? I only burden my family. The man shouted frantically, but his feeble strength was no match for Chen Xian. Within moments, he was subdued, and the knife clattered to the floor, producing a sharp sound. At that instant, Lu Zian burst into the room and, upon seeing the scene before her, froze momentarily before rushing towards Lu Hao. Daddy, she cried, embracing her emaciated father and weeping heartily. Following her, an elderly gentleman and a middle-aged woman entered. Upon seeing Chen Xuan's family, they momentarily paused, but upon noticing the knife on the ground, they immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Husband, did you try to take your own life again? You wretched man, do you wish to abandon me and the children? The middle-aged woman suddenly burst into tears and rushed to embrace Lu Hao. I am nothing but a burden, causing Yin to miss school. Dear wife, just let me die. Lu Hao lamented, tears streaming down his face. The family of three wept together, evoking sorrow in all who witnessed their pain. Xia Xinru had already shed tears, her eyes reddened, while Xian clung to her leg, an expression of deep sadness etched on her face. Chen Xuan, though not crying, felt a profound sympathy, his gaze fixated on Lu Hao's legs, which lay powerless, resembling limp noodles, unable to support him. Young man, you are the one who played chess at the market. What brings you here? Lu Wenbo, the elderly man, approached Chen Xuan with a hint of trepidation. He had no idea that Aji was a murderer. He had merely offered him shelter out of pity, never imagining the consequences. Sir, you misunderstand. I'm not here to apprehend anyone, nor do I possess such authority, Chen Xuan interjected. Last time, Aji won 30,000 yuan from us in chess, and he insisted that this money be given to you. With a subtle gesture, he indicated to Xia Xinru, who promptly retrieved a stack of cash from her bag and handed it over. Elder, please accept this money. While it may not be substantial, it will surely help Yin continue her education. Do not allow her to drop out. Upon hearing this, Lu Wenbo was taken aback. The weeping Lu Hao family was equally stunned, their expressions one of disbelief. Lu Wenbo, at a loss for words, stared at the money in his hands. Please, just accept it. This is rightfully yours, Chen Xuan urged, pressing the money into his grasp. Looking at the stack of 100 yuan bills, Lu Wenbo finally comprehended the situation and repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you. You are truly kind-hearted. With this money, Yin can remain in school. He turned to his granddaughter, saying, Yin, come over and thank your uncle and aunt. He also had an elder granddaughter and grandson, but they were currently attending school. Upon hearing she could continue her education, Xuan's face lit up, and she hurried over, gratefully exclaiming, Thank you, uncle and aunt. No need for thanks. Yin is too polite, Chen Xuan and Xia Xinru replied, both fond of the little girl. At that moment, the middle-aged woman, Lu Hong, regained her composure, wiped her tears, and addressed Chen Xuan and Xia Xinru. I apologize for the scene. Please, make yourselves comfortable in the living room. You haven't had lunch yet, have you? Allow me to prepare a meal for you. No, we came for the matter of the money, and it is still early for lunch. Chen Xuan and Xia Xinru politely declined. Chen Xuan's gaze, however, was fixed on Lu Hao. Quickly, help him up. Lying on the ground is not good for his legs. He instructed. Right. Lu Wenbo nodded in agreement. Together with Chen Xuan, they exerted their strength, lifting Lu Hao onto the bed. Thank you so much, my dear brother. Lu Hao expressed with a face full of gratitude. Chen Xuan waved his hand dismissively, interrupting, no need for thanks. However, you must refrain from engaging in such foolish actions in the future. If we had not been here today, you might have, sigh. Lu Hao sighed deeply, momentarily at a loss for words. Suddenly, Chen Xuan inquired, May I take a look at your leg? To be frank, I am a doctor, and I might possess a means to treat it. Upon hearing this, Lu Wenbo, Lu Hao, and Lu Hong displayed expressions of disbelief, staring incredulously at Chen Xuan. The prospect of a cure for the leg filled the three with joy, yet as they recalled Chen Xuan's youth, their hopes swiftly diminished. They had visited countless hospitals and consulted innumerable doctors in their quest to heal Lu Hao, to no avail. They found it hard to believe that someone so young could possess such remarkable medical prowess. My leg is beyond saving. Even if you examine it, it would be futile. Lu Hao could not help but declare. Chen Xuan, recognizing the skepticism regarding his medical skills, took it in stride and smiled. I am merely curious. Please allow me to take a look. Of course, that is no problem. Lu Hao nodded and promptly rolled up his pant leg, revealing his right leg. Chapter 47. Venom in the leg. As the pant leg was rolled up, a grotesquely emaciated right leg appeared, with shriveled muscles and skin of a dark purplish hue, indicating disrupted blood flow, clearly a victim of potent venom. Numerous areas have begun to decay, oozing pus and emitting a foul stench. Upon seeing this leg, I almost wished to sever it, Lu Hao expressed, his face contorted in disgust. Both Chen Xuan and Xia Xinru gasped at the sight, realizing the severity surpassed their expectations. Chen Xuan had long since hidden behind Xia Xinru, frightened to gaze any longer. "Do you know what type of snake bit you?" Chen Xuan asked as he crouched down to inspect Lu Hao's leg. "I do not know. The hospital was unable to identify it," Lu Hong interjected. "The grass was quite dense at the time. After I was bitten, I immediately saw a shadow dart into the thicket. It moved too swiftly for me to discern. But it must have been a snake," Lu Hao recounted. At that moment, Chen Xuan had begun to examine Lu Hao's right leg, reaching out to touch it. Wait, it's too dirty," Lu Hao exclaimed, hastily trying to stop him. "It's nothing. I am a doctor. It was a little dirt to me," Chen Xuan replied nonchalantly, smiling. He then placed his hand on Lu Hao's right leg, applying pressure and asking, "Do you feel anything?" "None at all." Lu Hao shook his head. "Do you have a fruit knife?" "Please hand it to me." Chen Xuan looked up at Lu Hong. Yes, I'll get it right away," Lu Hong nodded repeatedly, quickly turning to retrieve a fruit knife from a drawer. With the knife in hand, Chen Xuan wasted no time. He gently made an incision on the flesh of Lu Hao's right leg, causing a dark purplish liquid to flow forth, an exceedingly unpleasant sight. Yet, remarkably, Lu Hao felt no pain whatsoever. As for Xia Xinru, she had already taken Xian outside, the latter being too young to witness such a gruesome scene. "Yin, you should also step outside," Lu Wenbo instructed his little granddaughter. Lu Zian was exceedingly obedient, nodding slightly before exiting the room. Chen Xuan wiped a bit of dark purple liquid on the fruit knife and brought it to his nose for a sniff. Aside from a pungent, sour odor, there was also a hint of spiciness. "What are you doing, little brother?" Lu Wenbo inquired, his face a mask of confusion upon witnessing this. Chen Xuan lifted his head and replied with a smile, "To heal the leg, one must first understand the nature of this poison. Then, based on the characteristics of the toxin, an antidote can be formulated." He paused momentarily. "I can tentatively ascertain that this is a type of snake venom." "Ah, what is it?" the three queried in unison. It was noteworthy that during a hospital examination, the doctors, despite utilizing various instruments, could not identify the snake venom. Yet, Chen Xuan, by merely inhaling a few times, was able to discern its origin. How could this not astonish them? The eel snake, a remarkably rare venomous serpent, teeters on the brink of extinction. It is astonishing that such a creature still exists within these mountains, Chen Xuan elaborated. In his amalgamated memories, countless venomous snakes were described, and based on Lu Hao's leg injury, symptoms, as well as the taste and color of the venom, Chen Xuan felt a 90% certainty that he had indeed been bitten by an eel snake. "The eel snake?" Lu Wenbo echoed, his face reflecting bewilderment. He had never heard of such a serpent. Realizing the trio's confusion, Chen Xuan continued, "Though exceedingly rare in modern times, this snake was relatively common in ancient eras. Its venom, while not as ferocious as that of the king cobra, can still pose a lethal threat if not treated promptly." With that, Chen Xuan pressed the fruit knife into Lu Hao's right leg. This time, he did not create an incision. Rather, he slowly drove it deeper. "If you feel any pain, just let me know," Chen Xuan advised, glancing at Lu Hao. "Understood," Lu Hao nodded. Without hesitation, Chen Xuan plunged the knife deeper, and soon it had gone in 2 fingers' width. Liquid began to flow steadily along the blade. Had this been a typical individual, they would have already been screaming in agony. Yet, Lu Hao felt not a hint of pain. Chen Xuan persevered, continuing until the knife was nearly 3 fingers deep. Suddenly, he inhaled sharply. "I can feel it. It hurts." "That's good. It indicates there is still hope for recovery," Chen Xuan declared, withdrawing the fruit knife to reveal a crimson hue of blood at the tip. This indicated that Lu Hao's leg had not been entirely ravaged by the snake's venom. If a remedy could be devised, recovery was still possible. Upon hearing Chen Xuan's words, the 3 displayed expressions of profound astonishment. Little brother, are you saying Lu Hong? Overwhelmed with emotion, grasped Chen Xuan's hand and fervently inquired, "Can my husband's leg be healed?" Chen Xuan nodded. "There is a 60% chance." In truth, he wished to convey a 90% certainty, but fearing it might come off as boastful, he settled on 60. Though only 60%, the mere utterance of this possibility ignited elation among Lu Hong and the others. "Wonderful, wonderful, little brother. You must ensure my husband's legs are healed. If you succeed, I will work tirelessly for you. Dear sister, do not be so hasty. Rest assured, I will exert every effort to treat him," Chen Xuan assured her. Chen Xuan hurriedly interrupted her. Lu Hao was equally exhilarated, yet to be candid, he harbored doubts about Chen Xuan's ability to heal his legs. After all, the experts at the hospital had been a loss, and Chen Xuan was merely a young man in his 20s. How proficient could he possibly be? Nevertheless, it represented a glimmer of hope, which left Lu Hao quite thrilled upon hearing it. "Young brother, I must trouble you then. Please proceed with your treatment. If it doesn't work, we shall not hold it against you," Lu Hao said. "Indeed, young brother, we entrust this to you," Lu Wenbo echoed. "Not just yet. In order to counteract the snake venom, I must return home to prepare some materials. How about this? I will come back tomorrow morning to administer the treatment." Chen Xuan contemplated and replied. Although he had identified the snake venom, he still required medicinal herbs, silver needles, an alcohol lamp, and other necessities. "Is that so? Then we shall defer to tomorrow. Young brother, what do you need to prepare? May we assist you?" "No need. It's merely a trivial matter." After exchanging a few polite words, Chen Xuan prepared to leave, but Lu Wenbo and Lu Hong insisted repeatedly, wishing to invite Chen Xuan and his family for lunch. "I appreciate your kindness, but we must hasten home to prepare our materials, so let us save the meal for another time. Once the ailment is cured, we shall dine together," Chen Xuan stated. With that, Lu Wenbo and the others refrained from further insistence, watching as Chen Xuan and his family drove away. Once the car was out of sight, they turned back. "Dad, do you think he can really cure the illness?" Lu Hong could not help but inquire. It was not that she doubted Chen Xuan's medical skills. It was simply too incredulous. Lu Wenbo was at a loss for an answer, as he too was skeptical, clinging to the hope that perhaps a dead horse could be treated as a living one. "Uncle will surely heal Dad. He is a good person, and I believe in him," Lu Zian suddenly interjected, her expression resolute, exuding an inexplicable confidence in Chen Xuan. Lu Wenbo and Lu Hong exchanged astonished glances. Chapter 48. Preparing the medicine, darling. Do you truly have a way to heal his legs? Rest assured, this mere snake venom poses no challenge for me. We shall make a trip to the town to procure some items. All right, let us go together. Thus, the three of them drove to the town, heading straight to the traditional Chinese medicine shop where they purchased a plethora of herbal remedies, along with silver needles, an alcohol lamp, disinfectant, surgical knives, and so forth. Once their shopping was complete, it was nearly noon, and the family returned home just in time for lunch. "Xian Xian, come eat. Grandma has prepared a delicious mushroom chicken soup for you," Lu Su greeted with a smile. "Wow, Grandma is so wonderful." Upon hearing this, Xian Xian was overjoyed and scampered over. "This little foodie, if she keeps eating like this, she will surely become plump," Xia Xinru remarked, shaking her head in resignation. "Let her enjoy. This afternoon, I will concoct some weight loss tea. No matter how much you eat, as long as you drink a cup at night, I guarantee you 1 tea gain an ounce." Chen Xuan chuckled. Upon hearing this, Xia Xinru's eyes sparkled with excitement. For a woman with a hearty appetite, this was indeed a tremendous blessing. "My dear husband, if you were to sell this weight loss tea, it would undoubtedly be a lucrative venture," Xia Xinru remarked. "Isn't there a saying that a woman's money is the easiest to earn? Especially since this tea boasts weight loss benefits. If it could be produced on a large scale and sold, we would certainly reap substantial profits." Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan's eyes lit up. Indeed, it was a promising path to wealth. Moreover, within the memories he had assimilated, he possessed not only the formula for the weight loss tea, but also for breast enhancement pills, fat-burning powders, aphrodisiac creams, and longevity powders, all of which had no side effects and yielded remarkable results. If this were to enter production, it would undeniably benefit humanity as a whole. Let's see how things unfold. If the opportunity arises, we could establish a company. Chen Xuan smiled. Mommy, Daddy, it's time for dinner. What are you talking about? At that moment, Xuan Yuan's sweet voice echoed from inside the house. Coming. Chen Xuan replied, leading his wife inside. The table was adorned with mushroom chicken soup, stir-fried water spinach, braised pork ribs, and sawed meat. While not extravagant, the family relished the meal joyfully. Mom and Dad, we've decided to purchase a villa in the city. Why don't you come and live with us? Chen Xuan suddenly proposed midway through the meal. They had been back in their hometown for over half a month and planned to head to the city soon. Although rural life was leisurely and carefree, the youth still yearned for the vibrant city life, and while they were still young, it was essential to explore and experience more. We can't remain in the countryside forever. No, that's unnecessary. We prefer to stay in the countryside. If you want to go to the city, you should go. Lu Su immediately shook her head. In her view, young people ought to strive in the big city. Remaining in the countryside was a sign of stagnation. Your mother is right. We've lived in the countryside our entire lives, and we wouldn't adapt well to city life. During festivals, we can visit for a short while, and that will suffice, Chen Haihua quickly concurred. For them, every piece of land in the countryside held sentimental value, and after meals, they enjoyed visiting neighbors, chatting, and boasting. Unlike the city, where neighbors remained strangers and encounters often passed without acknowledgement, this lifestyle was something they found difficult to adjust to. Mom and Dad, could you please reconsider? Xia Xinru asked. I want my grandparents, Xin Yuan chimed in, pausing her meal to look at Chen Haihua and Lu Su with pleading eyes. The sight of their granddaughter's expression softened the hearts of the elderly couple. How about this? Once the farm work is completed and you've settled in, you can spend some time living with us, Lu Su suggested. All right then, Chen Xuan nodded, adding, Mom and Dad, our family is doing well now. We don't need to labor excessively on the farm. Also, I've contacted an appliance company. Air conditioners, refrigerators, and washing machines will be delivered tomorrow. Furthermore, I've arranged for the installation of a gas stove, so cooking will no longer be a cumbersome task of burning firewood. Initially, Chen Xuan had contemplated selling the house to rebuild and construct a rural villa. However, this notion met with vehement opposition from the parents, who had lived in their old house for a lifetime and had developed an emotional attachment. They were unwilling to demolish and renovate it. In a state of helplessness, Chen Xuan resorted to ordering a batch of home appliances online, believing that it would enhance their quality of life. Xiao Xian, didn't I tell you not to buy anything? Lu Su interjected. Mom, I've already made the purchase. Regardless of your disapproval, these items cannot be returned. Chen Xuan promptly interrupted. Very well, since this is the heartfelt intent of my son and daughter-in-law, we shall not postpone it any longer, Chen Haihua finally declared. That's the spirit. We are all family here. There is no need for such formality, Xia Xinru remarked with a smile. As the family engaged in lively conversation over dinner, a warm atmosphere enveloped them. After they had eaten to their satisfaction, Xia Xinru took her daughter Xian Xian for a nap. Chen Xuan, however, did not rest. Instead, he retrieved a medicinal furnace and, drawing upon the knowledge he had assimilated, carefully placed purple silver grass, fragrant flower, and the roots of red void grass into the furnace in precise proportions, beginning to boil them over a high flame. What are you doing, Xiao Xian? Both Chen Haihua and Lu Su inquired with curiosity. I'm concocting medicine. While working outside, I befriended an elderly doctor and learned a bit about medicine. Chen Xuan replied with a smile, fabricating a small lie to rationalize his newfound skill. Upon hearing this, Chen Haihua and Lu Su were taken aback, astonished that their son had acquired medical knowledge, a notion that seemed quite implausible. Father, do you often feel feverish, experience swollen or painful joints, or find your joint movements restricted, especially in the morning when you feel stiff? Chen Xuan suddenly turned to Chen Haihua. Yes, indeed. I visited the clinic and was diagnosed with rheumatism. They prescribed numerous medications, but none were effective, Chen Haihua responded. Chen Xuan smiled. The medicine I prepared is called Black Spirit Yang Ointment. It possesses the ability to dispel cold and remove dampness. Apply it to the areas of pain consistently for half a month, and I assure you, you will feel no discomfort whatsoever. Chen Haihua's eyes widened in disbelief. Is it truly that miraculous? he asked, somewhat skeptically. Chen Xuan chuckled. You'll know once you try it, Dad. I would never harm you. Of course. Chen Haiwa laughed. Thereafter, Chen Xuan devoted himself wholeheartedly to the preparation of the medicines, not only producing black spirit yang ointment, but also slimming tea and eel and snake detoxification liquid. True to its name, the latter was crucial for treating Lu Hao's leg injury. Chapter 49. Playing with water at long last, it was completed. After finishing the concoction, Chen Xuan stretched and made his way to the bedroom. At that moment, his wife and daughter were soundly asleep, and as he gazed at them, a smile of contentment graced his face. For a man, nothing is more fulfilling than seeing his wife and daughter live happily. Carefully, Chen Xuan laid down on the adjacent bed, and just as he settled in, he noticed Xia Xinru suddenly open her eyes, gazing sleepily at him. I'm so sorry for waking you, Chen Xuan whispered apologetically, mindful of not disturbing Xian Xian. It's all right, Xia Xinru replied with a gentle shake of her head, signaling that it was no trouble, and then softly inquired, Is the medicine ready? Yes, the slimming tea is best consumed before sleep. So I put it in the fridge, Chen Xuan replied in a hushed tone. My dear, you've worked so hard, Xia Xinru expressed, deeply touched. For the sake of his beloved wife, Chen Xuan reached out his hand, gently caressing her silky hair, and smiled. For a man, enduring hardships for the family is inconsequential. As long as his wife occasionally shows concern and utters a few words of appreciation, such as husband, you have worked hard, every sacrifice feels worthwhile. Xia Xinru felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. She turned over and embraced Chen Xuan, her long, slender legs entwining around him like an octopus. Chen Xuan chuckled and reciprocated the embrace, and the two gradually drifted into slumber. As for Xian Xian, she appeared somewhat superfluous, sleeping alone in the corner, exuding a tinge of melancholy. Before long, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Xiao Xian, given the scorching heat, why don't you take Xiao Ru and Xian Xian to play in the water? This suggestion was met with enthusiasm. All right, my dear wife, Xian Xian, shall we go play in the water? Chen Xuan called out from the courtyard. Yes, yes. Hooray, water play. Upon hearing this, Xuan's cheerful voice immediately echoed from the bedroom as she dashed out barefoot. Xia Xinru followed behind with a resigned smile, saying, just a moment ago, she was reciting ancient poetry, and now, at the mere mention of water play, she bolted out without a second thought. I couldn't even stop her. Xian Xian had already leapt into Chen Xuan's arms, who lifted her up effortlessly. Xian Xian, haven't you completed your poetry recitation task for today? Chen Xuan inquired with a smile. Xian Xian nodded glumly. This poem is so difficult. I've been at it for ages and still can't memorize it. With that, she cupped Chen Xian's face in her little hands and, with a hint of coaxing, said, Daddy, can we go play in the water first? After we play, I promise to recite my lines right away. Only those who have raised a daughter can comprehend how, in that moment of her endearing plea, one's heart seems to melt away. Chen Xuan found himself utterly defenseless. All right, we'll go play in the water first. Once we've had our fill, we shall return to studying, Chen Xuan said, indulgently ruffling Xuan's small head. Yay, that's wonderful. Daddy is so good to Xian Xian. Upon hearing this, Xian Xian danced with delight, cupping Chen Xian's face and planting a kiss on his cheek. This spectacle brought great joy to Chen Haihua and Lu Su, who couldn't help but chuckle. What do you think, my dear? Chen Xian turned to Xia Xinru, aware that without her input, he dared not make a decision. You two are of one mind. What more can I say? Xia Xinru replied with a playful eye roll. Mama is the most beautiful and adorable person in the world. She is so wonderful that she will surely let us play in the water, Xian Xian said with a beaming smile. Xia Xinru laughed. When did you learn to flatter like that? Once the plan was set, Chen Xuan, Xia Xinru, and Xian Xian returned to their room, changed into their swimsuits, donned their floaties, and set off in the car toward the back mountain. The village, nestled by the mountains and water, boasted a crystal-clear river that coursed through the forest, attracting many visitors each summer. Xian Xian, later, Daddy will teach you how to swim. You must be brave and strive to learn today, Chen Xuan said as he drove. This summer, they often visited the swimming pool, and Chen Xuan endeavored to teach Xian how to swim, but alas, she had yet to master the skill. Yes, I will certainly try my best, Xian affirmed, nodding earnestly and clenching her tiny fist. Such a good girl. Before long, they arrived at their destination, where numerous small vehicles were parked. In the distance, the joyful sounds of splashing water echoed. After parking, Chen Xuan grasped the swimming ring, while Xia Xinru held her daughter's little hand, and the trio strolled down a narrow path, meandering past a grove of bamboo, until they beheld a flowing river. My goodness, there are so many people, Xian exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment. Xia Xinru was equally taken aback. As far as the eye could see, the banks were teeming with individuals, some frolicking at the water's edge, others swimming in the river. The cacophony of their laughter reminiscent of tidal wave. This is still relatively sparse. When I was a child, villagers from nearby communities would flock here to swim, and the river would be brimming with people, as if dumplings were being tossed in. Chen Xuan chuckled. Mommy, hurry, let's play in the water. Xian, brimming with excitement, tugged at Xia Xinru to move forward. Let's go over there, it's less crowded. All right. They opted for a quieter spot, where the river flowed gently downstream. The current mild, creating a soothing sound as it caressed the pebbles. They found themselves in the shallow waters, crystal clear, with stones clearly visible beneath the surface. Off with our shoes, let's get in, Chen Xuan exclaimed, eagerly removing his shoes and stepping into the water. The coolness of the river underfoot transformed the sweltering summer into a refreshing delight. Xia Xinru held Xian's hand as they slowly waded into the water. This feels wonderful, Xian exclaimed, as the water lapped at her calves, carrying away the heat of summer. Xia Xinru scooped water to splash her cheeks, relishing the refreshing sensation. Suddenly, a flurry of water droplets fell from above, drenching both Xia Xinru and Xian. They looked up to find Chen Xuan playfully splashing them, a mischievous grin on his face. Oh, darling, do you dare to splash me? Xia Xinru wiped the water from her face while glancing at Chen Xuan and retaliating with a splash of her own. Hee. Mommy, I'll help you. Xian giggled, joining in the fun by splashing Chen Xuan with her little hands. In no time, water flew in all directions as they playfully drenched one another, banishing the summer's heat. The air was filled with the joyous laughter of the family of three. Chapter 50. Teaching Xian to swim after engaging in a spirited water fight for a while. Chen Xuan ventured deeper into the river. When the water reached his chest, he suddenly plunged beneath the surface, gliding forward like a fish. Wow, Daddy is amazing, Xian exclaimed in awe, her tiny hands clapping in delight. Xia Xinru watched with admiration, marveling at her husband's exceptional swimming prowess. He could effortlessly swim 20 to 30 meters underwater in a single breath. In the beginning, I was unable to swim, but under my husband's guidance, I gradually learned. After a moment, the river's surface suddenly became tranquil, and Chen Xuan's figure vanished beneath the water. Mommy, Daddy is gone, Xian exclaimed, turning her head in surprise. Daddy is swimming underwater. We cannot see him, Xia Xinru explained. Oh, I want to swim underwater too, just like Daddy, Xian chirped innocently. However, after a while, the river remained eerily calm, and Chen Xuan's figure did not resurface, causing Xia Xinru to grow anxious. Isn't he holding his breath for too long? What if something happened to him? She thought, calling out loudly, husband, with a worried expression, hurrying toward the deeper waters. Splash! At that moment, water erupted before her, and a figure suddenly emerged. It was Chen Xuan, grinning at Xia Xinru. Husband! Upon seeing the smile on his face, Xia Xinru quickly realized he was teasing her, and she felt a surge of irritation, rushing forward to deliver 2 playful punches to his chest. You scared me. How could you joke around like that? She scolded. All right, my dear, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Chen Xuan quickly apologized. After delivering her light punches, Xia Xinru huffed. Don't be angry. Let us swim together, Chen Xuan suggested, turning his gaze to Xian with a smile. Xian, come here. Daddy will teach you how to swim. Okay. Xian nodded eagerly. With a splash, Xia Xinru dove into the water, gracefully gliding forward like a mermaid. Daddy, look. Mommy is amazing too, Xian pointed out. Chen Xuan glanced back and said, Then Xian must work hard too, just like mommy. Xian nodded. Now, let us begin swimming. Be brave. Daddy will protect you. Chen encouraged. Xian nodded as the water reached her chest. Taking a deep breath, she plunged into the water. Her little legs kicked vigorously while her arms flailed in a dog paddle style, appearing quite comical. Due to her lack of coordination, despite her fervent attempts, she began to sink. Chen gently supported her little belly to prevent her from going under. Slow down, don't panic. Keep your head up and breathe slowly, Chen instructed promptly. Gradually, Xian calmed down, following her father's advice to slow her movements, lifting her head to exhale and inhale steadily. Yes, just like that. Your hands should rhythmically splash the surface of the water. Not too fast, understand? Take your time, Chen advised. And your bottom, don't lift it too high. Lower it down. Good job, Xian. Keep it up, Xia encouraged. Under Xian's tutelage, Xian gradually mastered the technique, realizing that learning to swim required courage. As long as she approached it with confidence, she would soon learn. After more than half an hour of practice, Chen noticed that Xian had become increasingly proficient in swimming, so he gradually released his grip, no longer supporting her little belly. Xian did not sink. Instead, she remained afloat, gently gliding through the water. Darling, look, Xian has learned how to swim. Xia exclaimed joyfully upon witnessing this. Chen smiled and remarked, she's been very brave today, swimming with confidence, which is why she has learned so swiftly. When Xian realized that she could swim without her father's assistance, she was overjoyed. Mommy, Daddy, did you see? I swam all the way from there to here. I've learned to swim, she exclaimed, her excitement causing her to dance with delight. Soon, the family began swimming together, their laughter ringing out joyously. After tiring themselves from play, they rested in the shallow water or went lobster catching. As time passed gradually, the sun began to set, and a refreshing breeze swept through, bringing a cool sensation. Darling, shall we head back? I'm worried Xian might catch a chill, Xia suggested. All right, Chen nodded in agreement. Not only they, but many others had also packed up to return home. Following the crowd, the family of 3 got back to their car, drying their hair and damp bodies with dry towels. How beautiful, Chen suddenly exclaimed, pointing in a particular direction. Since they were positioned on a hillside, their view was expansive. Following his gaze, they beheld a fiery red sun hanging in the west, tinting the clouds in the sky with crimson hues. The sun's brilliant afterglow bathed the undulating mountains, the shimmering river surface, and the vibrant forests, as if draping them in a layer of scarlet silk. A flock of birds soared across the sky, creating a breathtakingly beautiful scene. So stunning. Xia gasped in awe. She quickly took out her phone to capture the moment. Xian, noticing the spectacle, reached out her small hand, as if trying to grasp the birds soaring by. Darling, Xian, come here. I'll take a picture of you both. Xia called, gesturing toward the sunset. Let us all be in the picture together, Chen suggested, glancing at a young man approaching, and smiled. Excuse me, young man. Could you take a photo for us? The young man glanced at the family and nodded. No problem. Xia handed him the phone and stood with her husband and daughter, their backs facing the magnificent sunset. Wait, let us lift Xian up. One of us can hold each of her legs, Chen proposed. He promptly lifted Xian, giving one of her legs to Xia. While Xian wrapped her little arms around her parents' necks, their faces radiating sweet smiles. A beautiful, happy moment was captured in that instant. They looked so blissful as a family. How enviable. Oh my, your daughter is absolutely adorable. I wish I had a daughter too. Darling, how about we try for one when we get home? The family's aesthetic appeal is striking. The husband is tall and handsome. The wife is sweet and enchanting, and their daughter is adorably cute. Truly a celestial couple. Passers-by could not help but cast envious glances at this delightful scene. Chapter 51. Treating the legs after admiring the breathtaking sunset, Chen and his family returned home. The following morning, after breakfast, Chen set off alone in his car to visit Lu Wenba's residence. Before he arrived, they were already waiting by the roadside. Xian, thank you for your hard work. Lu Wenba greeted him warmly. Have you eaten breakfast? Let's go have a meal first. Chen Xuan opened the car door and stepped out, smiling as he replied, "I've already eaten. Let's attend to the treatment first. We cannot delay any longer." "Hello, uncle." Lu Zian greeted him with a beaming smile, her joy evident as she knew that this uncle had the ability to heal her father's legs, allowing him to stand and walk again. "Zian, you're such a good girl." Chen Xuan nodded, affectionately ruffling her hair. "You must eat more from now on, understand? You are too thin." As a skilled physician, he could instantly see that Lu Zian's health was not optimal, clearly suffering from malnutrition. It seemed that after treating Lu Hao's legs, he would need to prescribe some tonics to improve her health as well. "Yes, I will definitely eat more," Lu Zian replied earnestly, nodding her head. Chen Xuan smiled and walked directly into the house. At that moment, Lu Hao was lying in bed and immediately attempted to rise upon seeing Chen Xuan enter. "Don't move. Just lie still," Chen Xuan urged hastily. Lu Hao complied, his emaciated form looking toward Chen Xuan with eyes full of hope. He had been in despair, yearning for death. But the presence of this young man had ignited a flicker of hope within him. If his legs could truly be healed, he would repay this kindness tenfold. "Young brother, I apologize for the trouble," Lu Hao said. "Don't say that. Just lie there for now," Chen Xuan replied, placing his medical kit on the table. As he opened it, he instructed, "Please prepare a basin of warm water." "Of course, I will do that right away," Lu Wenbo responded, hurriedly exiting the room. "And roll up his pant legs," Chen Xuan added, taking out an alcohol lamp, igniting it, and retrieving silver needles to heat them. One by one, the needles quickly transformed into a vibrant red. Lu Hao's wife, Lu Hong, promptly followed Chen Xuan's instructions, rolling up the pant legs where Lu Hao's injury lay. "The warm water is ready," Lu Wenbo announced as he entered with a basin. Set on the table, Chen Xuan nodded, then approached Lu Hao with the heated silver needles and the prepared detoxifying solution. "It may hurt a bit. Bear with it," Chen Xuan advised him. Lu Hao was taken aback. His legs had no sensation whatsoever. Even if they were to be sawed off, he would likely feel nothing, let alone the prick of a tiny silver needle. "Young brother, please don't jest. I have no feeling left in my legs. Even if you inserted all those needles, I doubt I would feel a thing," Lu Hao expressed his skepticism. Chen Xuan smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. He briefly submerged the crimson silver needle into the dark, viscous antidote derived from the eel-soaring serpent, which transformed the needle into a deep black hue. Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged the silver needle into Lu Hao's calf. Almost instantaneously, a chemical reaction occurred between the antidote and the venom coursing through Lu Hao's leg. "Ah!" Lu Hao let out a sudden, anguished scream, having anticipated no sensation at all. Yet, at the moment the needle penetrated, an excruciating pain surged through him. "Darling!" Lu Hong gasped in alarm. "Daddy!" Hearing the scream, Lu Zian rushed in from outside. Lu Wenbo appeared calm, but his expression belied a deep-seated panic. After all, this was his own son. "I am neutralizing the snake venom in your leg. The ensuing chemical reaction will irritate the nerves in your injury, causing you considerable pain. This is a normal occurrence. To heal your leg, you must endure," Chen Xuan explained swiftly, retrieving a second silver needle. "Go ahead, little brother. As long as you can heal my leg, this pain is nothing." Lu Hao gritted his teeth defiantly. He feared not death. How could he cower before mere discomfort? Chen Xuan nodded and swiftly inserted the needle. Initially, Lu Hao managed to endure, but gradually his screams of torment escalated. "Ah!" His cries echoed throughout the vicinity. The neighbors, alerted by the cacophony, hurried over. "Yin Yin, what is happening? Why is your father screaming? Uncle is treating my dad." "Treating him?" The crowd paused in disbelief. They were well aware of Lu Hao's severe leg injury, which even major hospitals had deemed untreatable. It was feared he would spend the remainder of his life bedridden. Upon hearing that someone was attempting to heal Lu Hao, astonishment spread among them as they flocked to the door to witness the scene. When they saw that the healer was a young man like Chen Xuan, their astonishment deepened. "No way. Is he really treating Lu Hao? He appears younger than my son. Using silver needles for treatment. What era is this? Is he out of his mind?" The onlookers, mainly elderly men and women, expressed their skepticism, murmuring amongst themselves. "His screams are too horrific. If this continues, he may perish before the illness is cured. Lu Wenbo, overhearing their remarks, grew displeased and angrily retorted. You all need to leave. Who permitted you to enter? Hey, Luda, we're only looking out for you. Listen to your son's cries. It's unbearable. If this continues, he might not survive the treatment. Don't let yourself be deceived. Someone immediately countered. They all believed Chen Xuan to be a charlatan. Out! Everyone out! Lu Wenbo bellowed, forcefully ejecting them and shutting the door. However, as he turned to face his son, witnessing Lu Hao's agonizing screams, worry etched across his face. Dad, perhaps we should stop the treatment. If this goes on, Lu Hong will surely be in tears, she implored, coming to Lu Wenbo's side. We must continue. Even if we cease treatment, Xiao Hao might resort to suicide. Rather than that, we might as well take a gamble, Lu Wenbo declared with unwavering resolve. At this moment, Chen Xuan was wholly engrossed in his healing work, completely indifferent to the happenings around him. One by one, silver needles, soaked in the detoxifying essence of the eel and snake, were deftly inserted into Lu Hao's legs, creating a dense array of punctures. It was then that Lu Hong, in astonishment, noticed that her husband's dark purple legs were swiftly regaining their natural hue. Father, come quickly, you must see this, Lu Hong exclaimed with fervor, calling out to Lu Wenbo who stood at the doorway. Upon hearing her words and observing the excitement on his daughter-in-law's face, Lu Wenbo instinctively realized the gravity of the situation and rushed over in haste. When he beheld his son's legs, which were gradually returning to their original color, a look of incredulity washed over his face. Heavens, this is nothing short of a miracle, Lu Wenbo gasped. Though Lu Hao still endured considerable pain, he had begun to acclimate to the discomfort. He stifled a cry and lifted his head, and upon witnessing the transformation in his legs, he was rendered speechless. He had initially harbored a glimmer of hope that, after Chen Xuan's treatment, there might be a slight improvement, leading to a gradual recovery through medication over time. Yet, the scene before him was not merely a minor restoration. His legs seemed almost completely healed. Moreover, he sensed a peculiar feeling that they might be able to move. Do not move, Chen Xuan suddenly admonished. Lu Hao was startled and promptly ceased his movements. Although the toxins in your legs have been neutralized by the detoxifying essence, the prolonged duration of affliction means your legs are not yet ready for movement. You must rest for half a month before you can gradually exert force, Chen Xuan instructed. Yes, Lu Hao nodded vigorously in response. Young man, does this mean my son will be able to get out of bed and walk in half a month? Lu Wenbo inquired, trembling with a mix of uncertainty and excitement. Upon hearing this, Lu Hong fell to her knees, repeatedly bowing to Chen Xuan. Divine healer, thank you. Thank you for saving my husband. The scene unfolded so swiftly that Chen Xuan had barely had time to react before she was prostrating before him. No, please rise. Sister, quickly, get up, he urged, assisting her back to her feet. Next, Chen Xuan meticulously removed each silver needle and placed them into warm water. I have here a vial of the detoxifying essence. Apply it to his legs twice daily, once in the morning and once in the evening, and continue this for a week. I will also prepare a prescription for you. After you brew the medicine, ensure that Yin drinks it each night before bedtime. Chen Xuan instructed. While they grasped the initial instructions, the latter suggestion regarding Yin left them momentarily bewildered. Was tea the medicine meant for Lu Hao? Noticing their confusion, Chen Xuan clarified. I observed that Yin Yan's complexion appeared somewhat off, and she seems undernourished. If this continues, she may fall seriously ill. The prescription I provide will bolster her immune system. He paused for a moment before adding, ensure your family maintains a better quality of life. No matter how difficult or exhausting it may be, do not let the child suffer. Upon hearing these words, Lu Wenbo and the others were profoundly moved. It's all my fault. If it weren't for my leg treatment, our family wouldn't be in such dire straits, and Yin wouldn't have to endure such suffering. Lu Hao lamented, tears streaming down his face, consumed by guilt. Enough, all that is in the past. Once your leg is healed, focus on earning a living to provide a better life for your wife and daughter. Chen Xuan reassured him, promptly requesting paper and pen to transcribe the prescription. Meanwhile, outside the room, a sense of unease settled among the onlookers. Hey, why is it so quiet? Could it be that he's in excruciating pain? Otherwise, after Lu Bowen expelled us, we have been listening intently to the commotion inside. Lu Hao was initially crying out loudly, but as the screams gradually ceased, a wave of anxiety washed over them. What nonsense are you all spouting? My father is surely fine. Uncle will definitely heal him. Lu Zian, enraged, pointed at them while weeping and chastising. Not wanting her daughter to witness her father's agony, Lu Hong ushered her outside, away from the scene. The crowd, refraining from stooping to the level of children, gathered at the door. Uncle Lu, open the door. Is something wrong? Some voiced their concerns. I told you that young man is unreliable, a charlatan. How could you allow your son to suffer like this? Many began to knock on the door, as neighbors who were well aware of Lu Hao's condition feared the worst, believing that perhaps even the most skilled healer could not remedy it. Suddenly, with a creak, the door swung open. Instead of encountering faces etched with sorrow, they were taken aback to see Lu Wenbo and Lu Hong beaming with joy. Dear neighbors, let me tell you, my son's leg has been healed. Lu Wenbo exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Yan Yan, Gomin, your father's leg is better now. Yay! Upon hearing this, Lu Zian's face lit up with joy. She dashed inside without wiping the tears from her eyes. The others stood in stunned silence, disbelief written across their faces. Subsequently, they followed suit into the room, and upon seeing Lu Hao's legs restored to their natural color, their mouths gaped in astonishment. Wide enough to fit a duck egg. A miracle. It's nothing short of miraculous. Lu Hao, how do you feel now? Is there any sensation? Very well. I can feel it. A true divine healer indeed. When I accompanied Lu Hao to the hospital, the doctors declared it untreatable, even suggesting amputation. Who would have thought that in such a short time, he would be cured? A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd, and as they turned to gaze at Chen Xuan, who was diligently writing the prescription, they regarded him with deep admiration, as though in the presence of a celestial being. Everyone, please step outside. The young divine healer is busy writing the prescription. Let us not disturb him, Lu Wenbo urged. The villagers promptly fell silent, exiting with utmost respect and leaving not a whisper behind. For this miraculous healer, they held a profound respect. Soon, Chen Xuan composed the prescription. Sir, please keep this prescription safe. It can be obtained at the traditional medicine shop in town, and you can prepare the medicine as instructed. Chen Xuan said as he stood up. Thank you, divine healer, Lu Wenbo replied, overjoyed as he solemnly accepted the prescription. Uncle, thank you for curing my father. Lu Zian approached with her mother, looking at Chen Xuan with immense gratitude. You're welcome. It is merely what an uncle ought to do. Chen Xuan smiled, ruffling her hair. Glancing at the time, he added, All right, I must be on my way now. You should have lunch before leaving. I've already sent someone to buy groceries, Lu Wenbo insisted. No need. My wife is waiting at home. If I don't return, I might end up in trouble, Chen Xuan chuckled. Chapter 53. Task. Climbing Longji Mountain. As Chen Xuan stepped out of the room, a throng of people immediately surrounded him. Divine healer, we were blind to your talents before. Please accept our apologies, one said. Young healer, could you take a look at my mother's condition? She sweats profusely at night and frequently suffers from nightmares. Her health declines daily. To their astonishment, it was remarkable that someone so young possessed such exceptional medical skills, perhaps even surpassing those of Hua Tuo in his prime. The crowd murmured in admiration, yet more approached, hoping for Chen Xuan's assistance with their ailments. I apologize, everyone, but my medical skills are not as formidable as you believe. I must return home now. Chen Xuan politely declined, smiling. Although he had the expertise to cure their ailments, he feared the multitude of complications that would inevitably arise, disrupting the rhythm of his life. He simply wished to spend quality time with his wife and daughter, leading a tranquil existence without aspirations of becoming a doctor. Moreover, he lacked a medical license, and to treat patients recklessly could lead to dire consequences. For these reasons, Chen Xuan firmly rejected their requests, got into his vehicle, and departed. In the following days, life proceeded with remarkable tranquility. Whenever he had free time, Chen Xuan would take his wife and daughter to witness sunrises and sunsets, savoring the beauty of nature. They would also venture into the mountains to forage for wild vegetables and to the fields to catch game. Though their days were simple, the family experienced profound happiness and joy. Past self, rise from your slumber. A new task awaits. Just as Chen Xuan was about to take an afternoon nap, a voice from his future echoed in his mind. He was instantly jolted awake, filled with delight. Since completing the last task and receiving a reward, he yearned to continue this path. What is the task? He inquired eagerly. This task carries some danger. Be prepared mentally. The future Chen Xuan replied. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan's expression grew serious. Please, tell me more, he urged. The task is to climb from the base of the cliff on the eastern side of Longji Mountain to the summit without the aid of any tools. You must ascend using only your bare hands. Chen Xuan's expression grew increasingly grim. Longji Mountain, a towering peak in their vicinity, soared over 300 meters high. Its rugged rocks and sheer cliffs presenting an insurmountable challenge for an untrained individual to scale from a base. Only a seasoned climber might dare to attempt such a feat. Yet, Chen Xuan was merely an ordinary person lacking any training. How could he possibly undertake such a daunting task? The deadline for the task is 1 week. During this period, you may challenge it as many times as you wish. However, should you fail, your manhood shall be forever compromised, spoke the future Chen Xuan. How could you play such a cruel game, threatening me with that? Chen Xuan erupted in anger upon hearing those words. Was this not a blatant threat to compel him to accomplish the task? Hey, please don't curse at me. I didn't set this task. It's that damn system. I'm just as frustrated with it, but when I voiced my discontent, I was punished with an electric shock that nearly brought me to my knees, replied future Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan felt a flush of embarrassment, momentarily stunned, before regaining his composure. Given the circumstances, he had no choice but to devise a plan to fulfill the task. Very well, I understand what I must do. He conceded resignedly. Regarding your past self, let me advise you, you ought to exert your utmost effort to complete the task assigned by the system. For in the near future, this world may face a significant upheaval. The stronger you become, the greater your chances of survival. Future, Chen Xuan warned. Upheaval? What kind of upheaval? Chen Xuan was taken aback. The system conveyed this to me. I cannot say for certain. By the way, I have faith in you. Good luck. Faith? Spare me. I wish to hear no more of your voice. Chen Xuan retorted in exasperation. As his thoughts returned to the present, he noticed his wife, Xiaoxin Ru, gazing at him with a look of confusion. Clearly, he had failed to mask his expressions during the conversation with his future self, leading to her suspicions. Darling, were you speaking with your future self? Xiaoxin Ru inquired. Yes, indeed. Chen Xuan nodded, turning slightly to embrace her. Do not worry. We were merely chatting, and the future looks bright and devoid of danger. He refrained from disclosing his intention to undertake the perilous challenge of climbing Longji Mountain, fearing it would alarm her. Upon hearing his words, Xiaoxin Ru sighed in relief. Each time her husband conversed with his future self, she could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety, concerned that something ominous awaited them. That's a relief. Xiaoxin Ru smiled. Now let us go to sleep. Chen Xuan gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, smiling. Darling, when shall we move to the city? Xiaoxin Ru asked. Perhaps in another week. I have something important to attend to, Chen Xuan replied, referring, of course, to the challenge of scaling Longji Mountain. Oh, very well, Xiaoxin Ru nodded, then closed her eyes. Chen Xuan chuckled softly and held her a little tighter, closing his own eyes. However, at that moment, he suddenly realized that his wife's small hand was rather mischievously exploring his body. Chen Xuan understood her intentions. Evidently, she had something else on her mind. He reciprocated her unspoken desire, allowing his hands to wander gently over her form. Xiaoxin Ru possesses an exquisite figure, with curves that are alluring and legs that are long, her fair complexion and striking beauty rivaling that of Shishir. Her skin, delicate as though crafted from water, invites gentle touch. As Chen Xuan's large hand slipped beneath her clothing, he caressed her supple skin, a sensation of indescribable delight. He, that tickles. Xiaoxin Ru couldn't help but laugh, lifting her gaze to Chen Xuan, her captivating face adorned with a charming blush. In her bright, large eyes, there flickered an unexpected hint of allure. My dear, I've noticed you become increasingly feminine, Chen Xuan remarked with a smile. His wife had once been pure and reserved, rarely showing such initiative. Do you prefer the current me or the old me? Xiaoxin Ru inquired playfully. Hee, I adore both. Chen Xuan replied with a mischievous grin, then leaned down to press his lips against hers. Instantly, a jolt of electricity coursed through them as they shared a passionate kiss. Their bodies igniting with fervor, they embraced tightly, as if yearning to merge into one, believing that only in this way could they express their profound affection for one another. An hour later, Xiaoxin Ru, utterly exhausted, soon drifted into slumber. After a brief moment of rest, Chen Xuan rose, dressed himself, and bestowed a gentle kiss upon his wife's cheek before turning to exit the room. Chapter 54. The Perilous Ascent, Longji Mountain. This towering peak stands majestically amidst the forest, particularly its eastern rock face, which rises almost vertically. When Chen Xuan arrived at the base of the cliff, it was just past 2 in the afternoon, the scorching sun blazing down upon him. How incredibly high, he exclaimed, gazing upward at the nearly 300-meter vertical wall. Despite his initial trepidation, he did not yield to despair. Instead, he began to assess the situation. Though the cliff was steep, it was adorned with numerous protruding stones, providing ample footholds. He also noticed nearby vines that could assist in his ascent, promising to conserve his strength if he navigated carefully. After a moment of contemplation, a smile broke across Chen Xuan's face. It appeared daunting, yet not entirely unattainable with caution. I shall give it a try. After all, I have a week, he mused, filled with confidence. However, reality proved to be a harsh teacher. As he began to climb, he soon realized how naive his assumptions had been. With determination, he spat twice into his palms and approached the cliff. He grasped a protruding stone with his right hand, placing his left foot on a tiny ledge, and began his ascent, employing both hands and feet. Having charted his climbing route during his observations, he found his path replete with advantageous footholds. In no time, he had scaled 3 meters. It's not as difficult as I imagined. Chen Xuan chuckled, reaching for a stone to his left. To his dismay, that stone proved unstable. As soon as he applied pressure, it crumbled away. Chen Xuan exerted himself excessively, causing his body to lose balance. He let out a scream as he toppled backward. Fortunately, the rock face was not too steep, allowing him to roll down the incline. His head collided with a stone, sending a jolt of excruciating pain through him. He quickly cradled his head with both hands to protect himself. After rolling several meters on the ground, he finally came to a stop, feeling overwhelming agony coursing through his body, as if his bones were about to shatter. Ouch! This hurts immensely. Chen Xuan groaned as he sat up, grimacing in pain. He discovered bruises on his arms, legs, and head, along with a scraped wrist that bled profusely. However, he had no time to dwell on his injuries. He raised his gaze towards the rock face, his expression growing increasingly grave. Thank goodness it's not too high. If I had fallen from midway, I might have lost my life here, he thought, his countenance serious. Clenching his fists, he resolved to remain vigilant and fully focused. After resting for a moment, he resumed his ascent. This time, Chen Xuan was far more cautious. Learning from his previous misstep, he applied minimal force when grasping the protruding stones, gradually testing their strength before committing his weight to them. Though this approach slowed his pace, it significantly enhanced his safety. Step by step, he climbed to a height of over 20 meters. For an ordinary person, looking down from such a height might induce dizziness, but for Chen Xuan, a former scaffolder, this elevation was merely trivial. I can't climb any higher. My fingers are incredibly sore and lack strength, he murmured to himself. At that moment, he was severely fatigued, his limbs aching, and the relentless sun was causing him to lose moisture rapidly. Thus, he carefully descended. Thankfully, the journey down was smooth, and upon his feet returning to solid ground, he exhaled in relief. Gulping from his water bottle, he drank deeply, then noticed the skin on his hands had been worn away. Damn system, you've made my life miserable with this task, Chen Xuan couldn't help but curse. The task was exceedingly challenging and fraught with peril. He contemplated giving up, reasoning that a life without potency was preferable to losing his life. However, thoughts of his future and the responsibilities tied to his daughter filled him with unease. Why dwell on such matters? I must exert every effort to fulfill this task. I cannot abandon it, he resolved, reigniting his determination. After a brief rest, he resumed climbing. Over the next 3 attempts, he successfully reached the 20-meter mark each time, but chose not to ascend further, opting instead to descend directly. Through repetition, he mastered numerous techniques, making his climbs quicker and less taxing. That's enough for today. I'll return home and continue tomorrow, Chen Xuan decided. After a brief respite, he drove back home. As soon as he arrived, his daughter, Chen Xuan, joyfully ran over, her face beaming with smiles. Those who have never raised a daughter can never truly comprehend the joy that envelopes one when their daughter runs towards them, observing the little angel rushing into his embrace. Chen Xuan felt that all his efforts today were undeniably worthwhile. "Ah, my precious little one," Chen Xuan responded with delight, kneeling down and enveloping Chen Xuan in his arms. "Daddy, where have you been? After I woke up, I couldn't find you. I asked Mommy to call you, but she said you were busy and couldn't be disturbed," Chen Xuan said, wrapping her arms around Chen Xuan's neck with her sweet, childlike voice. Chen Xuan chuckled. "Daddy went to see Uncle Zhang for a consultation." Chen Xuan nodded. "Where's Mommy?" "Mommy is in the kitchen cooking," Chen Xuan inquired. "Mommy is stir-frying," Chen Xuan replied. Thus, Chen Xuan carried Chen Xuan into the kitchen, where a delightful aroma immediately greeted them. There stood Xia Xinyu, apron tied and hair neatly pinned up, skillfully preparing the meal. "Mommy, Daddy is back," Chen Xuan exclaimed with a smile as they entered. Xia Xinyu turned, her face lighting up with a radiant smile upon seeing Chen Xuan. "Darling, you're back." "Indeed. I just returned. What are you making?" Chen Xuan asked with a grin. "Kung Pao chicken. It's ready. Come and have a taste," Xia Xinyu said, deftly picking up a piece of chicken with her chopsticks and bringing it to Chen Xuan's lips. "Open wide." "Ah," Chen Xuan responded, slightly bemused. "Are you treating me like a child?" Yet, he opened his mouth, taking a bite of the chicken, which instantly delighted his palate. He gave a thumbs up. "Delicious. My dear, your culinary skills are improving tremendously. Of course. Just tell me what you'd like to eat, and I'll prepare it for you every day." Xia Xinyu replied with a smile. And me too, Chen Xuan piped up eagerly. "Right, and Chen Xuan as well. Come, let Chen Xuan have a taste too." Hee, so fragrant. Laughter filled the kitchen as the 3 of them enjoyed the warmth of family, enveloped in happiness. Chapter 55, A Request for Medical Attention, Darling. "I will need to be out frequently during this period. One of my patients is in a critical condition. If I cannot attend to him daily, it may pose a threat to his life. To save a life is worth more than erecting a pagoda of 7 stories. Go ahead and take care of your duties." "Dear, don't worry about me," Xia Xinyu replied, unaware that Chen Xuan was fabricating a story to ease her concerns. In the ensuing days, Chen Xuan immersed himself in a plethora of climbing videos, mastering various techniques. With relentless practice, his speed had significantly improved. He could now ascend over 100 meters, up from a mere 20. However, he refrained from hastily completing the challenge, descending before reaching the summit, as he still lacked the confidence to climb to the peak in one breath. "Just a couple more days of training, and I shall be confident enough to reach the summit," Chen Xuan thought, gazing up at the mountain with newfound assurance. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from his wife. "Hello, darling. Can you come back for a moment? We have a patient here in a very precarious condition." "All right. I'll be back right away." Without a hint of hesitation, Chen Xuan readily agreed. Although he would not take the initiative to treat others, should a situation arise where someone's health was perilously at risk, he would act without delay. This principle had been clearly communicated to his wife. Evidently, the caller's condition was life-threatening, prompting the urgent phone call. Given the gravity of the situation, Chen Xuan swiftly prepared himself and retraced his steps. Meanwhile, an anguished roar echoed through the courtyard. "Ah, I will annihilate you all. I seek vengeance for my brothers. Woe betide anyone who stands in my way." The furious cries startled Chen Xuan, who instinctively clung to Xia Xinru's leg. "Do not fear, dear," Xia Xinru reassured her, lifting Chen Xuan into her arms. In the courtyard, a middle-aged man was bound tightly, yet he continued to roar in fury, thrashing violently. His bloodshot eyes brimmed with uncontainable rage, his visage twisted and feral, reminiscent of a maddened beast intent on destruction. Surrounding him, 4 men formed a protective circle to prevent any unforeseen incidents. "Miss Xia, has the divine doctor arrived yet? My brother's condition is exceedingly perilous. I fear for his life." A man urgently approached, seeking Xia Xinru's assistance. "Could you please make another phone call? Perhaps to expedite their arrival?" "Certainly." Xia Xinru nodded, preparing to dial once more. "Xiao Xian is back." Suddenly, Chen Haihua called out. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to see a BMW swiftly approaching. "Wonderful!" the man exclaimed in relief as he hurried to meet the car. Once parked, Chen Xuan opened the door, and from a distance, he could hear the chaos unfolding in the courtyard, causing his brow to furrow in concern. At that moment, a man clad in athletic wear rushed toward him. Upon seeing Chen Xuan, he paused, taken aback. Having heard through the grapevine about the young divine doctor, he was astonished to see him in person. So young, could he truly possess such remarkable medical skills? Doubt flickered in his mind. Since Chen Xuan had healed Lu Hao's leg, word had spread across neighboring villages, even reaching the city. The man had learned of this and hastily brought his brothers to seek treatment, only to encounter this chaotic scene upon arrival. "You must be the divine doctor, Chen. My name is Li Chong. I implore you to save my brother," the man urged. "Where is he?" Chen Xuan inquired. "Inside. He is in the midst of his episode," Li Chong replied. Chen Xuan nodded. His wife, daughter, and parents approached him, and he offered them a reassuring smile before turning his attention to the troubled man in the courtyard. "Kill! Annihilate you all, you beasts, you scoundrels!" The afflicted man howled, his face contorted with rage. Bound to a chair, he struggled fiercely, veins bulging, requiring the combined strength of 3 men to restrain him as the ropes creaked ominously. "Wife, please fetch my medical kit," Chen Xuan instructed without delay. "Of course." Xia Xinru responded promptly and hurried back. Chen Xuan swiftly approached the afflicted man, extending his hand to examine his eyelids. "Be careful, Li Qian Kotunath." Just as Chen Xuan reached out, the distressed man opened his mouth and lunged at Chen Xuan's fingers. Chen Xuan hastily retracted his hand. "In this state, my brother is unrecognizable, biting at anyone he encounters. It is exceedingly perilous," Li Chong remarked. "Hold his head steady and prevent any erratic movements. Also, please elaborate on the circumstances that led to his condition," Chen Xuan instructed. Li Chong immediately stepped forward, supporting a man's head from behind to keep it still, while recounting, "To be candid, we are soldiers. During a covert mission, we inadvertently fell into an enemy ambush. A yellow gas rapidly infiltrated my brother's system. Upon regaining consciousness, he initially exhibited no significant abnormalities, but after approximately a day, he suddenly succumbed to this condition. We have taken him to numerous hospitals for examination and treatment, yet none have been effective." Upon hearing that they were soldiers, Chen Xuan paused momentarily, casting a scrutinizing glance at the group. However, his focus soon returned to the yellow gas, as a vague hypothesis began to form in his mind. At that moment, Chen Xuan had managed to flip open the afflicted man's eyelids, revealing murky eyes clouded with blood vessels and shrouded in a persistent yellow mist. "I inquire of you, did he mention anything he saw upon awakening?" Chen Xuan asked. "Yes, he claimed to have seen the villains he had previously slain, the enemies," Li Chong responded in astonishment. Chen Xuan elaborated. He described the visions as hallucinations. The yellow gas that entered his body is known as illusion smoke. It is akin to a narcotic that affects the brain's nerves. If this persists for an extended period, he risks becoming a fool. "Illusion smoke?" the group exclaimed in disbelief. Li Chong, suddenly invigorated, grasped Chen Xuan's hand with fervor. "Since he can perceive this yellow gas, there must be a remedy. Please, little divine doctor, you must save him, regardless of the cost." "Rest assured, rescuing him is quite feasible," Chen Xuan replied nonchalantly, confident in the medical knowledge he had inherited, which made dispelling illusion smoke a straightforward task. "My dear, I have brought the medical kit," Xia Xinru announced as she approached carrying the kit. Chen Xuan nodded. instructing her to set it aside for the moment. He then gestured for Li Chong to step back and maneuvered behind the afflicted man. With both hands placed upon the crown of the man's head, he employed a unique massage technique, applying gentle pressure. According to the traditional Chinese medical wisdom he had acquired, this technique was far from trivial. It could stimulate the man's muscles and brain nerves, promoting clarity and comfort. Gradually, the once ferocious man began to calm, his gaze still somewhat vacant, yet the cries of violence ceased. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. This is truly miraculous. After merely a brief massage, he seems to be recovering. Who would have imagined that Xiao Xian's medical skills were so formidable? Who did he learn from? Truly deserving of the title Divine Doctor. As the afflicted man fell into a tranquil state, Chen Xuan ceased his actions. "You no longer need to hold the chair," he stated. The two individuals restraining the man exchanged glances, nodded in agreement, and released their grip. "Divine Doctor, what on earth is happening?" Li Chong inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. Chen Xuan replied nonchalantly, "I employed a unique massage technique to temporarily relax his nerves, shielding him from the illusions that plague him. However, to achieve a complete cure, we must expel the phantasmal smoke from his mind." With that, he opened his medical kit and retrieved a box of silver needles. Extracting 3 needles, each a foot in length, he pinched them between his fingers and deftly plunged them into the man's head. At the first puncture, the afflicted man shuddered involuntarily. Yet Chen Xian's hands did not falter. He swiftly continued to insert the silver needles. His movements were rapid and precise, with each acupuncture point calculated meticulously, leaving no room for error. In a short while, the man's head resembled a porcupine, adorned with silver needles. Upon the insertion of the final needle, wisps of yellow gas began to emanate from his mouth and nostrils. "Step back," Chen Xuan instructed, retreating cautiously. Li Chong and the others followed suit, recognizing the perilous nature of the yellow gas. Before long, the yellow gas was entirely expelled from the man's body. His previously vacant gaze began to regain a semblance of clarity as he surveyed his surroundings. "Zhang Hu, how do you feel now?" Li Chong asked, hurrying to the man's side, concern etched on his face. Zhang Hu shook his head, his thoughts gradually clearing. "I'm all right. Did I have an episode again? Is everyone unharmed?" His expression was fraught with anxiety as he scanned the room. "Everyone is safe, rest assured. Thanks to this divine doctor, he has saved you." Li Chong replied, glancing at Chen Xuan. "Divine doctor, is he cured now?" Chen Xuan nodded. The yellow gas was the phantasmal smoke, which has now been expelled from his body. However, he may still experience fleeting illusions, but they will be brief and manageable. With the medicine I prescribe, he will be fully recovered within a week. That is splendid news. "Thank you, divine doctor," Li Chong exclaimed joyfully. Zhang Hu, now fully aware, hurriedly expressed his gratitude. "Divine doctor, I am immensely thankful to you. Had it not been for your intervention, I fear I would still be in the throes of madness, endangering my brothers and friends. Rest assured, such occurrences will not happen again," Chen Xuan assured him, retrieving paper and a pen from his medical kit to write the prescription. Zhang Hu, now freed from his restraints, felt invigorated, as if he had been reborn. "All right, follow the prescription for the medicine. Take it twice a day for a week," Chen Xuan instructed. Zhang Hu solemnly accepted the prescription, expressing his gratitude once more. "Not at all." Chen Xuan waved his hand dismissively. "Divine doctor, what is your bank account number? You have saved my brother's life. I must express my gratitude properly," Li Chong approached, promptly stating. These individuals evidently regard him with utmost reverence, all of them being his loyal subordinates. However, Chen Xuan waved his hand dismissively, stating, "There is no need for gratitude. You are soldiers, and your injuries were sustained in the noble pursuit of safeguarding us common folk. It is only natural that I tend to your ailments." Yet, before Li Chong could utter another word, Chen Xuan interrupted him. "But I must express my displeasure," Li Chong retorted, recognizing the seriousness etched upon Chen Xuan's face. He refrained from further comments and instead shifted the conversation. He produced a business card from his pocket and extended it towards Chen Xuan. "Esteemed physician, here's my card. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to call me. I, Li Chong, will go to great lengths to assist you." "I too," Zhang Hu interjected, thumping his chest. Observing the business card in hand and considering the military background of the individual, Chen Xuan contemplated that should he ever find himself in a predicament, they might indeed prove to be of assistance. Thus, he accepted the card with a nod, affirming, "Very well, if that day ever arises, I shall reach out to you." Li Chong nodded in agreement. Casting a glance at the setting sun, he remarked, "Since that is settled, we shall take our leave. Why not stay for dinner before you depart?" Chen Xuan suggested. "Indeed, you have traveled such a distance. It would be a shame not to partake in the meal prepared for you," Xia Xinru concurred. "No need to trouble yourselves. We have pressing matters to attend to." Li Qiang Raplia. With that, Chen Xuan and the others said no more, watching as they climbed into a black sedan and departed from the village. "Xiao Xian, I had no idea your medical skills were so remarkable. After applying the poultice you gave me, my back pain has vanished and my legs no longer ache." Chen Haihua exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Witnessing his son's accomplishments filled him with immense pride. The news of his son's prowess as a healer had spread throughout the village, and he was greeted with utmost respect wherever he went, a source of great pride for him. "Xiao Xian, from whom did you learn your medical arts? You never mentioned it before," Lu Su inquired. "Well, mother, I learned from a venerable elder with a white beard. As for his name, he instructed me not to disclose it," Chen Xuan replied, fabricating a story. "You see," Liu Su responded. Sensing her husband was being bombarded with questions and struggling to keep up, Xia Xinru stifled a laugh and quickly diverted the topic, saying, "Let's focus on dinner, shall we? Otherwise, the food will grow cold." "Yes, indeed, I am famished," Shen Haihua exclaimed. "Tonight, we shall have chicken stewed with mushrooms. Is that so? Then I shall have several bowls tonight." "2 bowls? No, 3. I want to eat a lot." The family returned to their home, gathering around a large square table, sharing laughter and enjoying their meal together. Chapter 57. The wife knows healing Zhang, who was merely a minor episode for Chen Xuan, one he did not dwell upon. His primary concern was to swiftly complete his task. Failure to do so would result in a lifetime of impotence. After a day of rock climbing training, only one day remained until the deadline for his mission. Therefore, Chen Xuan resolutely decided to challenge the Dragon Ridge Mountain that very day. "Father, mother, I have matters to attend to outside," he announced. In the early hours of the morning, around 9 o'clock, Chen Xuan addressed his parents. "All right, I shall be off. Remember to return early." Chen Haihua and Lu Su did not think much of it, having always assumed their son was heading out to treat someone. "Goodbye, Daddy. I'll wait for your return," said Xian Xian, waving her tiny hand at the door, her voice sweet and innocent. Standing beside her was Xia Xinru. "Yes, goodbye, my dear," Chen Xian replied with a smile, waving back. "Goodbye," Xia Xinru echoed cheerfully. Chen Xian nodded and departed the courtyard, driving directly along a rugged dirt road toward the mountains. "Mom and Dad, I have some matters to attend to in town. Xian Xian, stay at home and listen to your grandparents, understood?" However, just as Chen Xian left, Xia Xinru suddenly spoke up. Xian Xian hesitated for a moment, but obediently nodded. "Okay. Be careful on the road, Xiaoru," Lu Su reminded. "Mom, I know," Xia Xinru replied, taking the keys to her electric bike and setting off. Yet, instead of heading toward town, she swiftly followed the direction Chen Xian had taken. "Darling, what on earth have you been up to lately? Why do you have injuries on your hands? Why are you secretly applying medicine behind my back? And why the sudden interest in climbing videos?" Xia Xinru pondered as she rode her bike. She had noticed her husband's unusual behavior for some time. One day, she had accidentally discovered him hiding in the bedroom, secretly tending to his wounds, not just on his hands but on his body as well. This deeply concerned her. Additionally, she had observed that he frequently watched climbing videos, a pastime he had never shown interest in before, and he had been snoring heavily at night, appearing utterly exhausted. He certainly was not merely going out to treat others. How could he be so fatigued otherwise? Given these observations, Xia Xinru felt her husband was concealing something from her, and her worry compelled her to follow him discreetly. Fortunately, the winding rural dirt roads allowed her to keep up with Chen Xian's relatively slow pace. Half an hour later, Xia Xinru suddenly noticed Chen Xian had stopped. She quickly halted as well, catching sight of him entering a forest in the distance. "How peculiar. This place was desolate and rarely frequented by people. What could her husband possibly be doing here? Filled with curiosity, she hesitated momentarily before hastening to follow him, parking her bike beside his BMW and dashing into the woods. However, she fell behind momentarily, and after searching for a while, her gaze was drawn to a mountain peak, leaving her utterly astonished. There, on the rocky face of the mountain, a figure was climbing barehanded, without any protective gear, an undeniably perilous endeavor. Husband, it's him. What's he doing? Doesn't he value his life? In an instant, Xia Xinru recognized the individual, her face etched with shock and concern. In a brief span of time, Chen Xuan had ascended to a height exceeding 20 meters, equivalent to 7 or 8 stories. The peril of falling from such a height was palpable. Yet, astonishingly, his counterpart continued to climb upwards. Dear, come down quickly. What on earth are you doing? Xia Xinru exclaimed anxiously, rushing towards him without a moment's hesitation. Initially, Chen Xuan was wholly absorbed in his ascent, but the sudden sound of his wife's voice startled him. Glancing down, he saw her approaching from a distance, her face etched with concern. This was bad. His wife had discovered his secret. Chen Xuan's expression changed dramatically. He had refrained from informing her out of fear that she would worry, yet he had ultimately been found out. You must come down immediately. Do you hear me? Xia Xinru shouted, her voice tinged with anger, clearly infuriated at the situation. With a resigned smile, Chen Xuan began his descent, moving swiftly like a gecko clinging to the rock face, using both hands and feet to navigate downwards. Within 10 minutes, he found his feet firmly planted on the ground. With a sharp clap, Xia Xinru's palm struck Chen Xuan's arm as soon as he landed. What were you thinking? Climbing up there is incredibly dangerous. What if you had fallen? You. Faced with his wife's tirade, Chen Xuan remained silent until her anger subsided. Dear, please calm down. Being upset is not good for your health. Xia Xinru gritted her teeth, huffing in frustration. You must provide me with a reasonable explanation today, or prepare Neil on a washboard when we get home. Let me explain, Chen Xuan began, recounting in detail his conversation with his future self regarding the task at hand. What kind of absurd system is this? Dear, isn't this putting you in grave danger? Upon learning that it was a system task, Xia Xinru could not suppress her indignation. I had no choice. I must complete this task, my love. I didn't want to worry you, which is why I kept it from you, Chen Xuan replied. Xia Xinru lifted her gaze to the nearly vertical rock face before them, her expression darkening. No, you cannot go. It's far too dangerous. So what if you can't perform? It's all right. Even if we can't engage in that, I would never think less of you. You must not go. Xia Xinru clung to Chen Xuan, unwilling to let him face the challenge, even if it meant he would never regain his vigor. A look of conflict crossed Chen Xuan's face. He was acutely aware of the perils of climbing. If he were to encounter misfortune, what would become of his wife and daughter? The thought of being separated from them was a torment he could scarcely bear. This dilemma left him in a state of uncertainty. However, considering the words of his future self and the imminent upheaval that awaited him, he resolved that to survive, he must wholeheartedly undertake the System S task. My love, I cannot acquiesce to your wishes. I must go. Chen Xuan extended his hand, cradling Xia Xinru's face, his expression grave as he declared, Trust me, after 6 days of training, my rock climbing skills have improved significantly. I am confident I can ascend. However, there are no buts. I will undoubtedly succeed. Observing her husband's determined and self-assured demeanor, Xia Xinru parted her lips, yet found herself at a loss for words. After a lengthy pause, she could only nod helplessly, for she understood that while her husband often heeded her words, once he resolved to undertake a task, he would see it through, regardless of her counsel. Chapter 58. Challenge accomplished with his mind made up, Chen Xuan took a brief respite before deciding to resume his challenge. Be careful, my love, Xia Xinru cautioned, her eyes filled with concern. Rest assured, I will succeed in this challenge, Chen Xuan replied with a smile, exuding confidence, which in turn reassured Xia Xinru and calmed her anxious heart. Spitting twice into his palm, Chen Xuan grasped a protruding rock and, like a lizard, swiftly began to ascend. Over the past 6 days, he had repetitively practiced climbing, becoming intimately familiar with every rock on the wall. Therefore, at the outset, His pace was remarkably rapid. "You will definitely succeed. You will be fine. Both Chen Yuan and I are waiting for you." Xia Xinru gazed up at her husband, silently clenching her fists, too apprehensive to voice her encouragement loudly for fear of disturbing him, instead offering her silent prayers. 10 meters, 20 meters, 50 meters, 120 meters before long, Chen Xuan reached the highest point he had previously scaled, equivalent to the height of a 42-story building. A fall from this height would surely result in disaster. "Continue." Chen Xuan took a deep breath and pressed on, though this time his speed noticeably diminished. He cautiously tested each rock before applying his weight, ensuring its stability before exerting force. Suddenly, he grasped a loose stone, and as he applied pressure, it crumbled and tumbled down the rock face. Fortunately, he had only been testing his grip and had not exerted too much force. Otherwise, he might have followed the stone into the abyss. Below, Xia Xinru gasped, covering her mouth in shock, her complexion pale. "That was close. You must persevere, my dear," she encouraged silently. Chen Xuan, equally startled and pale, took a deep breath to regain his composure and changed his direction to continue climbing. 130 meters, 140 meters, 150 meters. At this moment, he had reached the midpoint of the rock face, where he encountered a network of vines draped across the wall. "I wonder if these vines can support my weight?" Chen Xuan pondered, cautiously reaching out to grasp 3 of the vines. He did not immediately transfer his full weight onto them, but instead applied gradual pressure to test their strength. As he hung suspended, the vines held firm without any indication of giving way, filling Chen Xuan with elation. "Wonderful! They can support my weight." Chen Xuan was filled with joy. He immediately grasped the vines with both hands and planted his feet firmly against the rock wall. With a swift pull and push, he rapidly began to ascend, resembling an agile monkey. This speed surpassed that of climbing on stones by a significant margin. Upon witnessing this scene, Xia Xinru let out a sigh of relief. At this pace, it wouldn't be long before he reached the summit. Before long, he had climbed to a height of 200 meters, and Chen Xuan continued his ascent. However, just as he reached a height of over 230 meters, the vine he was holding suddenly snapped with a crack. The moment came too swiftly. Chen Xuan hadn't reacted in time and plummeted downwards. Husband!" He heard Xia Xinru's terrified cry as he fell, his body going limp and his face turning pale. In a critical moment, Chen Xuan could only extend his hands and grasp wildly. Fortunately, there were enough vines on the rock wall. In his panic, he managed to seize 2 of them. His hands scraped against the vines, leaving him bloodied and bruised. Yet he gritted his teeth and held on fiercely. Finally, he stabilized his descent and found himself hanging in midair. He quickly planted his feet on a rock below. That was close. Chen Xuan was drenched in cold sweat, his complexion still ashen. He had dropped over 20 meters. After catching his breath, he heard his wife's concerned calls and hurriedly looked down, waving his hand as he shouted, "Wife, I'm fine, don't worry." Upon hearing this, Xia Xinru finally felt relieved, slowly rising to her feet, though her legs felt weak. "Husband, please be careful," she cried, offering her encouragement from below. "I know," Chen Xuan replied, gritting his teeth as he resumed his climb, this time with greater caution and reduced speed. Before long, he reached the spot where the vine had broken. He chose not to grasp the vines again, but instead held onto the rocks, climbing like a gecko. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters, his ascent continued, and only 10 meters remained to the summit. At this moment, Chen Xuan was severely fatigued. His hands and feet ached intensely, and his palms had lost sensation, while sweat streamed down his face and chin. "Just a little more, keep going." Chen Xuan silently encouraged himself, clenching his jaw as he continued upwards. "You can do it. You can do it. Husband, you must succeed." Xia Xinru murmured from below, her eyes fixed on him. 8 meters, 6 meters, 4 meters, under Xia Xinru's watchful gaze. He saw his husband inching towards the summit, finally flipping over and disappearing from view. "Ha ha, wonderful, wonderful. Husband succeeded," Xia Xinru exclaimed, tears of joy mingling with her laughter. This period had been nothing short of torment for her. Once she regained her composure, she dashed toward the path leading up the mountain. Meanwhile, at that moment, Chen Xuan was sprawled out on the rooftop, gasping for breath, his body pushed to its limits, utterly exhausted. Congratulations, congratulations, past self. You have completed the task. Echoed a voice in his mind, that of his future self. This time, the situation was dire. Let's cut to the chase. What rewards await? Chen Xuan stated directly. I knew you would say that. After all, we are one and the same. Very well. I shall have the system dispatch your rewards immediately. With the sound of his future self's voice fading, Chen Xuan suddenly felt a mysterious force surging into his body. As this energy coursed through him, he was astonished to discover that his wounds were rapidly healing. Even the gaping laceration on his palm vanished without a trace. Moreover, under the influence of this power, he could distinctly sense his physical attributes enhancing exponentially. Strength, speed, and explosive power had all increased severalfold. In addition, a vast torrent of information flooded into his mind. Chapter 59, Card. Time Travel, Super Soldier Combat Skill Inheritance. This was the reward Chen Xuan had obtained. Within the memories he assimilated were a plethora of combat techniques, including palm strikes, elbow combinations, knee strikes, and leg techniques, among others. What a formidable power! I feel more capable than professional athletes. Once the transformation subsided, Chen Xuan executed a swift leap, exhilarated by his newfound strength. With this power, I could take on 10 opponents without hesitation, he proclaimed with bravado. In the next moment, he unexpectedly thrust out his right leg with remarkable speed and force, producing a sharp sound as it sliced through the air. He approached a large tree and, with a sudden motion, kicked it viciously. A resounding crash echoed as the entire tree shook violently. Yet Chen Xuan felt no pain. The force of that kick could very well fell a bull, he mused. He then unleashed a sequence of combat techniques combining punches, elbows, knees, and feet, transforming his limbs into the most formidable weapons, relentlessly attacking ahead. The sounds of rapid strikes reverberated, as if the air itself was exploding. Ultimately, a powerful punch landed against the trunk, causing the entire tree to shudder. If that blow had connected with a person, they would surely have been sent flying. Ha ha! This feeling is exhilarating. I feel unstoppable. Chen Xuan couldn't help but laugh heartily. Congratulations, my past self. You have now become a master of combat. Should anyone dare to bully you, make sure to retaliate fiercely, his future self suddenly remarked. Chen Xuan paused, pondering what there was to celebrate. All of this had come at the cost of his own life. That's true. By the way, in addition to this inheritance, you have also received a special reward. The future Chen Xuan added. What reward? Chen Xuan asked, momentarily taken aback. Wait a moment. I will have the system send it to you right away, replied his future self. In the next instant, an object inexplicably appeared in Chen Xuan's mind, a card adorned with a stunning galaxy design on its reverse side, radiant and magnificent. On the front, there appeared an ancient clock, reminiscent of the wall clocks from the previous century, inscribed at the top with the words time travel. At that moment, a surge of information flooded into Chen Xuan's mind. Card. Time travel. Effect. Upon use, one can return at any point in time and place from the past week. Alter the past and maintain the changes for half an hour. Upon realizing the power of this card, an overwhelming excitement illuminated Chen Xuan's face. Excellent. Simply excellent. With this card, I can return to the past and alter it, he thought, filled with enthusiasm. In life, who does not harbor regrets? For instance, missing the chance at first love, overlooking opportunities for a turnaround, or failing to accompany an elder on their final journey. Life is replete with regrets and desires for change. With this card, all of that could be transformed. Alas, it only allows a return to a week prior. How wonderful it would be to journey back even further. Chen Xuan mused. The moment he longed for the most was during his entrepreneurial beginnings. If he could go back, he would prevent his former self from making certain mistakes, sparing his wife and daughter from enduring so much hardship. As he thought of his wife, Chen Xuan immediately collected his thoughts and approached the edge of the cliff, peering down but finding no sign of her. Husband. At that instant, he heard a call, and there she was, his wife, rushing up the path towards him. Chen Xuan hurried to meet her. The moment they reunited, Xia Xinru leaped into his arms, her long legs enveloping him. Well, husband, I was terrified just now. I'm so relieved you are unharmed. Xia Xinru could no longer contain her tears. Having seen her husband nearly fall from the cliff, darkness had enveloped her world, leaving her in a state of despair. Fortunately, he had managed to grasp the vines and escape harm. Don't cry, my dear, I am fine. It's all behind us now. Chen Xuan comforted her while gently stroking her hair. Husband, you must tell me about such things in the future. Do you hear? Yes. I promise to inform you. After a moment, Xia Xinru gradually ceased her sobbing. Let us go home, Chen Xuan said, taking her small hand in his, smiling. Okay. Xia Xinru nodded, a smile gracing her face. On their way back, Chen Xuan shared the rewards bestowed by the system. Upon hearing that her husband had become a martial arts master, excelling in combat skills, she did not display much excitement. Her only wish was for their family to live together in peace, devoid of violence. However, when she learned about the card, her demeanor instantly transformed with joy. This is wonderful. If we ever have regrets, we can travel back and change the past, she exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Indeed, yet such a card is exceedingly precious. We should refrain from using it lightly unless absolutely necessary. Of course, as they continued their conversation, they descended the path, and eventually, once seated in their BMW, they sped homeward. Having completed the task at hand, Chen Xuan found no reason to linger any longer. Thus, the following day, he bid farewell to his parents, and the family resolved to purchase a residence in the city, intending to settle there permanently. Since you have made your decision, we will not hold you back. However, as you venture into unfamiliar territory, do exercise caution. Remember to be grounded in your actions. Do you understand? Yes, we understand. And take good care, Xian Xian. Do not let her wander off. The bustling city is fraught with vehicles and crowds, not to mention the presence of unscrupulous individuals, unlike our village. All right, Mom, we will remember. You've reminded us countless times already. Do you think I enjoy repeating myself? It's only because I worry for you. Hold my words close to your heart. I promise to remember. Throughout the day, Chen Haihua and Lu Su continued to express their concerns, emphasizing the need for vigilance in city life, a reflection of their deep-seated worry. Such is the nature of parents, as everyone understands. This marked their final day in their hometown, and they prepared a sumptuous feast. The family gathered around the dining table, sharing food and conversation, enveloped in warmth and happiness. Yet, this reunion was destined to be fleeting. The next morning, after breakfast, the three of them prepared to depart. Chapter 60. Sisters Tragic Leap. Grandpa and Grandma. I will miss you so much, Xian Xian sobbed, leaning against the window, gazing at Chen Haihua and Lu Su. Xian Xian. Grandma will miss you too, Lu Su said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, though she held back from crying. Summer Xinru embraced Xian Xian gently, whispering, Xian Xian, be a good girl and don't cry. If you miss Grandpa and Grandma, we will visit often. Xian Xian nodded obediently, yet her tears continued to flow. Children, with their innocent hearts, cannot help but express their sadness when parting, their emotions pure and untainted. Xiao Xian, drive carefully. Once we reach the city, remember to give us a call, Chen Haihua advised, looking at Chen Xian, who was driving. I know, Chen Xian replied, nodding as he waved goodbye to his parents. All right, off you go, Chen Haihua acknowledged. With a gentle hum, the BMW began to roll forward along the gravel road, heading towards the highway. Goodbye, Grandpa and Grandma. Goodbye. Mom and Dad. Summer Xinru and Xian Xian waved energetically from the car window. Chen Haihua and Lu Su waved back, chasing after the car until it vanished from view, at which point they finally halted. They stood gazing longingly in the direction where their son, daughter-in-law, and granddaughter had disappeared, a moment that would become an eternal painting in their memories. Once the BMW reached the highway, Chen Xian pressed the accelerator, quickening their pace. Xian Xian nestled her small head into her mother's embrace, her eyes brimming with tears, occasionally letting out soft sobs. Xian Xian, please stop crying. I promise you next time, we will bring Grandpa and Grandma to the city with us, and then our family will always be together, Chen Xian reassured her as he drove. Father, you must keep your word, Xian Xian sobbed. Of course I will. A father is a man of his word, Chen Xian replied. Xian Xian, when we reach the city, we shall purchase a grand house where we can reside, Xia Xinru chimed in. Not only a spacious home, but we can also visit the zoo to see the animals. Chen Xuan added. Xian, his eyes gradually widened. The tears that had once filled them were now replaced by an extraordinary brightness. And we can ride on a large ship, sailing across the sea, where we can witness dolphins, great sharks, and seagulls, Xia Xinru continued. Wow, Xian exclaimed, her previous sorrow of parting from her grandparents instantly forgotten. That sounds wonderful, father and mother. How much longer until we arrive? She asked eagerly, her anticipation for the big city overwhelming her. The tears had vanished, replaced by a radiant smile. Chen Xuan and Xia Xinru shared a laugh at the child's swift change in emotion, marveling at how quickly a child can transform their mood. Then, Chen Xuan played some music and drove swiftly towards the city. You are my little apple, just like the most beautiful clouds in the sky. Spring has returned, flowers blooming on the hills. Planting hope will yield a harvest. The journey proceeded smoothly without incident, and soon they would arrive in the city. However, at that moment, a voice of urgent distress echoed in Chen Xuan's mind. Past self quickly called Xiaofang. You must stop her from jumping off the building. This voice unmistakably came from his future self. Stunned by the revelation, Chen Xuan froze. Xiaofang was considering suicide. In the next instant, he slammed on the brakes, coming to a sudden halt. Xia Xinru and Xian, caught off guard, leaned forward, almost tumbling out of the vehicle. Honey, what is wrong? Xia Xinru steadied herself and inquired urgently. But Chen Xuan did not respond. He was engaged in a conversation with his future self. Quickly, tell me what is happening. Why would Xiaofang consider jumping? Chen Xuan pressed. Xiaofang was his only sister, cherished not only by him but also by their parents. Her cheerful and lively nature made it unfathomable that she would resort to such an act. I just received a call from Xiaofang's classmate. The details are unclear, but it seems she has been bullied. She intends to jump around 1 o'clock this afternoon, future Chen Xuan explained. Hearing this, Chen Xuan glanced at the time. It was already 11:30. In just an hour and a half, his sister would leap from the building. His heart sank at the thought. You must call Xiaofang immediately. No matter what, you must comfort her and prevent her from making a foolish decision, future Chen Xuan urged. I understand. Do not worry, Chen Xuan replied, pulling out his phone and dialing his sister's number. Mother, what is happening to father? Xian asked. Xia Xinru hurriedly covered her mouth and whispered, Dad has something important to attend to. We mustn't disturb him. As she spoke, her gaze toward her husband was filled with concern. He was clearly engaged in a conversation with his future self, and judging by the changes in his expression, something ominous must have occurred. This instilled in Xia Xinru a profound and unsettling premonition. Meanwhile, at Hingyang High School, it was lesson time, with half an hour left until dismissal. Yet, one girl was hiding in her dormitory, weeping bitterly. This young woman, around 18 or 19 years of age, possessed a flower-like beauty with an innocent visage and a tall, slender figure. Though clad in a school uniform, her radiance could not be concealed. However, bruises and scratches marred her mouth, forehead, arms, and knees, a clear indication of having been assaulted. She was none other than Chen Xuan's sister, Chen Fang. Oh, what is the meaning of this life? It will be better to die, she lamented. If this gets out, how can I face the world? As she cried, her sobs turned into choked gasps, and ultimately, as if resolutely deciding on a course of action, her face hardened with a sense of defiance against death, and she rose, fists clenched. Suddenly, at that moment, her phone on the bed vibrated. In her state of despair, Chen Fang had little inclination to answer. However, upon seeing her brother's name flash on the screen, she took a deep breath, swiftly wiped her tears, coughed a few times, and shakily picked up the call. After a prolonged pause, the call was finally connected. Chapter 61. Sister, I miss you as the call connected. Chen Xuan eagerly spoke. Hello. Xiaofang, what are you doing? Nothing much, brother. Why did you suddenly think to call me? Chen Fang's melodious voice resonated through the receiver. Though she masked her emotions well, Chen Xuan discerned the trace of tears in her voice. I just miss you, Xiaofang. How have you been lately? Chen Xuan inquired with a smile, carefully concealing his own anxiety and concern. He feared that direct questioning might evoke unpleasant memories, causing her emotional turmoil, so he opted for a gentle and gradual approach. Upon hearing the words "I miss you," Chen Fong trembled, realizing that she still had a loving brother, caring parents, an adorable niece, and a sister-in-law with whom she shared a bond akin to sisterhood. They were all so good to her, and how could she even contemplate such a drastic decision? If I were to die, how heartbroken would my parents be? How devastated would my brother be? What about my sister-in-law and Chen Xuan? With this realization, the previous urge dissipated entirely. Sometimes comforting a wounded soul requires no grandiloquent discourse. Simple expressions of love, such as "I miss you," "I love you," and "you are amazing," can rekindle the courage to continue living. "Xiaofeng, what's wrong? Are you listening to me?" Chen Xuan asked anxiously when he received no response. "Oh, I'm fine, brother. I've been doing well lately, so please don't worry," Chen Fong replied, ultimately breaking into a smile. Upon hearing laughter, Chen Xuan's previously anxious heart relaxed. Yet he remained vigilant and continued speaking. "Recently, as you prepare for the college entrance examination, it must be quite arduous, right?" As he spoke, he started the car, swiftly altering their course towards Hengyang High School in the county town. "It's not arduous at all, brother. Rest assured, I am doing remarkably well," Chen Fong replied. "Who says it isn't tough? I too sat for the college entrance examination. Although we do not learn new knowledge in our senior year, the endless practice papers create substantial mental pressure," Chen Xuan said, pausing for a moment before adding soberly, "Xiaofeng, no matter what difficulties you encounter, do not surrender easily. Face them head-on. Do you understand?" Hearing these words, Chen Fong felt an inexplicable surge of strength within her. Indeed, she had merely faced a few minor challenges. How could she even consider giving up? Her future is still long ahead. She is only 18. She is yet to marry, to have children, or to explore countless places. How could she contemplate such a drastic act? Of course, do not forget that our parents, your sister-in-law, and Chen Xuan are all behind you. If you encounter any obstacles, you must share them with us. We will always care for you and love you," Chen Xuan continued. Moved by his words, Chen Fong opened her mouth to express her grievances, but found herself unable to articulate them, burying them deep in her heart. "Brother, I understand. Don't worry. No matter what difficulties arise, I will not give up," she asserted after a moment of silence, her fists clenched, her face filled with determination. The previous thoughts of suicide had completely vanished. Recognizing the firmness in her voice, Chen Xuan felt a surge of joy in his heart, knowing that his sister had likely emerged from her shadow and would not resort to such drastic measures. However, to ensure her well-being, he deliberately prolonged their conversation, saying, "By the way, your sister-in-law misses you and wants to chat." Chen Xuan glanced back at Xia Xinru, who, attuned to her husband's sentiments and their earlier conversation, had begun to sense that something troubling had occurred with Xiaofeng. Although the specifics were unclear, she understood her role was to provide comfort, courage, and affection to her. "Hello, Xiaofeng, long time no see," Xia Xinru greeted as she answered the phone. "Yes, sister-in-law. The last time we went shopping was half a year ago, wasn't it? Unfortunately, you are busy with work and I am preoccupied with my studies. But no worries, once the college entrance examination is over, we can enjoy some time together." Chen Fong responded with a smile. "And me, I want to play with my aunt too." Xian Xian chimed in, her voice sweet and innocent. "Yes, our lovely Xian Xian." Chen Fong laughed joyfully and asked, "Xian Xian, have you missed your aunt?" "Of course. I think about you every day," Xian Xian replied, leaning closer to the phone. "Aunt, where are you? I really want to come find you." "Haha, I'm at school studying. As soon as my exams are over, I will come to see you immediately." "All right? Okay." Listening to the voices of Xia Xinru, Chen Fong, and Xian Xian engaged in conversation, Chen Xian remained utterly focused on driving, the speed of his vehicle escalating as it thundered down the highway like a wild stallion unleashed. After nearly an hour of chatting, Chen Fong hesitated momentarily before saying, "Sister-in-law, I have a few matters to attend to. May I hang up for now?" Xia Xinru offered no response, instead glancing at her husband. Chen Xian, deftly steering with one hand, took the call with the other, smiling as he spoke. "Xiaofeng, I promise that once your college entrance examination is over, our family will embark on a journey to the Yunhai Highlands. Is that for real?" Chen Fong's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Absolutely," he assured her. "We shall unwind together. basking in the azure sky and fluffy clouds, embracing the warmth of the herdsmen, riding horses, and enjoying a bonfire soiree. Yes, yes, brother, it's a deal then. You mustn't back out when the time comes. Once a promise is made, it is as binding as a steed that cannot be retrained. After exchanging a few more words, Chen Xuan sensed that his sister had emerged from her shadow, and they ended the call. Though he never inquired about the ordeal that had led his sister to contemplate such drastic measures, their conversation had undoubtedly provided her with the courage and strength to persevere. The pressing matter now was to reach Hingyang High School as swiftly as possible. Husband, what exactly is going on? Is Xiao Fong in trouble? Upon hanging up the phone, Xiaoxin Ru couldn't suppress her curiosity. Chen Xuan, without reservation, divulged the distressing news of his sister's suicidal thoughts. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxin Ru's mouth fell open in astonishment, quickly transforming into a visage of concern and perplexity. Xiao Fong is so vivacious. How could she suddenly feel this way? Something must be amiss. Why didn't you ask her about it earlier? I feared it might further upset her. It's better to wait until we can meet. After our earlier conversation, she should be recovering from her struggles. But I'm still worried. We must hurry to the school. Everyone, buckle your seatbelts. With that, Chen Xuan accelerated once more, the BMW racing forward like an arrow released from its bow. Chapter 62. Brother arrives at the school Panlong County. Hingyang High School. After hanging up with her brother, Chun Fong felt an invigorating surge of strength, dispelling the previous sense of despair and hopelessness. Regardless of the circumstances, she was surrounded by love from her brother, sister-in-law, parents, and others. How could she ever contemplate such foolishness? Just as she prepared to step outside, 4 or 5 female students abruptly burst in, slamming the doors shut behind them. The sight of these girls, with their brightly dyed hair and ripped jeans revealing tattoos on their thighs, suggested that they were not to be trifled with. What do you want? Chun Fong inquired, retreating in fear. Having been subjected to their bullying before, which included slaps and the humiliation of being stripped, she felt trepidation. Rest assured, we are not here to harm you. A red-haired female student, leading the group, approached with one foot perched upon a chair. She crossed her arms and cast a condescending gaze upon Chen Fong, her voice icy as she declared, I have come to warn you. Regarding the events of yesterday, should you dare to report it or utter a single word, you will rue the day. Oh, by the way, she suddenly retrieved her phone, waving it in front of Chen Fong. I have recorded the scene of you being stripped bare yesterday. I must say, your figure is rather commendable. If you so much as breathe a word of this, I will upload the video online, and then everyone will see you in your most vulnerable state. You despicable creature. Chen Fong clenched her fists in fury. Are you seeking a death wish? How dare you insult Sister Yen? It seems you haven't learned your lesson from yesterday's beating. A girl jeered, rolling up her sleeves, ready to confront Chen Fong. Just then, a sudden knock echoed at the dormitory door. Forget it, there are too many witnesses now. If I hit you, it will only lead to trouble. The red-haired girl remarked coldly. Consider this your final warning. Keep your distance from Gao Yang. He is my man. With that, she waved her hand and exited with her entourage. Chun Fong watched their retreating figures, fists clenched, feeling utterly helpless. This red-haired woman, named Li Yin, was uneducated and had, at a young age, mingled with local delinquents, bullying both boys and girls at school with her brazen demeanor. Logically, such a person should have been expelled long ago. Yet she wielded connections and influence, even having familial ties with the principal. The conflict between them stemmed from a boy named Gao Yang, who was tall and handsome, a warm-hearted individual who had captured the affections of countless girls, including Li Yan. However, Gao Yang had secretly harbored feelings for Chen Fong, striving to be with her, which incited Li Yan's jealousy. In a fit of rage, she summoned Chen Fong to the rooftop, where several girls assaulted her with punches and kicks, scratching and slapping her, even stripping her of her clothing. It was this incident that had driven Chen Xuan to act recklessly. Xiao Fong, how did you offend them? Are you all right? Should we inform the teacher? Chen Fong's roommate inquired as she entered, concerned for her well-being. It's nothing. I just went out for a meal. Chen Fong replied with a faint smile, choosing not to elaborate further as she stepped out of the dormitory. If this had been before, she would have undoubtedly made a foolish decision, But ever since her brother had called her, she resolved to be strong. She must live resiliently. What would her parents and brother do if she were gone? They would undoubtedly be heartbroken. With that thought in mind, Chen Fong feigned indifference and made her way to the cafeteria, filling her tray with food, ready to eat alone at a leisurely pace. Just then, her phone rang unexpectedly. Upon checking, she saw it was her brother calling and promptly answered. "Hello, brother. Have you arrived in the city?" Chen Fong inquired with a smile. "Not yet. We are at the entrance of your school. Can you come out for a moment?" Chen Xuan replied. Upon hearing this, Chen Fong was taken aback. Hadn't her brother and the others gone to the city to purchase a home? What brought them suddenly to the entrance of her school? "Brother, what is going on?" "We forgot a few things and happened to return to the county, so we thought we'd come by to see you," Chen Xuan fibbed, smiling. "Hurry up and come out. It's been ages since we last saw you." "Andy, come out. Xian Xian misses you," echoed the voice of his niece, Xian Xian. Okay. Chen Fong felt a surge of joy. Her immediate reaction was to rush out, as she too longed to see her brother, sister-in-law, and niece. Yet, she quickly recalled her injuries. If they were to see her like this, how could she possibly explain? Chen Fong had contemplated revealing her grievances and the humiliation she had endured to her brother, but she could not bring herself to do so. With Lian's influential connections, if the matter escalated, her brother might become embroiled in the turmoil as well. Thus, she chose to silently endure her plight. "Brother, I can't step out right now. I'm a meeting at school. Perhaps we should postpone our meeting until after the college entrance examination?" She lied to Chen Xuan. He interrupted her immediately. "If you don't come out, I'll just barge in." Brother," Chen Fong exclaimed in surprise, sensing something peculiar about her brother today, as though he had foreknowledge of her situation. "Well, all right then. I'll request a leave and come out." Reluctantly, she acquiesced. After hanging up the phone, she hesitated for a moment before rising and making her way to the school gate, attributing her injuries to an accidental fall. Before long, Chen Fong arrived at the entrance, glancing around but not spotting her brother or sister-in-law. "Annie, we're over here." Suddenly, a bright voice called out. Looking up, she saw a little girl in a BMW waving enthusiastically at her. "Xian Xian." Chen Fong recognized her immediately and hurried over. Chen Xian's gaze remained fixed on his sister, and as she drew near, he instantly noticed the marks on her face and hands, his expression darkening. "Xiao Fong, what happened to your injuries?" Chen Xian asked bluntly, not mincing words. Upon hearing this, Chen Fong, who had been embracing Xian Xian, immediately halted her actions. Auntie, you have so many wounds. Does it hurt?" Xian Xian quickly noticed the injuries on Chen Fong's hands and asked with concern. "It doesn't hurt," Chen Fong replied, gently ruffling Xian Xian's hair before turning her attention to Chen Xian, attempting to sound nonchalant. "Brother, I'm fine, please don't worry. I accidentally fell while camping, and these scratches were from branches." She had already concocted this excuse in advance. At first glance, the scratches on his arms and neck indeed resembled injuries inflicted by branches. "Xiaofeng, will you not speak the truth? These wounds are evidently the result of someone's claws. Moreover, were you contemplating suicide by jumping off the building?" Chen Xian questioned, his brow furrowed. Although his sister had not taken her own life, as an older brother, he needed to ascertain who had tormented her and what grievances she had endured. He felt compelled to seek vengeance on her behalf. Chen Fong gasped, astonished that her brother could see through her deception so readily, and that he was aware of her suicidal thoughts. Had it not been for the earlier phone call, she might have already leaped from the heights. How did he know I was contemplating such folly? Could he possess the gift of foresight? Chen Fong was taken aback. "Xiaofeng, your brother is merely concerned for your well-being. We are family. If you have suffered any injustice, you should express it, and together we shall devise a solution," Xia Xinru interjected promptly. "Sister-in-law, Chen Fong could no longer contain herself and burst into tears. She had endured an overwhelming amount of distress during this time, bottling it all within her heart. No, please don't cry. Come here, a hug will suffice," Xia Xinru exclaimed, taken aback, and rushed to embrace Chen Fong. "Andy, please do not cry." Chen Yuan clung to Chen Fong's leg. Witnessing his sister's profound sorrow, Chen Xian clenched his fists, troubled by the nature of her distress. What could have caused such a vivacious and cheerful girl to weep so bitterly? Whoever had wronged her would pay dearly. After a brief period of sobbing, Chen Fong regained her composure and, under her brother's persistent questioning, recounted the events. Upon learning that his sister had been assaulted by 4 or 5 girls and stripped of her clothing, Chen Xuan was consumed by fury. Damn it! These scoundrels dare to commit such inhumane acts. He struck the car with a fist, producing a resounding crash. For a young girl, chastity is of utmost importance. Let alone the humiliation Chen Fong faced when her clothes were torn away and the incident recorded on a mobile phone. It was an absolute disgrace for a girl of 17 or 18. No wonder my sister would contemplate such desperate measures. Darling, what shall we do now? Xia Xinru, holding Chen Fong, could not help but inquire. How they struck Xiao Fang is how we shall retaliate, Chen Xuan declared, his fists clenched, having lost all semblance of reason. If those girls were outside at that moment, he would undoubtedly rush out, delivering blows to bring them to the ground and expose them before all. Damn it! Only this would satiate my wrath. Absolutely not. Xia Xinru interjected, maintaining clarity of mind. We cannot act in such a manner. It is illegal, and by doing so, we will be no different from those ruffians. We must wield the weapon of law to protect ourselves. Upon hearing his wife's words, Chen Xuan swiftly regained his composure and nodded, acknowledging, yes, you make a compelling point. After a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke. The urgent matter at hand is to reclaim the video in Li Yan's possession, as it remains a persistent threat while in her hands. Moreover, should she decide to report it, the video could serve as evidence. Indeed, you speak wisely, Su Xinru nodded in agreement. Chen Fong had ceased her tears and hurriedly interjected. Brother, Li Yan has connections. Her uncle serves as the deputy director at the county police bureau. If we report it, I fear. Initially, when that incident occurred, her first instinct was to call the police. However, Li Yan bluntly dissuaded her, asserting that her uncle's position meant even a report would be of no consequence to her. Chen Xuan paused, then scoffed, saying, what if she has connections? I refuse to believe they would dare to break the law and engage in corruption. If the county police bureau is ineffective, I shall escalate the matter to the provincial police, and if they fail as well, I will take it to the central authorities. In this society governed by law, there will always be someone to deal with these malefactors. After conversing for a brief moment, the school bell rang. Brother, I must attend class now, Chen Fong exclaimed. Yet, Chen Xuan stopped her, saying, what class? Do you really have the heart to attend right now? Chen Fong was at a loss for words. After everything that had transpired, she indeed lacked the spirit for class. Chen Xuan gently patted her shoulder, smiling. Call your teacher and explain that you have matters to attend to, requesting 2 days off. If the teacher refuses, I shall speak on your behalf. You need to take the time to relax. Given his sister's emotional instability, he could not allow her out of his sight, fearing she might act irrationally in a moment of despair. After a moment of hesitation, Chen Fong finally nodded and retrieved her phone to call her homeroom teacher. Ultimately, with Chen Xian's assistance, she successfully secured 2 days off. Xiao Fong, you haven't eaten lunch yet, have you? Let's go enjoy a feast together, Su Xinru said, wrapping her arm around Chen Fong's shoulders with a smile. Oh yay, a feast. My stomach has been growling for ages, Chen Fong exclaimed, her spirits lifting. By now, it was already past 2 o'clock, and they had yet to have lunch. So they were indeed quite hungry. Chen Xuan drove them directly to the most luxurious restaurant in the county, ordering a table filled with exquisite delicacies, caviar, tomahawk steak, and king crab, an array of high-end dishes, many of which Chen Xuan and the others had never tasted before. Xiao Fong, don't hold back. Eat freely, Chen Xuan encouraged. As she gazed at the magnificent spread of food she had only ever seen on social media, Chen Fong was astonished, her large eyes sparkling with delight. You are my brother. Why should I be polite? Without further ado, she began sampling the caviar, something she had never tried before. Delicious. This is truly wonderful. Gome, try this king crab. It has so much meat, she urged. This tomahawk steak is great too. Crispy on the outside and tender within. The aroma is irresistible. Xiao Fong, Su Xinru, you must taste it. As they dined, they engaged in cheerful conversation, punctuated by bursts of laughter. Indeed, the act of eating could uplift one's spirits. Faced with such a splendid array of food, Chen Xuan gradually forgot the unpleasant events of earlier, allowing her suppressed grievances and anger to be swallowed along with the delectable dishes. Chapter 64. A relaxing outing with my sister after indulging in a hearty meal. Chen Xuan took his wife, daughter, and sister to the most vibrant commercial street in the county. Darling, why don't you take Xiao Fong for a good stroll and buy her some clothes? Her mood is quite unstable at the moment, and we need to help her unwind, Chen Xuan whispered to Xia Xinyu, pulling her aside. After enduring such significant distress and humiliation, it is only through delightful experiences, coupled with the warmth of family, that one can gradually emerge from the shadows. The immediate priority was undoubtedly to stabilize his sister's emotions. Indeed, I understand, Xia Xinyu nodded, fully grasping her husband's intentions. She then hurried after Chen Fong, taking her hand and saying, Xiao Fong, I know a fantastic beauty shop. Let's go take a look. That sounds wonderful. Let us go. Chen Fong exclaimed joyfully. Her naturally lively and cheerful disposition began to surface again in the company of her brother and sister-in-law. Observing their animated conversation filled with laughter, Chen Xuan nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, it is women who truly understand women. With Xia Xinyu by her side, Chen Fong's spirits soared higher. Daddy, I want to play that. As they passed the entrance of the arcade, Chen Yuan suddenly stopped, gazing at Chen Xuan. All right, Daddy will take you to play, Chen Xuan replied, glancing at Xia Xinyu and Chen Fong. You two can continue shopping. I'll take Chen Yuan to the arcade for some fun. Okay, but do keep an eye on Chen Yuan, Xia Xinyu cautioned. I understand. Chen Yuan, you must listen to your father and not wander off. Okay, goodbye, Mommy. Goodbye, Annie. After exchanging farewells, Chen Xuan took Chen Yuan's little hand, and the father and daughter ventured into the arcade. Inside the arcade, there were numerous exciting games, claw machines, video games, fishing machines, dance machines, racing games, and basketball machines, among others. Naturally, little girls are often enchanted by fluffy toys, and Chen Yuan was instantly drawn to the claw machine. Chen Xuan, generous as ever, purchased 100 game tokens, and the two began their quest for plush toys. Daddy, that Donald Duck plush is so beautiful, Chen Yuan exclaimed, pointing at a stuffed toy inside the claw machine. Then let us try to grab it, Chen Xuan said with a smile, inserting a token. Chen Yuan, pay close attention. This joystick controls the direction. We'll move slowly to align the claw with the Donald Duck plush, and then we just press this button. As he instructed her, he maneuvered the claw, pressing the red button as it descended slowly towards the Donald Duck plush. Yay! We got it! We got it! Chen Yuan cheered, her excitement palpable as the claw managed to grasp the plush, albeit only momentarily before it fell back down. Why did it drop? Chen Yuan asked, her enthusiasm dampened. Don't be disheartened, Chen Xuan consoled, ruffling her hair. Let's try a few more times, and this time, you can take control. Okay. Chen Yuan nodded eagerly. Chen Xuan crouched down, inserted another token, and stood by his daughter's side, ready to accompany her in their quest to catch the elusive plush toy. At the moment she was caught, Xuan Yuan's face radiated a dazzling smile reminiscent of an angel, exuding warmth and healing. However, when the toy fell, her expression turned adorably pouting. Chen Xuan, standing by, offered her comfort and encouragement. The intimate interaction between father and daughter was imbued with a heartwarming affection. Finally, after numerous attempts, the claw machine successfully grasped the Donald Duck plush, dropping it into the exit. Hooray! We did it, Daddy! Chen Yuan exclaimed joyfully, leaping up and embracing Chen Xuan. Witnessing his daughter's exuberance, Chen Xuan couldn't help but beam with delight. Holding the Donald Duck plush, Chen Yuan planted a kiss on it, cherishing her very first prize, her heart brimming with joy. Chen Yuan, shall we try for more toys? Chen Xuan inquired with a smile. No, Daddy. Let's play something else, Chen Yuan replied with a grin. All right, let's go. Subsequently, the father and daughter engaged in racing games, fishing machines, and basketball games, ultimately arriving at the dance machine, ice cream in hand, watching a young lady dance. Chen Yuan, why don't you give it a try? Chen Xuan suggested playfully. I can't, Chen Yuan shook her head. Just learn. Observe how that sister dances and follow her lead, Chen Xuan encouraged. The dancer, a young girl of 18 or 19, donned extremely short shorts, showcasing her long, fair legs, captivating a crowd of admirers. Isn't she beautiful? At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in Chen Xuan's ear. Indeed, Chen Xuan exclaimed without thinking. But the next instant, regret washed over him as he turned to see Xia Xinru glaring at him coldly. My dear, when did you arrive? Chen Xuan stammered in surprise. I've been here for quite some time, standing right behind you. Seeing you so engrossed, I felt it inappropriate to interrupt, Xia Xinru remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Brother, you're in trouble. You were caught sneaking a peek at a beauty, and now your wife has caught you. Chen Yin struggled to suppress her laughter. What nonsense! It was Chen Yuan who wanted to dance, so I brought her to watch. Dear, you must believe me. If you doubt me, just ask Chen Yuan. Chen Xuan, a bit flustered, hurriedly explained. I won't listen to your excuses. You carry these things? Chen Yuan. Let's go, Xia Xinru said, casting an exasperated glance at Chen Xuan before shoving the clothes, shoes, and cosmetics she had purchased into his hands, then taking Xuan Yuan's hand and walking away. Chen Xuan, feeling helpless, sighed. Young man, it's all right. Just soothe her a bit. Last time I was here, I was caught by my wife while watching a young lady, and I almost faced the music at home. Fortunately, I bought a bouquet of roses in time and escaped unscathed. You might want to try that tactic. An elderly gentleman approached with a cheerful grin. Sir, you are quite wise. I'm off to buy flowers right now, Chen Xuan replied, giving him a thumbs up as he hurried after his wife. The elderly man chuckled and resumed watching the dancer, occasionally applauding. Indeed, as Chen Xuan passed a flower shop, he rushed inside and purchased a bouquet of roses, proving the old man's advice to be remarkably sound. Upon receiving the flowers, Xia Xinru could no longer maintain her composure, her face blossoming with a radiant smile. Clearly, she was not angry at all. Alas, even while out shopping, one must endure the display of affection. Brother, why haven't you sent me flowers? Chen Yin remarked with a feigned sigh. Perhaps you shall receive them from your future husband. Chen Xuan replied with a chuckle. Chapter 65. The reckless youth after spending 2 hours shopping, purchasing numerous garments, shoes, and cosmetics for Chen Fong, her spirits soared higher with each passing moment. How could I possibly engage in foolishness when my brother and sister-in-law treat me with such kindness? The former version of myself was truly naive, Chen Fong reflected, banishing any thoughts of foolish actions. Subsequently, they departed the mall. Chen Xuan, accompanied by his wife, daughter, and sister, proceeded directly to a luxurious hotel, securing a room for them. The hotel was extravagantly appointed, boasting an array of amenities, including a swimming pool, massage rooms, a cinema, and a disco. My dear, I must ask you to oversee things here while I step out, Chen Xuan said, beckoning Xia Xinru to the side. Understood, she nodded, inquiring, where are you going? I need to find a way to retrieve my phone. The videos contained within must be destroyed, Chen Xuan explained. The videos in the possession of the other party represent a potential leverage, and Chen Xuan feared the possibility of them being shared online, which would undoubtedly inflict further harm on his sister. Very well, but remember not to act impulsively, Xia Xinru cautioned, concern etched on her face. Rest assured, I will exercise caution, Chen Xuan reassured her with a smile. With that, he strode out of the hotel. Xia Xinru watched her husband's retreating figure, worry etched on her face. The optimal solution to this predicament would be to report it to the authorities. However, given that Li Yin had an uncle who was a deputy director, involving the police might lead to a cascade of complications. Sister-in-law, where's my brother heading? Chen Fong approached, her brow furrowed in confusion. He has gone to meet a friend. Do not fret, Xia Xinru replied, collecting herself with a smile. You must be weary from our shopping spree. Let's indulge in a bath and apply some facial masks. It will surely be delightful. Chen Fong, though perceptive, could only nod in agreement, having surmised her brother's intentions but feeling powerless to assist. Meanwhile, upon exiting the hotel, Chen Xuan drove to the vicinity of Hengyang High School. Due to it being Friday, there were no evening classes, and after a brief wait, the students were released. They poured out of the school like a swarm of locusts. Chen Xuan remained in the car, observing the throngs of students. From his sister, he had seen a photo of Li Yin With her striking red hair, ripped jeans, and earrings, she was hard to miss. However, after a considerable wait, as students began to disperse, he still had not spotted Li Yin, causing his expression to darken slightly. Buzzing sounds suddenly pierced the air as four roaring motorcycles approached. Their riders sporting vibrant, dyed hair, and adorned with tattoos. Clearly, they were a group of local delinquents. They parked their motorcycles at the school entrance, immediately attracting a throng of students. How cool! If only I could possess such a motorcycle. To ride this magnificent machine would undoubtedly turn heads at 100% rate. How wonderful it would be to have a biker boyfriend exuding an aura of coolness. Observing this scene, the students began to chatter amongst themselves, their innocence shining through as they had yet to experience the vastness of society. They merely perceived the thrill of riding such a motorcycle and the prestige of having a biker boyfriend to showcase. Yet, this sentiment represented only a fraction of their collective mindset. The majority remained devoted to their studies. In my youth, I too aspired to own a motorcycle of this caliber, only to receive a stern reprimand from my father. At that moment, Chen Xuan couldn't help but chuckle. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he noticed three female students approaching with laughter, their attire radiating a rebellious spirit. Hoodies, ripped jeans, and caps, embodying a cool demeanor. Leading the trio was a girl with striking red hair, and upon seeing her, Chen Xuan felt a surge of energy. She was unmistakably the one who had assaulted Chen Fong and stripped her of her clothing. Li Yin. Greetings, Sister Yin. Upon her arrival, the five boys surrounding him immediately greeted her in unison, clearly looking to her for guidance. Li Yin nodded and effortlessly mounted a ghostly motorcycle, donning a pair of sunglasses, exuding an air of authority. Let us go. Time for a ride. Li Yin beckoned, and the others erupted in excitement, swiftly mounting their motorcycles. With a chorus of roars, the ghostly motorcycles thundered forth, drawing attention from all around. Such audacity! Chen Xuan chuckled before starting his vehicle and quickly following suit. The ghostly motorcycles surged ahead with remarkable speed, weaving through the city streets and heading out of the suburbs toward a winding mountain road. Catch up! Let us see who reaches the summit first. Li Yin shouted back, revving the throttle and dramatically increasing her speed. Her riding skills were exceptional, executing sharp turns and drifts with fluid grace. Li Yin possessed a typically masculine disposition, thriving on adrenaline and adventure, whether it be racing, bungee jumping, or horseback riding. She relished them all. The exhilaration of racing on a motorcycle, feeling the wind rush past, brought her immense joy. Wait for us, Sister Yin. Hurry, let us catch up. The others quickly followed suit, for ghostly motorcycles racing down the road, their roars audible from a distance. Damn, they're rushing toward their own demise. These youngsters will get themselves killed, exclaimed an elderly couple digging by the roadside, unable to contain their disapproval. As they approached the mountain summit, a man seemed to notice something amiss. He glanced back and then revved his engine, hastily pursuing Li Yin. Sister Yin, there's a car behind us that seems to be following. The man shouted loudly. Li Yin was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, glancing at the rearview mirror. And to her surprise, it was indeed a BMW. After a brief moment of hesitation, she immediately shouted, "Shake it off." Got it, the man replied. Consequently, their speed accelerated, racing down the highway like untamed wild horses. It seemed they had been discovered. Chen Xuan murmured, promptly slamming down the accelerator, causing the BMW to surge forward at an impressive pace. No matter how Li Yin and the others tried to accelerate, they could never shake it off. Upon reaching the summit, Li Yin suddenly slammed on the brakes, bringing their three motorcycles to a halt as well. They all turned to gaze at the BMW. Chen Xuan also stopped, opened his car door, and walked directly towards them. Chapter 66. The furious slap of Li Yin. Li Yin watched as Chen Xuan descended from the vehicle alone, a figure she had never encountered before, leaving her momentarily stunned. Hey, who are you? Why are you following us? A muscular man immediately pointed at Chen Xuan, coldly interrogating him. In front of the three women, he was determined to showcase his masculine prowess. The other four men promptly positioned themselves in front, casting menacing glares at Chen Xuan. They were street thugs, accustomed to brawls. and seeing Chen Xuan alone emboldened them. "This is none of your business, Lian. Come out." Chen Xuan disregarded them, fixing his gaze solely on Lian. Hearing this, her expression darkened. She had always been the cherished jewel of her family, and no one had ever dared to speak to her in such a manner. "Who do you think you are to speak to me like that?" Lian stepped forward, her tone icy. "I am your father," Chen Xuan retorted. Lian was furious, taken aback by the audacity of his warning. Chen Xuan halted, looking at Lian. "I am Chen Fan's brother." Upon hearing this, Lian paused, a look of realization dawning on her face as she chuckled. "So you are that little wretch's brother? You've come seeking me, is that it? Shut your mouth." Chen Xuan interjected angrily, unable to tolerate the insult towards his sister. "Dare to say that again?" Lian, confident with 5 men at her side, felt no fear and boldly declared, "I will say it. She seduced my man. Is she not a little wretch? Indeed, if a man catches Lian's eye, he belongs to her. Chen Fang is just a little vixen," a woman beside her chimed in. Chen Xuan had intended to restrain himself, avoiding excessive confrontation. But upon hearing these words, his fury surged. He advanced swiftly toward them. "Damn it! If you dare to make a move, brothers, let's go." The muscular man, seeing Chen Xuan's courage, shouted, charging forward. He had secretly harbored feelings for Lian, and seizing this opportunity, he was determined to impress her. As he leapt towards Chen Xuan, he executed a fierce flying kick aimed at Chen Xuan's chest. However, Chen Xuan remained utterly composed. Just as the kick was about to land, he swiftly extended his hands, seizing the man's ankle with the grip of an eagle's talon. Simultaneously, he pivoted to the right and forcefully pushed, causing the man's right leg to miss its target entirely. With a vigorous tug, the man lost his balance mid-air, executing an awkward split before crashing heavily onto the ground. A pained scream escaped his lips, as if the ligaments in his legs had snapped. Moreover, he had evidently injured himself in a sensitive area, clutching his groin and rolling on the ground in agony. The other 4 men, witnessing this scene, were momentarily stunned, feeling an involuntary tightening in their own regions. "What are you standing there for? Charge together," Lian shouted, having discerned that their opponent was far from ordinary. Upon hearing her words, the 4 men gritted their teeth and lunged at Chen Xuan in unison, faced with the simultaneous advance of 4 assailants. Most would instinctively dodge or retreat. However, Chen Xuan did neither. Instead, he surged forward unexpectedly, leaping into the air with his right leg sweeping horizontally like a whip. The foremost man reacted quickly, raising his arm to block. Yet he underestimated the force behind the kick, feeling as though his arm had been struck by a boulder. With a scream of pain, he was sent flying backward, colliding with another man in the process. As Chen Xuan landed, it was as if he possessed eyes on the back of his head. He suddenly ducked and turned his head to the side, just as a fist hurtled toward him from his original position. How did you evade that?" The man gasped in astonishment. His punch had been a sneak attack, executed with great speed, and he had anticipated that his opponent would surely be struck. To his surprise, Chen Xuan had effortlessly dodged. Chen Xuan merely smiled, taking a step forward, raising his knee, and delivering a fierce kick to the man's abdomen. The man immediately felt as if one of his legs had been shattered, collapsing to the ground while clutching his stomach, his face contorted in agony. "I'll fight you to the end." At that moment, another man charged forward, wielding a rock he had found, hurling it violently at Chen Xuan. This time, Chen Xuan did not evade. Instead, he turned around, fist clenched, and struck the rock head-on. What is he attempting to do? Has he lost his mind? To strike a rock with his bare fist? This was tantamount to courting death. The onlookers were taken aback, soon displaying expressions of schadenfreude. Observing this, Lian's lips curled into a cold smirk, but her expression froze the next instant. With a resounding crack, Chen Xuan's fist shattered the stone. This scene left everyone present in utter shock. When Chen Xuan inherited the combat skills of a super soldier, his body had undergone remarkable enhancement. Though his arms, fists, and ankles bore no calluses from martial training, they were undeniably resilient, capable of shattering bricks with ease. "Are you a monster?" The man who had thrown the rock stood frozen in disbelief. Chen Xuan offered no reply. Instead, he unleashed a powerful kick. sending the man hurtling away with a cry of pain. In the span of mere moments, all 5 men lay sprawled on the ground, groaning in despair. As for Li Yin and her 2 companions, they are merely high school girls. Although they exhibit a bold demeanor while mingling with some delinquents, they are understandably frightened at this moment. What do you intend to do? Let me tell you, my uncle is the deputy chief of police. If you dare to harm me, you might as well prepare to spend the rest of your life in prison. Li Yin, seeing Chen Xuan striding towards her, retreated in fear while attempting to issue a threat. The other 2 girls, noticing that Chen Xuan was solely focused on Li Yin, quickly stepped aside. They anticipated that his response would be tempered by her words, but unexpectedly, Chen Xuan raised his hand and struck down. Smack! A sharp sound echoed as a resounding slap landed on Li Yan's face, igniting a searing pain that caused one side of her face to swell instantly. You dare to hit me? I'll fight back, Li Yan exclaimed, furious, and charged at him. Having never received such a blow before, her anger consumed her. Yet, how could she stand against Chen Xuan? Another smack resounded as he delivered another slap to her left cheek. You, Li Yan stammered, cradling her face, and ultimately succumbed to tears. Shut your mouth. Cry again, and I will continue to strike, Chen Xuan barked. At this moment, true fear gripped Li Yan. Encountering Chen Xuan felt akin to facing a demon, and she quickly silenced herself. How dare you cry? Did you consider this day when you attacked my sister? Chen Xuan said coldly. Li Yan was left speechless. Hand over your phone and open the recorded video, commanded Chen Xuan. Li Yan hesitated briefly, prompting Chen Xuan to raise his hand threateningly. I'll do it. I'll do it, she stammered, trembling as she retrieved her phone and shakily opened a save video. Chapter 67. The enraged Chen Xuan. As the video played, a cacophony of sounds erupted on the screen. 4 or 5 girls cornered a figure against the wall, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks, clawing and scratching mercilessly. The victim was unmistakably Chen Fong. Despite the assault, she emitted no cries or whimpers. Instead, she clenched her fists, her gaze icy as she stared at Li Yan. Damn it! You dare to look at me like that? It seems you're not convinced. Li Yan spat, gesturing for the others to step aside. The girls assaulting Chen Fong immediately parted, allowing Li Yan to approach, where she sat atop Chen Fong. Seizing her collar, Chen Fong, I'll give you one more chance. Leave Gao Yang. He is the man I've set my sights on. To her surprise, the seemingly pure and demure Chen Fong suddenly erupted in laughter, her eyes filled with derision. You should direct that message to Gao Yang. He is the one who likes me, pursuing me daily, not the other way around. Besides, he has explicitly told me he has no connection with you and finds you utterly detestable, she laughed maniacally. Observing this scene, Chen Xuan remained expressionless, fully aware of his sister's character. Though she appeared carefree, she possessed a fiercely strong-willed and obstinate nature. I cannot possibly make her relent. Upon hearing this, Li Yan was immediately consumed by rage, her fists clenched tightly. Very well, let me show you how I shall deal with you today. In an instant, Li Yan's hands struck Chen Fong's face repeatedly, producing a series of sharp, resonant sounds. Chen Xuan, witnessing this scene, could no longer contain his fury and raised his gaze towards Li Yan. What are you planning to do? Li Yan asked in terror, feeling as though she were being stared down by a venomous serpent, her entire body bristling with fear. Without uttering a word, Chen Xuan charged forward and delivered a resounding slap to Li Yan's face. This slap was unlike the previous ones. Fueled by rage, it carried tremendous force. With a loud crack, Li Yan felt as though her head might be sent flying, her right ear ringing, as she collapsed to the ground. Woe is me! Li Yan cradled her face, wailing and sobbing uncontrollably. Now, you know how to cry? Did you ever consider this day when you were striking my sister? Damn it! If it weren't for the law against murder, I would truly wish to end your life right now. As Chen Xuan spoke, he suddenly turned to the other 2 women, those who had participated in the video that showed my sister being attacked. Surely you too were involved as well. Please spare us. We are Li Yan. She compelled us to act this way. Big brother, I bear no grudge against Chen Fong. The 2 girls were instantly frightened, collapsing to the ground in supplication. As for the 5 men, although they had managed to rise, they did not dare make a single move. their gazes towards Chen Xuan filled with terror. For Chen Xuan, who had never struck a woman before, today was an exception, for they deserved to be dealt with. He approached the two women and slapped each of them across the face with great force, causing them to fall to the ground with cries of anguish. One of the girls had blood streaming from her nose. Listening to their wails, Chen Xuan remained expressionless and continued watching the video. After undergoing a series of slaps from Li Yan, Chen Fong suddenly spat, a glob of saliva landing squarely on Li Yan's face. You, Li Yan screamed, hastily standing and wiping the saliva from her face. Damn it, Sister Yan, I will avenge you. I shall teach her a severe lesson, one of the girls declared, rolling up her sleeves to prepare for retribution. Wait, this one is tough. Strip her of her clothes, Li Yan suddenly commanded. Upon hearing this, Chen Fong, who had been composed, turned pale with fear, clutching her clothing tightly. What are you planning to do? Haha, what do you think? We're going to strip you bare. Rest assured, there are no boys here. Even if you are exposed, you will lose nothing. The three girls laughed wickedly as they approached Chen Fong. No, please, I beg you, do not take off my clothes. Li Yan, no. Sister Yan, I implore you. Do not do this. The previously defiant Chen Fong immediately began to plead for mercy, even dropping to her knees before Li Yan. Chen Fong was an exceptionally traditional and innocent young lady. To be stripped bare and exposed in public would undoubtedly inflict a suffering greater than death upon her. Witnessing his sister's helpless and humble demeanor, Chen Xuan's rage surged, veins bulging as he turned his gaze toward Li Yan. No, please, I was wrong, Li Yan stammered. Trembling in fear, her previous arrogance diminished as she knelt on the ground, her words barely coherent. Chen Xuan refrained from further commentary and continued to observe. In the video, when faced with Chen Fong's pleas for mercy, Li Yan remained unmoved. Instead, she began to gloat. Oh, so now you know how to beg for mercy. Weren't you so bold before? With that, she shouted, what are you all waiting for? Strip her. At her command, three girls rushed forward, forcibly removing Chen Fong's clothing. No, please, I'm begging you don't. Chen Fong cried out, you will suffer for this. You are beasts and I will kill you. As he watched his sister's garments being torn away, her expression one of despair and vulnerability, Chen Xuan could no longer endure it. He turned off the video, fearful that if he continued watching, he might lose control and harm Li Yan. My sister is right. You are indeed a beast, he said, his voice icy as he fixed his gaze upon Li Yan. She averted her eyes, unable to meet his stare. This man, who appeared harmless and even somewhat handsome, was, in truth, a demon, and she felt as though she could perish at any moment before him. At that moment, Chen Xuan was exerting great effort to suppress his murderous intent. If there were no consequences for taking a life, he would show no mercy whatsoever. I truly wish to kill you, he roared in fury, stepping forward and delivering a kick to Li Yan, who cried out in pain as she tumbled across the ground. Tell me, is there still another copy of this video? Chen Xuan demanded, enunciating each word with intensity. No, there isn't. I swear, please spare me. I won't dare again. Li Yan sobbed, pleading as she spoke. Chen Xuan scrutinized her eyes, detecting no deceit, and with a snort, he turned and drove away, fearing that if he lingered any longer, he might indeed lose control and take a life. Chapter 68. Li Yan's conspiracy with a low rumble. The BMW sped away, vanishing from sight in an instant. Witnessing this, the onlookers finally exhaled in relief. Sister Yan, are you all right? Are you hurt? A muscular man rushed to Li Yan's side, eager to assist her. Get away from me. Don't touch me, she screamed, causing the man to freeze in place, terrified. Useless fools. 5 of you couldn't even handle one man. Li Yan, enduring her physical pain, glared at them in anger. She had bottled up frustration during her confrontation with Chen Xuan, and now she could only unleash her fury upon the muscle-bound men. Faced with her wrath, they could only bow their heads, unable to utter a word of rebuttal. They had truly cowered before Chen Xuan, as if a god of war had descended upon them. Li Yan, enduring intense pain, gradually rose to her feet, casting a cold glance at the crowd before turning her gaze towards the direction in which Chen Xuan had vanished. Throughout her life, she had never endured such humiliation. This grudge she vowed to repay 100-fold, 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold. Clenching her fists, her eyes brimmed with resentment and fury as she directed her attention towards the muscular man. "Hand me your phone." "Why, yes," the muscular man stammered, hastily retrieving his phone. Upon opening it, Li Yin immediately dialed a number, and soon the call connected. "Hello, who is this?" came a rough male voice from the other end. "Uncle, it's me," Li Yin sobbed, tears streaming down her cheeks. The voice on the other end, Deng Gang, initially startled, quickly recognized his niece's cries and, feeling a jolt of alarm, set aside his work to inquire with concern. "Yin Yin, what's wrong? Why are you crying?" "Uncle, someone bullied me. They not only slapped me, but also kicked me." Li Yin choked on her sobs, her heartbreak palpable. Upon hearing that his only niece had been struck, Deng Gang's anger surged, and he slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Those bastards! Have they no fear? How dare they lay a hand on my Yin Yin? Where are you now? Are you seriously hurt? Uncle, you must avenge me. I hurt all over." Li Yin wept. "Rest assured, I will avenge you. You need to hurry home and see a doctor. You mustn't be too badly injured." "Wait, where are you?" "I'll drive to pick you up," Deng Gang assured her. "There's no need. I can make it home myself." "Very well. Just be careful on your way back. Once you're home, we will discuss this further." "Yin Yin, don't worry. In this county of Panlong, whoever dared to strike you shall receive a severe lesson from me." Thank you, uncle. You're so good to me." Li Yin cried. "Well, who else would I cherish but my only niece? Now hurry home." After hanging up, Li Yin, who had been sobbing uncontrollably, suddenly ceased her tears. A faint smile crept on her lips, her eyes filled with vengeful fury. Witnessing her transformation, a chill ran through the onlookers present. Meanwhile, as Chen Xuan drove back to the hotel, night had already fallen. Xia Xinru, Chen Fong, and Xian had been waiting anxiously and rushed to greet him upon his arrival. "Darling, brother, daddy," they all exclaimed, relief washing over them at his safe return. "What is this? A collective welcome for me?" Chen Xuan joked as he stepped out of the car, immediately lifting Xian into his arms. Xian playfully pinched his cheek. "What are you doing? Shouldn't you be getting a kiss instead of cheek pinch?" Chen Xuan laughed. "Hee hee." Xian giggled, glancing around before diving back into Chen Xuan's embrace, shyly saying, "There are too many people. I'll kiss daddy when we get home." Hearing this, both Xia Xinru and Chen Fong couldn't help but chuckle. "Our dear Xian Yuan has grown up and even feels a bit shy now," Summer Xinru said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Xian Yuan blushed even more, wrapping her arms around Chen Xuan's neck. "All right, let us return to the hotel. By the way, have you all eaten?" Chen Xuan inquired. "Not yet. We've been waiting for you," came the reply. "Then let us dine before heading upstairs." Thus, Chen Xuan and the others proceeded directly to the hotel restaurant. At that moment, Chen Fong suddenly pulled Chen Xuan aside discreetly. "Brother, tell me the truth. Did you go to find Li Yin?" Chen Fong asked straightforwardly. Chen Xuan did not conceal anything and nodded, saying yes. "I found her and even gave her a good beating. Don't worry, little sister. I will avenge you and ensure you face no further grievances." "Brother, you are so kind." Upon hearing this, Chen Fong could no longer hold back her emotions and embraced Chen Xuan tightly, her eyes glistening with tears. Chen Xuan returned the embrace, gently stroking her head, and comforted her. "All right, it's all in the past now. No more tears. There are so many people watching. Mommy, what's wrong with Annie? I could sense she is unhappy." Xian Yuan observed the scene and looked up at Summer Xinru, asking curiously. Summer Xinru chuckled softly, explaining, "Annie has encountered some unhappy matters. So, Xian Yuan should spend more time with her to cheer her up." "Okay." Xian Yuan nodded enthusiastically. Gradually, Chen Fong composed herself and released her grip. Then, recalling something, she asked, "Brother, Li Yan's uncle is the deputy chief of the police, wielding significant power. Now that you've struck her, you need not worry about that. I have my methods," Chen Xuan replied with a smile. "Oh, I see." Chen Fong nodded, refraining from further inquiries. After their dinner, it was already past 9 in the evening, and they returned to their respective rooms. "Darling, could you please tell me what happened? What did you do about the video?" As soon as they entered the bedroom, Summer Xinru could not contain her curiosity any longer. She had been hesitant to ask when Chen Fong was present. Chen Xuan recounted the events without reservation and even played the video. These people are absolute scum, devoid of humanity. They deserve to be imprisoned for life. Summer Shinru exclaimed angrily after watching the video, her rage boiling over as she pounded her chest, gritting her teeth. If Li Yin and her accomplices were present, she would undoubtedly confront them head-on. Chapter 69. Seeking help from Li Chong. Darling, what should we do next? Li Yan's uncle is a deputy chief. If we report this, it may backfire on us. Therefore, I have decided to go to the city tomorrow to file a complaint directly with the municipal police. No matter how powerful her uncle is, he cannot reach into the city's affairs. You make a valid point. There seems to be no other option. There's another approach. We could release the video online. With media attention and public discourse, the situation would escalate, and even if Li Yan's uncle is a deputy chief, he wouldn't be able to suppress it. No, we absolutely must not do that. It would cause too much harm to Xiaofang. It is best to handle this matter discreetly, without drawing more attention. I understand. Thus I have promptly dismissed this method. Chen Xuan and Xia Xinru engaged in conversation, gradually succumbing to slumber. Unbeknownst to them, upon returning home, Li Yin fanned the flames of this incident to her uncle. Of course, she omitted the fact that she had instigated the confrontation with Chen Fong and stripped her of her clothing. Instead, she portrayed herself as a victim, occupying the moral high ground, while Chen Xuan was vilified as a ruffian. After hearing about his niece's plight, Deng Gang was infuriated, slamming his hand on the table. Yin Yin, fret not. I shall ensure that this person is apprehended and you avenged, he declared, immediately retrieving his cell phone to make a call. Time slowly passed. Before long, it was the early hours of the morning. At this moment, a voice suddenly echoed in Chen Xian's mind. Do not sleep. Rise quickly. Chen Xian, in a drowsy state, was jolted awake by the voice, his eyes snapping open. This voice was evidently that of his future self. What is happening? What is wrong? He asked, glancing at the clock, which read midnight. His future self had a chance to communicate. In half an hour, the police will apprehend you, and they will seal off the entire hotel, his future self warned. Hearing this, Chen Xian's expression darkened. He had anticipated this outcome, but did not expect the adversaries to act so swiftly. Once taken to the police station, you will be subjected to a beating, and Li Yin will arrive to humiliate you. The future Chen Xian continued. I understand. What should I do now? Chen Xian inquired. You ask me? How would I know? While there is still time, you must leave at once, his future self urged. After a brief contemplation, Chen Xian resolved to depart hastily and promptly awaken Xia Xinru. Darling, what is the matter? She murmured, rubbing her eyes in confusion. We must leave this place immediately, he stated, dressing as he recounted his future self as warnings. Xia Xinru's expression darkened upon hearing this, and she hurriedly donned her clothes. Wife, please wake up Xiaofang and Chen Xian. We must head to the city tonight without delay, Chen Xian instructed. He was deeply concerned that if he were captured, the adversaries would wield their authority to fabricate unfounded charges against him. That would spell real trouble. The common man must not contend with the authorities. Though we live in peaceful times, there lurks a myriad of shadows unseen. Darling, I just recalled something, Xia Xinru suddenly exclaimed. What is it? Chen Xian asked, startled. Do you remember when you treated Zhanghu? They provided you with a contact number, saying you could reach out for assistance in times of trouble. Xia Xinru paused, then added, I sense they are not ordinary individuals. Why not call them? If they cannot help, we can leave afterward. At her words, Chen Xian's eyes brightened. Indeed, how could I have forgotten this? He promptly opened a medical kit he carried with him and retrieved a business card from a box, dialing the phone number inscribed upon it. After a brief moment, the call connected. Hello, who is this? A man's voice resonated on the other end. Chen Xian immediately recognized it as that of Li Chong. Is this Li Chong? I am Chen Xian, the physician who treated Zhang Hu. Do you remember me? Chen Xian inquired. Of course. I remember. You are the little divine doctor, the man on the line exclaimed excitedly. I cannot thank you enough. After taking the medicine you prescribed, Zhang Hu recovered swiftly. Realizing something, he quickly asked, Little divine doctor, did you call me because you're facing difficulties? Indeed, I am encountering a bit of trouble, Chen Xian replied. Feel free to speak. While I may not possess great power, I hold a certain influence within Guangdong province. Li Chang assured him. Hearing this, Chen Xuan's spirits lifted. It was evident that Li Chang was no ordinary person, as having influence in Guangdong province was no small feat. Thus, Chen Xuan recounted his sister's plight and the subsequent events. Damn it! This person, Lian, is truly despicable for committing such acts. Li Chang exclaimed in anger after listening. Rest assured, little divine doctor, I will handle this matter. His uncle is merely the deputy director of the county police. I hardly regard him as a threat. Then I must trouble you, Chen Xuan said. Not at all. It's simply a matter of making a phone call. Li Chang chuckled. The two then concluded their conversation. That is splendid, my dear. I told you they are not ordinary people. It seems we need not go to the city. This matter will surely be resolved, Xia Xinru said with a smile, her previously taut nerves finally easing. Chen Xuan nodded, placing considerable trust in Li Chang. Nonetheless, you, Xiao Fong, and Chen Xuan must leave this place first. We cannot allow them to capture you, Chen Xuan advised. And what about you? Xia Xinru asked anxiously. I will remain here to see how they intend to deal with me, Chen Xuan replied. Pausing for a moment, he added, Wife, do not worry. Have you forgotten Li Chang's words? I will be fine. Xia Xinru hesitated, but eventually nodded. Then please give me Li Chang's number. If anything happens, I will contact him. All right. After making their plans, Xia Xinru hurried to awaken Chen Fong and Xian Xian. Under the cover of night, the three departed in their vehicle, leaving the hotel behind. As for Chen Xian, he moved a stool aside and boldly sat in the living room, awaiting the arrival of the police. Chapter 70. Chen Xian is captured time, 12:30 a.m. The sky was adorned with countless stars, and the bright moon hung high. Surely, a glorious sun awaited on the morrow. At that moment, a fleet of police cars suddenly approached stealthily, halting at the entrance of the hotel. More than 10 officers swiftly disembarked, led by a middle-aged man, making their way assertively towards the hotel. The front desk attendant, witnessing this scene, stood frozen in fear, unable to utter a word. Police investigation, lead us to room 502, the middle-aged officer stated coldly, presenting his credentials. His name was Xuan, a police officer with 5 years of experience. That evening, he received an unexpected order from the deputy director to apprehend a man named Chen Xuan. Upon consulting the information database, he promptly confirmed that Chen Xuan was residing in room 502 of this hotel and quickly assembled a team to proceed. As for the reason behind Chen Xuan's arrest, he was entirely unaware, merely executing orders. All right, I will take you there immediately, the attendant replied, hastily retrieving the room key and leading the way. Xuan and his team followed closely behind. After taking the elevator, they soon arrived at the door of room 502 on the 5th floor. Open the door, Xuan signaled with a glance. The attendant nodded and promptly approached to unlock the door. With a chime, Xuan and his team burst inside. Don't move. Raise your hands, the officer shouted. However, upon witnessing the scene before them, they were all taken aback. The living room was brightly lit, and directly across from them sat a man, leisurely perched on the sofa, holding a cup of coffee, casually crossing his legs and grinning at the police officers. You've finally arrived. I've been waiting for quite some time, Chen Xuan remarked with a smile. Xuan immediately recognized him as their target. Initially, he expected the individual to display fear and panic upon their arrival. Yet the reality was starkly different. Chen Xuan appeared to be fully prepared and was, in fact, awaiting their arrival. You're Chen Xuan? Xuan managed to ask, regaining his composure. Indeed, Chen Xuan nodded. You knew we would come to arrest you? Xuan inquired, puzzled. Chen Xuan nodded again. I knew half an hour ago. I've been waiting for you. Xuan was taken aback by this revelation. It was supposed to be a sudden operation, and logically, no one should have been aware of it. So why was Chen Xuan forewarned? Then why didn't you flee? Xuan continued to question. I haven't committed any crime. Why should I escape? Chen Xuan replied with a smile. We have orders to apprehend you, which surely constitutes a legal infraction. You should accompany us back to the station, Xuan asserted, gesturing to one of the officers, who promptly stepped forward, producing a pair of handcuffs. Seeing this, Chen Xuan readily extended his hands, then remarked with a grin, once those handcuffs are on, removing them may become quite troublesome. Don't say I didn't warn you. Enough chatter, the officer retorted, promptly fastening the cuffs around Chen Xuan's wrists. Xuan, observing this scene, felt a twinge of surprise but still waved his hand. "Let us go. Escort him back." Thus, Chen Xuan was handcuffed and, under the watch of over 10 officers, departed from the hotel. Meanwhile, Director Liu Yiming of the Panlong County Public Security Bureau was peacefully slumbering at home, cradled in the embrace of his wife, occasionally emitting soft snores. Suddenly, his phone rang, jolting the tranquility of the night. "Yiming, your phone is ringing. Answer it," his wife murmured sleepily, shaking him awake. Given her husband's significant position, she understood that some calls held great importance. Thus, she insisted he answer to avoid missing critical matters. After a few shakes, Liu Yiming finally roused himself, grumbling in irritation as he reached for his phone. Upon seeing that the caller was Secretary Wu, a shiver ran down his spine. This was his superior, and all remnants of sleep vanished at once. Curious as to why Secretary Wu would be calling at such an hour, Liu Yiming's mind raced with concern over the importance of the matter. He promptly answered, "Hello, Secretary Wu, why are you calling so late? Is there something you need to instruct me on?" His tone was respectful, yet he was met with a cold and furious response from the other end. "Liu Yiming, what on earth is happening at your Public Security Bureau? Why did the provincial government call me in the middle of the night and reprimand me? Have you arrested someone you shouldn't have?" The gravity of the situation sent a chill down Liu Yiming's spine. He hadn't realized that even the provincial government had been alerted. He quickly recalled the recent events and replied, "Secretary Wu, our actions have strictly adhered to protocol. We have not apprehended any innocent individuals. In fact, we recently detained someone of considerable significance. I must inform you that the military district has also made inquiries. If this individual has indeed committed an offense, then we shall bear the consequences. But if we have wrongfully accused an innocent person, well, Liu Yiming, that is a mistake neither of us can afford." Hearing this, Liu Yiming felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. The involvement of the military district was unexpected. "Rest assured, Secretary Wu, I will head to the police station immediately to address this matter," he assured. "Then hurry. I will be at the station shortly," replied Wu before the call ended. With urgency, Liu Yiming sprang from bed and hastily dressed. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan was already at the police station, escorted by officers, confined within a small interrogation room. Moments later, the door swung open, and 3 figures entered. Leading them was a portly middle-aged man, accompanied by a young officer, while on his left stood a girl of 18 or 19 with fiery red hair. She was unmistakably Li Yan. "Uncle, it's him. Yes, the one who hit me," Li Yan exclaimed, pointing accusingly at Chen Xuan. The man she referred to as uncle was the stout middle-aged figure, named Deng Gang, the deputy director of the county's Public Security Bureau. "Do not worry, Yin Yin, I will avenge you," Deng Gang declared as he approached Chen Xuan, glaring down at him. "So, you are the one who harmed my niece?" "Indeed, that was I," Chen Xuan replied without hesitation. "Why did you strike her?" Deng Gong inquired. "Because she is a social outcast and a wretch, I decided to administer a severe lesson on her behalf, so she may comprehend the essence of being a decent human being," Chen Xuan declared. Upon hearing this, Deng Gang's expression darkened, while Li Yan was consumed by rage, pointing at Chen Xuan and exclaiming, "You speak nonsense. You are the true social misfit. Uncle, please assist me in teaching him a lesson. He is clearly coveting my beauty and attempting to behave unscrupulously towards me. If I had not resisted fiercely, I fear he would have already struck me and kicked me. Uncle, you must help me discipline him." Upon hearing Li Yan's words, Chen Xuan nearly burst into laughter. Her talent for deceit was truly remarkable. To claim that he desired her beauty was absurd. "Rest assured, Yin Yin, I shall avenge you," Deng Gang replied, signaling to the nearby junior officer, who understood immediately and rolled up his sleeves, advancing toward Chen Xuan. In theory, they were exercising the right to administer extrajudicial punishment. However, Deng Gang exploited his authority to disable the surveillance in the small dark room and dismissed the other officers. In this secluded space, it was just the 3 of them, and no one would know how they chose to discipline Chen Xuan. Chapter 71. Extrajudicial punishment. The junior officer, brandishing a baton, approached Chen Xuan with an ominous gaze. You possess quite the audacity to subject me to extrajudicial punishment. What you are doing is illegal. If this gets out, you will face dire consequences, Chen Xuan declared, unperturbed by the situation. At that moment, he was shackled to a chair, rendered incapable of any significant movement. Let me make it clear, this is my territory. The law holds no sway over me, Deng Gang scoffed, gesturing for the junior officer to take action. Without hesitation, the officer clenched his baton and swung it towards Chen Xuan's body. They had engaged in such activities before. However, despite being restrained, Chen Xuan's legs were free to move. In an unexpected maneuver, he executed a high kick, deflecting the blow aimed at him. The junior officer was taken aback. Be cautious. He has martial arts training. He is formidable, Li Yin quickly warned, recalling how he had effortlessly defeated 5 opponents the previous day. So what if he knows martial arts? The junior officer retorted with a cold snort. Now that he is in my grasp, even if he were a dragon, he must submit. With that, he tightened his grip on the baton and swung it down again. Yet, Chen Xuan's agility allowed him to evade the strike, swiftly avoiding the incoming blow. Frustrated by his inability to land a hit, the junior officer unleashed a sweeping strike. This time, Chen Xuan chose not to evade, but instead allowed the baton to collide with his shoulder, the pain searing, yet he did not utter a sound. In a sudden counter, he kicked out at the junior officer, striking him squarely on the shin. Ouch! The junior officer yelped, losing his balance and collapsing to the ground. Hey, what are you doing? It's not even the new year. I can't bear such a grand gesture, Chen Xuan remarked with a sardonic tone. The young officer's face flushed crimson. Despite having cuffed the opponent's hands, he had inexplicably found himself kicked to the ground. What a disgraceful predicament. Worthless fool. Unable to handle such a trivial matter, Deng Gang exclaimed angrily upon witnessing the scene. Suddenly, he produced a stun baton from his waist and strode towards Chen Xuan. Listen well, kid, there are many people in this world you cannot afford to offend. You struck my precious niece yesterday, so today you shall repay me doubly, he declared, activating the stun baton, which crackled ominously with electricity. He directed it towards Chen Xuan's arm with unrelenting force. With his hand shackled, Chen Xuan had no means of evading the assault. In an instant, a powerful surge of electricity coursed through his body. Ah! He cried out in agony, his body convulsing uncontrollably. Huh! You deserve this. Li Yin sneered at the sight. Kid, do you submit? If you beg for mercy, I shall release you immediately, Deng Gang said, his face brimming with self-satisfaction. Huh! Chen Xuan unexpectedly spat a mouthful of phlegm, hitting Deng Gang squarely in the face, igniting his fury. Damn it! You're courting death! Deng Gang roared in rage. Just then, the door burst open with a resounding crash. Deng Gang and his companions were taken aback. This was, after all, the police station. Who would dare kick down the door of a police officer? However, upon entering, Lu Yiming left them all in a state of shock. Director Lu, what brings you here? Deng Gang quickly regained his composure, rushing to greet him with a smile. After all, Lu was a high-ranking official, while Deng was merely a deputy director. The moment he saw Lu Yiming, Deng Gang's demeanor shifted to one of respect. Oomph! Lu Yiming snorted, visibly displeased. Deng Gong, you have truly landed me in a dire situation. Do you know whom you have apprehended? At this, Deng Gang's gaze fell upon Chen Xuan, and he immediately adopted a conciliatory tone. My apologies, young man. It seems we have made an error. You may leave at once. This proclamation startled both Deng Gang and Li Yin. They had worked hard to capture Chen Xuan, and now they were expected to release him? Director Lu, this brat dared to assault my niece. He has broken the law, and I am merely teaching him a lesson, Deng Gang protested. Teaching your sister? Are you blind? Can't you see the significance of his identity? Lu Yiming thought to himself, exasperated with Deng Gang's incompetence, and shot him a fierce glare. He then turned to Chen Xuan with a grin. My apologies, young brother. There seems to be some misunderstanding. I will ensure that Deng Gang personally apologizes to you. As Lu spoke, he gestured to a nearby officer, who understood and approached to unshackle Chen Xuan. Wait, who said you could remove the handcuffs? I have already informed you that while putting them on is easy, taking them off is not so simple, Chen Xuan interjected. He had anticipated that Li Chong would soon exert his influence, and judging by Liu Yiming's demeanor, it was evident that he harbored considerable fear. Liu Yiming was momentarily taken aback as Chen Xuan continued to boast, declaring, "Let me tell you, if you fail to provide me with a reasonable explanation, your esteemed positions will be in jeopardy." Upon hearing this, the police present instantly changed their expressions. Only Li Yan remained unfazed. Casting a mocking glance at Chen Xuan as she retorted, "Stop pretending. You and your sister are merely country bumpkins, devoid of wealth and power. Yet you still act so grandiose. It seems you have taken leave of your senses." Deng Gang, upon hearing her words, fell silent, his gaze fixed intently on Liu Yiming. He was not foolish and quickly discerned that this matter was far from ordinary. If the opposing party were merely a commoner, the chief of the police would not exhibit such anxiety. "Young brother, if you have any grievances, please share them with me. I will certainly seek justice on your behalf," Liu Yiming declared earnestly. Chen Xuan wasted no time and addressed the issue directly. "First and foremost, they were just employing extrajudicial punishment against me, which surely contradicts your procedural protocols." "Indeed, it does not comply," Liu Yiming responded immediately, turning his icy gaze towards Deng Gang. "Deng Gang, as the deputy chief, you have violated the law. I will report this matter truthfully. Prepare to face the consequences." Upon hearing this, Deng Gang's expression shifted dramatically. In the past, he had occasionally resorted to extrajudicial measures, but Liu Yiming had always turned a blind eye as long as the incidents did not escalate too severely. However, he never anticipated that he would sever ties with Deng Gang over a mere young man. Wasn't this fellow just a country bumpkin? Why would Liu Yiming regard him with such gravity? Deng Gang, now filled with doubt, began to sense that Chen Xuan's identity was likely far more significant than it appeared. Chapter 72. Rest assured, I shall provide you with an explanation. Furthermore, regarding the incident where she led a group to assault my sister, you must conduct a thorough investigation and provide my sister with an explanation, or I will not let this matter rest, Chen Xuan continued, directing his gaze towards Li Yan. Upon hearing this, the previously composed Li Yan suddenly became flustered. She had thought that with her uncle being a deputy chief, her actions would go unpunished even if someone reported her, but she never expected that the matter would reach the chief's ears. Li Yan, not lacking in intelligence, quickly realized that Chen Xuan's status was indeed formidable. Otherwise, why would the chief of police show him such respect? "You are speaking nonsense. What did I ever lead a group to assault your sister? You are framing me." Li Yan pointed accusingly at Chen Xuan. "Huh, whether I am framing you or not. You know in your heart, and I happen to have video evidence. Would you like me to present it for everyone to see?" Chen Xuan replied. Li Yan's face turned pale with fear. The video she had recorded was intended for amusement and to threaten Chen Fong. But now it had unexpectedly become evidence of her wrongdoing. Liu Yiming glanced between Li Yan and Chen Xuan and then promptly stated, "Young brother, rest assured, in my capacity as the chief of police, I guarantee that I will thoroughly investigate this matter and provide both you and your sister with an explanation." Chen Xuan nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, Deng Gang's expression grew increasingly grim as he cast a stern glance at Li Yan. At that moment, he finally realized that he had likely fallen into his niece's trap. It was not she who was being harassed by Chen Xuan, but rather he who had instigated the violence, provoking her brother's vengeance. "One last matter." Chen Xuan suddenly spoke, his gaze slowly shifting towards Deng Gang. Given that the situation had escalated to this point, he resolved to take decisive action. Noticing Chen Xuan's intense stare, Deng Gang involuntarily shuddered, his spine chilling as he felt as though he were being scrutinized by a venomous serpent. Liu Yiming, observing the tension, inquired, "What is it?" "I believe this deputy director has engaged in numerous illegal activities," Chen Xuan stated, his words deliberate. "I urge you to conduct a thorough investigation into him. He has surely committed many unspeakable deeds." "You're talking nonsense. I, Deng Gang, conduct my affairs strictly according to the law, prioritizing the people's well-being. I have never engaged in any illegal activities," Deng Gang interjected angrily, clearly flustered. His panic was palpable, revealing the truth. He indeed had committed unlawful acts. But due to his connections and protective networks, he had managed to escape scrutiny until now. If an investigation were to occur, even with his protective backing. He feared the repercussions could escalate beyond his control. Liu Yiming, sensing the gravity of the situation, hesitated, glancing at Deng Gang. Setting aside whether he had the authority to investigate a deputy director, the various factions involved were far beyond what a mere police chief could handle. He would undoubtedly face immense pressure from all sides. Just as Liu Yiming grappled with his dilemma, the door was suddenly flung open, and 3 or 4 individuals strode in briskly. At the forefront was a portly middle-aged man, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, possessing arched brows and piercing eyes, his square face exuding an air of frosty authority. Upon his entrance, the atmosphere in the room turned palpably oppressive. "Secretary Wu, Mayor Gong, what brings you here?" Liu Yiming stammered, hastily approaching to greet them, while Deng Gang quickly followed suit, though his internal anxiety only deepened. He had not anticipated that capturing an unknown country bumpkin would attract such a formidable assembly of dignitaries. Regrettably, Deng Gang wished he could slap his inept niece for her role in landing him in this predicament. Secretary Wu, however, had no time for pleasantries and immediately directed his gaze at Chen Xuan, assuring him, "Young brother, rest assured, I shall ensure that your grievances are addressed. Is it merely a matter of investigating the deputy director? The provincial government has already dispatched personnel. Should he be found guilty of wrongdoing, he will undoubtedly face consequences." Upon hearing this, everyone present was taken aback. This was truly disastrous. Deng Gang's entire demeanor faltered, his body trembling as he nearly stumbled to the ground, his face ashen. If even the provincial government was involved, no matter how formidable his protection, it would likely prove utterly ineffective. Suddenly, he turned to Chen Xuan, his face displaying a look of astonishment. Who is this young man? What immense power does he possess? At that moment, Chen Xuan was equally astonished, unable to fathom that Li Chong had such formidable connections. With a mere phone call, even personnel from the provincial government arrived in person. "What are you all still doing? Release the handcuffs on the young brother." Upon seeing Chen Xuan still restrained, Secretary Wu exclaimed in anger. Hearing this, Liu Yiming panicked and hurriedly instructed his subordinates to free Chen Xuan from the cuffs, this time without any objection from Chen. His objective had already been achieved, and he believed it would not be long before Li Yan was apprehended. As for Deng Gang, he would likely lose his position as well. It feels much better to stand." After the handcuffs were removed, Chen Xuan stood up and stretched, remarking lazily, "Young brother, I apologize for the distress you've endured." Secretary Wu approached with a smile. "It's nothing. I'll just consider this a little vacation," Chen Xuan replied with a grin. "By the way, you must ensure that you fulfill your earlier promise." "Absolutely, we guarantee it." "That is splendid." Chen Xuan nodded and then approached Li Yan, regarding her with a bemused expression. At this point, Li Yan was utterly terrified, her head bowed, unable to meet Chen Xuan's gaze. "Little sister, allow me to impart a piece of advice. Do not overstep your bounds. Just because you have some connections and wealth does not mean you can act with impunity." After saying this, Chen Xuan yawned and walked toward the exit. Secretary Wu, County Head Gong, and Director Liu all followed closely behind, escorting Chen Xuan away. "Damn it! You have truly led me to ruin this time. How can you be so thoughtless?" I'm utterly exasperated. Once the crowd had departed, Deng Gang finally erupted with suppressed fury, cursing at Li Yan and raising his hand to slap her. Smack! The sharp sound of the slap echoed, and even from outside, Chen Xuan could hear it clearly, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 73. Xiao Fong regains confidence and returns to school young brother. "Where do you reside? Shall I escort you?" "No need, I can return on my own. Farewell. Goodbye." As they watched Chen Xuan's figure fade from sight, Secretary Wu and the others finally averted their gazes. Liu Yiming had been immensely curious about Chen Xuan's identity from the moment he received the call. An ordinary person could hardly provoke such a response from the provincial government, let alone the military district. Unable to contain his curiosity, he leaned closer to Secretary Wu and whispered, "Secretary Wu, what exactly is his identity?" However, Secretary Wu helplessly shook his head and replied with a wry smile. "How would I know? In any case, someone who can mobilize both the provincial government and the military district is certainly not an ordinary individual." They were all deeply intrigued by Chen Xuan's identity, yet could only conceal their curiosity within themselves. In the vast nation of Huaxia, beyond the visible powers, there exist numerous special forces and organizations, some of which serve the country and enjoy various unique privileges. Deng Gang must be infuriated to the point of bloodshed. Why provoke him when there are so many others to choose from? A splendid spectacle is about to unfold. Director Gong lamented. His demise is imminent. Once the provincial government as personnel arrive, the sordid deeds he has clandestinely engaged in will undoubtedly be uncovered. He deserves it. I have long been displeased with him. Had he not had someone backing him, I would have acted decisively to topple him long ago. Now, let us seize this opportunity to rectify matters in our Panlong County. As the three conversed, they made their way back to the police station. Meanwhile, Deng Gang and Li Yin found themselves under surveillance, forbidden to leave. "Hello, dear," Chen Xuan called as he stepped away from the police station. "Darling, how are you? Are you all right?" Came the concerned voice of Xia Xinru from the other end of the line. "Rest assured, I am fine," Chen Xuan replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Xia Xinru felt a wave of relief wash over her. She promptly drove over to pick him up, and they returned to the hotel together. Once back in their room, they eagerly inquired about the events that transpired. Chen Xuan recounted the details without reservation. "He deserves it. That scoundrel Li Yin should be imprisoned." Both Chen Fong and Xia Xinru exclaimed with delight upon learning of Li Yan's arrest. "Xiao Fong, in the future, if you encounter anything like this, do not hesitate to call me. Do not keep it bottled up inside, understand?" Chen Xuan directed at Chen Fong. Chen Fong felt deeply touched and regarded her brother with newfound admiration, realizing that he had transformed significantly. Even the deputy director of the police station was no match for him now. "I understand. Thank you," Chen Fong sincerely replied. "Look at you, we are family. There is no need for such formalities," Chen Xuan chided playfully. With a radiant smile, Chen Fong felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. All the grievances she had previously borne vanished in that moment. Witnessing his sister emerge from the shadows, Chen Xuan felt a sense of joy for her. "All right, after a long day of running around, we must be tired. Let us retire for the night," Xia Xinru remarked, stretching her limbs and yawning. "Indeed, time for bed." Chen Xuan concurred as he rose to approach his daughter, Xian Xian, who had fallen asleep shortly after returning. "Brother, please carry Xian Xian to my bed. I want to sleep with her," Chen Fong said with a smile, her affection for Xian Xian evident. They had shared a bed the previous night as well. "Very well." Chen Xian nodded, gently carrying Xian Xian into his sister's room and laying her softly upon the bed. "Good night, my little princess," he whispered, smiling as he leaned down to plant a kiss on her delicate face before turning to leave. Upon returning to his room, Xia Xinru had already shed her garments, revealing her snow-white skin as she lay on the bed. "Darling, time to sleep," Chen Xuan chuckled, removing his clothes and embracing his wife from behind. Xia Xinru's figure felt as if it were crafted from water, her skin tender and flawless as he held her. The exquisite sensation was utterly irresistible. Those who lack a spouse can never truly comprehend the joy of sleeping in the embrace of their beloved. "Ugh, where exactly are your hands wandering?" Xia Xinru suddenly turned her head, casting an annoyed glance at Chen Xuan. "Isn't it comfortable to touch while sleeping?" Chen Xuan chuckled in response. Xia Xinru rolled her eyes at him, exclaiming, "Bah, you lecher. Oh, daring to call me a lecher, are we? Then I shall show you what true lechery is," Chen Xuan declared as he swiftly wrapped the blanket around them, enveloping both within its warmth. Soon, a series of blush-inducing sounds filled the room. As for the details of the encounter, let us omit 1,000 words. Dear readers, feel free to imagine. The following day, Chen Fong awoke rejuvenated and brimming with enthusiasm. Rising early, she freshened up, had breakfast, and promptly rang the doorbell of her brother's room. "Who is it?" Chen Xuan murmured sleepily, emerging from beneath the covers, his head peeking out in a state of undress. Grabbing the remote, he turned on the screen. Instantly, Chen Fong's image appeared, accompanied by her voice. "Brother, it's me. I'm about to head to school." Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan froze for a moment, hastily getting out of bed. Scattered across the floor were various articles of clothing. Underwear. A bra pants. He hurriedly donned his clothes and opened the door, stepping out to inquire. Xiao Fong, ISNT today the weekend? Why the rush back to school? Chen Fong replied with a smile. The college entrance examination is approaching, and I haven't studied much lately. I need to get back to my books. She paused for a moment, then added, Brother, don't worry. I've come to terms with everything, and one team make foolish decisions. All I want now is to focus on getting into a good university. Seeing his sister's sunny and confident demeanor, Chen Xuan couldn't help but smile, patting her shoulder. Yes, that's the spirit. Keep it up, and when you get into university, I'll reward you with a car. Hee, brother. You better not go back on your word. Of course not. Let us make a pinky promise. With that, they linked their pinkies, laughter spilling forth as they were momentarily transported back to their childhood. After bidding farewell to Chen Fong, Chen Xuan checked on Xian Xian, the little girl who had not slept well the previous night and was now peacefully clutching a teddy bear. After tucking her in, he cautiously exited the room and closed the door behind him. Chapter 74. Arrival at Tianhong City. Darling, has Xiao Fong returned to school? As soon as he entered his room, the voice of Xia Xinru inquired. She had apparently woken early and overheard the siblings' conversation. Yes, she has gone back to study. Don't worry, she has fully emerged from her shadows, Chen Xuan replied, nodding as he made his way back to bed. That's for the best. If I were in Xiao Fong's position, I might have considered the same drastic choice, Xia Xinru remarked. Bah, you ominous crow, what nonsense are you spouting? Let us hurry and get some rest. We need to head to the city by noon. Agreed. Xia Xinru nodded, and the two embraced, gradually drifting into slumber. In the following days, a significant crackdown occurred in Panlong County. Countless criminal gangs were apprehended, and numerous officials were ousted from their positions. The most notable among them was Deputy Director of the Public Security Bureau, Deng Gang, who was incarcerated for crimes including embezzlement, bribery, and abuse of power. This news sent shockwaves through Panlong County, with major media outlets vying to report on the developments. As for Li Yin, now 18, she was imprisoned for inciting public brawls and causing irreparable psychological harm to the victims, undergoing labor reform as a consequence. All of this turmoil stemmed from the actions of Chen Xuan, an obscure individual whose presence instigated a tempest in Panlong County. At this moment, Chen Xuan had arrived in Tianhong City, the bustling capital of Guangdong Province, teeming with vehicles and vibrancy. Purchasing a property here was exorbitantly expensive, forcing many workers to squeeze into shabby rental accommodations, laboring their entire lives without the means to afford a home. Others, even after making a down payment, found themselves ensnared in a lifetime of debt, struggling to meet mortgage and car loan payments. However, this represented only the majority. The select few lived without such concerns, residing in luxurious mansions and driving high-end cars, earning hundreds of thousands, even millions in a single day. Chen Xuan belonged to this privileged minority, with his current assets sufficient to purchase a mansion worth tens of millions. Dear Xin Yuan, let us stay at a hotel for the night, and we could go house hunting tomorrow, Chen Xuan suggested with a smile. Okay, she replied cheerfully. They drove directly to a 5-star hotel, checking into the top suite on the 51st floor. Wow, how beautiful, Xin Yuan exclaimed, standing before the grand outdoor window, gazing at the bustling city below and the azure sea in the distance, unable to contain her awe. Tianhong City, a coastal metropolis, offered a stunning view of the ocean from this vantage point. Where the water met the sky, the fiery sunset cascaded down, illuminating the sea as if it were ablaze. The clouds above were tinged with crimson, while flocks of unknown birds soared gracefully across the sky. That's Golden Sands Beach. It's incredibly beautiful. Xin Yuan, once Daddy finishes his tasks, I'll take you there to play, all right? Chen Xuan lifted his daughter, standing at the window and pointing towards the distant ocean. Golden Sands Beach was renowned and had long been a desire for him and his wife. But their previous struggles for survival had left them little time or opportunity to visit. Now, however, they had achieved financial freedom. The world was vast, and it was time to explore. Yay! Daddy is so wonderful, Xin Yuan exclaimed, dancing with joy, her face radiant with smiles. Is Daddy the only good one? ISNT Mommy good too? T Xia Xinru from aside. Hee hee, Mommy is good too, Mommy kiss. Xin Yuan giggled, opening her arms wide. Xia Xinru embraced her, and a little girl planted a kiss on her cheek. A family of 3 stood by the open window, gazing at the sunset as it gradually descended beyond the horizon, creating a scene imbued with warmth and harmony. Only when the sun had completely vanished into the sea did they venture out for dinner, taking a leisurely stroll before returning to their room. "Husband, what are you two looking at?" asked Xia Xinru, emerging from her shower to find Chen Xuan and Xian engrossed in their phones. Her curiosity piqued. "I'm exploring some properties, my dear. Come here. Xian and I have our eyes on 3 villas. Tell us which one you prefer." Chen Xuan replied, lifting his gaze. In this digital age, smartphones possess remarkable capabilities, allowing one to view properties online. Purchasing a home is a significant milestone in one's life. Many invest the efforts of 3 generations to acquire a residence in the city. The phrase "a home is built upon having a house," while somewhat extreme, does carry its weight of truth. Hence, upon hearing this, Xia Xinru promptly approached, and Chen Xuan eagerly presented the 3 options, complete with images, videos, location details, architectural styles, and more. The villas showcased distinct architectural styles, one in a European design, another blending Eastern and Western aesthetics, and a last reflecting modern sensibilities. Xia Xinru's eyes sparkled with admiration as she remarked, "Husband, Xian, your taste is impeccable. All 3 villas are stunning." "Mom, I have my eye on this one," Xian exclaimed, pointing to a particular villa. "Indeed, that one is quite lovely," Xia Xinru nodded in agreement. The trio then engaged in discussion, though there was little to deliberate, as the household was ultimately guided by Xia Xinru's decisions. Chen Xuan would undoubtedly support her choice, while Xian, being a child, held little sway in the matter. "Let us go with the second villa. I find it quite appealing, especially its prime location near the renowned Tianfu University, which fosters a great academic atmosphere," Xia Xinru concluded, turning to Chen Xuan for his thoughts. "I wholeheartedly agree." Chen Xuan beamed. "Alas, it is quite expensive. Over 15 million. Husband, do we have that much?" Xia Xinru sighed as she glanced at the price. For her, 15 million was an astronomical figure, something she had never dreamed of. Previously, they had won over 10 million in the lottery, but after spending, only a little over 5 million remained, with an additional 2 million deposited into her parents' bank account. "Rest assured, money is not an issue," Chen Xuan reassured her with a smile, patting her shoulder. Xia Xinru quickly regained her composure, nodding with a smile. Meanwhile, Xian, looking bewildered, turned to her parents and asked, "Mom and Dad, are we rich?" "No, dear, we are quite poor," they both replied simultaneously, shaking their heads, insisting on the family's financial constraints. Their intention was to instill a sense of thriftiness in their daughter. However, Xian, not easily misled, sensed something amiss and regarded her parents with a puzzled expression. Chapter 75. Quarreling with oneself, initially planning to purchase a house the following day. They found themselves thwarted by the exorbitant price of the villa they desired, exceeding 15 million. Given Chen Xian's current financial situation, he could not amass such a sum in a short span. Thus, they could only wait, hoping for a stroke of luck in the lottery. While this notion might seem fantastical and impractical to others, akin to chasing shadows, for Chen Xuan, it felt as effortless as quenching one's thirst. As the sun rose, its rays streamed through the window, illuminating the room where Chen Xuan and Xia Xinru had already risen. It appeared that only after winning the lottery could they contemplate purchasing a home. Coincidentally, it was Tuesday, and by 3 in the afternoon, he would discover the winning numbers. Stretching languidly while donning his attire, Chen Xuan chuckled. Xia Xinru had propped herself up in bed, still groggy, with remnants of sleep lingering in the corners of her eyes and her hair tousled like a bird's nest. Yet, despite her disheveled appearance, she radiated beauty, resembling a celestial being descended to the earthly realm. "Honey, I believe we cannot solely rely on winning the lottery. There will be many expenses in the future, and if we win too frequently, it may raise suspicions," she yawned. Chen Xuan, unfazed, replied, "Rest assured, no one will suspect us. They will simply think we possess extraordinary luck. After all, there's stories of individuals abroad winning the lottery twice in a month. It's not that uncommon." He paused briefly before continuing, However, you are right. We cannot depend solely on luck. We must also establish additional income. What if we purchased a building to rent out? We could become landlords and merely collect rent. Xia Xinru shot him a skeptical glance. A building costs at least 100 million. Are you certain we can afford that? Then I shall win a few more lotteries. Chen Xuan chuckled as he approached her, clearly jesting. He needed to contemplate further about generating supplementary income. In truth, the simplest approach would be to engage in stock trading, as he could foresee future trends and report stock statuses at any moment. With compound interest, he would soon emerge as a modern-day stock market mogul. Alas, Chen Xuan held no interest in the stock market, so he did not pursue that avenue. Come, my dear, it's time to rise. He extended his hand with a smile. Xia Xinru grinned and placed her hand in his, and he lifted her effortlessly. Her long, slender legs wrapped around his waist, while her delicate arms encircled his neck, their movements exuding intimacy. Look at you, even remnants of sleep linger. Chen Xuan remarked with a helpless smile, gently wiping the corner of her eye. She basked in his affection, resembling a languorous cat nestled in his embrace. As he finished wiping away the remnants of sleep, Chen Xuan was about to speak when Xia Xinru suddenly cupped his face, leaning in to press her lips against his. The moment their lips met, an electrifying sensation coursed through his body. Chen Xuan closed his eyes, savoring the sweetness that tantalized his taste buds. Both individuals thoroughly relished the moment, closing their eyes. They shared a fervent kiss that lasted for over 10 minutes, nearly gasping for breath before reluctantly parting their lips. Inhaling deeply, I almost suffocated. Su Xinru laughed breathlessly. Are we going for another round? Chen Xuan teased with a mischievous grin. Not again. My lips will swell. And I certainly don't wish to avoid people today. I wonder if Xian is awake. Please let me down. All right. After setting his wife down, they proceeded to freshen up. Husband, why don't we visit Jinsha Beach today? Su Xinru suggested while grooming her hair at the vanity. Chen Xuan stepped behind her, taking the comb to assist her, nodding in agreement. Sure, since we have nothing else planned, let us go to Jinsha Beach today. It was not the first time he had styled her hair, and he executed the task with great finesse. Her hair was beautiful and easy to manage. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in Chen Xuan's mind. Past self, a significant task has arrived. Clearly, it was the voice of his future self. After a moment of surprise, a bitter expression crossed his face. I do not wish for any tasks. I desire this simple, ordinary life, Chen Xuan promptly rejected. The last mission had been climbing Dragon Ridge Mountain, fraught with peril, and merely recalling it sent shivers down his spine. The thought of failing the mission and facing the dire consequences left him feeling dejected. Initially, he had harbored a flicker of anticipation for the task, but now all he could do was refuse. Refusal is futile. You must complete the tasks issued by the system, or else, his future self warned. Or else what? I will be impotent for life. Chen Xuan interrupted. That is all that needs to be said. No need for reminders. The future Chen Xuan replied. Chen Xuan inwardly scorned the system before inquiring, all right, tell me, what is this significant task? The task duration is 1 month. You need to establish a company and ensure it generates a profit of 100 million within that month. Failure to do so will result in your impotence for life. His future self declared. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan was momentarily stunned before erupting into a torrent of curses. What? 100 million in a month? Do you think money grows on trees? Damn it, threatening me with impotence again. Do you think I want to walk away? What is the big deal about not being able to perform? His fury was palpable. He was no Wang Jianlin, who could effortlessly earn 100 million. For an ordinary person like him, lacking connections or a company, the idea of earning such a sum a month was utterly ludicrous. Could you refrain from cursing at me? I am merely relaying the system's message. The future Chen Xuan, feeling increasingly beleaguered, reminded him. You and the system are in cahoots, deliberately trying to ensnare me. Chen Xuan retorted. What did you say? Say that again if you dare. You dare to insult me. In the following minute, Chen Xuan found himself embroiled in an unprecedented exchange of insults with his own self. Darling, what is wrong? You look quite unwell. The voice of Xia Xinru shattered this peculiar scene. Chen Xuan, having exhausted his ire, collected his thoughts and replied, Don't mention it. I just had a quarrel with my future self. A perplexed expression crossed Xia Xinru's face. How strange it sounds to argue with oneself. What on earth happened? Please, tell me. With no intention of concealing the truth, Chen Xuan disclosed the details of his task, which caused Xia Xinru's countenance to darken instantly. Dear readers, the book's performance has been rather dismal. I kindly ask for your recommendations, and, if you can, please support me with a donation, as I am struggling to continue as a humble author in need of sustenance. Chapter 76, Golden Sands Beach. This is exceedingly difficult. Earning $1 billion in a month is nothing short of fantasy, especially since we don't even have a company yet, Xia Xinru remarked sternly. Indeed, this wretched system is utterly unforgiving. My dear wife, if I were to become impotent, would you still want me? Chen Xuan lamented with a sorrowful expression. If a couple loses their intimate life, maintaining their relationship may prove challenging. Rest assured, my love, even if you were a eunuch, my affection for you would remain eternal. And we shall be together for a lifetime. Xia Xinru comforted him, rising to embrace Chen Xuan. You've sacrificed so much for our family, and I feel utterly helpless at this moment. Chen Xuan, however, looked exasperated. Was there truly such a method of consolation? I am not a eunuch. After tidying his hair, Chen Xuan opened the door and stepped outside. He could not hasten the task at hand, so he temporarily set it aside. Upon entering another room, he found Chen Xuan blissfully asleep, her quilt having been kicked off the bed, her cherubic face adorned with a sweet smile, a trickle of drool escaping her lips. This little one must be dreaming of delicious food. She is such a foodie, Chen Xuan mused. Fortunately, she drinks weight-loss tea daily. Otherwise, she would surely become as plump as a pig. Unable to resist a sigh of amusement, he approached Chen Xuan and gently called, Chen Xuan, it's time to wake up. Chen Xuan, we're going to Golden Sands Beach. After calling her twice without success, the mention of the beach ignited a spark of excitement in the little girl, who opened her eyes, still hazy from sleep. Daddy, are we really going to the beach? She inquired with a sweet, sleepy voice. Yes. Now hurry and get out of bed, Chen Xuan urged, a hint of exasperation in his tone. Upon learning they were indeed heading to Golden Sands Beach, Chen Xuan sprang to life, scrambling out of bed with bare feet, her hair a tousled mess resembling a bird's nest. Yay, we're going to play at the beach, she exclaimed, bouncing joyfully on the bed. Chen Xuan, come here. Mommy is going to wash your face. Xia Xinru entered the room. Okay, Chen Xuan replied eagerly. Chen Xuan immediately leaped off the bed, her bare feet pattering across the floor as she rushed into her mother's embrace. Upon witnessing this scene, Chen Xuan couldn't help but chuckle. After a simple morning routine, the family set off for breakfast before embarking on their journey to the Golden Sands Beach. The weather was somewhat sweltering, prompting everyone to take advantage of the cooler morning and evening hours to enjoy the beach. By the time Chen Xuan and his family arrived, the beach was already bustling with people. How stunning! The physique, the skin, I am truly envious. Oh dear, that gentleman is quite handsome as well. With striking features and a distinct masculinity, he is far more appealing than those youthful pretty boys. Alas, he is not my boyfriend. And their daughter is equally beautiful. Resembling her mother, she will undoubtedly grow into a breathtaking beauty in the future. The family's collective allure is remarkable. Are they perhaps a celebrity family? As the three of them exited the vehicle, dressed in light clothing and sporting sunglasses, they instantly captured the attention of many onlookers. In this era that prioritizes appearances, handsome men and beautiful women invariably draw the gaze of a multitude wherever they go. Summer Xinru, known as the top beauty of her university, complemented by the exquisite cosmetics that Chen Xuan had procured for her, boasted skin that was smooth and fair as snow. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan not only inherited her mother's beauty, but also possessed a touch of adorable innocence, making her utterly endearing. As for Chen Xuan, who once was merely an impoverished youth lacking in charm, he had undergone a remarkable transformation since acquiring the skills of a super soldier. His physique was now sculpted, his features more defined, presenting a perfect form that was both slender in clothing and well-built without. Mommy, do I have flowers on my face? Why is everyone looking at me? Chen Xuan inquired, holding her mother's hand and tilting her head in confusion. Summer Xinru was well accustomed to such attention, during her university days. She often found herself the subject of discreet glances, with boys approaching her for her WeChat information. That's because our Xian is adorable. Summer Shinru replied with a smile. Honey, I'll head over there to rent some items, Chen Xuan suddenly announced. Since they were at the beach, they had to make the most of their time, surfing, swimming, lounging on beach chairs with chilled drinks, soaking in the sun while admiring the ocean view. This was what a beach outing was all about. Do you need any help? Summer Shinru asked, nodding. No need. Just keep an eye on Xian. It's crowded here, so she mustn't wander off, Chen Xuan advised. All right. Summer Shinru nodded in agreement. Thus, Chen Xuan changed direction and walked toward the nearby shop. Before long, he had rented beach chairs, umbrellas, buckets, swimming rings, and other essentials. As he arranged the items on the sand, Xian, barefoot and delighting in the feel of the warm sand, waved excitedly at him. Daddy, come quickly and see what this is, she exclaimed, holding up a beautiful shell in her tiny hands. Chen Xuan, having removed his shoes to relish the softness of the sand, made his way towards his wife and daughter. Is this a shell? Do you like it, Xian? He inquired as he approached her, gazing at the shell in her grasp. Yes, it's so pretty. Xian beamed, raising the shell triumphantly. Let us gather a few more. We can craft beautiful shell necklaces later. Indeed, there's so many over there, and they are quite stunning. Xian nodded, grasping Chen Xuan's hand as they strolled to one side. As for Xia Xinru, she had already waded into the sea, the waves brushing against her feet, a delightful tickle. Cool and refreshing. Darling, Xian, come quickly. It feels wonderful here. Xia Xinru waved enthusiastically at the two. A gust of sea breeze swept by, lifting Xia Xinru's long hair, which danced gracefully in the wind, complemented by the azure sky and fluffy clouds, along with the cerulean sea, creating a picturesque tableau. Chen Xuan gazed in awe, utterly captivated. How beautiful, like a celestial being descended from the heavens. He sighed in admiration. Yes, Mommy is so beautiful, Xian chimed in, tossing the collected shells into the bucket before racing towards Xia Xinru. Chen Xuan, meanwhile, took out his phone, aimed the lens at his wife, and captured a sweet, enchanting photograph. Truly lovely. This can serve as a wallpaper, Chen Xuan murmured as he admired the image. Chapter 77. Darling, let me give you a massage. After taking the photo, Chen Xuan joined them, the cool sea water soothing his feet. When he reached his wife and daughter, the water lapped at his calves, sending splashes of foam around him with each gentle wave. Were you taking pictures just now? Xia Xinru asked with a smile. Yes, I captured a moment. It was simply too beautiful, Chen Xuan replied with a nod. Remember to use beauty filters. My wife is so stunning, a celestial fairy who needs no enhancement. Chen Xuan joked. Xia Xinru couldn't help but chuckle at his words, which, although they felt like flattery meant for a young girl, filled her heart with joy, akin to tasting honey. Mommy is a fairy, Xian echoed, laughing along. Xia Xinru beamed even more brightly, gently ruffling her daughter's hair and saying, Xian is also a fairy, descended from the heavens. The trio continued their playful conversation as they walked along the shoreline. Chen Xuan held his daughter's right hand while Xia Xinru held her left. Their daughter splashed water playfully, giggling with delight. The intimate interaction among the three radiated warmth and affection. Observers nearby couldn't help but feel envious. Even those with heavy hearts found themselves smiling at the scene. The morning sun was gentle as the family strolled along the coast. Daddy, Mommy, what is that? Xian pointed at a seashell washed ashore, her brow furrowed in curiosity. That is a conch shell. Do you remember the story of the conch princess that Mommy told you? Xia Xinru replied with a smile. Yes, I remember. Mommy, can we take the conch home? We can meet the conch's sister tonight. Xian said innocently. Children are naturally curious about everything. As they walked, they collected numerous sea treasures, such as oysters, conchs, crabs, and shells. Xian, like a curious little explorer, approached everything she had never seen before, unafraid even of the crabs. Chen Xuan and Xia Xinru were never bored. Whenever Xian inquired, they answered her questions one by one. An hour had swiftly passed. Darling, The sun is getting a bit intense. Let's take refuge under the parasol for a while and enjoy some refreshments, suggested Chen Xuan. All right. Xia Xinru nodded in agreement, taking their daughter by the hand as they made their way back to the beach. Chen Xuan was filled with excitement, darting about in the sand like a joyful little sprite. Hand in hand, Chen Xuan and Xia Xinru followed closely behind, beaming at their daughter's exuberance. Before long, they arrived beneath the parasol. Chen Xuan unfolded 3 beach chairs and positioned them underneath, accompanied by a small table adorned with chilled beverages and refreshing coconut drinks. How delightful! Xia Xinru exclaimed as she reclined on the beach chair, stretching lazily and revealing a perfect silhouette. Chen Xuan, too, settled onto a chair, clutching a chilled coconut and sipping eagerly. So delicious, she giggled. Chen Xuan, come here. Let Daddy wipe your face. Look at all that sweat, Chen Xuan said, producing a pack of wet wipes. The little girl was particularly animated, bouncing along the way and already glistening with perspiration. Oh, Chen Xuan obediently nodded, patting over to Chen Xuan, who carefully wiped her face. Xia Xinru observed the scene with satisfaction. Her initial attraction to Chen Xuan stemmed from his tender nature towards those he cherished. Honey, I'm sweating as well. Won't you let me wipe it off? Xia Xinru playfully teased, glancing at the two. No way, Daddy has to help me. Chen Xuan immediately wrapped her arms around Chen Xuan. Xia Xinru was at a loss for words. This little girl was actually vying for her husband's attention. He is my husband. He can only help me, Xia Xinru quipped back. No, he is my daddy, Chen Xuan retorted promptly, witnessing the playful banter between them. Chen Xuan felt a bead of sweat forming on his forehead. Chen Xuan, regardless of what happens, both mommy and daddy love you dearly. Now, go help mommy wipe off her sweat, he encouraged. MHM. Chen Xuan nodded obediently and approached Xia Xinru, timidly offering, Mommy, let me help you wipe. Such a good girl. Xia Xinru leaned in closer. Chen Xuan took the wet wipe and gently began to dab her mother's face. As the sun blazed brighter, the family of 3 decided against further outdoor activities, instead reclining on their beach chairs, gazing at the azure sky and fluffy clouds, sipping chilled coconut drinks, and relishing the soothing sea breeze. After a while, Xia Xinru's gaze drifted to a nearby couple, where a man was giving his wife a full-body massage, both appearing extremely happy. My husband has sacrificed so much for our family, even risking his life while climbing Longji Mountain. I must do something for him in return. Xia Xinru mused, turning to Chen Xuan, who was resting with his eyes closed. With a smile, she stood up and approached him. Darling, how about I give you a massage? She proposed. Chen Xuan opened his eyes, momentarily captivated by her exquisite beauty, and stammered, What prompted this sudden idea of a massage? I just thought you'd been working so hard. I want you to relax a bit, Xia Xinru replied with a grin. Hee. It seems my wife truly cares for me, he responded, a smile spreading across his face. Chen Xuan chuckled softly, turned over, and lay down on the beach chair. Come on, let us see your skills. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Xia Xinru replied with a smile as she sat on Chen Xuan's back, gently massaging his shoulders and neck. To his surprise, her technique was quite proficient, and the pressure was just right, bringing him immense comfort. Well done, my dear. I give you a thumbs up, Chen Xuan praised. I want massage daddy too. Chen Xuan chimed in, approaching with a sweet voice. Chen Xuan, help daddy with his feet. Like this, Xia Xinru demonstrated. Okay, let me try. Chen Xuan eagerly nodded, imitating her mother as she began to massage the soles of Chen Xuan's feet. The little girl's strength was a bit lacking, making it ticklish for him. Chen Xuan, that tickles. Chen Xuan couldn't help but laugh. Seeing her father laugh, Chen Xuan not only continued, but also joined in the laughter. Meanwhile, a man who was massaging his wife's entire body observed this scene and felt a pang of envy. Why is there such a disparity among men? He mused. Look at them. It's always the wife massaging the husband. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke up. The plump woman lounging on the beach chair glanced in Chen Xuan's direction, paused for a moment, and then snapped, Useless. You're just embarrassing women. And what are you staring at? Focus on giving me a proper massage, or beware of my wrath. Yes, dear, I won't look anymore. The man quickly averted his gaze, feeling frustrated. This fierce woman from the northeast was too formidable for him to handle. Chapter 78. the unrelenting fire under the soothing massage from his wife and daughter. Chen Xuan gradually closed his eyes, a look of bliss washing over his face. The fatigue that had enveloped him began to dissipate, leaving him in a state of unparalleled comfort and joy. After more than 10 minutes of massage, he suddenly spoke up. "Honey, why don't you lie down? I can help you." He felt a little guilty for having her massage him for so long. However, before he could finish his thought, a voice echoed in his mind. "Can you hear me, past self? I have something very important to tell you." Surprised to hear his future self's voice, Chen Xuan was taken aback. Logically, he should not have been contacted until around 3 in the afternoon, when he was to be informed of the winning lottery numbers. Why was he being approached now? The only explanation was that something significant must have occurred, something more pressing than winning the lottery. "I can hear you. What is it?" Chen Xuan urgently inquired in his mind. Xia Xinru noticed her husband's sudden silence and serious expression and immediately understood something was amiss. She quickly signaled Chen Xuan to stop the massage. "You're at Golden Sands Beach, right? Can you see a tall building to the southeast?" The future Chen Xuan asked. Chen Xuan was taken aback, not comprehending why his future self would suddenly ask this. Nevertheless, he swiftly flipped over and, after confirming the direction, looked towards it. In that direction, there were 3 buildings. 2 were residential, and 1 was a commercial structure. He could see the 3 buildings, but he was puzzled. "What do you want to look at this for?" Chen Xuan inquired. "Let me show you a video first," the future Chen Xuan replied. As his words faded, a video suddenly materialized in Chen Xuan's mind, reminiscent of scrolling through Douyin. In the footage, alarms blared as a building erupted into flames, a raging inferno consuming it. Firefighters relentlessly sprayed water onto the fiery chaos, while panicked figures fled the structure, shrieking in terror. "Run! It's on fire! My daughter is still up there!" cried one desperate voice. "There are still many people inside. The fire is too intense. The entire corridor is engulfed in flames. They cannot escape." The scene was filled with fear, etched on the faces of the crowd. Suddenly, a deafening explosion resonated from the upper floors, as if a gas canister had detonated, sending debris raining down. The crowd scattered in fright, their screams piercing the air. This harrowing scene lasted merely 10 seconds before transitioning to the aftermath of the blaze. The inferno had been extinguished, yet the building lay in ruins, thick smoke billowing ominously. "My daughter, you perished so tragically," a voice lamented. "Hurry, the ambulance. Someone has been rescued. They are still alive. Immediate medical attention is needed." Others were escorted out by firefighters, calling out the names of their saviors. The 15-second video concluded, and Chen Xuan's gaze shifted to the middle building among the 3, for it was the very structure that had ignited. "Now do you understand why I sought you out? This fire will claim 23 lives, injure 48, and 3 firefighters will lose their lives. Since we are embroiled in this situation, we cannot remain indifferent. As for winning the lottery, I can check the results of the lottery tomorrow," the future Chen Xuan stated. "Enough said, I know what I must do." Chen Xuan replied without hesitation. In the face of precious lives at stake, the lottery winnings were inconsequential. "I want to know the cause of the fire. If I rush over now, I should be able to prevent it, right?" Chen Xuan asked urgently. "The fire was caused by a gas leak, resulting in an explosion. We have yet to determine which specific unit is responsible, but we can narrow it down to the 18th and 19th floors. You will need to check each one. Time is of the essence. There are only 40 minutes before another explosion. You must hurry," the future Chen Xuan warned. "Understood," Chen Xuan affirmed decisively. He turned his gaze to Xia Xinru. "Dear, I have an urgent matter to attend to. I will explain everything when I return." Xia Xinru, aware that he had just conversed with his future self and noticing his anxious demeanor, understood that something grave had occurred. "Be careful," she urged, not one to hesitate. Although curiosity gnawed at her about the situation, she refrained from pressing further. A wise woman does not hinder her husband's endeavors. "I will be careful," Chen Xuan replied with a smile, before hastening towards the burning building. "Mother, where are Dad and the others going?" Chen Xuan inquired, gazing curiously at Chen Xuan's retreating figure. "Father is attending to something exceedingly important. Let us wait here for him, shall we?" Xia Xinru gently tousled Xuan's hair and smiled. Okay. Chen Xuan obediently nodded. Xia Xinru then lifted her gaze towards her husband's silhouette until it vanished from view, slowly withdrawing her eyes, her expression shadowed by deep concern. To be honest, they were indeed affluent now, their lives vastly improved compared to before. However, deep down, Xia Xinru harbored a wish that her husband would not possess such formidable abilities. She merely desired a life of safety and peace for their family, even if it meant enduring a bit of hardship, as long as they were safe. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan sprinted with great speed, propelled by urgency. Not familiar with the route, he found himself confronted by a barrier standing 2 to 3 meters high. Circumventing it would undoubtedly consume precious time, so with a determined resolve, he accelerated towards it. This audacious act immediately captured the attention of onlookers. "Hey, young man, what are you doing? Stop!" Ahead is, just as the crowd gasped in surprise, Chen Xuan, 2 meters away from the railing, suddenly bent his knees, his feet seemingly equipped with springs. In a remarkable leap, he ascended effortlessly, as though gravity had ceased to exist, soaring approximately 1.6 meters into the air. He swiftly grasped the top of the railing and, with a gentle pull, vaulted over it, rolling upon landing to dissipate the momentum. My heavens, did I just witness that? That person truly flew. Wow, that jump was astonishing, even surpassing Jordan. Among the crowd, 2 foreign friends stood in disbelief, their jaws nearly touching the ground. This is Huaxia Kung Fu. Incredible. Huaxia Kung Fu is remarkable, they exclaimed in their halting Chinese, their excitement palpable. At this moment, Chen Xuan had already reached the base of the burning high-rise. Without a moment's hesitation, he pressed the elevator button, ascending directly to the 18th floor. Dear readers, the book's performance is rather disappointing. I kindly ask for your recommendations to alleviate this literary drought. Any suggestions for good reads would be appreciated. Those who are financially able, feel free to offer support. I am in dire need of sustenance as a struggling author. Chapter 79. Searching for gas leaks inside the elevator. Chen Xuan checked the time. 15 minutes had elapsed, meaning only 25 minutes remained before a gas explosion could engulf the entire corridor in flames. He silently prayed for speed. Finally, the elevator reached the 18th floor. As the doors opened, Chen Xuan dashed out. Bang, bang, bang. He hurried to the nearest door and knocked fervently. Is anyone there? Hello? He called out. After a moment, a middle-aged man opened the door, looking perplexed at Chen Xuan. Is there something you need? Please check if there's a gas leak in your home. After Chen Xuan finished speaking, he immediately moved on to the next house and knocked on the door once more. If there had truly been a gas leak, the occupants would likely have lost consciousness and would not have been able to answer the door, thus it was certainly not this household. Nevertheless, as a precaution, Chen Xuan advised the middle-aged man to check for any gas leaks in his home. The man appeared bewildered, as his household did not utilize gas at all, and he paid no heed to the suggestion. Upon witnessing Chen Xuan knocking on another door, he could not help but exclaim, "Don't bother knocking. That house has been vacant for a long time." Taken aback by this revelation, Chen Xuan hastily proceeded to knock on another door. Is anyone there? Is anyone home? He called out as he rapped on the door. Before long, an elderly lady opened the door, looking at him in surprise. Young man, whom are you looking for? Elderly lady, please check if there is a gas leak in your home, Chen Xuan implored, before rushing to the next house to knock again. He had not detected any smell of gas upon the old lady's opening of the door, confirming that this was not the source of the issue. Thus, he continued his quest, knocking on another door. This action of Chen Xuan quickly attracted the attention of numerous residents in the building. The structure was quite large, housing over 20 families on a single floor. What is happening? Why is he knocking on every door? I don't know. He inquired about a gas leak. Could it be that one of the households has a leak? There is a possibility. Let's go find out. Curiosity piqued, many emerged from their homes, engaging in animated discussions, while some approached Chen Xuan to inquire about the situation. However, Chen Xuan could not reveal that he had received information from the future indicating a gas leak in one of the households, which could potentially lead to an explosion. He might very well be branded as insane. I have received word that there is a gas leak in one of the homes here. As for which one, I am uncertain. Hence, I must knock on each door, Chen Xuan stated, fabricating a story. The building was a relic of the past, with some residents having installed natural gas systems while others used gas canisters. If a leak were to occur, the consequences could be dire. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd turned grave. "Young man, can we trust this information?" Someone questioned, suspecting that Chen Xuan might be causing trouble. "Is reliable, absolutely reliable?" Chen Xuan insisted. "Well, he is just a young lad. Why would he deceive us?" remarked a concerned gentleman. "This matter is quite serious. Regardless of the truth, we need to assist." "Indeed, well said," others chimed in agreement. Thus, the residents rallied around Chen Xuan, helping him to knock on each door, warning homeowners to be cautious of potential gas leaks. Chen Xuan felt deeply moved by their willingness to assist. As the saying goes, many hands make light work. With a collective effort, the 18th floor was soon thoroughly checked. Aside from one unoccupied unit and another that did not respond, all doors were opened and no gas leaks were found. They left home early this morning, and there's no one in their house. It cannot be their gas leaking. I have been there, and they use natural gas, not gas canisters. Soon, someone stepped forward and confidently asserted that no one had responded from the household that did not use gas. Thus, it was immediately ruled out. As for the unoccupied residence, an elderly gentleman produced a key, opened the door, and confirmed the absence of any gas leak. Consequently, the entire 18th floor was dismissed from suspicion. "Young man, are you merely jesting? Now that every household has been excluded, there is no gas leak whatsoever. Indeed, such matters should not be taken lightly. We have all wasted our time in this endeavor." The crowd began to express skepticism towards Chen Xuan, with several individuals stepping forward to voice their approaches. At this moment, Chen Xuan was extremely anxious. With only 10 minutes remaining, although the 18th floor had been cleared, the 19th floor remained. Should an explosion occur, the consequences would be dire. "Everyone, you must trust me. I need to head to the 19th floor immediately. If no gas leak is present there, I will sincerely apologize to you all. And even if the authorities apprehend me, I shall harbor no grievances," Chen Xuan declared to the crowd before hastily making his way to the elevator. With his words laid bare, the crowd found it difficult to contest further. Let us follow him and assist in checking the 19th floor. Yes, it won't take much time. A gas leak can be fatal, and if there is an open flame, it could result in an explosion. I'm curious to see if you're merely spouting nonsense. We should accompany him. Regardless, there are still many good people in this world, and the crowd chose to believe Chen Xuan, following him closely. Soon, the elevator was filled to capacity. Witnessing this scene, Chen Xuan felt deeply moved. Upon reaching the 19th floor, everyone rushed out, immediately knocking on each door, just as they had done before. "What is happening? Why are there so many people? Hey, what are you all doing? Don't ask so many questions. Check if there is a gas leak in your home. Do you understand?" The residents of the 19th floor were quickly startled, revealing expressions of astonishment. In short order, they learned of the unfolding events, and their gazes turned towards Chen Xuan. United in purpose, the entire 19th floor was inspected in no time. "Come here. We've been knocking on this door for ages, but no one is answering," someone shouted. Hearing this, Chen Xuan dashed over. "Could this household have a gas leak? Does anyone know the owner? Quickly, make a call. I have a number. I'll call right now." Strange, no one is picking up. However, after several rings, no one answered. Chen Xuan checked the time and realized further delay was untenable. "Everyone, step aside." Upon hearing this, the crowd moved back, and Chen Xuan took a deep breath before suddenly charging forward, delivering a powerful kick to the door. With a resounding crash, the force of Chen Xuan's kick was immense. Even a bull would have been toppled. The door splintered into pieces. At that very moment, a sudden whiff of gas permeated the air, causing all those who inhaled it to blanch in horror and instinctively pinch their noses. It was indeed the unmistakable scent of gas. Everyone, exercise caution. A gas leak had truly occurred. "Quick, let us check inside to see if anyone is there." The crowd instantly reacted, their expressions shifting dramatically. Chen Xuan's immediate thought propelled him forward. Surely someone had succumbed to gas poisoning and fainted. The longer they delayed, the greater the risk to life. "Hey, what are you doing? Why are you kicking down my door?" An irate voice suddenly erupted from outside the throng. startling everyone who turned to look. A man approached, laden with bags, evidently returning from the market with groceries. Chen Xuan turned back, his face paling in alarm. This is bad. He surged forward like a cannonball. Smoke! He had a cigarette in his mouth. Quick, stop him. It turned out the man was indeed puffing on a lit cigarette, and at that moment, as he opened the door, the flame ignited the gas that lingered in the air, leading to an imminent explosion. The crowd gasped, eager to intervene, yet their movements lagged behind Chen Xuan's swift actions. In an instant, he tackled the man to the ground, seizing the lit cigarette and extinguishing it with force. That was a close call. The fire's out. Phew, that was terrifying. I'm drenched in sweat. Upon witnessing this, the crowd collectively exhaled in relief, with many already retreating to a safe distance. What on earth is happening? The man was still bewildered, but soon he too caught a whiff of the gas, his face draining of color. As for Chen Xuan, he had already rolled over and scrambled to his feet, delivering a series of punches to break open the door before rushing inside. Upon entering, he immediately spotted a woman unconscious in the living room, completely unresponsive. Rather than checking on her well-being first, he quickly scanned the area and found the kitchen. Holding his breath as he dashed in, a piercing, chilling sound filled the air. The gas pipe had ruptured and was leaking incessantly. Without hesitation, Chen Xuan rushed to turn off the valve, finally halting the gas leak. "Wife, please wake up. Don't scare me like this," he implored. "Children? Where are the children?" Outside, a cacophony ensued. Chen Xuan sprinted outside to discover the husband had returned, calling for his wife and children as he dashed into the house. Two other men followed suit, running in to assist. "Get her to the hallway." "Did you hear me?" Chen Xuan shouted to the two men. Unbeknownst to him, he had become the pillar of strength for the crowd. Upon hearing his command, they nodded vigorously and hurried to carry the unconscious woman outside, while Chen Xuan opened all the windows. With so much gas accumulated indoors, any spark could ignite it, leading to disaster. As the gas gradually dissipated through the windows, Chen Xuan finally felt a sense of relief. "Son, wake up. Father is here, my dear daughter, my beloved wife. It is all my fault. Please do not cry. Quickly call for emergency assistance." Outside, the sound of the father's sobs mingled with the anxious voices of those around. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan immediately rushed into the corridor. There, he found the mistress and her son and daughter in a state of unconsciousness, unresponsive to any calls. A young woman, possessing some knowledge of first aid, was administering artificial respiration to the little boy. "Make way, everyone!" Chen Xuan shouted urgently. The onlookers, recognizing him as their pillar of strength, parted to create a path. "Have they regained consciousness?" Chen Xuan inquired of the young woman. "Not yet. The carbon monoxide poisoning is too severe. Simple artificial respiration is ineffective. We must expedite high-oxygen treatment," she replied. She was a nurse, fortuitously at home on her day off. Carbon monoxide poisoning is a common clinical condition that results in brain hypoxia, potentially leading to brain damage. Prolonged unconsciousness could thrust the patient into a vegetative state, necessitating immediate transport to a proper medical facility. Nodding, Chen Xuan asked, "Do you have silver needles?" As he spoke, he began performing artificial respiration on the little girl. Simultaneously, he skillfully massaged her head, employing techniques that would aid in the rapid recovery of her brain's consciousness. Should silver needles be unavailable, he had an alternative method, although its efficacy was comparatively limited. "No," the young woman replied, shaking her head in despair. Although she was skeptical of Chen Xuan's credentials, the urgency of the situation left her no time for further inquiry. "I have silver needles at home," an elderly man suddenly interjected. He had learned the art of acupuncture from an old traditional Chinese physician to alleviate his chronic back pain and occasionally used silver needles on himself. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan was elated. "That is wonderful. Please hurry and bring as many as you can." "Yes, yes," the old man replied, hastily departing. "Young man, will my children be saved?" The father, pale-faced, asked anxiously. "Rest assured, as long as we have silver needles, I guarantee they will be fine. Now, quickly perform artificial respiration on your wife to ensure she inhales sufficient oxygen," Chen Xuan instructed. Hearing this, the father's heart soared with hope. The anxiety of the onlookers seemed to dissipate as they felt an overwhelming trust in Chen Xuan. Perhaps it was due to his previous actions, or perhaps it was his inherent charisma. After a brief moment, the elderly man returned, exclaiming, "The silver needles have arrived." He presented a box of needles to Chen Xuan, who promptly took them and began extracting the needles. With swift precision, Chen Xuan inserted the silver needles into various acupoints on the little girl's head, executing the procedure with remarkable speed and adherence to technique. This narrative is purely fictional. Should you encounter carbon monoxide poisoning, please dial emergency services immediately. Dear readers, the book's reception has been rather lackluster, with few readers engaging with it. If you find it enjoyable, I would sincerely appreciate your assistance in recommending it to alleviate the current scarcity of readership, allowing more individuals to discover this work. The author expresses heartfelt gratitude. May your fortunes flourish, your careers prosper, and may those of you who are single find companionship soon. Chapter 81. Traditional Chinese medicine alleviates carbon monoxide. Poisoning Chen Xuan's movements while administering acupuncture were remarkably swift, rendering them incomprehensible to onlookers who merely perceived him as haphazardly inserting needles. However, a young woman watched with keen interest, having studied a modicum of acupuncture herself. She recognized the exceptional and intricate skill exhibited by Chen Xuan. Was this truly effective? Could acupuncture really save someone? It seemed rather archaic. Indeed, I believe we should swiftly carry the individual away. The ambulance will arrive shortly. Given his youth, he must have only recently graduated from university. Even if he possesses some medical knowledge, it is likely not of significant caliber. Upon witnessing Chen Xuan employing acupuncture to save a life, many expressed skepticism, particularly among the younger crowd, who generally held reservations about traditional Chinese medicine, considering that contemporary medical practices predominantly favor Western medicine. Enough. Can you all please silence your incessant chatter? Do not obstruct the rescue. The young woman suddenly exclaimed, directing her reprimand towards the naysayers. Though she was merely a nurse, her fiery temperament was intolerant of those who, lacking capability, chose to disparage others. Upon hearing her words, the crowd fell silent. "Look, the girl is moving," someone suddenly shouted. Everyone was taken aback and turned their attention, witnessing the little girl's eyelashes fluttering and her fingers beginning to move. "Daughter, wake up! Please, wake up! I am your father," the man exclaimed, visibly agitated. Chen Xuan interjected, "Do not touch the silver needles on her. She will awaken on her own." Thank you, little divine doctor. Please, treat my wife quickly," he implored. "Rest assured, your wife possesses strong resilience. I will attend to your son first," Chen Xuan replied, promptly administering acupuncture to the young boy. In the face of reality, all doubts dissipated like paper tigers. As the little girl awakened, those who had previously questioned Chen Xuan's medical abilities fell silent, many now offering their praises. What a miraculous physician! Who would have imagined that just a few needle insertions could restore her? Indeed, the traditional Chinese medicine handed down from our ancestors is no trivial matter. It is remarkably profound. Those recent needle insertions were not random. While laymen observed the spectacle, those knowledgeable recognized the method. Each silver needle inserted by the little divine doctor carried significance. Amidst the accolades, Chen Xuan quickly inserted silver needles into the young boy and then turned his attention to the woman. The acupuncture he performed was designed to stimulate the patient's vital systems, facilitating her awakening while enhancing her physiological functions to promote rapid aerobic respiration. Provided there was sufficient oxygen intake, carbon monoxide poisoning could be resolved. 10 minutes later, the woman, the little boy, and the little girl gradually opened their eyes and regained consciousness. Witnessing this scene, the crowd erupted in exuberance. "Little divine doctor, thank you. Thank you for saving my wife and child. I am eternally grateful and would work tirelessly to express my gratitude." The male protagonist comforted his wife with a gentle embrace before approaching Chen Xuan, whereupon he knelt down in profound gratitude, exclaiming, "You must swiftly take them to the hospital. I merely revived them, but carbon monoxide poisoning can leave numerous after effects. They require hospitalization for a period of treatment." Chen Xuan, with his medical expertise, certainly had means for further treatment, yet his wife and daughter were still waiting by the beach for his return. Should he return late, their worry would be palpable. Upon hearing this, the male protagonist sprang to his feet, summoning someone to carry his child into the elevator, while he hoisted his wife onto his back. Observing this scene, Chen Xuan made his way toward another elevator, ready to depart. "Wait a moment, handsome!" At that instant, a voice called out from behind him. Chen Xuan turned in surprise to find a young nurse hastening to catch up. "Is there something you need?" he inquired with a smile, having formed a favorable impression of this young woman, who had bravely stepped up in a critical moment and had the audacity to counter those who doubted him, qualities he greatly admired. "Hello, I am Lili." The nurse introduced herself, revealing two charming dimples. "I am Chen Xuan," he responded. "Well, I noticed your remarkable skills while you were saving lives. I was wondering if I could befriend you to discuss medical knowledge sometime," Lili said, a hint of shyness in her demeanor. "Could we exchange WeChat?" Despite their brief encounter, the earlier events had instilled in Lili a considerable fondness for Chen Xuan, compounded by his striking appearance, leading her to feel an instant attraction. She possessed a bold and passionate disposition. When she encounters someone who captures her heart, she would unreservedly initiate conversation and request contact details. Realizing this might be their last meeting, she summoned the courage to ask for his WeChat. Chen Xuan, perceptive as he was, appraised Lili. She appeared around 20, in the bloom of youth, with a captivating figure and delicate features, a true beauty. However, in comparison to his wife, she fell considerably short. "I'm sorry, but my wife and daughter are waiting for me outside, and I must return quickly to avoid causing them worry," Chen Xuan replied apologetically. While exchanging WeChat for a purely academic discussion was certainly feasible, her bashful demeanor suggested ulterior motives, and as a married man, he could not casually add a young woman's contact. "Married?" Lili felt a jolt of surprise. His words doused her hopes like a bucket of cold water, leaving her both disappointed and blushing. "Goodbye." Chen Xuan smiled and turned to leave, knowing that lingering would only heighten her embarrassment. Watching him enter the elevator and depart, Lili siga deeply. "Why must the one I like already be married?" She lamented to the heavens. "Is it my fate to remain alone?" With a heavy heart, she retreated to her room, feeling disheartened and resolved to drown her sorrows in sleep. On the other side, Chen Xuan had returned to the beach, where Xia Xinru and Xian Xian hurried over upon noticing him. "Darling, are you all right? What happened?" she inquired with concern. Earlier, she had been anxiously restless, almost unable to refrain from calling to check on him, but she feared it would disrupt his work, so she had held back her worries. "It's nothing serious. Let us move on. It's hot here. I'll explain everything in detail later." "All right." Chen Xuan had no secrets from his wife and readily shared the events that had transpired. Upon hearing his account, Xia Xinru immediately gave him a thumbs up. "Darling, you are truly remarkable, a true hero. My admiration for you grows by the day." Her praise was sincere, for his actions had indeed saved many lives. Chen Xuan, however, remained composed and did not let the matter weigh heavily on him. As time passed, the sun grew increasingly intense. After a brief period of family fun, the three of them returned directly to the hotel. Since he had previously utilized his opportunity for dialogue, it was clear he would not learn the lottery numbers today. He could only await tomorrow's draw. "Lunch is ready. Xian Xian, come here, and let mommy teach you to sing, shall we?" Xia Xinru said with a smile as she lay on the bed. "Okay." Xian Xian obediently approached, removed her shoes, climbed onto the bed, and nestled into her mother's embrace. "Mommy, what song shall we sing?" Xian Xian asked curiously. "Today, we will learn a song called Shui Diaoge 2, written by the great poet Su Shi." Xia Xinru paused before continuing. "I'll sing a line, and you follow me, all right?" "Okay." Xian Xian nodded eagerly. "The bright moon, when will it appear? I raise my cup to ask the blue sky. I know not the celestial palaces above. What year is this evening? I wish to ride the winds back home, yet fear the jade towers and crystal halls." Xia Xinru's voice was melodious and enchanting, instilling a sense of tranquility in the listener. Although Xuan's enunciation was not very clear, she followed her mother closely in melody, her tender and clear voice adding a delightful charm to the performance. In terms of education, beyond imparting textbook knowledge, Xia Xinru would occasionally teach Xian Xian to sing and paint, particularly nurturing her evident interest and talent in singing. As they finished, applause erupted. Well done, my dear wife and Chen Xuan. You both sang beautifully, Chen Xuan said, clapping from the sofa with a smile. Elated by her father's praise, Chen Xuan beamed with joy. Daddy, will you sing too? She called out. Chen Xuan's expression shifted instantly, and he quickly shook his head. Daddy is tone deaf. I'd rather not sing. This was the truth. He truly lacked talent in singing. During his school days, he had always refused to participate in singing contests or performances. In stark contrast, Xiaoxin Ru possessed a beautiful singing voice, having once won a university singing competition. Chen Xuan, Daddy sings beautifully. Go on, be sweet, and maybe Daddy will sing, Xiaoxin Ru teased with a playful smile. Hearing this, Chen Xuan shot a bemused glance at his wife. Thinking, isn't this setting me up? Chen Xuan immediately nodded and, with bare feet, leaped from the bed to stand before Chen Xuan. Daddy, can you sing? I want to listen, she pleaded, tugging at Chen Xuan's hand and shaking it, her eyes glistening with tears in a display of charming innocence. Who taught you this trick? You really know how to be adorable, Chen Xuan remarked helplessly. Faced with such a tactic from his daughter, he found himself utterly defenseless, especially against those sparkling, watery eyes. I saw it on Douyin. Daddy, please sing. Chen Xuan continued her coaxing. All right, I will sing, Chen Xuan conceded, unable to withstand her enthusiasm. Yay, that's wonderful, Chen Xuan exclaimed, jumping with joy and mimicking a gesture towards her mother. Xiaoxin Ru couldn't help but laugh, but then she promptly plugged her ears. What does that mean, dear? I haven't even sung yet, and you're already blocking your ears? That's rather disrespectful, Chen Xuan said, his forehead lined with exasperation. I'm just preparing myself. Go ahead and sing, Xiaoxin Ru replied. Chen Xuan was speechless, but seeing the eager anticipation in his daughter's eyes, he took a deep breath. This wish must be fulfilled. Thus, with a serious expression, he began to sing. When will the bright moon appear? Asking the sky with a cup of wine. Initially, Chen Xuan was filled with anticipation. In her eyes, her father was a magnificent hero, capable of anything. However, as soon as he uttered the first line, her expression shifted dramatically. So unpleasant. Incredibly unpleasant. If Xiaoxin Ru's voice was kissed by angels, then Chen Xuan's voice had surely been kissed by pigs. Oh dear, how awful, Chen Xuan exclaimed, immediately covering her ears. Chen Xuan, witnessing this scene, had anticipated it. He was well aware of his own singing prowess. While others might charge for their singing, he felt it cost him dearly. I know not what year it is in the heavenly palaces. I wish to ride the winds back, yet fear the jade towers. Yet, Chen Xuan continued, raising his volume further. Daddy, please stop. It's so terrible. Chen Xuan rushed over to cover his mouth. But Chen Xuan was determined. He would ensure his daughter enjoyed herself today. He stood up, singing as he ran, while Chen Xuan chased after him. Daddy, don't run, she shouted, her ears still covered. But Chen Xuan, didn't you want to hear Daddy sing? Chen Xuan teased with a grin. I don't want to listen anymore, she protested, shaking her head vigorously. That's simply one do. You must listen. Chen Xuan laughed, continuing his exaggerated howling. Xiaoxin Ru, watching the playful chase between father and daughter, couldn't help but chuckle, revealing two sweet dimples that made her even more beautiful. Eventually, Chen Xuan grew tired, prompting Chen Xuan to stop singing as well. Chen Xuan, how did you find Daddy singing? He inquired. Daddy sings terribly. I'd rather listen to Mommy, she replied, dashing back to the bed. Mommy, I want to hear you sing. Daddy sings too poorly. All right, Xiaoxin Ru said, suppressing her laughter and nodding. Chen Xuan shook his head, realizing he had been dismissed by his daughter. Returning to the sofa, Chen Xuan found himself captivated by the melodious voice of his wife, while simultaneously lost in deep contemplation. The pressing matter at hand was to complete the task at the earliest opportunity, to establish a company and generate a profit of 100 million within a month. Such a feat seemed almost insurmountable. For Chen Xuan, 100 million was an astronomical figure, and the thought of achieving it within a mere month was utterly daunting. Even if he were to sell himself, it was unlikely he could amass such a sum, though endowed with the extraordinary ability to converse with the future. He could only glimpse 5 hours ahead, rendering investments in stocks, real estate, or emerging enterprises unfeasible. Thus, relying solely on his foresight appeared to be an exercise in futility. What then could he do? Chen Xuan remained ensnared in his thoughts as the seconds ticked away. Dear, are you pondering the task? Just as Chen Xuan was lost in reflection, his wife's voice broke through his reverie. He nodded, turning to smile at her captivatingly beautiful face, and then glanced towards the bed, where Chen Xuan had unknowingly drifted into slumber. Evidently, he had been deep in thought for quite some time. Chapter 83. Darling, I want to be the woman behind you. Have you thought of a solution? Xiaoxin Ru settled onto the sofa, taking Chen Xuan's hand and inquiring. Sigh. It's not that simple. Earning 100 million within a month is simply impossible. Chen Xuan sighed in response. Completing this task hinged on 2 points. First, establishing a company. Second, achieving a profit of 100 million within a month. The mere act of founding a company was already overwhelming for Chen Xuan, let alone the daunting expectation of turning a profit of such magnitude in just 1 month. Unlike the era of reform and opening up, when myriad opportunities flourished and even the most unassuming ventures could soar, today's landscape was saturated in real estate, finance, and the internet. The challenge of entrepreneurship had become Herculean. The most lucrative avenue appeared to be live streaming sales on Douyin. Generating a net profit of 100 million within a month was feasible for prominent streamers. However, Chen Xuan currently lacked even 1,000 followers, rendering such aspirations unrealistic. Actually, I have thought of a few ideas that might assist you, Xiaoxin Ru suddenly interjected. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan's eyes brightened. In certain respects, his wife was more meticulous and insightful than he. Do share, he urged eagerly. Isn't there a saying that women's money is the easiest to earn? We could capitalize on this notion. The weight loss tea, skin whitening lotion, and acne treatment cream you formulated have remarkable effects, far surpassing those of high-end cosmetics. If we could mass-produce them, we could undoubtedly make a fortune, Xiaoxin Ru stated earnestly. She had personally used these products and found them vastly superior to the well-known brands, particularly the weight loss tea. No matter how much one indulged in hot pot, barbecued meats, or pig trotters, a single cup of weight loss tea at night would not only aid digestion, but also expel any absorbed fats, ensuring one wound tea gain an ounce. This was an immense boon for those who loved to eat yet feared weight gain. I had considered this long ago, but to earn 100 million in a month seems improbable given the time constraints, Chen Xuan replied, shaking his head. The traditional Chinese medicine inheritance he acquired in his mind undoubtedly surpasses the medical knowledge of this era. The weight loss teas, skin whitening serums, and acne treatments formulated from herbal medicine exhibit remarkable efficacy. Today, despite your face being riddled with acne, merely applying the acne cream 2 or 3 times would lead to a complete recovery. This claim is by no means exaggerated. If these products were to be sold, Chen Xuan possesses the confidence to amass a fortune of 1 billion or even 10 billion. However, the time frame provided by the system is alarmingly short, just 1 month. He fears he may not even have the products ready before time runs out. Darling, who says we must sell products? Xiaoxin Ru suddenly interjected, shaking her head. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan jolted, realizing something significant. Are you suggesting that we do not sell products? To produce them requires various resources, financial, material, and human, and we currently possess none. Time is certainly of the essence, so we should sell the formulas directly. Xiaoxin Ru paused, then continued. As long as we have the technology and patents, there's no doubt we can profit. We can sell these formulas to top cosmetic companies and receive substantial compensation. We can either sell the formulas outright or engage in profit sharing. This method of earning is undoubtedly faster than producing the products ourselves. Chen Xuan's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing his wife's words. The formulas in his mind were countless, extending beyond cosmetics to include those for enhancing male vitality. The production of these vitality pills could resolve numerous men's issues with impotence. The profit potential in this market easily exceeds 1 billion. If each formula sells for 1 million, merely selling 100 formulas would yield a profit of 1 billion. Haha, my dear wife, you are truly brilliant. You are my intellectual luminary, and I adore you, he exclaimed, elated by the realization. He playfully pushed Xia Xinru onto the sofa, laughing and showering her face with kisses. Shoo! Xia Xinru quickly gestured for silence, whispering, "Be quiet. Xian is still sleeping. Don't wake her." Right. Chen Xuan nodded in agreement, glancing at the bed to find Xian sleeping soundly, which alleviated his concerns. Behind every successful man stands an exceptional woman. Although I may not consider myself particularly remarkable, dear husband, I aspire to be that woman behind you, offering strategies, alleviating your burdens, rather than remaining a princess forever in need of protection. Xia Xinru stared intently at Chen Xuan, her expression earnest. These were her heartfelt words. Each time she watched her husband undertake perilous tasks, she felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. She yearned to assist him, to contribute in meaningful ways, rather than merely being a damsel in distress. Taken aback by her words, Chen Xuan felt a surge of emotion. "Darling, do not dwell on such thoughts. You and Xian are the loves of my life. Everything I do is for you both," he replied tenderly, gently caressing her cheek. This very woman had turned down countless suitors from wealthy families, rejected a life of luxury, and resolutely followed him, a man of humble means, despite her parents' objections. Once, Chen Xuan silently vowed that he would never allow her to suffer and would ensure she lived a good life. Observing the unwavering determination in Chen Xuan's gaze and the sharp contours of his face, Xia Xinru felt her heart race. Though they had long been a married couple, their eyes still sparkled with the same affection as in their courtship days. In the next moment, Xia Xinru lifted her head and kissed him. Chen Xuan effortlessly swept his wife into a princess embrace, and they kissed as they exited the room, gently closing the door behind them. Only Chen Xuan remained alone in the room. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan and his wife had retreated to another chamber. The family spent the day at the hotel, waiting for the heat to subside before taking a leisurely stroll in the park, returning to their hotel to enjoy a languorous existence akin to that of a carefree fish. Before long, it was 5 o'clock the following afternoon. Chapter 84. Winning the Lottery. Hey, you really know how to pick your moments. I was in the middle of a rather private affair when you decided to reach out. In the restroom, Chen Xuan found himself conversing with his future self. This dialogue was bound to be rather intimate. "Never mind. Let us postpone this discussion until tomorrow," his future self replied. "Oh, come on. You're not leaving now, are you? I urgently need money, not only for a house, but also to acquire a company. If I fail in this endeavor, not only will I suffer, but you will too," Chen Xuan exclaimed. "Just a jest. You are me, and I am you. Of course, I will wholeheartedly look after you," his future self reassured him. After a brief pause, he continued, "The winning numbers for the lottery are 01, 04, and 23. Chen Xuan immediately committed these numbers to memory. "These are indeed the winning numbers. You can purchase your ticket now. The drawing will occur at 8:30 this evening," his future self confirmed. "All right," Chen Xuan nodded, quickly cleaned himself, donned his trousers, and stepped outside. In the living room, Xia Xinru and Chen Xuan stood by the open window, gazing at the bustling city while engaging in conversation. "Dear, I need to step out for a moment," Chen Xuan announced as he approached Xia Xinru. Turning to face her husband, Xia Xinru noticed the excitement radiating from him, undoubtedly having learned the winning numbers, and nodded in agreement. "Go ahead. Goodbye, Daddy. Come back soon." Chen Yuan waved her tiny hand in farewell. "Goodbye, Chen Yuan. Daddy will be back shortly." Chen Xuan responded with a wave before opening the door and stepping outside. "Mommy, where is Daddy going?" Chen Yuan inquired with curiosity. "He's off to work," Xia Xinru explained. "Only through work can we earn money to buy delicious treats and beautiful clothes for Chen Yuan." She aimed to instill in Chen Yuan the understanding that earning money was not an easy task, nurturing a sense of thriftiness in her. "Oh, Daddy is so wonderful. He must work very hard, doesn't he?" Chen Yuan remarked. "Indeed, he works very hard." After Chen Xuan left, he headed straight to the lottery shop, a modest establishment where 6 or 7 people were already purchasing tickets. Although it is widely acknowledged that the probability of winning the lottery is exceedingly low, some individuals are nonetheless driven by the alluring prospect of sudden wealth and immerse themselves in the lottery realm. There are even those who conduct meticulous data analyses of winning numbers, more diligent than preparations for a college entrance examination, investing all their money into purchasing tickets, only to suffer devastating financial losses. In essence, both lotteries and stocks represent a form of legalized gambling for those lacking self-discipline. It is advisable to refrain from engaging in such activities lightly. Upon entering, Chen Xuan picked up a pen and inscribed the winning numbers on a piece of paper, presenting it to the proprietor. "Sir, please give me 5 tickets for this number," he stated directly at the counter. He refrained from purchasing an excessive amount, fearing that altering his future by changing the winning numbers would lead to irreparable losses. The proprietor glanced at the note without further comment, proceeding to operate the computer before handing over a ticket. "10 yuan, the proprietor said. "Very well," Chen Xuan replied, nodding in agreement. After scanning the payment, he turned and left. 10 minutes later, he returned to the hotel. "Dad, are you back from work?" As he opened the door, Chen Xuan rushed over and curiously inquired, "Why are you home so early?" She distinctly remembered that her father used to take a long time before returning from work. How could he be back so soon? Taken aback by her question, Chen Xuan was momentarily puzzled. However, noticing Xia Xinru casting him knowing glances, he quickly regained his composure and smiled. "I had a little matter to attend to. I won't be working for the time being." "Oh," Chen Xuan thought little of it, delighted that her father could stay home to play with her. "Then Daddy has to play with Chen Xuan. Of course, after dinner, we'll go for a drive," Chen Xuan replied, affectionately ruffling his daughter's hair. "Yay!" Chen Xuan exclaimed joyfully, dancing with excitement. Xia Xinru approached with a smile, asking, "So, how did it go?" "I've already purchased the tickets. We just need to wait for the drawing at 8:30, Chen Xuan said, handing over the lottery ticket. Xia Xinru examined it. All 5 numbers were identical, undoubtedly the winning numbers Chen Xuan had mentioned for the future. In that moment, she felt the weight of the ticket in her hand, as if it were worth millions. "You should keep it," she insisted, handing it back. "No, you take it. Last time, I kept the winning ticket. So it's your turn to claim the prize." Chen Xuan chuckled. Xia Xinru hesitated, but ultimately accepted the ticket. After a brief respite, the family of 3 proceeded to the dining room for dinner and then set out for a drive. The moon hung high in the sky, adorned with twinkling stars, casting a mesmerizing ambience. A BMW glided along a brilliantly illuminated highway, with refreshing breezes wafting through the windows, offering a delightful sensation. "How refreshing!" Chen Xuan exclaimed, spreading her arms wide to embrace the cool air, radiating pure joy. To prevent her from tumbling out of the window, Xia Xinru sat in the back seat, holding her close. "Honey, how about we take a stroll by the seaside?" Xia Xinru suggested. "Certainly. That sounds wonderful," Chen Xuan replied. Chen Xuan nodded and promptly altered his course. In Tianhong City, there exists a coastal promenade, renowned for its splendid night scenery. The family of 3 drove there and soon arrived at their destination. After parking, Chen Xuan took his wife's hand in his left and his daughter's hand in his right as they strolled leisurely along the seaside walk. The promenade was lined with willow trees, swaying gracefully in the gentle breeze, reminiscent of ethereal dancers, adorned with dazzling neon lights that sparkled beautifully against the night sky. The sea shimmered like a mirror, reflecting the enchanting scenery on the shore, creating a mesmerizing illusion akin to a mirage. As the family ambled along, they reveled in the refreshing sea breeze, which lifted their spirits immensely. Time flew by, and before they knew it, it was 9 o'clock in the evening, when Chen Xuan suddenly remembered the lottery. He swiftly pulled out his phone to check the winning numbers. Xia Xinru eagerly leaned in to see. The numbers quickly flashed on the screen. 01, 04, 23. "Haha, we won. My dear, we have struck gold," Chen Xuan exclaimed, laughter bubbling forth as he saw the winning numbers matched his ticket exactly. Upon hearing this, Xia Xinru was overjoyed, embracing Chen Xuan tightly. After all, this was a prize worth tens of millions. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan looked at her parents with wide eyes, puzzled by their sudden elation. However, unlike their first lottery win, they exhibited a greater sense of composure this time, quickly regaining their composure. "It's about time we head back. Chen Xuan, would you like to ride on my shoulders?" Chen Xuan asked with a cheerful demeanor. Yes, that sounds great," Chen Xuan replied excitedly. Chen Xuan crouched down, allowing Chen Xuan to climb onto his shoulders. And then he dashed forward. Faster, Daddy. Chen Xuan giggled, turning to call out to Xia Xinru, Mom, come chase us? You two stop right there. Daddy, run faster. Mommy is catching up. The family frolicked and laughed, drawing envious glances from passers-by. Chapter 85. Over 30 million received after winning the lottery. It was imperative to claim the prize promptly. Thus, the following day, after breakfast, Chen Xuan and his family drove directly to the provincial lottery center. It was now business hours. Dear, you go collect the prize. Chen Xuan and I will wait for you here, Chen Xuan suggested with a smile. Why don't you go instead? I'm feeling a bit anxious, Xia Xinru admitted, unable to conceal her nerves. This was her first time claiming such a substantial prize, and to say she wasn't nervous would be a falsehood. Chen Xuan reassured her, I want you to have the experience. I already went once before. If Mommy isn't going, then I will. I want to win the big prize too. Chen Xuan chimed in sweetly. Chen Xuan and Xia Xinru exchanged amused glances. All right, I'll go, Xia Xinru finally decided, taking the ticket and stepping out of the car to enter the provincial lottery center. Chen Xuan and Chen Xuan remained in the vehicle, awaiting her return. This time, the process of claiming the prize was remarkably smooth. Unlike the previous occasion, when Chen Xuan encountered a cunning thief, had it not been for the timely warning from the future, Chen Xuan might have fallen victim to a ticket swap. After waiting for nearly half an hour, Xia Xinru emerged with a light step and a radiant smile. You seem quite pleased. Did you successfully claim your prize? Chen Xuan inquired with a grin. Of course. Here you go. Xia Xinru replied cheerfully as she got into the car and handed over a check. The grand prize for the lottery is always in the form of a check, which must be transferred at a designated bank to complete the redemption process. Chen Xuan glanced at the check. The figure of over 40 million was strikingly prominent. This time, the first prize for the lottery was over 8 million, and since Chen Xuan had purchased 5 tickets, the total winnings amounted to more than 40 million. Daddy, what is this? Chen Xuan asked curiously, moving closer with a puzzled expression. This is the grand prize we won, Chen Xuan exclaimed, and then promptly started the car, heading towards the bank. A grand prize? Isn't it just a piece of paper? Chen Xuan murmured, seemingly unaware of the check's true value. Darling, were you nervous when claiming the prize? Chen Xuan asked as he drove. What do you think? My hands were trembling while I signed. It was simply exhilarating, Xia Xinru replied, placing her hand on her chest, which was still racing with excitement. Although she had already tasted the life of the affluent, the experience of claiming over 40 million for the first time was undeniably thrilling. Once you get accustomed to it, next time you can go if we win again. Chen Xuan chuckled. Let us not push our luck. We've already won twice in a month. Winning again might attract attention from certain agencies, Xia Xinru remarked. As they chatted, they drove towards the bank, and before long, they arrived at their destination. Sweetheart, you go in. Chen Xuan and I will wait in the car, so you can fully experience the process of claiming the prize, Chen Xuan said with a smile, eager for his wife to enjoy the feeling of winning the first prize. A rare opportunity not everyone gets to savor. I suspect you're just trying to make me do the running, Xia Xinru teased, casting Chen Xuan a playful glance before turning to their daughter. Chen Xuan, listen to your father while I'm gone. Okay, Mommy, come back quickly. Chen Xuan replied obediently. All right. Xia Xinru nodded, clutching the check as she entered the bank. Under the guidance of the staff, she proceeded with the transfer service according to the established protocols. After a short wait, she joyfully dashed back out, signaling to her husband and daughter from a distance. All done. We just need to wait for the funds to arrive, Xia Xinru said as she got into the car, taking a deep breath. I was so nervous during the transfer. The bank clerk looked astonished when she saw the check. That's to be expected. Over 40 million is certainly not a trifling sum, Chen Xuan remarked as he started the car. Today is a splendid day. We must treat ourselves to a nice meal for lunch. What would you like to eat, dear wife and Chen Xuan? Chen Xuan inquired with a smile. Hot pot, Chen Xuan exclaimed enthusiastically. Xia Xinru and Chen Xuan spoke in unison, exchanging a glance that prompted an uncontrollable burst of laughter. Their family had a particular fondness for hot pot. The combination of numbing and spicy sensations was exceptionally delightful. All right, let's head for Hot Pot, Chen Xuan declared with a smile, driving directly to a hot pot restaurant. This establishment was not particularly renowned, yet its flavors were exquisite. It was a place Chen Xuan and Xia Xinru had visited during their university days when they were dating, and they had developed a fondness for its hot pot. Half an hour later, they arrived at their destination. As it was still early, the restaurant was not overly crowded. They chose a table by the window, adjacent to the air conditioning. Feel free to order whatever you like. Don't hold back, Chen Xuan said, pen in hand. Ready with the menu. What are we being polite for? Let's start with 2 portions of beef tripe, Xia Xinru replied with a smile. When it came to hot pot, beef tripe was a must order. 2 portions are hardly enough. We should at least get 4, Chen Xuan remarked, marking down 4 portions of beef tripe. Dad, I want beef balls, Xian Xian chimed in. All right, 1 portion of beef balls, Chen Xuan responded. And some duck intestines, fatty beef, and the shrimp paste here is quite good. Let's order a portion to try. Since it's all meat, let us add some vegetables as well. In no time, they had finalized their order and handed it to the waiter. Due to the necessity of driving, Chen Xuan opted for coconut juice instead of alcohol. As they prepared their dipping sauces with their respective bowls, Xia Xinru's phone suddenly chimed. Upon checking, she discovered a notification of a bank deposit. The money has arrived, dear. Look, Xia Xinru exclaimed excitedly, quickly passing her phone to Chen Xuan. He glanced at it, noting that over 30 million had been deposited. The amount was limited due to tax deductions. That was quick. After we finish our meal, we should proceed to purchase the house. Chen Xuan nodded with a smile. Having been in Tianhong City for some time, it was impractical to continue living in a hotel. Establishing a home was essential. Yes, Xia Xinru agreed. At that moment, a waitress approached, carrying a pot base. Excuse me, young lady, please watch out, she said, addressing Xian Xian. Xia Xinru quickly pulled Xian Xian into her embrace, allowing the waitress to place the pot base on the induction stove before igniting it. Enjoy your meal, she said cheerfully. The pot chosen was a dual-flavor one, with a clear broth and a spicy mixture. While both Chen Xuan and Xia Xinru were unbothered by spice, Xian Xian, being a child, needed to avoid excessive chili. The family wasted no time, using their chopsticks to add various ingredients into the bubbling pot. This is delicious, Mommy. I want more beef tripe, Xian Xian exclaimed. All right, I'll prepare some for you, her mother responded. Dear, you should try the shrimp paste. It's tender and truly delightful. As the family dined, they engaged in lively conversation, punctuated by laughter, creating an atmosphere of warmth and joy. As time passed, the restaurant grew busier, the lively chatter rising in a chorus that even the sweltering heat of July could not diminish, as patrons continued to revel in their love for hot pot. Just then, outside the entrance of the hot pot restaurant, a black Land Rover gracefully came to a stop in a parking space. The door swung open, and a little girl joyfully hopped out, eagerly unlocking the front seat. Grandpa, hurry down. This hot pot restaurant is exceptionally delicious. I dined here with my classmates last time, the girl exclaimed with delight. She appeared to be around 10 years old, adorned in a lovely dress, complemented by a pair of black leather shoes and white ankle socks. A pink hairpin held back her hair, giving her the appearance of a little princess. Yet, she resembled more of a Cinderella. It wasn't that she was unattractive, but rather too slender, as if a mere breeze could topple her. Her complexion was also somewhat pallid, hinting at fragility. Yin Yan, is it truly as delectable as you claim? An elderly voice inquired. As the car door opened wider, a man in his 60s stepped out. Despite his advanced age, he stood tall and robust, his hair slicked back and gleaming, with fair skin that revealed meticulous care. Of course, Grandpa. You will find out for yourself shortly, the girl, Lu Yin, replied with a smile, taking hold of her grandfather's hand. Ah, then I am in for a treat today, Lu Hongjun, her grandfather nodded, leading his granddaughter toward the restaurant. Trailing closely behind them was a man in his 30s, dressed rather unremarkably, his appearance blending seamlessly into the background, as if he were a bodyguard silently escorting them. Lu Hongjun and Lu Yin entered the hot pot restaurant, guided by a server to a table diagonally across from Chen Xuan and his companions. Darling, where's that villa we found online for sale? Xiaoxinru inquired after taking a bite of shrimp paste. It's located on Guangtian Road, called the Changhong Sales Center. We'll use the navigation to get there, Chen Xuan responded, his gaze inadvertently drifting toward the table occupied by Lu Yan. A fleeting glance made Chen Xuan pause, and he focused intently on the scene before him, his expression darkening slightly. What are you looking at? Xiaoxinru noticed her husband's unusual demeanor and turned to follow his gaze. After scanning the area for a while, she failed to recognize anyone. Look at that little girl, Chen Xuan remarked suddenly. Xiaoxinru was startled and then directed her attention to Lu Yan. At first glance, she did not recognize her, but upon closer inspection, she noted the girl's alarming thinness, as if a gust of wind could blow her away. She is so thin. Her complexion doesn't look good either. I feel she might be unwell, Xiaoxinru commented. Even an outsider like her could discern the girl's condition. Thus, Chen Xuan, a skilled physician, immediately recognized that Lu Yan was indeed ill, and her ailment appeared quite severe. Yes, she's indeed unwell, and gravely so. If not treated promptly, it could pose a serious threat to her life, Chen Xuan confirmed gravely. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxinru was taken aback. Is it that serious? Upon encountering the young girl, who appeared to be no older than a mere 10 years, though emaciated, her countenance was adorned with a radiant smile. The thought that she might succumb to illness at such a tender age flooded Xiaoxinru, as a mother, with overwhelming compassion. Is there any way to cure her? She implored her husband, her heart aching at the prospect of such a young life being extinguished. Xiaoxinru turned to Chen Xuan, her eyes filled with desperation. Meanwhile, Xuanyuan's gaze remained fixed on Lu Yan, having grasped snippets of her parents' conversation. She turned to her father and asked, "Daddy, is that young lady sick?" "Yes." Chen Xuan replied with a nod. "Daddy, you must save her. Last time I had a cold, it was truly unbearable, and I do not wish for her to suffer in the same way." Xuanyuan's kindness shone through as she earnestly pleaded, fully aware that her father possessed remarkable healing abilities. "Very well, I promise to help, Xianyuan," Chen Xuan said with a gentle smile. He then turned to Xiaoxinru and added, "I cannot ascertain the nature of her illness just yet, but it is undeniably severe. We must seek the appropriate medicinal herbs, some of which have long been extinct for centuries, making them exceedingly difficult to procure in this era." Xiaoxinru's expression darkened at his words. "Let's first enjoy our hot pot. After we finish, I will inquire further. Even if I cannot cure her, I may still be able to prolong her life." Chen Xuan reassured her. Nodding in agreement, the family resumed their meal. Just as they were nearing the end of their dining experience, a sudden gasp pierced the air. Lu Yan, who had been relishing the hot pot, abruptly collapsed. Fortunately, a nearby bodyguard reacted swiftly, dashing forward to catch her. "Cold, so cold." Lu Yan trembled in the bodyguard's embrace, her body quaking despite the sweltering summer heat. "Yin, what is wrong? Do not frighten your grandfather." Lu Hongjun rushed to her side, concern etched on his face. "Grandfather, I am so cold, so very cold," Lu Yan stammered. Her lips pressed tightly together as she shivered uncontrollably. How could this happen? Did she not take her medicine this morning? How could her condition worsen? Lu Hongjun exclaimed in disbelief. The bodyguard interjected, "Sir, do you not have more medicine on you? You must administer it to Miss Yin immediately. Her current state is perilous." Yes. Lu Hongjun quickly retrieved a vial from his pocket, drawing the attention of all present, who gathered around in curiosity. What transpired? Was she not fine just moments ago? How could she suddenly be in such a state? It is sweltering outside. How can she claim to be cold? Her health appears dreadfully poor. As the crowd murmured, Lu Hongjun opened the vial and prepared to give the pills to his granddaughter. Just then, a voice rang out. "That medicine is no longer effective." Startled, Lu Hongjun turned to see Chen Xuan striding towards them, followed closely by Xiaoxinru and Xianyuan. "What nonsense are you spouting?" The bodyguard retorted angrily, unable to believe Chen Xuan's claim. "This medicine has always worked for her previous ailments. If you doubt my words, feel free to administer it." Chen Xuan replied calmly. Chen Xuan remained composed, his expression calm. Lu Hongjun regarded Chen Xuan with astonishment, but given the perilous state of his granddaughter, there was no time for contemplation. He swiftly administered the medicine into her mouth, urging, "Yin Yin, swallow the medicine. It will alleviate your cold." Lu Yin, exhibiting remarkable composure, suppressed the bone-chilling cold as she grit her teeth and swallowed the pill. Chapter 87. Treating the young girl upon ingestion. If it were any other time, the cold would gradually dissipate. However, at this moment, Lu Yin still felt an unrelenting chill that penetrated her very bones, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. "Grandpa, I'm still cold. So cold." Lu Yin shivered, her teeth chattering as she spoke in a quivering voice. "How is this possible?" Lu Hongming exclaimed, astonished as he gazed at his granddaughter, his face etched with concern. Normally, after taking the medicine, Yin Yin would feel better in no time, but why is this happening now? The medication you administered is merely a temporary remedy, and prolonged use has rendered her body immune to its effects, leading to diminishing results. Chen Xuan interjected, advancing closer. "Let me examine her. If this continues, her life may be at stake." "Stop. Do not approach." A bodyguard quickly positioned himself in front of Chen Xuan. His duty was to ensure the safety of the master and the young lady. Although this young man appeared harmless, given the likelihood of ambushes by unscrupulous individuals, the bodyguard deemed it prudent to intervene. "Uncle, my dad is a remarkable doctor. Please allow him to help the young lady. It pains me to see her suffering." Xian Xian chimed in, her voice sweet and innocent as she looked up at the bodyguard. Seeing this, Xia Xinru also rushed forward, adding, "My husband truly possesses exceptional medical skills. He has saved many lives. Please let him try." As she spoke, her gaze shifted toward the young girl, and as a mother, her heart ached for her. "Li Bei, stand down," Lu Hongming commanded suddenly. "Yes," the bodyguard replied, promptly stepping aside. Lu Hongming turned his attention to Chen Xuan and then focused intently on him, stating, "Young man, I trust you. Yin Yin's condition is dire. I implore you to intervene. I will kneel before you." "Please no. Elder, please rise," Chen Xuan quickly interjected, moving forward to stop him. "Rest assured, I will devise a way to treat her." He then directed his gaze toward the little girl, stating, "I require a private room, free from any interruptions. There's an employee lounge over there, unoccupied and equipped with a bed," the hot pot restaurant owner suddenly suggested, her kind heart moved by the girl's suffering. "Excellent." Chen Xuan nodded, lifting the girl into his arms and looking at Xia Xinru. "Dear, please fetch the medical kit." "Of course." Xia Xinru nodded and dashed outside. Under the guidance of the restaurant owner, Chen Xuan carried Lu Yin into the employee lounge. "Li Wei, ensure no one enters." Lu Hongming instructed as he followed into the room. "Understood." Li Wei responded with a nod, closing the door and effectively blocking anyone who wished to intrude. Naturally, to ensure the safety of the master and the young lady, he followed inside. Should Chen Xuan dare to act recklessly, he would immediately unleash a fierce attack. After laying Lu Yin flat on the bed, Chen Xuan swiftly turned to Lu Hongming, stating, "I need to release the cold energy from her body. Thus it is imperative to remove her clothing. I hope you understand, young brother, and refrain from unnecessary comments. The patient's well-being is paramount, and we need not concern ourselves with these trivialities." Lu Hongming promptly agreed. Chen Xuan nodded and commenced removing Lu Yan's garments, a task that undoubtedly caused great embarrassment for the 10-year-old girl. Although Lu Yin felt an intense chill, she retained her composure, instinctively grasping her clothing. Her cheeks flushed with modesty. "Yin Yin, do not be afraid. Uncle is a doctor, and I will treat you now. Just relax," Chen Xuan reassured her with a smile. "Uncle is right. You must trust him," Lu Hongming quickly added. Gradually, Lu Yin began to relax, nodding and releasing her grip. Before long, her clothing was removed, leaving her clad only in a small pair of underwear. "Darling, the medical kit," at that moment, Xia Xinru had brought in the medical box. Chen Xuan nodded in acknowledgement, opened it, and extracted a bottle, from which he squeezed out a dark ointment. This ointment had been prepared during his father's treatment for rheumatism, possessing the effect of dispelling cold. Although it could not cure Lu Yan's illness, it would help fend off the chill. He immediately applied the ointment to Lu Yan's back, covering a substantial area in a short while. It seems to be warming up." After a moment, Lu Yan exclaimed, feeling a comforting warmth on her back that was effectively combating the cold. Lu Hongming and Li Wei exchanged astonished glances. Over the years, they had traveled far and wide, even abroad, seeking a cure for Lu Yan's ailment, yet none had succeeded. Yet now, Chen Xuan had merely applied a layer of dark ointment, and it was already mitigating the chilling sensation. How could they not be shocked? After their surprise, both men felt a renewed sense of hope. Perhaps this young man truly possessed the ability to heal Yin. As Lu Hongming contemplated this, excitement coursed through him, and he regarded Chen Xuan with the awe of one who had discovered a lifeline. Initially, he had harbored doubts about Chen Xuan, but given the dire circumstances, he had consented to the treatment, fearing for Yan's life if he did not. Now, it appeared that the young man might indeed be a hidden gem of a physician. Young brother, can you cure Yan's illness? He could not restrain his eagerness, desperate to know if his granddaughter could be healed. After I administer the acupuncture, I will explain everything. Chen Xuan interrupted without looking up, having already retrieved the silver needles. After disinfecting them, he swiftly heated them over the alcohol lamp. Once the needles glowed a fiery red, he suddenly plunged them into the acupoints on Lu Yan's back. The silver needles were inserted one by one with a pace that was neither too fast nor too slow, yet each insertion was executed with remarkable precision. Before long, Lu Yan's body was adorned with an array of silver needles, with even her calves and soles not spared. Yan, how do you feel? Lu Hongming could not help but inquire. Grandfather, I feel so comfortable. My back is warm and I no longer feel cold, Lu Yan replied, lifting her head, her complexion noticeably less pale. Upon hearing this, Lu Hongming's heart leapt with joy. Do not move, Chen Xuan suddenly admonished. Lu Yan immediately lowered her head, remaining still as instructed. As Chen Xuan inserted the final silver needle, the multitude of needles formed a formation that sparked a reaction among them. A humming sound resonated as the silver needles began to tremble incessantly, and in the next moment, a stream of frosty white mist began to surge forth from the needles. This chilling mist was akin to the frigid air of a winter air conditioner, exuding a palpable coldness. How refreshing, Xian exclaimed, moving closer to feel the cold, her face breaking into a smile. Chen Xuan shot her a disapproving glance. Chapter 88. Crimson Flame, 9 Sun Grass. Little brother, what is this gas? Lu Hongming inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Chen Xuan clapped his hands and replied, this gas is the cold energy trapped within her body. Through the guidance of the silver needles, I have successfully released it. She will not suffer from her ailment for the next week. Upon hearing this, Lu Hongming was filled with elation. Previously, Lu Yan would fall ill every 2 days, each episode excruciatingly painful, which had caused him immense heartache. The prospect of her being free from illness for an entire week brought him indescribable joy. Little brother, what exactly is wrong with Yan? Is there a way to cure her completely? Lu Hongming, recalling something, eagerly questioned, his gaze towards Chen Xuan brimming with hope. He wished fervently for his granddaughter's recovery, willing to sacrifice his own life without hesitation if it meant her healing. If my conjecture is correct, Yin has been afflicted with this illness since she was in the womb, with malevolent energy invading her body. She must have either been trapped somewhere, absorbing a significant amount of this malevolent energy, or been poisoned by someone, Chen Xuan explained. Upon hearing this, Lu Hongming's eyes sparkled with astonishment. He had not anticipated that the other party could discern such details. He then glanced at Yan, as if concealing something unspeakable, and gestured to Chen Xuan before stepping aside. Do not disturb the silver needles on her, Chen Xuan instructed before following him. Xian nodded and approached Lu Yan, inquiring with genuine concern, Sister, does it hurt? Lu Yan turned to her with a smile. I don't feel any pain. How can it not hurt? With so many needles, it looks frightening. Sister, let me blow on it. That will make it hurt less. Thank you, little sister. The 2 young girls engaged in conversation, gradually becoming good friends. Xia Xinru chose not to follow them, but instead waited quietly nearby. Behind a wardrobe, Lu Hongming sighed softly and said, Little brother, you were indeed correct. Yin has suffered from this illness since she was in the womb, and her mother perished because of it. Chen Xuan fell silent, his heart aching for Yan's plight. So young, yet bereft of her mother. Once, Yan's father had offended someone in business, and unbeknownst to them, The adversary had summoned a master of poison, who stealthily administered a toxin to Yin Yan's mother. At that time, she was already 10 months pregnant, on the verge of giving birth. However, Lu Hongming, with reddened eyes, recounted the tragic outcome. Shortly after giving birth, Yin Yan's mother passed away. And Yin herself fell ill with the same affliction. Had it not been for the timely intervention of an elderly Taoist priest, it is likely that Yin would not have survived to this day. Chen Xuan remained silent, fully aware of the severity of the malevolent energy that had infiltrated her body. Given the medical knowledge of that era, and even with today's advancements, there would be little recourse. My young brother, do you possess a means to save Yin? She has been deprived of her mother since childhood and must endure such torment, Lu Hongming implored, kneeling before Chen Xuan, tears streaming down his face. Please rise, elder. What are you doing? Chen Xuan quickly helped him up, stating, a physician's heart is one of compassion. If there is a way for me to assist, I shall certainly exert every effort. He paused for a moment, then spoke solemnly. To be candid, I do have a method to treat Yin Yan's illness, but it requires a certain herb that has been lost to time for over a millennium. In this era, I am uncertain if it still exists. What herb? Lu Hongming inquired eagerly. If there is a chance for a cure, then hope remains. Crimson Flame 9 Suns Grass, Chen Xuan replied. Lu Hongming repeated the name. Having never heard of it before, his expression slightly darkening. Yet he quickly regained his resolve, declaring, regardless, is a lead for treating Yin. I will exhaust every avenue to locate this herb. Chen Xuan nodded, very well. I shall sketch the appearance of the Crimson Flame 9 Suns Grass to assist you in your search. Thank you, young brother. Lu Hongming expressed his gratitude. Chen Xuan continued, while I may not be able to cure Yin Yan's illness entirely, I can alleviate her suffering. Every Monday, you may bring her to me for acupuncture, which will help extend her life. I will also prepare a prescription for you to brew a medicinal bath for her at home. This will gradually improve her condition. Hearing Chen Xuan's words, Lu Hongming was immensely thankful. He then procured paper and pen, meticulously documenting the prescription and the description of the Crimson Flame 9 Suns Grass, leaving behind his contact information. Yin, how do you feel now? Chen Xuan asked with a smile, having collected the silver needles. I feel warm now, thank you. Uncle, Yin replied, nodding sweetly. You're welcome. It is my duty. Chen Xuan smiled and stood up, saying, we must take our leave now. Young brother, please don't go. You have saved Yin, and such a great kindness deserves our gratitude. Why don't you accompany us home? Lu Hongming urged, seeking to detain him. No need. We have pressing matters to attend to. Chen Xuan interjected promptly. Lu Hongming wished to extend the invitation further, but realized he would be bringing Yin back for treatment next week. And it would be more fitting to express his gratitude then, perhaps with a gift. After exchanging a few courteous remarks, he refrained from insisting further. My young brother, I apologize for any past transgressions. I hope you will not hold it against me. Li Wei approached, expressing his regrets to Chen Xuan. He is a person of integrity, promptly acknowledging his previous rudeness towards Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan smiled and replied, it's all right. It's part of your job. With that, they opened the door and stepped outside. A large crowd had gathered outside, as the people of Huaxiao enjoy a lively atmosphere. It is indeed a cherished tradition. They were eager to see if the little girl had been saved. When they saw Lu Yin emerge, chatting and laughing, everyone was astounded. Incredible. Who would have thought she would be healed so quickly? This young man truly is a miraculous doctor. Indeed, that situation was quite alarming. I thought we might lose her, yet now she appears so lively. Remarkable. Such skilled medical expertise is quite rare. The crowd began to murmur, while Chen Xuan, along with his wife and daughter, made their way out of the hot pot restaurant, leaving the bill to Lu Hongming and the others, who eagerly insisted on treating. Goodbye, uncle. Goodbye, Annie. Goodbye, sister Xian. Bye, Yin. Take care on the road, little brother. I will, he replied. After exchanging farewells, Chen Xuan started the car, taking his wife and daughter away. Chapter 89. Changhong Real Estate Sales Center. After treating Lu Yin, Chen Xuan drove directly towards the Changhong Real Estate Sales Center, as their primary task for the day was to purchase a home. Having people and a place to live truly constitutes a family. Without a shelter to shield them from the elements, a family remains incomplete. Daddy, will we be able to see Sister Yin Yin again? Chen Xuan suddenly inquired. Of course. She will come to see Daddy for treatment next week, Chen Xuan replied, keeping his gaze on the road. Yay, that's wonderful, Chen Xuan exclaimed, jumping with excitement. Summer Xinru turned to her, admonishing, did I not tell you? You must sit still in the car. Her concern was clearly for Xuan's safety. Many children in the back seat tend to bounce around, inadvertently opening doors or climbing out the windows, which poses considerable danger. Oh, Xian pouted her little tongue and promptly sat down obediently. Chen Xuan chuckled. Xian, do you really like Sister Yin Yin? Yes. Sister Yin feels so cool. It's so comfortable to hug her on such a hot day. Xian nodded enthusiastically. Chen Xuan and Summer Xinru exchanged amused glances as a flock of crows flew overhead. Bemused by the girl's peculiar reasoning, it seemed she regarded others as mobile air conditioners. With a resigned shake of his head, Chen Xuan turned to Summer Xinru, saying, Dear, I believe Xian is feeling quite lonely. She rarely has other children to play with. Should we consider having another child for her? Summer Xinru paused, taken aback by her husband's sudden question. They had previously refrained from having a second child due to financial constraints and the government's discouragement of larger families, which included penalties. However, circumstances had changed. They were now financially stable, and the government encouraged families to have 2 or even 3 children, alleviating any lingering concerns. Well, it is something to consider, Summer Xinru nodded thoughtfully. Upon hearing the news of a potential younger sibling, Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Mom, Dad, could I really have a brother or sister? Indeed, soon you will be an older sister, replied Xia Xinru, turning back to her. Xian giggled, murmuring, Sister. I could be an older sister. Hurry up and have the baby, Mom and Dad. I want to be an older sister by tomorrow. Xia Xinru couldn't help but chuckle. Silly girl, it's not as simple as you think. A baby takes 9 months to grow. It will be quite a wait. Oh, I see, Xian replied, slightly disheartened. The family continued their conversation as they sped towards the Changhong Real Estate Sales Center. Changhong Real Estate is one of the 3 major real estate companies in Huaxia, renowned for its quality, design, and reputation, making it a preferred choice for many homebuyers. Half an hour later, they arrived at the sales center, where they were greeted by an eye-catching sign and a red carpet adorned with an array of flowers. In the parking lot, an assortment of luxury cars, each worth over $1 million, were parked, with at least 10 such vehicles present. Wow, honey, it seems like they are hosting an event here, Xia Xinru remarked, a hint of surprise in her voice. Indeed, it appears we are quite fortunate. Chen Xuan responded with a smile. A banner stretched across the red carpet, announcing customer appreciation with discounts on housing prices and various gifts. After parking the car, Chen Xuan led his wife and daughter inside. Under normal circumstances, they would have been greeted upon arrival, but due to the event, the influx of customers was overwhelming, leaving the sales staff stretched thin and unable to attend to everyone. Goodness, there are so many people, Xian exclaimed as they stepped through the entrance. Chen Xuan and Xia Xinru turned to look at her, and Xian quickly covered her mouth, realizing her faux pas. Dear, perhaps we should limit her TikTok time. She's picking up phrases like goodness now, Chen Xuan remarked. Xia Xinru shot Xian a disapproving glance. Did you hear that? Less TikTok, and refrain from using such expressions. Okay, I understand, Xian replied obediently, though inwardly she thought, last time Dad said goodness too. As Xian observed, the sales hall was indeed packed with people. The cacophony of voices rising like a tidal wave. Groups gathered to view properties, sign contracts, and sample snacks and fruits, overwhelming the reception staff. We should head straight to the office, Chen Xuan suggested, as they had already selected a property online and were there to inspect it in person and finalize the purchase. There was no need to browse the property models in the hall. All right, Xia Xinru nodded. Thus, the family of 3 made their way towards the office. Mom, I want some watermelon. Xian suddenly pointed at a plate of watermelon on the table. During this event, the sales office had prepared a variety of snacks and fruits. After the spicy hot pot they had previously consumed, Xianyuan felt a bit parched. All right, let us have some watermelon, said Xia Xinru, nodding, as she too felt a bit thirsty. Thus, they picked up some watermelon from the table and began to eat. At that moment, a man nearby suddenly glanced over and, upon seeing Chen Xuan and his family, was momentarily taken aback. "Oh, what are they doing here?" he wondered, his face soon contorting into a sneer. Surely they've come to mooch off the food and drink. After their failed business venture, they're in debt up to their ears. I can't believe they still have money to come to the city and enjoy themselves. With that, he straightened his attire, puffed out his chest, and walked over with a smile. I was wondering why this looked so familiar. Isn't this my sister and brother-in-law? What brings you here? Chen Xuan and Xia Xinru were engaged in conversation when a voice called out, prompting them to turn. Before them stood a man in his mid-20s, sporting a slicked-back hairstyle, clad in a suit and tie, with shoes polished to a shine, exuding an air of superiority. To an outsider, he might be mistaken for a businessman, but in reality, he was merely a real estate agent. There's a saying, if someone wears a suit and tie, they're either a real estate agent or insurance salesman. Chapter 90. Xia Haifeng upon seeing the man before them. Chen Xuan and Xia Xinru were momentarily stunned. "Sister, brother-in-law, you're not struggling to recognize me, are you?" The man chuckled. Despite his perpetual smile, his eyes were filled with disdain and condescension, and he didn't even look directly at them while speaking. "What are you doing here?" Xia Xinru asked, recognizing him, her expression devoid of warmth, as if addressing a stranger. The man was Xia Haifeng, Xia Xinru's younger brother. Due to the family's preference for sons over daughters, Xia Haifeng had bullied Xia Xinru throughout their childhood, causing her much suffering. Their relationship had always been strained, particularly concerning Xia Xinru's marriage to Chen Xuan. He had actively obstructed their union, even resorting to physical threats against Chen Xuan, which resulted in Chen Xuan being hospitalized for over a month after a violent encounter instigated by him. Xia Haifeng's motivations stemmed from a desire for Xia Xinru to marry a wealthy heir, which would bring a substantial dowry to the family, allowing him to live a life of leisure. This wasn't about marrying off a daughter. It was akin to selling her. Consequently, Xia Xinru severed all ties with Xia Haifeng, and they had not exchanged a word in many years. "Of course I work here," Xia Haifeng replied, glancing disdainfully at the watermelon in their hands. "What about you? Surely you're not here to mooch off the food and drink." Pausing, he turned to Chen Xuan and asked, "Chen Xuan, is this watermelon sweet? Haven't you reached the point where you can't even afford watermelon at home?" Although Chen Xuan was still young, she could discern kind words from disparaging ones and shot a displeased look at Xia Haifeng. "You are the one who can't afford it. My parents can buy me anything, even durians." Upon hearing these words, Xia Haifeng was momentarily taken aback. Xia Xinru's expression swiftly soured, for it was evident that this individual had come with the intent to add insult to injury, indulging in cold mockery. Just as she prepared to speak, Chen Xuan unexpectedly stepped forward, addressing Xia Haifeng with a smile. "Of course, I am here to purchase property. As for the watermelon, should you wish to partake, I would be happy to treat you, though I fear you might find it difficult to accommodate it all." "Haha, purchasing property? Just based on you?" Xia Haifeng chuckled derisively. "Do you have any idea how exorbitant the prices are here? Even the cheapest is over 10,000 per square meter. Any decent apartment costs well over $1 million. I've heard you've faced a business failure and are burdened with debts. Where would you procure the funds to buy a house? It seems your pretense of buying a property is merely a guise for mooching off the food and drinks." He did not lower his voice. On the contrary, he spoke quite audibly, drawing the astonished gazes of numerous onlookers. "Today, I shall ensure that you both are publicly humiliated, even if I am no longer employed here." Xia Haifeng mused in his heart. His motivations stemmed from his recent preparations to marry, only to find the bride price exorbitantly high and beyond his means. In desperation, he sought assistance from his parents, who contacted Xia Xinru in hopes that she would divorce Chen Xuan and then marry Feng Tianhao, thus providing them with a substantial bride price. This would enable Xia Haifeng to marry with ease. However, Xia Xinru completely disregarded their pleas and hung up the phone, causing this plan to fall through. Thus, he harbored resentment towards Xia Xinru, intent on making the couple appear foolish in public. "Have you said enough? Out of respect for our sibling bond, I have repeatedly tolerated your antics, but do not push your luck, should you embarrass yourself. Do not say I did not warn you, Xia Xinru retorted, biting her lip in anger. She had been exceedingly patient with her brother. Years ago, when Xia Haifeng had orchestrated a severe beating for Chen Xuan, she had contemplated reporting him to the authorities countless times, yet out of familial loyalty and Chen Xian's intercession, she had restrained herself. However, her patience had now run dry. She no longer wished to endure his behavior. Am I the one who should be embarrassed? Xia Haifeng scoffed disdainfully. That description seems more fitting for you, coming here to mooch despite being deep in debt. If I were in your shoes, I would find a hole to hide in. The unfolding drama quickly attracted a multitude of onlookers, who began to murmur amongst themselves as they grasped the situation. How intriguing. The sister and brother-in-law are embroiled in a quarrel, they whispered. There must be some underlying conflict for such words to be exchanged. What's wrong with mooching? I didn't come here solely to buy property, but rather to enjoy some refreshments and fruit. What of it? Such audacity, lacking the means to purchase property, yet here to feast. If I were in their position, I would feel utterly ashamed. Oh dear, this brother has gone too far. Regardless of their differences, they are still family. How can he allow his sister and brother-in-law to be humiliated? As the crowd continued to murmur, a manager noticed the commotion and approached, his expression shifting to one of concern. Xia Haifeng, why aren't you at work? What are you doing here? The manager asked, his gaze unkind. Xia Haifeng had only recently begun his employment, earning a meager salary and harboring dissatisfaction with his job. Thus, he disregarded the manager's instructions and boldly exclaimed, Manager Yang, these three individuals cannot afford a home, yet they come here to mooch food and drink. This is not a charity organization. Such people should be thrown out. His intention was to humiliate Chen Xuan and his family, raising his voice to attract the attention of onlookers. Manager Yang's expression darkened further. The current initiative was aimed at enhancing their influence and drawing more clientele. And while they too were exasperated by those who entered merely to partake in free refreshments without the intent to purchase, voicing such sentiments was utterly unacceptable. Offending individuals could tarnish their reputation. Xia Haifeng, be silent. You are dismissed and must leave immediately. Manager Yang admonished furiously. Even if I quit, I still have the right to speak, Xia Haifeng retorted nonchalantly, then turned to the gathering, declaring, Everyone take a look. These two have failed in their entrepreneurial endeavors and are drowning in debt. They clearly have no money for a home, so they must be here to enjoy free food and drink. His words undoubtedly placed Chen Xian's family in the spotlight, and if they chose to leave at this moment, they would suffer great embarrassment. Throughout the commotion, Chen Xuan observed Xia Haifeng with an expression akin to that of a spectator at a circus, perceiving him as nothing more than a fool. Hello, are you Manager Yang? After a moment, noticing Xia Haifeng had ceased speaking, Chen Xuan approached the manager with a smile. Yes, Manager Yang replied, momentarily taken aback before nodding. Having heard Xia Haifeng's remarks, he too believed that Chen Xuan was merely there to indulge in free offerings rather than to purchase a property. Such individuals were commonplace, yet as a manager, he had to maintain a level of decorum. What can I assist you with? Manager Yang inquired. I am interested in purchasing a villa in the 8th Scenery Garden area, and, if possible, I would like to sign the contract immediately, Chen Xuan responded. At this revelation, everyone present was rendered speechless. Those present knew that the 8th Scenery Garden was renowned for its luxurious villas, with each property priced at no less than 5 million, and many surpassing 10 million. The clientele for villas in that area were invariably affluent. Thus, their astonishment was palpable upon hearing Chen Xian's declaration. Is it possible that he genuinely intends to buy a villa in 8th Scenery Garden? That would require at least several million. One murmured, Didn't they say they were deep in debt? How could they afford such a purchase? Another questioned, Surely he's just posturing. Many people feign wealth despite their financial struggles. Yet, one could not judge solely by appearances. Even those in flip-flops might drive a Porsche. People cannot be assessed merely by their outward circumstances. Others began to discuss, their skepticism about Chen Xian's claim wavering. Even Manager Yang felt a hint of doubt, suspecting that Chen Xuan was merely seeking to save face by making such a declaration. As for Xia Haifeng, he remained unconvinced. fully aware of the family's dire financial situation stemming from their entrepreneurial failures, rendering the prospect of homeownership seemingly impossible. Ah, dear brother-in-law, what can I say to you? With so many people around, be careful not to boast too much lest you strain your back and end up embarrassed. Don't say I didn't warn you. Xia Haifeng laughed heartily, convinced that Chen Xuan was merely posturing for appearances, uttering such words in a bid for face. In reality, he likely couldn't muster even 10,000 yuan. If you can afford a villa, I'll wash my hair upside down, Xia Haifeng declared. Forget about washing your hair upside down. How about this? If I can indeed purchase a villa, you can bark like a dog. Chen Xuan retorted. Xia Haifeng paused for a moment, gazing at the smile on Chen Xuan's face, sensing something amiss. What? Afraid? If you're too scared, then don't show your face around us anymore. You're quite bothersome to look at, Xia Xinru interjected, utterly disappointed in her brother. Feeling he was no better than a stranger, and decided to forsake their sibling bond. Who says I'm afraid? I'll wager. But it must be a cash transaction. If I can't afford it, then you all can indeed bark like dogs, Xia Haifeng sneered. Then it's settled. Everyone, you must bear witness, lest someone turns their back on the agreement later, Chen Xuan announced loudly, surveying the crowd. Rest assured, we will be here to testify. I'm live streaming this. Anyone who loses and doesn't bark like a dog will be scolded by all the viewers. The crowd responded immediately. Xia Haifeng's expression darkened further, especially as he observed Chen Xuan's triumphant demeanor, a smile plastered across his face, which sent waves of anxiety coursing through him. No, it's impossible. He is just a poor loser, buried in debt. How could he possibly have the money to buy a villa? He must be putting on a show. Yes, that is certainly it. As this thought crossed his mind, the worry etched on Xia Haifeng's face vanished, replaced by newfound confidence. Chen Xuan cast a glance at him before turning his attention to Manager Yang, pulling out his phone to display the villa he had set his sights on. Manager Yang, this is the villa we are interested in. Do you know if it has been sold yet? Manager Yang glanced at it and gasped. This villa was among the finest in their collection, valued at over 15 million. Such a sum was not within reach for just anyone. Young man, are you certain this is the villa? Over 15 million is no small figure. Even with our current promotions, I fear. Manager Yang hesitated, struggling to believe Chen Xuan's claim, suspecting he was merely boasting. Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively gasped. What? Did I hear that correctly? Over 15 million? That is just too extravagant. In my lifetime, or even several lifetimes, I could never earn that much. Is this for real? He wouldn't be trying to ride the wave of trending topics, would he? The crowd was astounded, and Xia Haifeng, once filled with concern, now mocked him mercilessly, feeling entirely reassured. Over 15 million? Even if Chen Xuan borrowed money from everywhere and maxed out his credit cards, he could never amass such a fortune. Chen Xuan frowned slightly, looking at Manager Yang with displeasure. I came here to buy a house. Since I have my eyes set on this villa, I certainly have the funds. What do you mean by that? Manager Yang paused momentarily, quickly realizing his earlier misstatement. He promptly expressed his apologies, saying, I apologize. I was simply taken aback. This villa has not yet been sold, and if you're interested in purchasing it, there is certainly no issue. Xia Xinru interjected. We have only viewed it online and are quite satisfied, but we would like to see the property in person. Of course, that is not a problem, Manager Yang replied, though a look of concern crossed his face. Under normal circumstances, we would have enough staff to accompany you, but currently, we are short-handed. Furthermore, the property you wish to view is not accessible to just anyone. A security deposit is required. How much? Chen Xuan asked without hesitation. 100,000, Manager Yang stated. This measure was implemented due to the prevalence of individuals who feigned interest in purchasing properties merely to gain access to view them, particularly luxurious villas. Thus, they devised the security deposit requirement. If one could not afford the deposit, they certainly could not afford the villa itself. Upon hearing the amount, the group expressed astonishment, but recognizing the villa's value of over 15 million, they quickly reconciled their surprise. Seeing the reaction, Xia Haifeng was about to mock Chen Xuan for being unable to produce such a sum when Xia Xinru unexpectedly produced a bank card, exclaiming confidently, "Let us swipe the card." Xia Haifeng was taken aback, swallowing his words, his expression turning as sour as if he had ingested a fly. "All right, let us process the payment immediately," Manager Yang said, his eyes lighting up. He had to admit that he had misjudged this family. Perhaps they were indeed hidden affluent individuals capable of purchasing the villa. 15 million. If the sale went through, his commission would amount to a significant sum. Filled with excitement, Manager Yang led Xia Xinru to the counter to complete the transaction. Incredible. The payment was indeed successful. Who was it that claimed they were financially incapable? He chuckled. It seems the lack of funds pertains to another party who shamelessly slandered others. Such petty individuals, unable to bear witness to other success, I have encountered many. As they witnessed Xia Xinru's successful transaction, the crowd became increasingly convinced of Chen Xuan's ability to afford the villa, their gazes towards Xia Haifeng shifting. It was evident he had maliciously attempted to tarnish others' reputations for his amusement. Such behavior was met with disdain from the onlookers. "Sir, madam, I am Li. I will be your guide to view the property, and I am delighted to assist you." A tall woman approached with a smile, exuding respect. "Very well, let us proceed." Xia Xinru nodded, taking Xuan Yuan's hand. As they passed by Xia Haifeng, Chen Xuan suddenly halted, turning to him and saying, "By the way, we will return shortly. Please do not leave prematurely. We are all eagerly awaiting your canine imitation." In truth, Xia Haifeng had contemplated making a discreet exit. But upon hearing Chen Xuan's remark and noticing the collective gaze upon him, he felt hesitant to slip away. "Humph. Chen Xuan, spare us your charade. I know you cannot possibly gather such a sum. Are you waiting for me to leave so you can claim disinterest in the villa, thus avoiding the purchase?" Xia Haifeng feigned composure, scoffing dismissively. "Given the circumstances, you may as well wait here. I shall return shortly." Chen Xuan merely smiled before turning to depart. Remaining behind, Xia Haifeng stood frozen, acutely aware of the gazes upon him, feeling utterly uncomfortable and indecisive about whether to leave or stay. "Humph. You must be putting on a FA over 15 million. Do you think it's as plentiful as leaves on a tree? I refuse to believe you can summon such a sum." Ultimately, Xia Haifeng scoffed and took a seat on a nearby stool, resolved to wait for Chen Xuan's return, doubting that he could actually produce such wealth. Chapter 92. Xia Haifeng's barking like a dog under the guidance of the salesperson. Chen Xuan's family exited the sales center and arrived at the renowned affluent district of Tianhong City, Bayern Garden. To purchase a villa here, one must possess considerable wealth. It is beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Expecting Chen Xuan's family to take an extended time, they surprisingly returned within half an hour, having viewed the properties. This immediately drew the attention of many. Everyone was eager to witness either Xia Haifeng or Chen Xuan mimic a dog-esque bark. Such amusing events are seldom witnessed. Welcome, Mr. Chen, Miss Xia. How do you find that villa?" Manager Yang approached briskly, a broad smile adorning his face. Chen Xuan nodded affirmatively. "Yes, it is quite satisfactory. We're very pleased." Viewing the property in person exceeded their online expectations, as they were thoroughly satisfied with the decor, furnishings, and location. This satisfaction was the reason for their swift return. Since they were content, there was no need for further exploration. They would purchase it outright. "Haha, splendid. Mr. Chen, Miss Xia, you truly have an eye for quality. I also adore this villa, but alas, even if it were to be sold, I could not afford such a price." Manager Yang jested. Chen Xuan and his family could not help but chuckle. "All right, given this sweltering heat, we are eager to return home. Could we expedite the acquisition process? We would prefer not to reside in a hotel any longer," Chen Xuan promptly stated. "Certainly, please follow me." Manager Yang gestured respectfully. With wealth, one can experience the privileges of a proprietor. Chen Xuan, accompanied by his wife and daughter, proceeded towards the office, casting a glance at Xia Haifeng, whose expression was laden with derision and disdain. "No, it cannot be. How could they possibly produce such a vast sum? Over 15 million. Xia Haifeng remained incredulous, unable to fathom that Chen Xuan and his family could indeed gather such wealth. Even after Chen Xuan and his family emerged from the office, holding the purchase agreement, Xia Haifeng continued to struggle with disbelief. "Xia Haifeng, I have purchased the house outright. If you doubt my words, You may inquire with Manager Yang. It appears you are now obliged to bark like a dog. Chen Xuan swaggered over, a smile playing on his lips. Xia Haifeng's countenance darkened to an extreme, feeling as though he were trapped in a surreal dream, as if everything he had experienced that day was but an illusion. I can attest that, Mr. Chen has indeed purchased this villa, and the payment has been made in full. Here is the proof of payment. Manager Yang, quick-witted and discerning, recognized whom to offend and whom to placate. Disapproving of Xia Haifeng's demeanor, he promptly stepped forward to clarify the matter. Wager and accept defeat. Learn to bark like a dog. Indeed, young people must not be untrustworthy. Such news would surely become a laughingstock. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly step aside. I am currently live streaming. Such amusing occurrences deserve to be shared with a wider audience. The crowd murmured in excitement, their eyes directed at Xia Haifeng, filled with schadenfreude. His face flushed crimson, and he wished he could vanish into a crack in the ground. This humiliation was monumental. Especially having to bark like a dog in front of so many people, it was an utter disgrace. Xia Xinru, witnessing this, felt a twinge of sympathy. After all, he was her younger brother. Yet, recalling his behavior over the years ignited her anger anew. She turned to Chen Xuan and said, "Darling, you handle this matter. I shall step outside for a moment." "Very well, go ahead," Chen Xuan replied, understanding her inability to bear the scene. However, he would not let his brother-in-law off so easily. Today he must bark like a dog. Xia Haifeng, a man of honor, must uphold his word, Chen Xuan asserted. Xia Haifeng clenched his fists in fury, but with so many witnesses present, he could not back down. "Fine, you win this round." Gritting his teeth, he reluctantly began to bark, "Woof, woof, woof." Laughter erupted from the crowd as they witnessed his disgrace. Chen Xuan chimed in with glee, "Daddy, look at him barking like a dog." This only intensified Xia Haifeng's anger. It was evident that the father and daughter had conspired together. With a huff, he fled the scene, unable to endure the humiliation any longer. "Chen Xuan, let us depart. Back home," Chen Xuan instructed. "All right." Chen Xuan nodded eagerly. After taking a few steps, she looked up with curiosity and asked, "Daddy, didn't you say our family is very poor?" The surrounding crowd nearly stumbled, struck dumb by her words. "Goodness, your father just spent over 15 million. Is that what you call poor? What about us? Are we not allowed to live?" Chen Xuan noticed the bewildered expressions around him and swiftly took Chen Xuan by the hand, fearing he might be overwhelmed by a mob. Xia Xinru had already returned to the car. Chen Xuan and his daughter followed suit, getting into the vehicle. "Mr. Chen, Mrs. Xia, safe travels. And we welcome you back any time," Manager Yang said, personally seeing them off with utmost respect. The other sales staff trailed behind, their faces adorned with smiles, resembling dutiful attendants. Indeed, wealth grants one the privilege of being treated like nobility wherever one may go. Chen Xuan nodded and drove away. "Darling, you're not angry with me, are you?" he suddenly inquired while navigating the road. "Angry about what?" Xia Xinru asked, puzzled. "About making him bark like a dog," Chen Xuan replied. "It's nothing. He brought this upon himself. Besides, I no longer consider him my brother. He is less than a stranger to me, and I shall not see him again for the rest of my life," Xia Xinru retorted coldly. Chen Xuan said nothing further, focusing on the road, and soon they returned to the hotel. Chapter 93. The Gender Bias of Lu Yin. Chen Xuan, "You scoundrel, you have brought me nothing but shame, and I shall surely seek revenge. And you, Xia Xinru, my dear sister, ever since you found a man, you have completely disregarded our sibling bond, haven't you? From this moment forth, I sever all ties with you." In a narrow alley, Xia Haifeng walked while cursing under his breath, his heart boiling with indignation at the humiliating scene from earlier. Spotting a glass bottle on the ground, he kicked it in anger, but his force was too great, and he ended up landing on the ground. "Ow, my backside," Xia Haifeng exclaimed, clutching his rear in agony. "Woof, woof, woof." In the distance, a large yellow dog barked incessantly at him. "Damn it, are you here to mock me as well?" Xia Haifeng cursed angrily, forcing himself to rise despite the pain, and he took off in pursuit of the dog. After chasing the dog for 2 or 3 streets, he found himself breathless and even more enraged. "I must exact my revenge. Otherwise, I shall not find peace and sleep." With this thought, he recalled an incident from 7 years prior when he had hired someone to beat up Chen Xuan. A cold smile crept across his face as he contemplated finding someone to take care of Chen Xuan once more, demonstrating the consequences of crossing him. Xia Haifeng was, after all, a small-time hoodlum who had formed alliances with various unsavory characters, engaging in aimless activities such as loitering on bridges, frequenting internet cafes, and petty thefts. He promptly retrieved his phone and dialed a number. "Hello, Brother Tian, gather the guys tonight. Let us go out for some singing and drinking. Don't worry, it's on me. I'm in a good mood today. Let us all enjoy ourselves. Jean Chung, don't be late." After hanging up, a cold smile lingered on Xia Haifeng's face, but soon it morphed into a look of confusion. "I can't fathom why they suddenly have so much money. Over 15 million. I haven't heard of them accomplishing anything significant. Did they win the lottery or something?" With this thought, he called his parents to inquire about the situation. The call was quickly answered, and a tender voice came through. "Darling, how have you been lately? We miss you so much. When are you coming home?" "Mom, I'm not doing well at all." Xia Haifeng feigned a pitiful tone. Upon hearing that her son was struggling, Lu Yin's expression shifted immediately, and she pressed on, "Son, why are you not doing well? Are you short on money? Just tell me, and I'll send you some right away. You mustn't suffer. If it's too much, just come home. Your father and I will take care of you." Lu Yin had always pampered her only son, fearing he would feel cold, hungry, or deprived, wishing to keep him close and cater to his every need, as if he were a revered ancestor. In stark contrast, she was quite harsh with her daughter, assigning all household chores to Xia Xinru and never providing sufficient living expenses for her education. In her words, a married daughter is like spilled water. After all, daughters are destined to be married off. Why invest in them when they become someone else's responsibility? "Mom, it is not as you think. I have been bullied by my sister and brother-in-law," Summer Haifeng immediately replied. Upon hearing this, Lu Yin was momentarily taken aback. Ever since her son urgently needed money after finding a girlfriend, and she had contacted her daughter, they had not been in touch again. Had they become so audacious? "So, how exactly have they mistreated you? Tell me everything. I shall not let this go unpunished," Lu Yin declared with palpable anger. Subsequently, Summer Haifeng exaggerated his account, of course omitting the fact that he had instigated the conflict himself. Instead, he lamented how diligently he worked and how the Chun family had made his life so difficult, even demanding that he bark like a dog. Yet, these grievances paled in comparison to the shock Lu Yin felt upon hearing that Chen Xuan had purchased a villa for over 15 million. Her mouth fell agape, large enough to accommodate a duck egg. "Son, are you certain you are not deceiving me? Did your sister really buy a villa for over 15 million? Indeed, what reason would I have to lie to you? I truly cannot fathom where they acquired such wealth. Did they perhaps win the lottery?" Summer Haifeng conjectured, as this was the only plausible explanation he could envision. In reality, he was correct. Chen Xuan had indeed won the lottery, and not just once, but twice with the grand prize. Lu Yin fell into silence, her eyes darting about. "Mother, now that they possess such wealth, after all the hardships you endured raising your daughter, should they not provide you with a sum for your retirement? You must reclaim that money," Summer Haifeng insisted. Even if that money were to be recovered, it would ultimately fall into his hands. Summer Haifeng was quite pleased with his own clever scheming. "Very well, I understand. I shall call your sister right away," Lu Yin resolved. She hung up the phone, contemplating reaching out to Xia Xinru, but ultimately refrained, murmuring to herself, "Asking for money over the phone would surely be futile. It must be addressed in person, and it cannot be divulged to Chen Xuan. That cunning fellow would certainly complicate matters." With this thought, Lu Yin pocketed her phone and exited the bedroom. Meanwhile, in the opulent living room of a luxurious villa, a richly dressed lady hurriedly entered, followed closely by a man in his 40s, his hair peppered with gray, lending him an air of age. Upon seeing Lu Yin, the woman immediately embraced her. "Yin Yin, I heard you fell ill. How are you feeling? Are you all right?" The woman inquired with concern. "I am fine, Aunt. Please do not worry," Lu Yin replied with a smile, then turned to the man and added, "Father, you need not be concerned either." The man, Lu Qiming, Lu Yan's father, dotingly ruffled his daughter's hair and said, "Yin Yin is truly well behaved. He quickly assessed her condition and, relieved to find her truly unharmed, turned to Lu Hongming and asked, "Father, doesn't Ti Yin Yin take her medication every morning? How could she suddenly fall ill?" Lu Hongming replied with a smile, "Because that medication has ceased to be effective, it can no longer treat Yin Yin's condition." Upon hearing this, both their expressions darkened, with the medication losing its efficacy. What would become of Yin Yin's health? As they contemplated this, their faces were once again etched with worry. However, Chen Xuan soon noticed something peculiar. Why was her father wearing such a joyful expression, his face illuminated with smiles? "Father, what time is it? How can you still be smiling?" Without the medication, if Yin Yin has an episode, it could spell disaster. If it were her aunt, do not blame grandfather. "Today, I am filled with joy because we have encountered a miraculous physician who has cured my ailment," Yin Yin suddenly exclaimed with a smile. "A miraculous physician? Cured your ailment?" Lu Qiming and Chen Xuan were taken aback. They were well aware of Yin Yin's condition. They had searched for a cure for 10 years, traversing both domestic and international avenues, yet found no remedy. The only solution was to suppress her symptoms with medication, a stopgap measure that merely prolonged her life, ensuring she would not live beyond 12. Now, she claimed to have met a miraculous physician who had cured her. How could they not be astonished? Lu Hongming quickly interjected, "The physician is indeed remarkable, but they have not completely cured Xuan's illness. They have merely alleviated her symptoms." He proceeded to recount the events that had transpired, although they could not fully cure Yin Yin. The two remained immensely delighted. "Haha, wonderful. Truly a miraculous physician. Father, quickly provide me with a prescription. I will leverage all my connections and resources to find this medicine." Lu Qiming laughed heartily. At least now, there was a glimmer of hope for his daughter's recovery. How could he not be elated? "Father, where is this miraculous physician residing? She saved Yin Yin. We must personally express our gratitude," Chen Xuan promptly suggested. "The physician left me a contact number. I am to accompany Yin Yin for a follow-up appointment next Monday. We can express our thanks then," Lu Hongming replied. "That makes sense. We will go next Monday. And I will personally convey our gratitude," Lu Qiming affirmed. "I want to go as well," Chen Xuan immediately echoed. Soon, laughter and joy filled the air as the family rejoiced, particularly Lu Qiming, who had not experienced such happiness since the passing of his wife and the onset of his daughter's peculiar ailment. Chapter 94. A house means a home, having purchased a house and signed a contract, although the property deed had yet to be issued. This did not deter the Chen family from moving in. Thus, the following morning, after breakfast, they set out for Bajinjuan. "Xian, we are moving to our new home. From now on, we will have our very own house. Are you excited?" Xiaxin Ru, sitting in the back, smiled as she embraced Xian. "Yes, I am so happy. The house is enormous and filled with many adorable dolls," Xian exclaimed, nodding enthusiastically. They had visited the new house the previous day, and she adored it immensely. "There's even a swimming pool. We can swim every day now," she continued. "Indeed, and the backyard is beautiful, adorned with countless flowers," Xiaxin Ru replied. As they chatted along the way, they soon arrived at the entrance of Bajinjuan. After completing the necessary procedures, they smoothly drove into the community. The entire neighborhood was expansive, with a grand marble-paved pathway leading inward, surrounded by lush green lawns and a variety of exquisite flora, creating a picturesque scene. "Mother, is that a pigeon? There are so many." Xian suddenly pointed in a direction, her eyes sparkling with delight. Following her gaze, one could behold flocks of white doves fluttering gracefully across a verdant lawn, where individuals were feeding them, creating an idyllic scene. "Once we return home, we should come here for a visit. Xianyuan can feed the doves," Chen Xuan remarked with a smile. The ambience of Baiying Garden is truly delightful, filled with the melodious songs of birds and the fragrant scent of flowers, accompanied by various small creatures, such as doves, sparrows, and squirrels, even including the occasional spotted deer. Living in such an environment feels as though one has been embraced by nature itself, offering a profound sense of tranquility. Moreover, along the way, we encountered a football field, basketball courts, a golf course, a fitness center, and a plethora of other facilities, rendering it utterly perfect. Occasionally, One might also glimpse magnificent villas nestled among the woods, lawns, bamboo groves, and blooming flora, evoking a sense of entering a fairy tale world. Before long, Chen Xuan drove up to a villa. "Wife, Chen Yuan, we have arrived home," he exclaimed joyfully. The villa before them, a harmonious blend of ancient charm and modern innovation, stood grandly, captivating all who beheld it. Spanning a total area of 15 acres and over 3,000 square meters, the master bedroom alone exceeded 500 square meters, exuding an air of opulence and spaciousness. "How beautiful it is, Dad! Mom, let's go inside," Chen Yuan exclaimed eagerly. "All right, let us head home," Xia Xinru replied with a smile. Chen Xuan drove through the main entrance, revealing a front yard adorned with artificial hills and water features. A spacious pond, abundant with blooming lotus flowers, radiated beauty in full bloom, while a grand arched rainbow bridge with a gazebo graced its surface. After meals, one could sit in the gazebo, enjoying the flowers and the moon, an experience of pure comfort. As soon as Chen Xuan parked the car, Chen Yuan eagerly leapt out, skipping towards the bridge, her face aglow with delight as she gazed at the clusters of lotus flowers. "How beautiful! Mom, Dad, come quickly. Look at the lovely lotus flowers and the goldfish," she called out, waving enthusiastically. Indeed, in addition to the lotus, the pond housed numerous small goldfish, swimming about and tinting the water a vibrant red, contributing to the picturesque scene. "We're here." Chen Xuan and Xia Xinru exchanged smiles and walked hand in hand towards her. Crossing the rainbow bridge, they admired the lotus and observed the goldfish as they approached the entrance of the villa. Surrounding the pond were patches of lawn, flower beds, and a plot of land designated for growing vegetables, something Xia Xinru particularly cherished. "Chen Yuan, stop gazing and come over," Xia Xinru called back, as Chen Yuan remained captivated by the goldfish. "Coming," Chen Yuan replied, trotting over. Chen Xuan opened the door, and before them unfolded a scene of resplendent grandeur, shimmering with brilliance, adorned with intricately carved beams and painted rafters, leaving a stunning impression. The entire villa comprises 5 floors, with the first floor exceedingly spacious. The height of the reception area reaches an impressive 8 or 9 meters, and the staircase spirals elegantly upwards, creating an ambience reminiscent of a grand palace. Witnessing this scene, the faces of the 3 individuals were illuminated with excitement and joy. "From now on, this shall be our home. Welcome home, my dear wife and Chen Xuan," Chen Xuan said with a smile, gesturing invitingly. Summer Xinru and Chen Xuan exchanged glances, and then, as if possessed by a sudden frenzy, the mother and daughter exuberantly called out and dashed inside. Observing this, Chen Xuan could not help but chuckle. Henceforth, this would be their home. With the house now secured, their little family felt complete. Chapter 95. The joy of having a home. The villa is furnished with an array of furniture and appliances, all from renowned domestic brands. "Team Genie, activate the air conditioning and play a song," Chen Xuan suddenly commanded. "Understood, Master," came the prompt response. In the next moment, melodious music filled the villa, while the air conditioning began to operate automatically. "Daddy, come upstairs." Xuan's voice echoed from above. The little girl had already raced up the stairs. "Don't run, I'm coming." Chen Xuan laughed as he pursued her. The family soon arrived in the master bedroom, which spans over 300 square meters, far more spacious than an average apartment. "So comfortable and soft," Summer Xinru exclaimed, flopping onto the plush bed, her joy reminiscent of a youthful maiden. Chen Xuan joined her, embracing a teddy bear with a beaming smile. Chen Xuan approached the window, where he could see the villa's backyard, a magnificent outdoor swimming pool, its azure waters crystal clear, exuding an irresistible allure for a swim. Nearby, an expanse of land featured a children's playground, complete with swings, slides, and a charming gazebo. Imagining the scene, one could envision the parents lounging on the verdant lawn, hand in hand, gazing at the blue sky and white clouds, while their children played on the swings and slides, laughter resonating in the air. A dog frolicked joyfully, and a cat chased after butterflies. How heartwarming and romantic this scene would be. The feeling of having a home is truly delightful. Chen Xuan stretched languidly, his face aglow with a smile. Honey, Summer, Shinru suddenly called out. What is it? Chen Xuan turned to see her leaping into his arms, holding him tightly. Thank you, my love, for everything you have done. I am so incredibly happy right now. Let us continue to live joyfully as a family, she declared sweetly. She understood that all they now possessed was the fruit of her husband's labor. In the past, during the struggles of entrepreneurial failure, when they could scarcely afford rent, she had longed for a home where their family of three could reside together, free from the trials of searching for a landlord's approval. Silly girl, as my wife. Everything that belongs to me is also yours. All that I do is simply my duty, Chen Xuan replied, gently caressing her head with a smile. Summer Shinru was deeply moved. Since their marriage, her husband had consistently, selflessly devoted himself, providing meticulous care for both her and their daughter. My dear husband, I, Xia Shinru, felt my eyes welling with tears, deeply moved. However, this tender atmosphere was abruptly shattered by a voice. Mom and Dad, how embarrassing. Hugging in broad daylight. It was Xuanyuan's voice, the little girl covering her eyes with her hands. Alas, she was merely indulging in a moment of solitude. Her curious eyes peered through the gaps, fixated on the two of them. Upon hearing this, Xia Shinru's face flushed crimson, and she immediately released Chen Xuan, turning to face her daughter. Xuanyuan, are you now bold enough to reprimand your parents? It seems you are in need of some discipline today. Oh no, Mama's going to hit me. Quick, run! Xuanyuan exclaimed, darting out of the room. Xia Shinru chased after her. You two, slow down a bit, don't trip, Chen Xuan said helplessly. Observing the playful chase between mother and daughter, Chen Xuan couldn't help but chuckle. The joy of moving into their new home lingered for over an hour before they gradually settled down. Darling, shall we embark on a grand shopping spree at the supermarket? Although we have furniture and appliances, the fridge is completely bare. We must stock up on groceries, Xia Shinru suggested as she emerged from the kitchen. The kitchen was quite spacious, equipped with an induction cooker, oven, microwave, refrigerator, and more, while the dining area was also exceedingly vast, featuring a Western dining room that could accommodate over 30 guests. All right, let's go together, Chen Xuan replied, rising from the sofa. Thus, the family set out for their shopping expedition. Wife, with such a large villa, we should consider hiring a housekeeper to manage daily cleaning and maintenance. If you wish to refrain from cooking, that could also be arranged, Chen Xuan proposed. Xia Shinru interjected, I believe that is unnecessary. With just the three of us, preparing a few meals won't be too taxing. Hiring a housekeeper seems excessive. Then how about hiring a few bodyguards and one cleaner to tidy up occasionally? That could work. As the family conversed, they arrived at a large supermarket filled with a plethora of goods. After an hour and a half of shopping, they amassed a considerable haul: rice, oil, salt, sauces, and various ingredients, to the point they could hardly carry everything. Ultimately, with the assistance of a staff member, they loaded their bounty onto a transport vehicle that helped bring it back home. Thus, the day gradually unfolded. After dinner, Xia Shinru took Xuanyuan for a stroll, while Chen Xuan turned on his computer and logged into a company registration website. Now that the house was purchased and the family settled, it was time to wholeheartedly fulfill his mission. With this thought in mind, Chen Xuan promptly began to register the company information. To accomplish this task, two key points must be fulfilled. First, to establish a company of his own. Second, to achieve a sales target of 100 million within a month. The process of registering a company was remarkably simple. It merely required online registration, filling out various information, and submitting payment. In less than a week, Chen Xuan would have a company under his name. As for the second step, he had resolved to sell various cosmetic formulas under the company's name. With discerning buyers, he was confident that within a month, he could achieve a profit of 100 million. With the company registration completed, Chen Xuan smiled with satisfaction after half an hour. Now all that remained was to await the approval. Afterward, Chen Xuan began to browse various websites, investigating information about major cosmetics companies. In order to sell his formula, it was essential to find a wealthy cosmetics company and personally present his formula to them. He firmly believed that if the company possessed vision and insight, selling a cosmetics formula for 10 million would not be an exaggeration. Take the weight loss tea as an example. With just 1 cup consumed each night, A woman weighing over 200 pounds could swiftly lose down to 100 pounds in less than half a month, all without any adverse effects on her health. The market value derived from such results would far exceed 10 million, especially with large-scale production, as women worldwide who cherish beauty would undoubtedly be captivated. After a short while of searching, Chen Xuan quickly identified a company, Colorful Cosmetics, the largest in the city. He decided to take his weight loss tea there for a trial the following day. Resolute in his decision, he clicked on the company's information and soon learned that the owner was a young and accomplished entrepreneur named Chen Xuan, in her 30s. Chapter 96. A warm morning, Daddy. Wake up. The sun is already shining on your backside. Chen Xuan, lost in a sweet slumber, was suddenly roused by a child's innocent voice, feeling his thigh being embraced as he was dragged toward the edge of the bed. Curious, he opened his eyes to see Chen Yuan clinging to his leg, tugging with all her might, her determined expression quite adorable. Stop fooling around. I'm trying to sleep. Chen Xuan promptly closed his eyes again, pretending to be still asleep, pulling his leg back under the covers and rolling over to continue his slumber. Seeing this, Chen Yuan placed her hands on her hips, puffing up in frustration. Oh, Daddy, why are you still sleeping? Did you steal a cow last night? She complained, tugging at Chen Xuan's hand with renewed vigor. With minimal resistance from him, he found himself slowly being pulled outward. Quite strong, aren't you? All those years of eating Haven tea gone to waste, Chen Xuan mused silently. Then he forcefully withdrew his hand, flipping over to lay face down on the bed. At this moment, Chen Yuan was left panting, bent over and staring at her father, who appeared to be sleeping like a log, her irritation evident as she huffed and puffed. Daddy, if you don't get up soon, I'll spank you, she threatened, approaching him with her hand raised, poised to deliver the punishment. Just then, Chen Xuan suddenly rolled over, feigning a scare. Ah! Chen Yuan jumped in fright. Oh, so you dare to hit Daddy's behind? Let us see how I deal with you, Chen Xuan said, pretending to be fierce. Daddy is so scary. Run, Chen Yuan exclaimed, immediately sprinting away. Honey, it's time to get up. Breakfast is ready, came the voice of Xia Xinru from the kitchen downstairs. I'll be right there, Chen Xuan replied. Typically, he would be the one preparing breakfast, but today, Xia Xinru was in exceptionally good mood and had taken the initiative to let him sleep in while she cooked breakfast early. After responding, Chen Xuan rolled out of bed and quickly freshened up before making his way to the dining area. On the table, there were sandwiches, fries, milk, and a large bowl of century egg congee. This morning was quite splendid, my dear wife. I appreciate your hard work, Chen Xuan remarked with a smile. During this time, whenever she found a moment, his wife immersed herself in the art of crafting various Western pastries, all in an effort to provide her husband and daughter with a nutritious and hearty breakfast. It's no trouble at all. Come and eat. Do indulge yourself, Xia Xinru replied with a smile. At that moment, she donned cozy loungewear, complemented by a pink apron and a lovely pair of slippers, exuding a charming femininity from head to toe. Daddy, hurry and eat. The century egg congee that Mommy made is delicious, Chen Xuan called out to Chen Xuan while relishing her meal. You must eat a few more bowls, so you can grow as tall as your father. Chen Xuan chuckled. Seated at the dining table, he picked up a bowl of century egg congee and savored it. It was both refreshing and delectable, imbued with a meaty aroma. It turned out that the congee not only contained century eggs, but also meat, and as he swallowed, the exquisite flavor lingered in his throat. This is truly delightful. My dear wife, you are remarkable, Chen Xuan exclaimed, giving Xia Xinru a thumbs up before indulging in a piece of sandwich. It was both flaky and soft, gliding down his throat effortlessly, enhanced by a sweet sauce that made it exceptionally tasty, even surpassing that of many pastry shops. Quite impressive, Chen Xuan reiterated, offering another thumbs up to Xia Xinru. If you keep praising me like this, I might just get carried away, Xia Xinru replied, a hint of bashfulness in her demeanor. Observing the joy radiating from her husband and daughter, she felt a surge of pride. As a wife, while she did not seek to forge a career, she strived to maintain an orderly home life. A harmonious family was essential for her husband to wholeheartedly pursue his entrepreneurial endeavors and generate income. After all, there is a saying, behind every successful man stands an even more accomplished woman. Xia Xinru aspired to be that woman behind Chen Xuan. I speak nothing but the truth. Xian, am I correct? Chen Xuan said with a grin. Yes, yes. Mommy's cooking is the best. I want 2 bowls. Xian nodded eagerly, reminiscent of a little chick. Xia Xinru beamed with even greater joy. After breakfast, the family took a leisurely stroll in the yard. Once they had digested their meal, Chen Xuan drove off with a weight loss tea he had prepared earlier, leaving the house. The colorful cosmetics company, located in the 5-star commercial building of Tianhong City, is a highly renowned establishment, recognized even nationally for its impressive sales figures. Half an hour later, Chen Xuan arrived at the base of the 5-star commercial building. After parking his car and grabbing a bag, he headed straight to the elevator, ascending to the 18th floor, where the offices of the colorful cosmetics company were situated. As the elevator doors opened, he walked directly into the office lobby. Good day, sir. How may I assist you? A security personnel promptly approached him. I am looking for Ms. Xuan. Is she available? Chen Xuan inquired. Upon hearing this, not only did the security guard express surprise, but the front desk staff was taken aback as well. Xuan was the company's owner, a young and accomplished entrepreneur celebrated in Tianhong City, and even recognized across the nation. She was not someone one could meet without prior arrangements. Sir, may I ask your name? A reception staff member approached him. Chen Xuan. He replied. It was Mr. Chen. The woman smiled and said, Our boss is currently in a meeting, and to see her, you must make an appointment in advance. Chen Xuan was not surprised. After all, it was customary that such prominent figures could not be accessed by just anyone. Could you assist me in making an appointment? I wish to discuss some business with her, Chen Xuan inquired. The woman scrutinized him for a moment and replied apologetically, I'm afraid not everyone can make an appointment. If you wish to discuss business, you will need to register with your company credentials and specify the nature of your business. After review, we will arrange a time for you. How troublesome, Chen Xuan exclaimed, realizing he could not present any credentials as his company was not even registered yet. Furthermore, he doubted that just any company would pass the review process. I apologize, sir, but that is the policy. If everyone could meet our boss, she would be overwhelmed with appointments every day, the woman chuckled. I understand, Chen Xuan nodded. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside the door. Turning to look, he saw a throng of well-dressed professionals surrounding 2 imposing foreign men. Both foreigners were tall, fair-skinned, and donned impeccably tailored suits. Their hair slicked back with an air of authority. The reception woman promptly approached them, engaging in conversation in English, and personally guided the 2 foreigners inside. After watching for a moment, Chen Xuan decided to leave, but suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Chapter 97. Xuan assassinated. Wife slapped viciously. Hey, is that you? From the past? Are you at the 5-star commercial building right now? The unexpected voice made Chen Xuan's expression turn grave, as he sensed that something alarming was about to unfold. Yes, I'm about to leave. Is something wrong? He quickly queried. I only learned this from the news later. But Xuan will be assassinated. The assailants are 2 foreigners. One has already been apprehended while the other is still at large. You must have seen them. The voice from the future explained. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan's face changed, and he glanced once more in the direction where the foreigners had vanished. But they had already disappeared. The realization that they were involved in an assassination plot against Xuan left him astounded. Indeed, I was surprised when I saw the news as well. Xuan was stabbed through the heart and died on the spot. The future voice continued. Are you suggesting that I intervene and save him? Those 2 seem quite formidable. Besides, I am merely a stranger to Xuan. There is no need for me to intervene, Chen Xuan asserted. Stop being stubborn. You will undoubtedly go to his aid because I am you, the future voice chuckled. Chen Xuan paused for a moment, contemplating the situation. Deep down, he knew he would indeed rush to save him. Although they were strangers, it was inconceivable to stand by and witness such a tragic demise. Moreover, it was crucial to note that while browsing the web, he had opened a biography on Xuan. She is not only an exceptional female entrepreneur in Tianhong City, but also a philanthropist, frequently donating to schools in impoverished regions and nursing homes. This alone would compel Chen Xuan to take action. Indeed, I will find a way to help, he replied, pondering methods to rescue those in need. There's another important matter. However, The future Chen Xuan continued. What is it? Could you please convey everything at once? Chen Xuan responded, somewhat exasperated. At around 11 o'clock, your wife will receive a slap from her mother. The future Chen Xuan stated in a grim tone. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan's expression darkened immediately. The wife in question was evidently his own. The thought that she would be slapped, even by her own mother, was unbearable to him, as he would never dare to raise a hand against her, nor allow her to feel even the slightest grievance. At that moment, someone was to strike her, regardless of who it was, her mother or his mother-in-law. It was unacceptable. Chen Xuan quickly glanced at the time. It was precisely 9 o'clock. There was still time, so he promptly inquired, what exactly is the situation? You will find out when the time comes. At 11 o'clock, at the Xingyue CAF. It would be best if you arrive 10 minutes early. Your wife and her mother will be there. The future Chen Xuan replied. All right, I understand. Chen Xuan responded immediately. After checking the time once more, he calculated that it would take half an hour to drive to the CAF. Even if he were to intervene and save Chen Xuan, he would still have ample time. Thus, Chen Xuan focused his thoughts, realizing that saving her was of utmost urgency. Hey, young man, what are you doing standing there? A security guard called out as Chen Xuan remained frozen in place. Apologies, I was lost in thought. Chen Xuan finally came to his senses and smiled apologetically before asking, Brother, do you know where the restroom is? Over there, just walk straight ahead, the security guard replied, not thinking much of it. Thank you. Chen Xuan nodded and proceeded down the corridor. The restroom was located outside the office. And Chen Xuan knew it would not be so easy to gain entry. As a renowned company, their security measures were stringent. Anyone entering must swipe an access card and undergo facial recognition or be escorted by a receptionist. Clearly, Chen Xuan did not possess such qualifications. The greatest challenge now was to find a way inside. As he contemplated this, he arrived at the restroom and began to relieve himself. At that moment, a portly middle-aged man suddenly entered. He wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, a suit, and polished leather shoes, his hair slicked back impeccably. He was clearly not an ordinary employee, but rather a member of the management. Upon entering, he approached a urinal and began to relieve himself with satisfaction. Chen Xuan, however, could not take his eyes off the man. Hey, what are you staring at? Have you never seen someone use the restroom before? The man, noticing Chen Xuan's gaze, darkened his expression and spoke with displeasure. One must question how one would feel if, while engaged in such a private act, another man continued to stare intently at him. It would undoubtedly be quite uncomfortable. Unfortunately, some people lack the stamina to maintain their focus for even a minute, Chen Xuan retorted with a smile, finally averting his gaze. Upon hearing those words, the man was instantly consumed by rage. For a man, it was an unequivocal affront. Damn it, are you courting death? Speak another word, and I shall tear your mouth apart. He bellowed in fury. Am I speaking recklessly? Deep down, you know the truth better than anyone. Aside from your shortcomings in that regard, you often break into a cold sweat, your soles feel icy, and you must avoid excitement for when agitated. You suffer excruciating pain at your temples, Chen Xuan remarked with a smile. The man, initially furious, recognized the truth in Chen Xuan's words. Indeed, he had a problem. Finishing in less than a minute each time. This was a sensitive subject for him, one that, if mentioned, would incite his wrath. At first dismissing Chen Xuan's ramblings, the man's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing the latter's description, as the symptoms mirrored his own precisely. Only his family was privy to such intimate details. How do you know? The man stammered in astonishment. Chen Xuan, having just relieved himself, turned back to him and said, It's evident. Don't let my youth deceive you. I have studied traditional Chinese medicine under my grandfather since childhood. I am well versed in observation, inquiry, and diagnosis. Pausing momentarily, he added, Brother, you've lived a hedonistic youth, and compounded with your deteriorating health. It's inevitable that your condition has worsened. The man abruptly coughed, realizing that someone else had entered the restroom. He thought to himself, if word of this reached the company, how could Li Pingyan maintain his standing there? It would be utterly humiliating. Let us step outside to discuss this, Li Pingyan said, grasping Chen Xuan's hand and leading him towards the exit. Director Li, the man who had entered, greeted upon seeing Li Pingyan. Li Pingyan nodded and ushered Chen Xuan out. Observing the two holding hands, the man felt a flicker of surprise. Even going to the restroom together hand in hand was quite peculiar. Who was that person? He did not recall anyone like him in the company. Chapter 98. Saving Chen Xuan under Li Pingyan's guidance. The two arrived at the corridor's end, a seldom visited area. Are you truly a doctor? Li Pingyan inquired earnestly. Of course. Otherwise, how could I have discerned your issues so swiftly? If you doubt me, I shall take my leave. Chen Xuan replied, turning as if to depart. I believe you, of course. Li Pingyan's expression shifted, and he quickly grasped Chen Xuan's arm. Since you're able to see my condition, you must know how to treat it, right? Could you help me? Rest assured, I'm willing to pay any price. My wife is even contemplating divorce over this matter. I understand, Chen Xuan said with a reassuring pat on his shoulder. I can certainly help you, but my previous glance was merely a cursory one. I need to examine you more thoroughly to identify the exact cause. However, this location may not be the most suitable. Come to my office. I'll be alone there. You needn't worry about being disturbed, Li Pingyan urged, his excitement palpable. The prospect of remedying his erectile dysfunction and restoring his manhood filled him with exhilaration. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan felt a surge of joy, seizing the opportunity to blend in. Yet, something about his words seemed rather peculiar, as if implying an intimate relationship between the two men. Under Li Pingyan's guidance, Chen Xuan effortlessly entered the office, even without an access card. They then proceeded deeper into the company. This place is indeed vast, Chen Xuan remarked casually. Fortunately, this area is dedicated to offices. Just ahead is my office, Li Pingyan explained. Chen Xuan nodded, subtly adding, I've heard your company's owner is named Chen Xuan. Quite a prominent figure. I occasionally come across her on Douyin. Indeed, Chen Xuan is our boss, and my office is diagonally opposite hers, Li Pingyan replied with a smile. Chen Xuan was pleased, surprised at how forthcoming Li Pingyan was with his answers. This is my office. We've arrived, Li Pingyan announced. Chen Xuan merely glanced around before directing his gaze toward the opposite side. Regrettably, the door was closed, preventing him from peering inside. Please come in. Li Pingyan gestured respectfully. Chen Xuan nodded and strode confidently inside. After closing the door, Li Pingyan hurriedly prepared tea, while Chen Xuan chose a seat by the window, affording him a perfect angle to observe Chen Xuan's office door. After Chen Xuan took a sip of tea, Li Pingyan eagerly inquired, So, young brother, what do you think of my condition? Please extend your hand, Chen Xuan instructed. All right, Li Pingyan nodded. Chen Xuan then theatrically took his pulse, examined his tongue, eyelids, and so forth. With his medical expertise, he quickly discerned the cause of Li Pingyan's ailment. It merely required consistent consumption of invigorating pills and some restorative medicine, and recovery would not take long. Young brother, can my illness be cured? Upon seeing Chen Xuan pause, Li Pingyan immediately asked. Of course it can be cured, but it requires a two-step approach. First, we must nourish your body. I will prescribe a regimen, complemented by proper diet and exercise. In less than half a month, you will no longer experience night sweats or headaches. The second step involves treating your vitality, which will also take merely half a month to restore your vigor. Chen Xuan elaborated. He added a warning. However, moderation is essential. Excessive indulgence can severely harm your health. Li Pingyan was taken aback by Chen Xuan's words. Why, young brother? You can't be deceiving me, can you? Are you saying that my illness can be cured in a month? That seems rather swift. Others claim it takes at least 6 months to recover in this regard. I have been seeking treatment for over 3 years, Li Pingyan said, gradually growing skeptical of Chen Xuan, as the brevity of the proposed treatment seemed implausible. Do you doubt me? Chen Xuan countered. No, not at all, just... All right, here's the plan. I'll prescribe the medication for you to try for half a month. If you genuinely improve, you can return to me. By the way, I won't charge you anything now. Once your condition is resolved, you can then decide on the payment, Chen Xuan stated. No, that's not what I meant. My young friend, please do not take offense, Li Pingyan hurriedly replied, fearing that Chen Xuan was upset. You have misunderstood. I am not angry. It is simply the protocol here that payment is rendered after the diagnosis. Chen Xuan responded, retrieving paper and pen, and promptly began to write. Having reached this point in their conversation, Li Pingyan refrained from further comment. At that moment, Chen Xuan's peripheral vision caught sight of the office door across the room suddenly swinging open. A woman, reminiscent of a secretary, emerged while within the office. Chen Xuan noticed a foreign gentleman alongside a neatly attired woman with her hair elegantly styled, none other than Chen Xuan. Once the female secretary stepped out, she closed the door, leaving Chen Xuan unable to see further. Knock, knock. The secretary approached the door of Li Pingyan's office and rapped on it. Li Pingyan offered Chen Xuan an apologetic smile before hastily rising to open the door. Director Li, Ms. Liu has instructed that we promptly proceed to the laboratory. The secretary informed. Li Pingyan hesitated for a moment. Director Li, work is of the utmost importance. Please go ahead. I can wait here for a short while. Chen Xuan stated as he continued to draft the prescription. Very well. I appreciate your patience. Li Pingyan nodded and closed the door behind him as he accompanied the secretary away. After placing the completed prescription aside, Chen Xuan quickly rose and exited, making his way towards Lu Qishuan's office across the room. Inside, only Lu Siyuan and two foreign gentlemen remained, presenting an opportune moment for action. He was confident that they would not be able to restrain themselves. Noticing no one around, Chen Xuan placed his hand on the doorknob and turned it, pleasantly surprised to discover that the door was not locked and could be easily pushed open. Perhaps the secretary anticipated a swift return, hence the unlatched door. Gently, he cracked it open and peered inside. At that moment, in the office, Lu Qishuan was engaged in a business discussion in English with the two foreigners. Initially, the conversation flowed smoothly when one of the foreigners suddenly approached Lu Qishuan, a stack of documents in hand, grinning as he drew closer. From Chen Xuan's vantage point, he caught sight of a dagger concealed beneath the papers. Be careful. Chen Xuan realized he could not afford to delay any longer. With a resounding shout, he burst through the door. The unexpected turn of events startled all three individuals. However, the foreign man reacted swiftly, focusing his intent on Lu Qishuan, drawing the dagger from the documents and aiming a vicious thrust towards her chest. Lu Qishuan instinctively recoiled in terror, letting out a scream. Yet, the dagger relentlessly continued its trajectory toward her heart. Chapter 99. A fierce battle with foreigners in a critical moment. A glass suddenly hurtled through the air, striking the man's wrist with remarkable precision. The force was immense, causing him immediate pain and causing the dagger's trajectory to veer off course. Instead of piercing Lu Qishuan's chest, the blade struck her arm, blood gushing forth. Damn it! Another foreigner clad in black, witnessing the scene, cursed and charged forward, delivering a side kick aimed directly at Chen Xuan's face. It was evident that this individual was also a skilled fighter, his leg cutting through the air with a terrifying force. However, Chen Xuan, having inherited the combat skills of a super soldier, felt no fear. Yet, his priority was to save someone, so he instinctively leaned back, his body seemingly devoid of rigidity. The kick narrowly missed his nose. The black-clad foreigner was taken aback, astonished by Chen Xuan's remarkable flexibility and reflexes that allowed him to evade the attack so effortlessly. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Xuan darted towards another short-haired foreigner, failing to fatally wound Lu Qishuan. The short-haired foreigner swiftly drew a dagger, intent on plunging it into Lu Qishuan's neck once more. In a critical moment, Chen Xuan rushed forward, seizing the assailant's wrist while simultaneously delivering a knee strike to his abdomen. The short-haired foreigner reacted with impressive speed, quickly using his other hand to block the knee strike. Although he managed to deflect the blow, he could not fend off Chen Xuan's other hand. Get lost! Chen Xuan roared, his fist colliding forcefully with the foreigner's mouth. A scream erupted from the foreigner, the punch delivering a significant impact that left him bloodied. His front teeth shattered as he clutched his mouth in agony. Be careful, Lu Qishuan suddenly shouted, without needing further warning. Chen Xuan noticed another black-clad foreigner seizing a chair and swinging it violently towards him. Reacting swiftly, Chen Xuan grabbed a cup of scalding hot water from the table and splashed it onto the assailant's face. The high temperature of the water instantly splattered onto the man's face, even reaching his eyes. The foreigner screamed in pain, causing the chair to veer off course. Chen Xuan ducked to evade the blow and stepped forward, delivering a powerful side kick squarely to the foreigner's chest. With an overwhelming force, the black-clad foreigner was sent flying, crashing into a table with a resounding thud. "What was that sound?" came a voice from Lu's office. "Quick, let us see what is happening. Security, hurry!" Outside, a commotion erupted as several individuals, having heard the disturbance, rushed over. Seeing his accomplice incapacitated and more people approaching, the short-haired foreigner gritted his teeth and bolted for the exit. "Where do you think you're going?" Chen Xuan would not allow him to escape so easily. With a powerful stomp, he pursued the fleeing figure with the speed of a cheetah. Upon bursting outside, the short-haired foreigner, spotting the crowd gathering, drew a dagger from his pocket, cursing as he ran. "Get back, he has a knife. Be careful, don't approach." The onlookers, frightened by the sight, scattered in panic. As it was a cosmetics company, the majority were women, their faces pale with fear as they screamed and fled. Even the security personnel hesitated to intervene. At that moment, Chen Xuan had already caught up, his speed surpassing that of the short-haired foreigner. When the distance closed to merely 3 meters, he suddenly leapt into the air, his right leg striking out like a whip towards the foreigner's neck. However, the short-haired foreigner swiftly turned back, aiming his dagger at Chen Xuan's right leg. Thrusting it down fiercely, a gasp of horror escaped the lips of several onlookers. Yet, Chen Xuan remained unfazed. His outstretched leg unexpectedly altered its trajectory, evading the dagger. With a resounding thud, his kick landed squarely on the foreigner's shoulder, the tremendous force propelling him backward until he collided with a glass pane. With a shattering crash, the glass splintered into countless shards, slicing open the foreigner's skin on his face, arms, and thighs. Ignoring his injuries, he attempted to rise, only to find Chen Xuan charging at him, delivering a powerful kick to his face. The foreigner instantly lost all strength, collapsing to the ground, motionless. Chen Xuan seized the dagger from his grasp and, with one hand, lifted him as if he were refused, tossing him onto the ground. "Come here, bind him, and call the police," Chen Xuan commanded the 3 security guards. The guards had regained their composure, but hesitated to follow Chen Xuan's orders. To them, the 2 foreigners were esteemed guests of their company, while Chen Xuan's identity remained unclear. "Did you not hear what he said? Quickly apprehend him." Just then, Chen Xuan emerged, visibly furious, with blood still oozing from her arm. Lu, you're injured. Quickly call 120. Someone rushed over, expressing concern. Upon hearing the command, the 3 security guards immediately subdued the short-haired foreigner. Enduring her pain, Chen Xuan approached Chen Xuan, realizing that had it not been for this young man's timely intervention, her life might have been forfeit. However, just as she was about to express her gratitude, Chen Xuan glanced at his phone, noting it was already past 10 o'clock. Further delay could result in his wife being struck. With that thought, he turned and dashed out, leaving no one daring to impede his exit. "Hey, young man, where are you going? Don't leave." As Chen Xuan disappeared from sight, Chen Xuan wore a look of disappointment. She merely wished to extend her heartfelt thanks and was not intent on consuming him. So why had he fled so swiftly? "Lu, what on earth is happening?" A woman could not help but inquire. Others turned to look, all equally bewildered and struggling to comprehend the unfolding events. "These 2 attempted to kill me. I owe my life to that young man's timely rescue." "By the way, who is he?" Chen Xuan asked. "Lu, that individual was brought by Director Li." A security guard promptly responded. Just then, Li Pingyan and his female secretary approached, their expressions one of shock at the scene before them, as they had only just visited the laboratory. "Lu, your hand is injured," Director Li exclaimed in astonishment. Chen Xuan then questioned Li Pingyan. "Tell me, who was that young man you brought in earlier?" Li Pingyan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, realizing that the individual in question was undoubtedly a miraculous doctor. Could it be that this entire scene was orchestrated by him? The thought that General Lu had been injured sent a wave of pallor across his face. "I'm asking you a question," Chen Xuan inquired. He's a doctor. I do not even know his name. He was brought here to provide treatment," Li Pingyan replied. "A doctor? Providing treatment?" Chen Xuan murmured. "General Lu, this is not my concern. I am not at all familiar with him. I truly did not anticipate that he would inflict harm upon you." Li Pingyan finally comprehended. realizing that the young man had been inquiring about General Lu's condition with a nefarious intent. You were mistaken. It was thanks to that young man that I survived. He saved my life, Chen Xuan stated. Li Pingyan was taken aback, but soon his face was illuminated with a smile. Shortly thereafter, the police arrived and apprehended 2 foreigners, while an ambulance rushed to take Chen Xuan to the hospital for treatment. Chapter 100. Mother's call, half an hour ago. Hooray! Time to go out and play. The room echoed with Xuan's cheerful voice as she dashed outside barefoot. She had just completed her task of memorizing the multiplication table after half an hour of diligent study, which led her mother, Xia to finally agree to let her go out and have some fun. Run slowly. Be careful not to fall, Xia called out with a smile as she followed her. Presently, Xian was not attending kindergarten, yet her studies had not faltered in the slightest. Mom, hurry up and come. Let us play in the yard together, Xian called back joyfully. Upon reaching the yard, the sun was not overly bright, and a gentle breeze wafted through. Xian, barefoot, gleefully rolled on the lawn, her laughter ringing out in joyous echoes. The grass was pristine, free from dust, alleviating any worries of soiling her clothes. Mom, come sit on the swing. I will push you, okay? Xian exclaimed with delight. All right. Xia nodded and approached, taking her seat on the swing. Xian immediately began to push her, and soon Xia was soaring higher. Oh, Mom is flying. Xian laughed. Xian, be gentle, be gentle. I'm afraid, Xia quickly responded, surprised by the little girl's strength. Xian obediently nodded, moderating her force, and sat on a nearby swing. The two continued to swing back and forth, engaged in light-hearted conversation. Mom, when will Dad be back? I miss him, Xian suddenly remarked. Xia looked at her helplessly. Dad has only been gone for 2 hours, and you already miss him? Yes. I want to be with Dad forever, and Mom too. You must be with us. Xian replied with a smile. Xia chuckled, noting how increasingly attached her daughter had become. Xian, may I discuss something with you? Xia suddenly paused and asked. What is it? Xian inquired curiously. In half a month, it will be